Paul's Solitude. On the Relation of Law, Redemption, and Antisemitism in Christianity. By Ljubica Kozel. Critical theory shares with Judaism the necessary and utopian dialectic of law and redemption, which can be summarized in this way, following Gershom Scholem and Sigmund Freud: the law, which protects against evil, and redemption, which can dispense with the law because it has overcome evil, are not strictly divorced from one another. Rather, something like redemption only becomes conceivable in reality when the softening of the law is accompanied by a successful sublimation of aggressive impulses, for these are generally evil, to at least the same degree. By literally softening the drives that are necessarily disappointed with regard to their original goals and opening them up to aesthetic development instead of gross sensual rejection, sublimation is at the center of a non-barbaric hope for the reconciliation of the individual, society, and inner and outer nature, of mind and body. Only sublimation makes it possible to obey the law as protection against evil without traumatic renunciation, and thus to fulfill it and at the same time make it superfluous, secularized content of the messianic. In Christianity, on the other hand, this dialectic shrinks to the aporia of a messianic apocalyptic religion initially represented by Paul and early Christianity, which suffers from the delay of a parousia that is soon postponed indefinitely, which would be the final reconciliation, and therefore has to reluctantly re-establish the coercion of the law in the form of canon law, Catholicism. The expression of this historically and socially mediated reluctance, always also repression of the dialectic of law and reconciliation, is anti-Judaism, which now makes conversion and combating the Jews, as representatives of the law, a prerequisite for redemption from the law. If Christians were so under the spell of self-sacrifice that they finally became aware of its Jewish messianic meaning and the dialectic of original Christianity and the Church with regard to the necessity of legal mediation in an unredeemed world, there would no longer be any Christian antisemitism. Christianity would be with itself in the first place. In the last few decades, Christian anti-Judaism has become, at first cautiously, then increasingly sharply, the subject of critical research, which now fills several library shelves and is almost impossible to keep track of. This is primarily due to the connection between religious resentment and Auschwitz, which today is much more compelling than originally assumed. Not that the comparison between anti-Judaism and modern antisemitism has not brought to light ruptures that are primarily due to different social conditions, but the step from the medieval modern usury Jew to the modern finance capital Jew, the step from the Jewish conspiracy against the Savior to that of the wise men of Zion, the step from the Jew as Antichrist to the Jew as counterprinciple, or from the Jewish blood of the Spanish Inquisition to the Jewish race, against which no conversion helps, is not so great. And if the choice of the Jews as the primary and total object of annihilation was not a historical coincidence, i.e. the fate of serving the conformist rebellion against capital and civilization as the concrete embodiment of the hated abstract could not just as easily have befallen any other group of people, then it was because almost 1,500 years of pre-modern anti-Judaic propaganda and practice, from social discrimination to expulsion to pogrom and massacre, predestined the Jews for precisely this function in the anti-modern modern delusion. As much as the criticism of Christian anti-Judaism is therefore necessary, it now repeatedly turns into its opposite, especially where it is particularly radical, in that it degenerates into a merely noble and unsuspicious form of anti-Christian, and ultimately anti-Jewish, resentment. It is regarded as cultic to trace the origins of antisemitism back to the New Testament, cf. Ecken, Campling as examples. This can be seen in the casual, effortfully detached and enlightened formulations such as Andreas Bushy's Concrete about Mel Gibson's film The Passion, which is as anti-Semitic as the text of its original, as well as in the meticulous listing of antisemitism-relevant passages in the NT. Paul appears in Karl-Heinz Deschner's Kriminalgeschichte des Christentums as the pre-worshipper of all subsequent anti-Semitic church fathers, Daniel J. Goldhagen's book Die katholische Kirche. Holocaust, the Catholic Church and the Holocaust, counts 450 anti-Jewish passages in the NT, which is even said to be a root of the Shoah, which Julius Schoeps, when asked about this book, does not want to delete, which would mean censoring, because, is that possible? I don't think that's feasible. These are historical texts. I would be distorting them if I deleted something. That's why we have to discuss this. How do we deal with them? Taz, but he does not question their classification as anti-Semitic. It is considered radical to rationalize anti-Judaism as a consequent expression, the flip side perhaps, but always necessary, of Christian theology. The beginning of the then merely tautological concatenation of anti-Semitic reality and anti-Semitic image in Western history, such as, for example, the real content of the anti-Semitic usury cliché conveyed through the practice of anti-Semitic professional bands, is ultimately formed by the so-called accusation of the murder of God, which in turn seems to touch the center of Christian theology, the death of Jesus. The template for such an approach is now provided by self-forgetful Christianity itself. For example, a popular book by the liberal theologian Crossan, tellingly titled Who Killed Jesus? On the Origins of Antisemitism in the Gospels. As long as Christians were an underprivileged fringe group, their passion narratives, which portrayed the Jews as guilty of Jesus' death but exonerated the Romans from any blame for it, harmed basically no one. But when the Roman Empire became Christian, the fable became murderous. While the origins of the invention may be explainable and the motives of its inventors understandable, the insistence on this fable has made it a long-lasting lie, and for the sake of our own integrity we Christians must finally call it such. 189f. In contrast, the honestly intended distancing of conservative theology from the history of Jew hatred in the Catechism written under Cardinal Ratzinger, 1992, reads as follows: "The Jews are not collectively responsible for the death of Jesus." If we take into account the historical complexity of Jesus' trial according to the Gospel accounts and the personal guilt of the main participants in the trial, Judas, the High Council, Pilate, which God alone knows, then we must not hold the entirety of the Jews of Jerusalem responsible, despite the cries of a manipulated crowd and despite the general reproaches in the calls for conversion after Pentecost. When Jesus forgave them from the cross, he, like Peter later, excused the Jews of Jerusalem and even their leaders for their ignorance. Still less should we take the people's cry "His blood be on us and on our children," which is a formula of confirmation, as an excuse to extend guilt to the Jews of other lands and times. Number 597. While Crossan calls the Passion fable a lie and instead assigns responsibility for the murder of Jesus to the Romans, and the Catechism considers only a few historical Jerusalem Jews guilty, whom it simultaneously excuses for their ignorance, both confirm that the death of Jesus in the New Testament is negotiated as a judicial murder with Jewish involvement, and that a murder by God, including the question of perpetration, is therefore Christian dogma. Crossan's perspective turns the anti-Judaist into a Christian fundamentalist who lacks critical distance from the holy text. The anti-Judaist treats the authoritative source too selectively, one-sidedly, and generalizing for the Catechism. In this as in that critique, the anti-Judaic fall from grace is thus already contained, at least as a possible tendency, in the founding myth of the new religion, in early Christianity. In this way, the supposedly radical self-criticism or criticism of Christianity not only amounts to a rationalization of anti-Judaism, but also to the assertion that Jews, it is well known that the authors of the NT were predominantly Jews, laid the foundation for Western antisemitism. However, such a discussion of anti-Judaism makes the same mistake as anti-Judaism. It reads the authors of the New Testament in a pagan way, i.e. detached from the Jewish tradition, superficially, atheologically. If, on the other hand, one interprets these authors Jewishly, i.e. in the context of the pre- and early antique Jewish culture of the time, of which little more has survived than the Tanakh, as they deserved, because they meant it, then it becomes clear that Christian anti-Judaism is in irreconcilable opposition to the core of early Christian theology and is therefore a contradiction in terms. This does not undo the history of Christian anti-Judaism, nor does it remove Christians from historical guilt and present responsibility. If almost all church fathers justified anti-Judaism theologically, usually without expressing it as violently as popular piety, they did not do so because they were too Christian, textual fundamentalist, but still too pagan. The following cannot be about proposing an alternative interpretation for each of the 450 anti-Jewish passages in the NT counted by Goldhagen. In any case, most of them are merely political insults against the Jewish people, who are accused of a lack of piety or blindness, or obduracy, to the signs of the times. However, the not exactly squeamish abuse of the people is not an indication of hatred of the Jews, but rather an expression of either Jewish self-criticism, which the prophets of the Tanakh therefore do not pursue with any less passion, or the courting of followers by competing Jewish schools. Only those supposedly anti-Jewish passages that have an immediate connection with Christian theology are relevant. Of these, the so-called cry of blood in Matthew is undoubtedly the most significant for the anti-Judaism story. When Pilate saw that he was achieving nothing, but that the tumult was increasing, he had water brought and washed his hands before all the people, saying, "I am innocent of this man's blood. This is your business." Then all the people cried out, "His blood be on us and on our children." MT 27:24f. The last sentence is unanimously interpreted by anti-Judaists and critics of anti-Judaism as a confirmation formula, as a self-cursing of the Jewish people. According to this, the Jews not only take responsibility for the murder of Jesus, but also call on the Christians themselves, so to speak, to avenge their historical collective guilt on the following generations of Jews. And it was precisely this logic that justified the anti-Jewish pogroms, which were often triggered by performances of the Passion Play, which is why the call to blood, for example, was deleted from the textbook of the Passion Play in Oberammergau in 2000 and is the only non-subtitled, Aramaic, passage in Mel Gibson's Passion film adaptation. This one central passage, which seems to be beyond any doubt that it can be qualified as anti-Jewish, will be used to prove the contrary. To do so, we must first recapitulate the main features of the first early Christian theology. Its author is Paul, who has been regarded as the actual founder of Christianity since the biblical criticism of the 18th century. As is well known, Paul's theology does not exist as a closed systematic treatise, but can be reconstructed from the apostles' letters to the first Christian communities, which were written 2 to 3 decades after Jesus' death and in which theological discussions in the strict sense are always linked to practical political questions of concrete church life and the mission to the Gentiles, which in turn take up much more space in quantitative terms. Even a skim of the letters is striking. Although Paul, as he himself and also his biographer Luke in the Acts of the Apostles, written 20 to 30 years after Paul's death and 50 to 60 after Jesus' death, claim, is said to have met the Nazarenes' companions, his texts know absolutely nothing about a teaching of Jesus or even the circumstances of his death. It follows that any surviving, let alone canonical, Christian knowledge of Jesus' life and death simply did not exist in the 50s of the first century, and thus both the earliest Passion narrative, whether it be Mark or the apocryphal Gospel of Peter, and the earliest allusions to a birth of Jesus, his words and deeds can be traced back to later inventions. This also means that Paul to a certain extent imposes a prohibition of images on Jesus' life. If his theology were dependent on a biography of a prophet, he would have been able to construct one. Instead, Paul is exclusively interested in the theological justification of Jesus' death on the cross and his resurrection. Any research or theology that searches for the Christian in the life of the historical or fictional Jesus would therefore be downright unchristian, just like the popular pop-cultural interpretations of Jesus as a sociological revolutionary or early hippie, according to Paul, because he defines the Christian aspect of Jesus solely in his death, including resurrection. As a Jew who wants to reconcile Jews and Gentiles with each other and God in Christ, he must place the events in the tradition of Jewish thought on the one hand and, on the other, derive from them the softening of Jewish ritual law in order to make conversion easier for the Gentiles and to legitimize the excessive Gentile mission itself. The factuality of the events is beyond question for Paul. The resurrection was witnessed, not least by himself, Damascus experience. The scandal, however, lies in Jesus' death on the cross. Not because it is implausible that there were prophets among the many Jews crucified by the Romans, but because until then it had not been thought that a Messiah stylized as the Savior of the world would firstly die and then secondly die the most shameful death on the cross, and, as one could add from a historical perspective, without this thirdly changing the nature of the world in a tangible way, which Paul only implicitly addresses. Fourthly, of course, the divinity and sonship of the Messiah, which was already presupposed by Paul but not openly discussed by him and only systematized much later into the doctrine of the Trinity and the two natures, is also new. In brief, the main features of Paul's theology look like this, with the expulsion from paradise, with Adam, as Paul says, sin and, as God's punishment for it, death, human mortality, and the alienation between God and man came into the world. The covenant between God and Abraham and his descendants would be the first long-term reapproach of God to mankind. The second was the covenant with Moses, which binds the people of Israel to the Mosaic law. They must first bear its burden on behalf of the other nations. This is what being chosen means. For Paul, the law has the function of protecting against sin. However, since the law does not abolish sin, and indeed creates the awareness of the sinfulness of the actions in question in the first place, in some cases Paul even goes so far as to claim that the law creates sin in the first place. The law, sin, and thus also death/mortality are interrelated. The third reapproach of God to humanity therefore consists of an act of grace or gift that overrides the legal principle of talion, according to which the harm done to the victim is compensated with equal harm done to the perpetrator, thus removing the compulsory connection between law, sin, and death/mortality. And this is precisely what Jesus' death and resurrection stand for. His suffering is substitutionary atonement and expiation that takes all the sins of humanity upon itself. The death of his body is the death of sin. Jesus died for us, and as sinners, we died with him, we died for sin. In contrast, Jesus' bodily resurrection announces our bodily resurrection, eternal life. As soon as the Messiah comes again, parousia, which Paul expected while he was still alive, he will raise up the righteous among the dead and transform the bodies of the living righteous, thereby perfecting reconciliation with God. The righteous are those who, believing in these events and their interpretation, i.e., the redemption from sin that cannot be experienced but must be believed in and lived, no longer sin and await the final redemption that can be experienced later. In this interim period, as many as possible are to be converted in order to save them from eternal damnation, eternal death, the other side of the end of time. Although the emerging churches, end-time sects, still need a few rudimentary rules for living together, which Paul also sets out in his letters, the Jewish ritual law in its unity and literalness has been realized in Jesus' death. It is abolished, no longer necessary, insofar as it has been written in the hearts of the believers. If Gentile Christians, who are considered to be strong in the new faith, in mixed communities are to show consideration for Jewish Christians, who are considered to be weak in faith, who still observe the dietary laws when eating, for example, then Jesus has banished the curse of the law in principle by becoming a curse for us, because a crucified person was considered to be cursed. It goes without saying that secular, Roman, law as the law of this world has no meaning for those who await the end of the world, even though outwardly lasting obedience is to be rendered to it. The looming failure of the mission to the Jews, which makes the Jewish people the object of apostolic abuse in Luke, is however ennobled by Paul himself, i.e. in his letters, precisely as a prerequisite for the mission to the Gentiles and thus as part of the divine plan of salvation. It is only because the Jews initially refuse salvation that it can reach the Gentiles in the first place and will reach the Jews anyway after complete mission to the Gentiles. The messianic aspect of Jesus' first coming therefore consists solely in his death on the cross and subsequent resurrection. This is the hope-giving good news, gospel, of Paul. The idea that the Anointed One, Heb, Messiah, Greek, Christos, Latin, Christ, had fallen victim to a deplorable murder that had to be avenged on the perpetrators thus proves to be sheer nonsense from the point of view of Pauline theology. The evangelists now break with Paul's prohibition of imagery by inventing a biography of a prophet. They tell of the birth of Jesus, of his life and work, of his words, i.e. his teaching, of the circumstances of his crucifixion and his resurrection. Their versions not only diverge from one another, they are even mutually exclusive in certain details. Written at the earliest 40 years after Jesus' death, after the destruction of the temple by the Romans around 70 AD, the supposed eyewitness accounts merely express the different theologies of their authors. Nevertheless, they have important things in common. They all proclaim good news following Paul. Even where they differ, they are all based on the shared need to present Jesus as the Messiah promised by the sacred texts. There is therefore hardly a plot section in the four canonical versions of Jesus' birth, life, and death that is not modeled on a passage from the Tanakh or points to one, so that Jews familiar with the scriptures could not only discover parallels to Moses or David in Jesus' work, but could even interpret his suffering as fulfilled prophecy, especially that of Isaiah. For example, the basic plot of the conspiracy of the secular Roman power, Pilate, the secular Jewish power, Herod, and the religious Jewish power, Sanhedrin, against the Nazarene is an interpretation of Psalm 2, which speaks of the raging of the peoples and nations, of the alliance of the kings of the earth and the great against the Anointed One. Of the great ones against the Anointed One, to Jesus, as is evident in the apocryphal Gospel of Peter, where they all put Jesus on trial in the same room and at the same time, which is historically completely absurd, Pilate, Herod, and the Sanhedrin. The betrayal by his neighbor, Judas, like Jesus' retreat to the Mount of Olives, also has models in Jewish writings. Of greater relevance, however, is that the evangelists base the superficial, popularly narrated, courtroom thriller surrounding Jesus' passion, which actually amounts to the profane execution of a legally innocent man, on a theological motif that is already hinted at in Paul and is the opposite of a judicial murder. The interpretation of Jesus as a Passover lamb, 1 Cor 5:7. For Christ was sacrificed as our Passover lamb and scapegoat, and thus the merging of Passover and Yom Kippur into Easter. With the Passover festival, the Jews commemorate their exodus from Egypt, their liberation from slavery, the constitution of Judaism as a nation, and the covenant with Moses. In the time of the Second Temple, this was associated with pilgrimages to the temple to sacrifice the Passover animals. Jesus' passion now takes place at Passover and is interpreted as a new covenant between God and Israel. In the letter to the Hebrews, which is close to Pauline theology and therefore attributed to a student of Paul, it says, "If that first covenant were blameless, no one would seek to put a second one in its place. For he rebukes them when he says, Behold, the days are coming, says the Lord, when I will make a new covenant with the house of Israel and the house of Judah, not like the covenant I made with their fathers when I took them by the hand to lead them out of Egypt." By speaking of a new covenant, he has declared the first one obsolete. Jesus becomes the mediator of this new covenant precisely through his death, which the letter defines as the offering of the body of Jesus Christ. His sacrifice was superior to the traditional sin offerings. Their flaw is that they have to be repeated year after year as the same thing and merely remind us of our sins instead of erasing them. Would sacrifice not have ceased if the sacrificers had been cleansed once and for all and were no longer aware of any sin? Jesus, on the other hand, was able to bring about eternal redemption with his own blood. For if the blood of goats and bulls and the ashes of a cow sanctify the unclean who are sprinkled with it so that they become physically clean, how much more will the blood of Christ, who offered himself to God as a spotless sacrifice by virtue of the eternal Spirit, cleanse our conscience from dead works so that we may serve the living God? In contrast to the animal sacrifices, Jesus' self-sacrifice takes away sin once and for all, and therefore not only does not need to be repeated, but also abolishes the practice of sacrifice itself. But where sins are forgiven, there is no longer any sin offering. The first part of the Pauline messianity of Jesus, the redemption from sin, thus appears in Hebrews as a very last sacrificial ritual. So Christ was sacrificed once to take away the sins of many. The second time he will not appear because of sin, but to save those who await him. Yom Kippur is the Day of Atonement, a festival of collective atonement, the cleansing of the people from their sins. Among other things, lots were cast for 2 goats to sacrifice, one for the cleansing of the sanctuaries and the other was hunted alive as a scapegoat to Azazel in the desert after the sins of the people had been laid upon him. If the letter to the Hebrews interprets only the first part of the Messiahship relatively abstractly and generally as a sin offering, the apocryphal letter of Barnabas, theologically related to Paul and Hebrews, written between the destruction of the temple in 70 AD and the Bar Kokhba revolt in 130 AD, parallels Jesus' passion and death with the first and his parousia with the second goat. The extent to which this distinction is labored and not upheld in its clarity anyway is of no further interest here, but rather what picture the author of the letter draws of the ritual beyond the Toga and Mishnah and how he interprets it in relation to Jesus. It is of secondary importance whether the depiction of the ritual indicates a more precise knowledge of its actual course or is already colored by the theological intention. In the Torah, Leviticus 16:21f, it says about the goat that is sent into the desert, Aaron shall lay both his hands on the head of the living goat and confess over it all the sins of the Israelites, all their iniquities and all their faults. After he has thus loaded them onto the head of the goat, he shall have it driven into the desert by a man standing by, and the goat shall carry all their sins with it into the wilderness. The Mishnah also mentions a thread of scarlet or purple wool tied to the goat's head, Day of Atonement 4:2 and 6:6, according to Crossan, a reference to Isaiah 1 verse 18. Though your sins be as scarlet, they shall be as white as snow. If they were red like purple, they shall become white as wool. And from a Babylonian variant of the ritual, they made a dam for him, the goat, because of the Babylonians, who used to pull him by the hair, crying out to him, "Bear our sins, and go away. Carry our sins, and go away." 6:4. In Barnabas' letter, the goat is no longer just shouted at, he is beaten and spat on. Other motifs are also added. Hear his command. Take 2 beautiful goats like one another and offer them, and the priest shall take one as a burnt offering for sins. But what shall they do with the other? Cursed be, says he, the other. Notice how the example of Jesus is revealed. And all of you shall spit on him and beat him and put the red wool around his head, and so he shall be cast out into the wilderness. And when this is done, the bearer shall bring the goat into the wilderness and take away the wool and lay it on what is called a bramble, whose fruit we eat when we find it in the field. Only this bramble bears sweet fruit. Here, the chastisements and mockery of the Passion in Isaiah 50 verse 6 seem to refer both to the scapegoat ritual and to Jesus. I held out my back to those who beat me, and my cheeks to those who plucked out my beard. I did not hide my face from insults and spittle. Against this backdrop, it is striking that the canonical Gospels, with regard to Jesus' Passion, give the same attention to the beatings, insults, and mockery, including the motifs and details that are also found in Barnabas here and elsewhere. Gall, vinegar, crown of thorns, purple robe, etc. carry so much narrative weight. If the point were to emphasize the suffering of a human being or the sadism of his tormentors, in popular terms, the scourging and flogging that usually preceded the crucifixions by the Romans, which are dealt with by the evangelists in just one soberly informative sentence, would probably have been more interesting, which is probably where their elongation to the minute-long orgy of violence in Mel Gibson's film adaptation comes from. The superficial story may therefore be that of a conspiracy that ends in judicial murder. But even as such, it has parallels to the suffering of previous Jewish leaders, David, and prophets, Isaiah, and remains profane. In contrast, the specifically Christian and theological aspect of the new religion lies in the meaning of Jesus' death, in his messianity, which, as redemption from sins and a pending parousia, represents a sacrificial ritual that abolishes the previous sacrificial practice. Legally innocent, Jesus is profane insofar as he is a theologically flawless and therefore effective sacrifice. His blood is not shed in the sense of murder, but to renew God's covenant with Israel and to usher in the end of time with a final Passover and Yom Kippur. alluding to Exodus 24 verses 3 to 8. Among other things, the letter to the Hebrews states, "Therefore the first covenant was established with blood." After Moses had read every commandment of the law to all the people, he took the blood of the young bulls and of the goats, together with water, red wool, and hyssop, and sprinkled the book itself and all the people, saying, "This is the blood of the covenant which God has established for you." Then he sprinkled the blood on the tent and all the sacred objects in the same way. Almost everything is cleansed with blood according to the law, and without the shedding of blood there is no forgiveness. The fact that the people in Matthew's blood cry would take the blame for a murder on themselves therefore goes back to a profane, pagan reading. If, on the other hand, Jesus is understood as high priest and sacrificial lamb or scapegoat in one, who offers a covenant with his blood, then the exclamation, "His blood be on us and on our children," is the acceptance of this covenant, the desire to be sprinkled with sacrificial blood and thus sanctified and cleansed, as was customary in ancient times. And our children is a completely understandable formula in the classic Jewish covenant, for example in Genesis 17 verse 9 ff. Then God said to Abraham, "But you shall keep my covenant, you and your descendants in their generations." And Jesus' blood equals wine also comes into the believers, if not over them, in the Lord's Supper as a symbolization/representation of the Christian covenant. This scene, the blood call of Israel, is therefore the dream image of a Jewish Christian, the successful mission to the Jews or the renewal of the covenant between the entire Jewish people and God in Jesus, in this sense definitely a confirmation formula and at the same time completely free of even the slightest Anjudaism. Something similar can therefore be found in the Gospel of John with regard to the Gentile mission. Because it was the preparation day and the bodies were not to remain on the cross during the Sabbath, the Jews asked Pilate that the legs of those crucified be broken and their bodies then taken down, for this Sabbath was a great holiday. So the soldiers came and broke the legs of the first one and then of the other who had been crucified with him. But when they came to Jesus and saw that he was already dead, they did not cut his legs, but one of the soldiers thrust his lance into his side, and immediately blood and water gushed out. And the one who saw it testified to it, and his testimony is true. And he knows that he is telling the truth, so that you too may believe. John 19 verses 32 to 35. The scapegoat may also have been driven into the desert with blows from sticks or pipes into his side. However, standing under the crucified, or pierced in allusion to Isaiah, Jesus' blood will certainly have come over the formerly pagan soldier with the lance, causing him to recognize it. In view of this orientation of New Testament theology, anti-Judaism would therefore be less a consequent outflow or necessary flip side of Christianity than an expression of unbelieved faith. For anyone who seriously believes in the good news, in the messianic nature of Jesus' death and resurrection and in the imminent parousia, how could they come up with the idea of looking for the culprits of a murder of God, apart from the fact that the idea of God being killed by humans against his will should have ranked below the level of even pagans? Both interpretations, the murder of God and self-sacrifice, are therefore categorically mutually exclusive, even if the Church, which distances itself from anti-Judaism, strangely maintains that they are compatible. Even in Nostra Aetate, a declaration of the Second Vatican Council on Non-Christian Religions, as adopted on October 28, 1965 and publicly proclaimed by Pope Paul VI, it says, "Although the Jewish authorities and their followers insisted on the death of Christ, the events of his suffering cannot be blamed on all Jews living at that time without distinction, nor on Jews today. Also, as the Church has always taught and continues to teach, Christ freely took his suffering and death upon himself out of infinite love for the sake of the sins of all people, so that all might attain salvation. Thus it is the task of the Church's preaching to proclaim the cross of Christ as a sign of God's universal love and as the source of all grace. So because Jesus only took his suffering upon himself voluntarily also, instead of exclusively, for the salvation of all, today's Church still does not declare it nonsense to want to hold this suffering against anyone at all, as if it did not really believe in the theological meaning of the Passion itself. The original Christian interpretation of the Messianic is not a re-establishment of human sacrifice, but an overcoming of archaic barbaric sacrificial rituals. At the time of its emergence, Christianity in relation to Pharisaic or Rabbinic or Talmudic Judaism, which developed in parallel and was not canonized in writing in the Talmud until much later, was not a regression in terms of historical logic, but like the latter a self-civilizing reform movement. The New Testament, unlike Nietzsche, for example, is no more a forgery of the Tanakh than the Talmud, but an equally legitimate reinterpretation, albeit with a serious weakness that only later became apparent: the absence of the second appearance of Jesus, which was downplayed as a delay in the parousia. With this, the doubt about the emphatic theology of early Christianity, which was nourished by reality, inscribed itself into Catholic dogmatics and ritual practice quite early on. According to St. Paul, there can be no such thing as a sinning Christian. Those who are baptized into Jesus are considered cleansed of all sins and, in anticipation of Jesus' imminent return, do not commit any more, otherwise they are excluded from the community of Christ. In view of the success of the Gentile mission, the institutionalization of the orderly new church, the obvious transgressions of the Christians, not all of whom could or wanted to be excluded, and the ever-extending delay of the parousia, not only did the apocalypticism of the state of emergency have to be scaled back in general, but the eschatological significance of the first appearance of the Messiah also had to be relativized. As is well known, Emperor Constantine's solution of being baptized immediately before death, conscious of the sins committed after his conversion, in order to preserve the chance of resurrection after being cleansed of all sins, did not prevail. Rather, Augustine introduces the concept of original sin, as the entanglement of all people in Adam's guilt. And just as Jesus' death no longer frees people from all sins, or even from the ability to sin at all, as it did for Paul, but only from Adam's sin, baptism at the beginning of life only cleanses people from original sin, while church punishments, penitential practices such as fasting and self-flagellation, are initially responsible for the sins committed by Christians after baptism, until, over the following centuries, an increasingly complex legal system of confession and indulgences developed, the basic idea of which was that Jesus' earthly ministry had provided the Church with an immeasurable treasure of grace from which it could grant forgiveness and purity to the repentant sinner. Freud did not derive anti-Judaism from Christian theology. Rather, he wanted it to be understood as an irrational pagan protest against Christianization, and therefore civilization, shifted to Judaism. In his study The Man Moses and the Monotheistic Religion, he writes that one should not forget that all these peoples who today excel in hatred of the Jews only became Christians in late historical times, often driven to do so by bloody coercion. One could say that they have all been badly baptized. Under a thin veneer of Christianity they have remained what their ancestors were, who paid homage to a barbaric polytheism. They have not overcome their resentment against the new religion imposed on them, but they have shifted it to the source from which Christianity came to them. The fact that the Gospels tell a story that is among Jews and actually only about Jews made such a shift easier for them. Their hatred of Jews is basically hatred of Christians, 539. However, even under a thicker veneer and better baptized, the religion imposed on the Gentiles essentially presented itself as an unbelieved faith, in the sense that both the dignity of Jesus' death and the near expectation of his return soon after Paul's death had to be decisively relativized, and thus a truly exuberant messianicity within Christianity was touched from the highly official side. The Jews, who had always denied Jesus' messianicity and were therefore able to hold on to or develop an emphatic concept of messianic redemption, not only provoked Christian envy, but their own doubts could also be projected onto them. While the frenzy to persecute the Jews as murderers of God objectively executes and proves one's own unbelief, it subjectively rationalizes itself as the eradication of inner doubt in its externalized representative. In anti-Judaism, the Gentile wants to be a true, faithful, undaunted Christian and yet is merely anti-Christian. The critic of Christian anti-Judaism, however, who at the same time clings to the murder of God as the supposed basic motif of early Christian theology, has nothing fundamental to counter this. Indeed, nolens volens lends pseudo-historical legitimization to the anti-Jewish effect. Paul's theology is not only to be understood in the context of Judaism, it represents the first coherent formulation of the Jewish idea of the Messianic that has been handed down historically. According to this, Jesus' death and suffering on the cross as a final sacrifice freed people from sin, and thus both from the compulsion to repeat sacrifices for sin and atonement as well as from the law, which as an aid in the fight against sin becomes obsolete along with it. For Paul, this marks the beginning of a process of redemption that is to be completed with the imminent second coming of the Messiah, parousia, as anticipated by Jesus' resurrection, the eternal life of righteous people reconciled with one another, with their inner and outer nature and with God. The interpretation of Jesus' crucifixion as a murder of God committed by Jews, the original motif of Christian anti-Judaism, is therefore by no means, as most antisemitism research assumes, an inevitable outgrowth of theology, but actually turns it into its opposite. In other words, the accusation of the murder of God, as a subsequent rationalization or theologization of the anti-Jewish resentment that arose from the real confrontation between Christianity and Judaism, expresses, to paraphrase one of Freud's ideas, a pagan misunderstanding of Christianity. However, Jewish messianism in Christianity must not only be worked out and defended against its transformation into anti-Judaism in the sense of an adequate critique of antisemitism. Rather, the self-understanding of critical theory is also at stake at this point, and this is what the following will be about. For if what Gerhard Scheidt, for example, emphasizes is correct, without the impulse of Jewish messianism, there is no critique, and every attempt to transform critical theory into an uncritical one is intuitively aimed first and foremost at eliminating it, then a critique of Christianity that attacks it where it is most Jewish, namely messianic, necessarily strikes back at Judaism as well as at critical theory itself. And it is precisely this that should be criticized as the, admittedly unintended, consequence of an anti-Christian idiosyncrasy that has been cultivated for some years in the name of materialism and is sometimes affirmatively circulated in the context of critical theory. In staring at Islamism, Christianity threatens to lose its critical gaze. The now-defunct Viennese magazine Context XXI once warned its readership, only to blindly direct this critical gaze towards messianism of all things. Accordingly, Scheidt, co-editor of the magazine at the time, decreed, "The disaster of Christianity lies in the meaning of sacrifice." Or, Christianity has contributed to the political form of antisemitism, to the unleashed mania for extermination in National Socialism. Its agent of mediation was also useful for its abolition, because it was under the spell of self-sacrifice. If Christians were finally aware of this, there would be no more Christianity. End of quote. With the contrast between the agent for and the abolition of mediation, Scheidt alludes to a motif that, alongside the accusation of the murder of God, has been a prominent part of the arsenal of anti-Judaism from the beginning and points to the center of Christian self-understanding, to a certain extent to the identity-forming demarcation from the original religion. According to this, Judaism, as a religion of law, was formalistic and unloving in its relationship with fellow human beings. Jewish religiosity was petty literalism, cold adherence to rules, and lenient persecution and punishment of transgressions of the law. The fact that Jewish piety can be exhausted in this way in external, ritual practical obedience, i.e. without necessarily presupposing a corresponding inner conviction, puts the Jews under suspicion of hypocrisy, which is why the term Pharisees, which originally referred to the early Holocaust, who are presented by the Gospels as Jesus' theological opponents and who historically actually founded rabbinical Judaism, which is the decisive point of reference for all Jewish movements that are still relevant today, means hypocrite in many languages. In contrast to the nomism, nomos equals law, of Judaism, Christianity sees itself as an antinomian religion of inner faith, grace, love, and hope. It is not good works righteousness, that lead the believer to salvation, but only purity of heart, righteousness of faith. While the accusation of the murder of God could still be deciphered as an expression of unbelieved faith because it negates the essence of Christian theology, the messianism of the death, resurrection, and parousia of Jesus, the antinomianism of Christianity, including the corresponding anti-Jewish implications, appears to be actually believed faith, as the Pauline messianism of Jesus' self-sacrifice amounts to the end of the law, Romans 10 verse 4. And insofar as the anti-Judaic stereotypes of the murder of God and cold legalism somehow relate to the death of Jesus, albeit in a complementary way, it makes sense to take a critical look at the meaning of self-sacrifice. Just as, in view of the historical impact of this Christian self-image and the anti-Judaism that fed off it, there is of course nothing to be said against taking seriously the theme of nomism and antinomianism conveyed by this self-sacrifice, politically perhaps explicable as that of sovereignty and the state of exception. For critical theologians, at any rate, this results in a distancing from the traditional Christian self-image, i.e. the destruction of the anti-legalistic anti-Judaic conceptual arrangement. Thus the traditionally clearly positive and negative connotations of grace and law, for example in the awareness of the proximity of the absolutized formula of grace before law to despotism and despotism, are relativized just as much as their antagonistic position and respective identification with Christianity and Judaism. On the side of Christianity, the antinomian idealistic self-image is embarrassed by the reality of canon law, as if this were in the slightest way inferior to the 613 mitzvot of the Torah in its earthly and sacramental claim to validity, its abundance, and obsession with detail, as if Christianity in its real practice had ever really been the opposite of a religion of law. In the awkward words of Christian self-enlightenment, in my opinion, it is a sign of a strange division when, for example, a theologian of a Protestant church authority proclaims liberation from the law from the pulpit and increases the church law from his desk. If the latter is not necessary, why is it enacted? Or do grace and order belong indissolubly together? Herbert Schmid, Law and Grace in the Old Testament and in Jewish Thought. In Judaism, too, law and grace, together with their respective word fields and despite all philological vagueness, cf. Ruby, traditionally do not form a simple contradiction, insofar as, for example, the Torah, teaching, prophecy, instruction, or, if you like, the law itself is, on the one hand, the gift of grace from a God whose mercy always leaves the transgressor the opportunity to repent and turn back, cf. Schmid, and on the other hand a radical antinomianism, which ultimately aims at liberation from the yoke of clay, has always been an essential part of at least the utopian, rather than restorative, current of Jewish messianism, cf. Scholem. However, critics such as Skite and Piem seem to be less interested in what has been common practice among critical theologians for decades. In any case, they consider themselves called upon to offer a much more radical critique of Christianity. This radicalism consists of unquestioningly adopting the anti-Judaic antagonism of the concepts of faith and law as well as their contrary connotations and attribution to Christianity and Judaism, in order to then merely pursue a supposedly pro-Jewish reevaluation of values. One thus takes sides with the law or the Leviathan and thereby believes that one is parrying a Christian hostility to mediation, which in turn should inevitably follow from a regressive reintroduction of sacrifice, Skite, Pelsarn. The whole thing pretends to be psychoanalytically oriented, Piem, but in reality produces a jargon that mocks any honest exegesis and materialistic analysis of the real history of Judaism and Christianity, and ultimately also erases an essential impulse of critical theory with the messianic moment of the Christian meaning of sacrifice. Above all, Sigmund Freud's thesis that Christianity is a cultural regression because it falls behind the cultural historical developmental stage of spiritualization climbed by Judaism enjoys particular popularity among psychoanalytically oriented critics of Christianity and its antisemitism. Nevertheless, what has now almost attained the status of an unquestionable doctrine is an original but nonetheless marginal and half-baked idea or speculation in Freud's work, which his study on the man Moses threw off rather incidentally. In any case, Freud understands spiritualization here as nothing other than the suppression of the sensual in favor of the abstract. Judaism had accomplished such a movement by means of three moments, through the transition from matriarchy to patriarchy, through the introduction of monotheism and the installation of the prohibition of images. This, then, meant a setting aside of sensual perception against an abstract idea, a triumph of spirituality over sensuality, strictly speaking a renunciation of instinct with its psychologically necessary consequences. 2 pages later, and this is all too often omitted, Freud relativizes the Jewish progress again with his typical smugness. The harmony in the development of mental and physical activity, as achieved by the Greek people, was denied to the Jews. In the conflict they at least made the decision for the higher value. The judgment on the Christian regression is similarly qualified. In some respects, the new religion meant a cultural regression against the older, Jewish religion. The Christian religion did not reach the heights of spiritualization to which Judaism had risen. It was no longer strictly monotheistic, adopted numerous rites from the surrounding peoples, re-established the great mother goddess and found room to accommodate many of the gods of polytheism in transparent disguise, albeit in subordinate positions. Above all, it did not close itself off to the intrusion of superstitious, magical, and mystical elements, which were to be a serious obstacle to the spiritual development of the next 2 millennia. Now, in terms of internal and logical consistency, Freud would actually have to prove that Christianity had reintroduced matriarchy, that the Trinity of God and the two-nature attribute of Jesus softened monotheism, and that the Marian cults, for example, withdrew the commandment not to make an image of God in a relevant way, or even that Christianity at least tended to push back the superior spiritual in favor of the inferior carnal. But that is not Freud's point. Instead, he opens up a whole new can of worms, without closing it again, of course. After all, superstitious, magical and mystical elements may have hindered the spiritual development of the next 2 millennia, but since Judaism did not categorically close itself off to these elements, this can hardly be a criterion of Christian regression against Judaism. However, Freud's negligence in proving Christian regression is not really surprising, as his idea ultimately boils down to progress. Paul, a Roman Jew from Tarsus, took up this consciousness of guilt and correctly traced it back to its prehistoric source. He called this original sin. It was a crime against God that could only be atoned for by death. With original sin, death had come into the world. In reality, this mortal crime was the murder of the later deified forefather. However, the murder was not remembered, but instead its atonement was fantasized, and therefore this fantasy could be welcomed as a message of redemption, gospel. A son of God had allowed himself to be killed as an innocent man, thereby taking the guilt of all upon himself. It had to be a son, because it had been a murder of the father. End of quote. Freud is rather hasty in attributing the essence of all sacrifice to the original murder and overlooks the meaning of the traditional, also Jewish, guilt sacrifice, according to Nietzsche, sacrifice of the innocent for the sins of the guilty. Freud has to ignore this dimension of meaning because this is the only way he can construct logical difficulties in understanding Jesus' self-sacrifice, the solution to which he then presents as the reality of the prehistoric patricide. The fact that the Redeemer had sacrificed himself guiltlessly was an obviously tendentious distortion that caused difficulties in logical understanding. Because how could someone who was innocent of the act of murder take the guilt of the murderers upon himself by allowing himself to be killed? In historical reality, there was no such contradiction. The Redeemer could be none other than the main culprit, the leader of the band of brothers who had overpowered the Father. If there was no such leader, then Christ is the heir of an unfulfilled fantasy. If so, then he is his successor and his reincarnation. End quote. In this sense, the Christian ceremony of Holy Communion, in which the believer assimilates the blood and flesh of the Savior, repeats the content of the old totem meal. However, this is only in its tender, reverential sense, not in its aggressive sense. Judaism had been a father religion, Christianity became a son religion. The old God the Father stepped back behind Jesus, Christ the Son took his place, just as every son had longed for in those primeval times. One may object exegetically that Paul is not the inventor of original sin, that the communion celebrates the self-sacrifice of the Son as restitution of the rule of the Father, which is why no religion of the Son can have taken the place of a religion of the Father. Something else is remarkable. The well-known psychoanalytic uncovering of the connection between communion and other magical practices with certain contents of Christian anti-Judaism, such as the accusation of the Jews of murdering God and rituals and desecrating the host. The anti-Semite accuses the Jew of doing in reality what he himself symbolically carries out, simmel. Cannot be achieved here by Freud in the context of his primal horde patricide construction because, on the contrary, he is aiming precisely at the relative historical truth of the accusation of the murder of God, and thus at the progress of Christianity. Unabridged, this accusation would read, "They do not want to admit that they murdered God, whereas we admit it and are cleansed of this guilt." It is then easy to see how much truth there is behind this accusation. Why it was impossible for the Jews to go along with the progress that the confession of the murder of God contained, despite all its distortion, would be the subject of a special investigation. They have certainly brought a tragic guilt upon themselves. They have been made to pay heavily for it. 581. That said, what is to be made of Freud's mythological assumption of a primal horde patricide, developed above all in totem and taboo? The concepts of spiritualization, regression, father religion and son religion, which he uses as a decisive interpretative foil for Jews and, to a lesser extent, for Christianity, obviously cannot be the last word in understanding the difference between Judaism and Christianity or in criticizing anti-Judaism. The same applies to some popularized formulations by Ernst Simmel, according to Detlev Clausen, a first-generation Freudian whose brilliant psychoanalytical exploitation of the anti-Semitic complex consequentially continues Freud's myth-decoding process from the man Moses. Simmel's 1946 essay Antisemitismus und Massenpsychopathologie, Antisemitism and Mass Psychopathology, contained in the volume Antisemitismus, which he edited and which also brings together contributions by Adorno, Horkheimer, Fenichel, and others, and which Clausen read in 1993 and was so enthusiastic about that he had doubts about scientific progress, states. The specific contribution of the Jewish religion to the civilization of man has apparently set a particular collective trauma. With the abolition of animal sacrifice, the Jewish religion gave up the last remnants of the totem celebrations of the primitives and thus deprived the Jews, and ultimately humanity, of the opportunity to discharge their pent-up destructive forces. The Jews allowed themselves a transitional period, their sacrifices and the institution of the scapegoat. In the end, however, they did not demand submission to a personal God, but to God's law. The Jews, as Freud says, gave the impetus to the spiritualization of religion when they declared God invisible. By becoming invisible, God was transformed from a material parental imago into a spiritual collective superego. This was the important Jewish contribution to civilization and at the same time the crime of the Jews, because the sacrifice demanded of them exceeded human possibilities. Christianity symbolically reintroduces the totem festivals of primeval times. Quote, end. In Andreas Piem's Reception, 2004, Simmel's sketchy and cautious theoretical advances now become certainties. Above all, the only hinted-at connection between the abolition of animal sacrifice and submission to God's law in Judaism is sharpened into a replacement of the first by the second and contrasted with a Christian reintroduction of sacrifice. The Jewish religion successively restricted the sacrifice, finally rejecting it altogether. The law took the place of sacrifice, which transforms passive suffering into active pleasure and thus serves to neutralize narcissistic rage. This immense renunciation of instinct seems to have overwhelmed people. From this height of cultural development, they fell down again as Christians by re-establishing the child-sacrificing Father God and, symbolically, reintroducing sacrifice in communion. As round as such anti-Christian invective reads, it has little to do with historical chronology, let alone Jewish self-understanding. In any case, there are some objections to the idea of a gradual abolition of animal sacrifice and its replacement by the law in Judaism. For the alienation from sacrifice is by no means as clear-cut as implied, neither theologically nor in terms of real history. For example, the so-called near sacrifice of Isaac, Abraham's test by God, which is commonly and accurately interpreted as the abolition of human sacrifice, initially takes place precisely through the introduction of animal sacrifice. Abraham stretched out his hand and took the knife to slaughter his son. Then the angel of the Lord called to him from heaven, "Abraham, Abraham! Do not stretch out your hand against the boy and do him no harm. For now I know that you fear God, you have not withheld your only son from me." When Abraham looked up, he said, a ram's horns were caught in the undergrowth behind him. Abraham went and took the ram and offered it as a burnt offering instead of his son. Gen 22:10-13. It is true that these animal sacrifices were actually abolished by Judaism a few centuries later. However, this happened involuntarily and only after or during the emergence of Christianity, due to the loss of the temple in 70 AD, i.e., as a result of the diaspora. For this reason, the theological idea of an imminent restoration of the temple, which explicitly includes the reintroduction of animal sacrifices, was one of the key contents of restorative, scholam, interpretations of the Messianic, for example in the works of Moses Maimonides, which were by no means marginal to Rabbinic Judaism. The Messiah will one day appear and restore the kingship of David to its former power. He will build the sanctuary and gather the dispersed of Israel. In his days, all legal statutes will be restored to their former validity, sacrifices will be offered and the years of the fallow and jobel will be observed, in accordance with the regulations contained in the Torah. But the one who does not believe in him or does not wait for his appearance denies not only the other prophets, but also the Torah and our teacher Moses. This already indicates that the claim that the Torah, or the law, took the place of sacrificial practices, even to replace them, is historically and exegetically completely absurd, at least in the sense that the Torah in large parts, and especially in its older layers, prescribes and regulates archaic sacrificial ceremonies. For example, the circular agreement between God and Abraham, which immediately precedes the near sacrifice of Isaac and can therefore also be read in the context of overcoming human sacrifice, is based on the introduction of a very special pars pro toto sacrifice, the sacrifice of the foreskin, which is still part of Judaism's practice today. I make my covenant between me and you and your descendants. You must be circumcised by the flesh of your foreskin. This shall be done as a sign of the covenant between me and you. So my covenant, the sign of which you bear in your flesh, shall be an everlasting covenant. Gen 17:7-13. On the one hand, the circumcision ritual undoubtedly shows both a tendency towards introversion and rationalization of sacrifice as well as the cunning in the logic of renunciation that underlies sacrifice as a bribe to the gods. It is not external things, such as firstborns, farm animals, or plants, that are renounced, but a part of oneself, whereby, this is the ruse. No part of the body seems as renounceable as the piece of flesh of the foreskin. At the same time, however, the sacrifice of the foreskin also reveals that the law and sacrifice are not just opposites in Judaism. On the contrary, in this case the law inscribes itself immediately into the body, or more precisely, into the genitals, by means of a community-building sacrifice. This is why circumcision, as a mitigated form of primeval, domination technological, castration, even beheading, as Freud summarizes the ritual, reminds the sons and brothers physically to renounce in the name of the right of the fathers, while the unconscious sexual content of that renunciation indicates that it is not ultimately a matter of renouncing the desire to abolish renunciation. The idea of a gradual replacement of animal sacrifice by the law, which is promoted by Judaism and against which Christianity regresses, can only be based on Judaism, insofar as it is not factually incorrect anyway, i.e. at most on a back projection of post-Christian, rabbinical exile Judaism onto the pre-Christian theocracy of Israel. Gerhard Scheidt, 2006, a staunch supporter of this idea, also knows this. But because a tendentiously interpreted Freud, or Simmel, is supposed to be absolutely right and Christianity simply has to be a regression, argumentative contortions are unavoidable. The loss of the temple and the experience of exile made it necessary to completely renounce sacrifice and ceremonial. The backward projection found in Freud's work nevertheless follows a logic that lies in the object itself, since monotheism can be seen as a prerequisite for overcoming the practice of sacrifice in general and, to use Kant's words, for producing a pure moral religion. In any case, Freud sees both, invisible and singular deity and the abolition of sacrifice and ceremonial, as spiritualization, and on this basis Christianity necessarily appears as a cultural regression. Quote, end. As far as Christianity is concerned, upholding the regression thesis also presupposes a systematic misjudgment of the theological and real historical function of Jesus' self-sacrifice, if not its inversion into the opposite. For the allegedly sinister giving meaning to self-sacrifice is not a reintroduction of sacrifice, skite, or a ban on the cult of sacrifice, but in favor of the one great sacrifice, but the abolition of sacrifice, as it were, the one great sacrifice in favor of the ban on any cult of sacrifice. Therefore, if it were really about the logic that lies in the object itself, then it would have to be acknowledged that in the 1st century it was solely the conscious claim of Jewish, early Christian theology to have finally overcome every sacrificial practice for all time. The later Church and Rabbinic Judaism simply do not differ significantly from one another in the alienation from sacrifice that took place in real history, regardless of the intentions associated with it. Thus, the traditional, archaic, sacrifice in the Lord's Supper and other magical rituals may live on in a sublimated form, i.e., it may not have been completely overcome. However, beyond the antisemitism associated with them, which does not necessarily originate from them and was certainly not present in them from the outset, such sublimation cannot be distinguished in principle from that of circumcision, for example, and the one is certainly not a regression against the other. It is therefore precisely Freud's less mature concepts, such as spiritualization, regression, father religion, son religion, and similes, Jewish abolition of sacrifice and submission to the law, spiritual, collective superego, Christian introduction of sacrifice, which serve the psychoanalytically oriented radical critique of Christianity as unquestioned set pieces that, when added together and enriched with further elements, result in a jargon whose anti-Christian foundation far surpasses Freud and Simmel. According to Andreas Piem, for example, the Jews made a central contribution to cultural development or spiritualization, Freud, by abolishing the sacrifice as an anthropological prerequisite for all cultural regression, and by replacing it with the law, which corresponds to the superego in the individual. As a moral, internalized, sacrifice, the law or superego replaced or sublimated the ritual external sacrifice. As a son religion, Christianity now falls behind the stage of cultural development reached by Judaism as a father religion or law religion. There can be no doubt about the significance of the law, symbolized and brought by the father in the patriarchy, in Judaism, in that Paul breaks with the law, Torah, which he saves through faith. Fittingly, Piem refers to the notorious author duo Grunberger/Desuant, who interpret the Gospels as a veritable psychodrama, in which Christ incessantly attacks the Jew as the representative of the law and the paternal principle. According to Piem again, the displacement of the law of the Oedipal moment by faith and grace corresponds to a simultaneous anti-Semitic rehabilitation of the victim. Communion leads to the symbolic incorporation of Christ, whereby the aggressive devouring tendency is split off and projected onto the Jews as an accusation of divine murder. How, according to Ley, the relapse into victim theology is reversed, as it were, in that an archaic victim mythology is foisted on the Jews as the murderers of God. Finally, Piem states with reference to Robert Heim, by overcoming sacrifice through its introversion, Judaism not only made a central contribution to cultural development, but also imposed a heavy burden on humanity. Christianity had a liberating effect here, as the avenger of a narcissistic insult that victim introversion and the associated renunciation of instinct meant. Thus simplified, nothing remains of Freud's idea that antisemitism could be a self-hatred shifted to the original religion of poorly Christianized pagans, precisely because Christianity participates in self-civilization in its Jewish moments. According to Gerhard Skeit's reading of Freud, the Jewish God also disdains sacrifice and ceremonial and instead demands a life of truth and justice on the basis of the laws and the sacred texts. This outlines the strange anticipation of abstract law that became authoritative for the Jewish tradition. While Piem's Freud-Simmel combination identifies the superego with the law, Skite adds a state-theoretical note to his interpretation. This is because, in contrast to the law, at the center of the elements of Christianity mentioned in the man Moses is the self-sacrifice embodied by Jesus and deified in this personification, which also constitutes the relationship of the individual to the state, which, however, hardly interests Freud. Skite continues, in the identification with the crucified, the subject develops the unconditional willingness to sacrifice that the sovereign demands in a state of emergency, completely of its own accord and without regard for the laws. The revaluation of pure faith over the validity of the law even in the earliest Christianity must be seen in this political context. The special significance of law as a divine ordinance, which is mediated by Moses, is overridden by the divine ordinance of self-sacrifice, which Jesus embodies, in open contradiction to the Torah, where it says, "Henceforth no prophet arose in Israel like Moses, whom Yahweh had made familiar to himself face to face with all the signs and wonders." Here, theology and history are once again completely twisted. After all, even Jewish messianism does not find its strongest support in the written Torah, and the Messiah is not a prophet like Moses anyway. If Skite, in his justified criticism of any individual willingness to sacrifice one's life for abstract and higher purposes, such as state, community, fatherland, idea, also regularly jumps without mediation and association from ritual sacrificial practices to self-sacrifice in political contexts, he at least knows how to differentiate when it comes to Jewish martyrdom. With reference to the Talmud, Sanhedrin 74a, he writes, "The sacrifice of one's own life is only required when the compulsion to transgress important commandments, when idolatry, murder, and forbidden sexual intercourse, i.e. rape, cannot be avoided under certain circumstances. In order to escape persecution, however, it is permitted to pretend to be a non-Jew." The restrictions at this point indicate the negativity of the commandment and presuppose that the compulsion to sacrifice one's life for the sake of religion does not turn into self-sacrifice. Those who feel compelled to sacrifice their lives only want to achieve the goal of acting in accordance with the commandments and laws, they are not seeking immediate redemption. In this respect, the laws mean a real rationalization of sacrifice under the conditions of persecution and coercion, which at the same time preserves the idea of redemption. Redemption without sacrifice is the shibboleth. Quote, end. Now, the willingness to sacrifice in the heyday of Christian martyrdom, i.e. under the persecution of Rome, may indeed have excluded real opportunities for self-denial while at the same time secretly practicing faith and ritual, possibly in principle and inspired by the example of Jesus, but the sovereign who could have demanded such self-sacrifice in a state of emergency was not an earthly state, but at most God. Accordingly, the production of martyrs also came to an end at the moment when the Church was able to elevate itself to the status of an earthly sovereign. It is also true that this Leviathan at times offered its subjects the prospect of redemption through the sacrifice of their own lives in a state of emergency, for example during the Crusades, when the blanket indulgence of sins spared the fallen crusader purgatory. However, this was not something that was demanded of the masses of believers, rather, the aim was to lure as many individuals as possible out of them. Moreover, it was neither permanently reflected in dogma nor generalized in practice. And finally, the willingness to risk one's own life, for whatever, is fundamentally not identical with outright seeking one's own death, for whatever. When Skite, in the political context of unconditional willingness to make sacrifices, sovereignty and a state of emergency, scandalizes the revaluation of pure faith over the validity of the law even in the earliest Christianity, thus obviously taking the side of Leviathan not only here, he always defends the Torah, the law, itself against Jesus, as he otherwise highly values the mediation of the ruling law with the Torah in the halacha of the exiles, then this is perhaps more directed. And rightly so, against sacrifices that a secular counter-sovereign, behemoth, racket, unstate, tends to demand in a state of emergency. The latter, in turn, may be the, intended or unintended, consequence of a politically interested reading and superficial affirmation of pre-church Pauline antinomianism, as practiced by postmodernists, cf. Agamben, Badiou, Zizek. But the leap from a passively expected and longed-for end of this false, because unredeemed world, including earthly sovereignty, in the form of its this-worldly, yet eschatological transformation into the redeemed kingdom of God on earth, the leap from a messianic apocalyptic, world-denying, or counter-worldly state of exception, Paul, to earthly activist programs of political revolt. Possibly in the name of earthly counter-sovereignty, this leap into political theology, which can already be seen in Jacob Taubes when he wants to mobilize Paul's state of exception, with recourse to Benjamin, from below against Carl Schmitt, who fights it from above, it simply cannot be attributed to Paul and his apolitical theology. As correct as the defense of the Leviathan against the behemoth is, it by no means excludes, as Skite otherwise naturally knows, the desirability of a free state of humanity that no longer requires the violence of victims, abstract law, and the state to mediate interhuman relations, and which also provides compensation for any necessary renunciations of instinct. However, denouncing precisely this impulse of critical theory in Paul or Jesus is the consequence of the psychoanalytically oriented radical criticism of Christianity. Not only does the abbreviated, but not entirely false, idea that Christianity replaces the law with the self-sacrifice of Jesus become a defamatory lie if it is interpreted as a reintroduction of archaic sacrifice. It virtually demonizes Christianity to make this movement appear as an anti-civilizational reversal of an already achieved Jewish replacement of the sacrifice by the law, also not wrong, but presented in a shortened, namely back-projected and glorified way. If the Jewish law, the Torah, is furthermore elevated to a superego, piyam, or the appearance of abstract law, skite, then the historical dialectic of Christianity of the messianic abolition of sacrifice and the Jewish and Roman law, also in the sense of state and earthly rule, in Paul and the anti-apocalyptic establishment of law by the church and church laws is completely leveled to a solely instinct-inhibited, archaic, narcissistic, avenging and anti-Semitic revolt precisely against superego and abstract law. However, the disaster of Christianity, whether anti-Judaic antinomianism or accusations of divine murder, does not consist in the dialectical and ritual-practical meaning of the victim itself, but ranges from the resentful and projective dissolution of the dialectic of primitive Christianity and the Church experienced as ambivalence with regard to this meaning to its complete negation. Where the beloved but anachronistic, messianic antinomistic, self-image of pure faith despairs of the hated but civilizing, because rational moderating, self-practice of canon law, the Christian residual identity seeks to preserve itself in hatred of the Jews. And it does so in two ways, within the individual and between the factions of Christianity. Each side of the conflict appears to the other as a complementary Judaization. For the pseudo-Pauline fundamentalists, all forerunners of Protestantism, the Church is considered Sadducee-like, and not without good reason, since the Church as an earthly order-establishing institution that consecrates kings or emperors actually resembles the Sadducee priestly caste that anointed its political leaders in ancient Israel. The moderation or reinterpretation of the messianic apocalyptic origin of Christianity that became practical in church law thus appears as a betrayal of Jesus' death. Conversely, the Church saw the Back to the Roots movements, also not entirely wrongly, as a rapprochement with an outdated Jewish Christianity, whereby this rapprochement did not place the outdated and the delusion of immediacy, the hostility to mediation, of the respective fundamentalisms at the center of its propaganda, but rather those Jewish moments. So that Luther's preoccupation with Hebrew alone was so offensive to it. Where this inner conflict is not resolved, but suppressed, patched up or postponed, the hatred of the Judaization of the parts of one's own self is hatred of the external, real Jews, with the anti-Judaic accusation of nomism, enthusiastic rebels, and the initially targeted church pass the buck to the law-abiding Jews for the betrayal of redemption allegedly decided in Catholic law. In the anti-Judaic motif of the murder of God, through which the hostile factions of Christianity and the individual Christian's own parts are falsely reconciled, practitioners and opponents of legal mediation share equally in the actual betrayal of the messianic meaning of Jesus' death. It is therefore not simply due to the spell of self-sacrifice that the Christian agent of mediation also served to abolish it, as Skite claims. The ambivalence that creates the disastrous connection between Jewish messianism and anti-Judaism in Christianity can only be understood by the critical theorist and overcome by the Christian through insight into the historical and practical dialectic of early Christianity and the Church. In contrast, the philo-Semitic re-evaluation of Christian self-images, the almost unbroken partisanship for Leviathan and the renunciation of instinct, pokes around helplessly in the theological and historical material, whether psychoanalytically oriented or not, and yields little more than the moral self-assurance of the critic, the opposite of criticism. If you want to get to grips with Hugo Ball, you have to try to understand the province. Born in Pirmasens in 1886 as the son of a shoe manufacturer, he never led the bourgeois existence that would have been possible for him according to his origins. His living conditions were no less to blame for this than his refusal to follow the path laid out for him by his family and milieu. He graduated from grammar school without taking his A-levels and began an apprenticeship with a leather merchant, which he soon abandoned due to his unstable health and lack of interest. He caught up on his A-levels and began studying German and philosophy, which he did not finish. Ball moved to Berlin, trained as an assistant director under Max Reinhardt and worked as a dramaturge at the Munich Kammerspiel until 1914. Attempts to collaborate with the expressionists of the magazine Die Action, published by Franz Pfemfert, came to nothing, as did a planned collaboration with Vasily Kandinsky. The fact that Ball emigrated to Switzerland with his partner Emmy Hennings in May 1915, where they both founded the Cabaret Voltaire in Zurich with Hans Arp and Tristan Zara, which became the focal point of Dadaism, was as much a consequence of these circumstances as the pacifism that Ball cited as the reason for his emigration. However, as much as the Zurich Dadaist circle differed from parts of Expressionism due to its opposition to war, to describe it as a group of political emigrants would miss the special nature of its extraterritoriality. For Ball, at any rate, his turn to Dadaism, which he soon distanced himself from in the course of rediscovering his Catholic roots, was more a lament for the loss of biographical and idealistic order than an expression of anarchic joy in its destruction. His life partnership with Hennings, which fluctuated between bourgeois and wild marriage, and his proximity to anarchist thinkers such as Mikhail Bakunin as well as authoritarian state thinkers such as Carl Schmitt, testify to a longing for freedom that aimed for the absolute and was sometimes almost indistinguishable from a longing for total subjugation. The fact that the desire for clarity and vividness was one of the hidden driving forces behind Ball's contempt for bourgeois society can be seen more clearly in the few prose works published by Eckhard Fall on behalf of the Hugo Ball Society than in his sound poems, which today seem old-fashioned. If poetry is, in terms of genre theory, the form of expression of solitary subjectivity, prose is regarded as the aesthetically objectified general, as an expression of the overpowering reality that oppresses the individual who wants to shape it. Measured against this, Ball's most important prose texts, the artist and bohemian novel Flammety oder vom Dandyismus der Armen and the story Tenderende der Fantast, seem strangely conventional. Flammety, written after the closure of the Cabaret Voltaire in the summer of 1916 and published in 1918, is a satirically distanced, sympathetic look back at Zurich's bohemian circles. Tenderende, written between 1914 and 1920 and first published in print in 1967 by Zurich-based Archie Verlag, is a biographical mixture of memoir prose, science fiction, and essay that corresponds thematically with Ball's pamphlet Zur Kritik der Deutschen Intelligenz, which was first published in 1919 and then republished in 1924. Anyone expecting bold textual montages from Ball's prose that would anticipate Alfred Doblin's 1929 novel Berlin Alexanderplatz will be disappointed. Not even Walter Cerner's Letztlockerung, which was both a Dada manifesto and a critique of Dadaism and was also published in 1920, left any substantial traces in Ball's work. In contrast, Ball's relationship to the prose of early 20th century Berlin modernism is close, especially to the fantasizing artist novels of Else Lasker-Schuler and Paul Scheerbart. Lasker-Schuler's self-fictionalization as Tino of Baghdad and Prince of Thebes, which she, dressed in oriental costumes, also pursued in the real world and which was reflected in Mainherz, her love novel with pictures and real living people published in 1912, is reminiscent of the setting of Flammety, in which sword swallowers, orientalized hucksters, and the last Indians of the Delaware tribe meet. Like Lasker-Schuler, Ball creates a fictionalized collage of real biographical figures, including himself as a Dada fantasist, which on the one hand constantly lays down biographical and historical traces, but on the other prevents them from being deciphered thanks to the colportage-like decor. The enthusiasm for fairs, world exhibitions, variety shows, the circus, Flammety's name is that of a magician, and Karl May, which Ball shared with Lasker-Schuler, the fascination for degraded folk art in the form of Tyrolean yodels, which accompany Flammety like a carnival choir. All these parodistic elements remain integrated into a social realist scenario. Flammety regularly has to keep accounts of fees, royalties, and gifts. The deception and daydream that he tries to turn into a profession are shattered by the sobering, meager reality. This is where Flammety differs from Scheerbart's orientalizing colportage parodies such as Tarab, Baghdad's famous cook, the Arabian culture novel published in 1897, which Flammety is reminiscent of. Tenderende takes a greater distance from realistic storytelling, which is why the book, which was only published posthumously, was probably more important to Ball than the relatively successful Flammety novel. Tenderende is not divided into chapters, but into scenes in the style of an imaginary children's theater. A section entitled Sadanopolis describes a mythical event that takes place in the lowest hell of ink. Tenderende tells the story to an audience of ghosts and recluses. The fragmented scenes are set in pubs, on impromptu stages and in front of momentarily illuminated street scenes that allude to the social background of the bohemian artists rather than unfolding it. Some episodes consist only of improvised poems and snapshots, as in expressionist station drama. This is where one is most reminded of Ball's performances of his own sound poems, in which he acted as the bishop with the magic hat as if he had stepped out of a children's book. The fact that Ball, unlike Doblin, Joyce, or even Alfred Jarry, whose King Ubu comes to mind again and again when reading Tenderende, never breaks with the conventions of storytelling, but rather dissolves them into rhapsodic sequences of scenes, expresses a problem that is also articulated in the sound poems. Ball's longing for the destruction of form, for the liberation of childlike fantasy from the clutches of prose and for the liberation of sound from the constraints of grammar always also expressed a desire for the restitution of lost security, for unquestioned order and pre-stabilized harmony. Dadaist stammering was never intended to merely destroy grammar, but at the same time to follow its own, deeper, truer grammar. This is why Ball loved Carl Schmitt alongside Bakunin and understood Catholicism as a theological realization, not as the antithesis of Dadaism. For him, ritual and litany combine theology and anarchy, Christianity and heresy. The poetry that emerged from this undeniably makes a rather tough impression today and is only interesting if it is received historically. All the more instructive are the meticulous historical contextualizations that Eckhard Fall undertakes in his extensive commentaries and which make some parts of Ball's prose readable in the first place. Hugo Ball was one of the most obscure of the contradictory figures involved in the German avant-garde movements of the early 20th century. A fanatical war volunteer in his early expressionist years, he emigrated to Zurich in 1915 after being declared unfit for military service and turned into a pacifist agitator. The Cabaret Voltaire, which he founded there with his partner Emmy Hennings, not only became the birthplace of Dadaism during its short existence, but also an important meeting place for European emigrants and deserters. As an anarchist and translator of Bakunin, Ball became an admirer of Carl Schmitt in the later years of his life. As a relentless smasher of language, he became friends with the punk writer Hermann Hesse, about whose life and work he even wrote a monograph. And as if to take his oeuvre ad absurdum in a final Dadaist prank, he converted to Catholicism in the early 1920s and declared his early sound poems to be serious mystical retreats. No wonder that current Ball research is also largely dominated by spinting nerds, whose publication and communication habits are pleasantly different from the usual academic discourse. It is largely thanks to Eckhard Fall, one of the friendliest and cleverest among them, that the first 7 volumes of the Hugo Ball work edition are now available from Wallstein. As its side piece, the volume Zinnebersack, Zeder und Mordio brings together Ball's complete Dada texts for the first time, including most of the poems that were only published posthumously. Reading them can help answer the question of what may have drawn the nonsense poet to Catholicism and the anarchist to the German nationalist state theorist. This not only reveals connections between Dadaism, which is supposedly so hostile to metaphysics and mystical traditions, but also certain reactionary aspects of Dadaism itself, which are often overlooked by its followers. From the very beginning, Christian motifs played an important role in Ball's Dadaist texts, and they were by no means simply treated in a blasphemous manner. This becomes particularly clear in his Britistic Krippenspiel, which reenacts Christ's birth as a scenic sound poem and ends with the anticipation of the crucifixion. Apart from the stage directions, there are hardly any traces of discursive language. As in the script for a kindergarten play, the wind makes FFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFFF The angel announces himself with a propeller noise, and the pooping of the camels is represented by clapping the hands with a very hollow surface. Suddenly, however, hammer blows, rattling, clattering, and the jeering of the crowd announce the crucifixion like a pogrom, and the piece ends with the lines, "And there he was crucified / there flowed much warm blood," which interpret the process as a regression to the order of the community-building human sacrifice. The plot's shift from coarse burlesque to sudden seriousness and the change in style from infantilism to the rhetoric of preaching is characteristic of Ball's conception of sound poetry. Ball never understood Dadaism solely as an attempt to respond to the social disfigurements of the present with a disfigured language or to parodistically exaggerate the phrasiness of journalism and politics. More important to him than such satirical motifs was his preoccupation with children's language, linguistic research into which had just begun at the time, as well as his recourse to early Christian glossolalia, speaking in tongues, in which incomprehensible sequences of sounds are produced in a state of mystical ecstasy, which were seen as an absurd expression of the Word of God. In fact, Ball's sound poems such as the famous Caravan, which was originally called Train of Elephants, or Gaji Beri Bimba are less reminiscent of onomatopoeic imitations of real objects or actions than of children's rudimentary attempts at speech formation or ecstatic sound rituals. The cultic context is also present not only in the titles of many texts, Nativity Play, Lamentation for the Dead, but also in their ritual form, which, in contrast to expressionist poetry, has no immediate expression. The fact that nonsense is not simply the antagonist of meaning and that belief in nonsense is entirely compatible with belief in the truth of God's word is one of the insights of the anarchist critique of language known as godless mysticism, which was developed at the beginning of the 20th century by the philosopher of language Fritz Mothner and his friend Gustav Landauer and received by Ball. It draws on both Kabbalistic and early Christian motifs and responds to the poor immanence of social reality by declaring the fragmentation of language, the dismantling of pragmatic communication, to be the prerequisite for all knowledge and blasphemy to be the only possible way to save the truth content of theology from being corrupted by the churches. Ball seems to allude to this paradoxical character of blasphemy when he describes in his notes the escape from time how he recited his sound poems in the cabaret Voltaire disguised in a cylinder-like, shaman's hat. I began to sing my vocal lines recitative-like in church style. For a moment it seemed to me as if a pale, disturbed boy's face appeared in my cubist mask, that half-frightened, half-curious face of a 10-year-old boy who hangs trembling and greedy at the mouths of the priests in the requiem masses and high masses of his home parish. Then, the electric light went out, and I was carried down from the podium, covered in sweat, as a magical bishop into contemplation. Here it becomes clear that Ball understood Dadaism neither as a regression to infantilism and shamanic sorcery nor as époutre le bourgeois. Rather, he understood it as an attempt to assert the unfulfilled longing of childhood as well as the unfulfilled promise of faith in the mode of absurd inversion against their false apologists, who betray what they preach. However, it is also clear that anarchism, which is often unthinkingly praised in the Dadaists, already carries within itself a deep need for order, seriousness, and pathos, which can become fatal as soon as it turns into political practice. Contrary to common preconceptions, Carl Schmitt was also not simply a fanatical thinker of order, but above all a theorist of the collapse of order, partisanship, and the state of emergency, and therefore an authoritarian anarchist. The fact that Ball never completely changed sides, but that both tendencies exist side by side in his work without reconciliation, testifies to an integrity that many of his colleagues and successors lack. The fact that postmodernism in the Federal Republic of Germany was able to transform itself from an academic sect into the social mainstream is due not least to the son of a rabbinical family of scholars, who acquired a taste for dangerous thinking in exile in Switzerland. In 1936, the then 13-year-old Jacob Taubes moved with his family from Vienna to Zurich, where his father had been appointed chief rabbi of the Israelite cultist community, ICZ. The ICZ, which had been founded in 1882 after the abolition of legal discrimination against Swiss Jews and represented the largest Jewish community in the country, owned a synagogue in Zurich as well as several cemeteries and a library. For Jacob Taubes' father Zvi, the move to Switzerland made it possible to combine his departure from Vienna, which had become dangerous in view of the growing influence of the National Socialist movement, with a career advancement. The precarious conditions under which Jewish academics often had to live and work for years after emigrating could thus at least be alleviated. Jacob Taubes, who completed his training as a rabbi in 1943 and studied philosophy and history in Zurich and Basel, benefited from this. Although his educational background would have predestined him to follow in his father's footsteps as a rabbi, his philosophical and historical background gave him a different, contemporary view of Judaism and Christian theology. Taubes was introduced to Catholicism by the Jesuit-influenced Lucerne theologian Hans Urs von Balthasar, and to Protestant theology by the Reformed theologian Karl Barth, who supported the confessing church during the Third Reich and helped persecuted Jews from Switzerland. Even at this time, Taubes' intellectual interests were divided between the desire to continue and reactualize religious traditions and a keen awareness of their irredeemability in the face of a present that seemed to disavow any immediate appeal to theological truth. Taubes' dissertation Abendländische Eschatologie, Western Eschatology, submitted in Zurich in 1947, was an attempt to express this dichotomy and to resolve it in the name of a renewal of political theology in the face of a crisis-ridden present. With a polemical point against Karl Loetha's attempt to identify a historical consciousness in Jewish and Christian theology itself, which had led to the self-historicization of theology and philosophy in the course of Western history, Taubes sought in his work to revitalize elements of Christian and Jewish apocalypticism, in particular Messianism and Gnosticism, in a decisivism that was supposed to be a response to the experience of failed secularization. Central to this was the apocalyptic idea of the end times and its philosophical-political consequences, the compulsion to make a decision under the pressure of the crisis. Taubes formulated an exemplary, and characteristically coercive, rhetoric in his writing, "Time means deadline. Anyone who thinks he can think in a Christian way and thinks he can think without a time limit is imbecile." The historical-philosophical category of decision, which was played off against a liberalism and democratism that was perceived as stale, the tendency to react to the erosion of the concepts of progress and revolution with a fusion of politics and theology, the tendency to understand theological and metaphysical figures of thought in immediate social terms. All this linked Taubes with a friend with whom he was in contact at the time of the creation of Abendländische Eschatologie, the Swiss Armin Moeller, who was 3 years his senior. At the end of the 1930s, Moeller had seen himself as a Salon communist, but after being drafted into the Swiss army in 1942, driven by contempt for his hometown of Basel, which he perceived as petty bourgeois, he deserted to cross the German border and join the Waffen-SS. Möller's intellectual role models at the time were Oswald Spengler and Ernst Jünger, whose private secretary he became in 1949, the same year in which he completed his doctorate under Hermann Schmallenbach and Karl Jaspers in Basel with a thesis on the conservative revolution, which is still regarded as a standard work on the subject today. The attitude of seeing political extremism of all stripes as an expression of protest against a dull petty bourgeoisie and against the leveling tendencies of mass society linked Taubes not only with Möller, but also with Carl Schmitt, whose political theology Taubes placed alongside Walter Benjamin's political messianism long before Giorgio Agamben jumped on the bandwagon. Even if the rumor of Benjamin's intellectual fascination with Schmitt, which is repeated to this day in the milieu of postmodern fundamentalism a la Agamben or Badiou, has been refuted, most cogently by the Benjamin editor Rolf Tiedemann, its durability is due to a historical truth that is often suppressed by postmodern critical Benjamin apologists. Benjamin's political messianism and Schmitt's political theology had a similar origin, at least in terms of the history of ideas. The heroic decisionism that the Taubes student Norbert Bols affirmatively and apologetically characterized as philosophical extremism between the world wars in his 1989 habilitation thesis Aussage aus der Entzauberten Welt. That an epoch of economic and political crises cannot be responded to appropriately with reforms, but only by driving the crises to the point where each individual is faced with the decision between revolution or decline. This thinking on the razor's edge of action and of either slash or formed the background against which Schmitt's decisionism and Benjamin's revolutionary messianism developed in their antagonism. Since the First World War, neutral Switzerland had functioned as a political and cultural conservatory in which traditions emigrated from Germany and elsewhere could hibernate and survive their own denial of real history undisturbed. From 1914, the country had become a place of exile for opponents of the war and deserters from various countries, a Europe of dissidents in miniature, so to speak. Dadaism, a collective movement of pacifist European avant-garde artists, found its institution here in the Cabaret Voltaire founded by Hugo Ball and Emmy Hennings in Zurich, and it was here that writers and visual artists from the expressionist milieu met Russian communists around Lenin, who formulated his criticism of the Second International and the primacy of the defense of the fatherland. In exile in Switzerland from 1914. However, authors of the inner emigration and the conservative bourgeoisie such as Hermann Hesse and Thomas Mann, who lived in exile in Switzerland between 1933 and 1938 and returned to the country from the USA in 1952, also lived here. As a result, Switzerland became a place of strange intellectual hybridizations in the period between the world wars, one of the most remarkable of which was the development of Hugo Ball, an opponent of the war, into a fundamentalist Catholic Schmittian. Taubes' intellectual physiognomy, in particular his talent for combining opposing currents of thought, would hardly have been possible without his early Swiss experience. His move to New York, where he taught at the Seminary of Jewish Theology between 1949 and 1951 and met Schmitt's student Leo Strauss as well as Hannah Arendt, who became formative for Taubes' attempts to play off Benjamin's messianism against critical theory, strengthened this talent. Between 1951 and 1953, Taubes was a guest at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem at the invitation of Gershom Scholem, returned to the USA and finally became a full professor of Jewish studies and hermeneutics at the Free University of Berlin in 1966. This change, which took place at the same time as the beginnings of the '68 upheaval, was the result of a disagreement between Taubes and Scholem, which was symptomatic of the problematic nature of Taubes' thinking. The cause was Taubes' criticism of Scholem's supposedly too harsh opposition of Christian and Jewish messianism, which Taubes countered by tracing both messianisms back to related sources, as he developed in his lecture series The Political Theology of Paul, published in 1987, the year of his death. However, the disagreement was based on Taubes' view of the relationship between religion and history, which was incompatible with Scholem. Taubes' interest in the history of Jewish and Christian theology was ultimately always under the primacy of actualization, and therefore of politics. Scholem's historicizing approach to the Jewish Kabbalah, for example, which ruled out the possibility of grasping its truth content independently of the development of its historical manifestations, seemed to him to be cold and neutralizing. Taubes does not seem to have realized that Scholem's understanding of religious history was based on the caesura of German antisemitism and the Holocaust, and that this experience immunized Scholem against any attempt to update political theology. Rather, he continued to hold on to the figures of thought of the philosophical extremism of the interwar period, as he had become acquainted with them historically in Switzerland, in the present. In this respect, Taubes' pathos of renewal and actualization itself had an inherent restorative element. As conflictual as Scholem's relationship with the exponents of critical theory was, Scholem was closer to critical theory in his view that theological truth also had a time core and therefore could not be understood independently of its respective contemporary manifestations than Taubes, who understood the updating of theology to mean asserting its claim to totality in the respective present. This different assessment of the relationship between history and actuality corresponded to a difference in temperament that cannot be adequately explained by the depressive illness from which Taubes suffered. Rather, Taubes became the postmodern enfant terrible avant la lettre in the Federal Republic of Germany in the 1960s. Unpredictable and prone to outbursts of rage, a genial personality with almost no body of work, apart from Abendlandisch Eschatology and the Paulus Lectures, only a posthumously published collection of essays is available under the title Vom Kult zur Kultur. He became the antagonist within the FU in the field of hermeneutics of the no less difficult, in the field of Jewish studies. He became the pioneer of a new historical anthropology, in whose slipstream a postmodernism equipped with a Schmittianized Walter Benjamin was preparing to inherit critical theory and supposedly overtake it in radicalism. In the more than 20 years that Taubes taught at the FU, his students and colleagues, in addition to Norbert Bols, Dietmar Kamper, Thomas Macho, Gerberg Trüschdieter, and Christoph Wolff, developed their own style of thought, which, precisely because it appeared to be a more radical and contemporary variant of critical theory, which was also strongly represented academically in Berlin, heralded its gradual burial. Switzerland was predestined for such political border crossings, as not only bourgeois Jews, left-wing socialists, and exponents of the Western and Eastern European art avant-gardes had emigrated here during the First World War, making Zurich the center of Dadaism, but also Catholics and representatives of the so-called conservative revolution. Although the much-vaunted Swiss neutrality offered room for almost any obscurantism, it was also rather unusual here that the son of a rabbinical family, who classified himself as extreme left-wing, obsessively sought intimacy with people who were close to a political movement that wanted to systematically eradicate people like him. Abendlandisch Eschatology provides an answer to the question of why Taubes formed friendships with thinkers whom he had to classify as his political enemies, while conversely repeatedly offending friends who were closer to him in terms of life history and intellect, such as Gershom Scholem and Hannah Arendt. The intention of this book, which is more of a political theological pamphlet than a religious scientific study, is to attempt to revive the revolutionary philosophy of history from the spirit of apocalypticism. Time means deadline, writes Taubes in his thoroughly anti-academic style. Anyone who believes he can think Christianly and thinks he can think without a deadline is imbecile. According to Taubes, if there is a history that can be brought to the concept by the philosophy of history, then there must be a teleology, an immanent logic of all human action and thought geared towards finality, destruction, and renewal. He recognizes its theological sediment in apocalypticism. Apocalypse is, in word and sense, revelation. In the first signs, what has been accomplished is already glimpsed, and what has been seen is boldly put into words in order to foreshadow what has not yet been fulfilled. The victory of eternity takes place on the stage of history. At the end of the 1940s, when Taubes' dissertation was written, such thoughts, which sought to combine theology and the philosophy of history, sacred and profane time, heroically and with sometimes unintentionally comic linguistic pathos, seemed to have fallen out of time. The late 1940s and early 1950s were an era of philosophical and theological sobriety in Western countries, in which the obvious but feasible was preferred to the utopian. The language spoken by Taubes, on the other hand, came from the 1920s, when left-wing and right-wing sentiments against democracy and liberalism were combined in the dangerous thinking of Ernst Niekisch, Ernst Jünger and Carl Schmitt. Taubes was aware that between the Weimar Republic and the present lay National Socialism, which completely corrupted the intellectual extremism of the 1920s. The fact that he knew this and yet tried to think as if he did not know it characterizes his work. This impulse of Taubes' work only came to itself late, not from 1949, when he taught philosophy of religion in New York and became a student and discussion partner of Leo Strauss, who was close to him in his interest in the connection between politics and theology, but whose life-oriented pragmatism remained alien to him, and also not between 1951 and 1953, when he taught as a lecturer at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem at the invitation of Gershom Scholem. Rather, this period ended with a rift that had a long aftermath. The reason why Scholem soon considered Taubes to be intransigent and dangerous was that he sensed the return of proto-fascist tendencies from the Weimar era in Western eschatology. For his part, Taubes was unable to let go of his passive-aggressive admiration for Scholem for decades and, as late as 1977, projected the plan to publish an Antifestschrift for him, which was to contain a series of polemics conceived as tributes. Hans Blumenberg eventually talked him out of it. The dangerous thinking cultivated by Taubes only really came into its own in 1966, when he became a full professor of Jewish studies and hermeneutics at the Free University of Berlin. In this period before the '68 movement, what Taubes had always been interested in seemed to be on the agenda: history as the intrusion of the completely different into the return of the ever-same. At that time, Taubes had two new opponents who did him justice by contradicting him: Peter Sondy, full professor at the Seminar for General and Comparative Literature and also a student of Emil Steiger, and Klaus Heinrich, who held the professorship for religious studies at the FU. Sondy was similar to Taubes in that he had published very little, basically only The Theory of Modern Drama published in 1956, and was considered a chronically difficult character. He was dissimilar in his friendly aversion to the student movement and in his efforts to apply hermeneutic meticulousness in dealing with texts instead of using them for political programs. Heinrich was closer to Taubes in his socio-political ideas, but denied, again similar to Skolem, that religious history could ever become theology again, that historical knowledge and the longing for transcendence could be reconciled. Between Taubes, Heinrich, and Sondy, an intellectual milieu developed from the 60s into the 80s, the liveliness of which made studying at the FU incomparably original. It included literary scholars, Klaus Lehrmann, Marlies Jans, Sylvia Damzik, sociologists, Dietmar Kamper, Gerberg Trüschdieter, religious scholars, Renate Schlesser, and media scholars, Norbert Bols. This milieu was experimental and imaginative, and it was possible to research Franz Kafka's hidden radio theory, Adalbert Stifter's sexual fetishism, and Heinrich von Kleist's literary partisanship. The downside of such research success was an arbitrariness that led to the fashion for post-structuralism in the mid-1980s and increasingly blurred the distinction between research and imposture. Even Taubes himself had been called Jacob the Liar by friends because he could invent his own works as required, which he never intended to write. What was an expression of charm and spirit in Taubes and was rightly admired in him has become a bad everyday occurrence in today's university life, where every academic has to make up reasons for funding unfinished ideas for the next third-party funding application. The imagination that Taubes held dear has degenerated into a means of subsistence. There are people whose intellectual physiognomy only takes shape when confronted with that of their opponents. They are almost never simply competitors, enviers, or enemies. Rather, opponents worthy of the name spur each other on to develop their own talent. In this sense, Jacob Taubes demonstrated greater talent in his choice of opponents than in his choice of friends. The latter were always to his disadvantage. Coming from a Viennese family of rabbinical scholars who had emigrated to Zurich in 1936 in anticipation of imminent political persecution, his father had been appointed chief rabbi of the Jewish community there and had used the appointment to leave Austria. Jacob Taubes studied Greek, Latin, ancient history and philosophy in Zurich, Basel, and Montreux from 1941. At the same time, following the family tradition, he trained as a rabbi, which he completed in 1943. He attended lectures by the German scholar Emil Steiger and the sociologist René Koenig and completed his doctorate in 1947 with the study Abendländische Eschatologie, Western Eschatology, the only monograph he ever published, which only became known much later. At the same time, he became friends with Armin Moeller, who later became Ernst Jünger's private secretary, and developed a lifelong fascination with the work of Carl Schmitt. In 1977, more than 25 years after his falling out with Gershom Scholem, Jacob Taubes decided to publish an Antifestschrift to mark the 80th birthday of his former teacher. The realization of this volume, which Taubes intended as a collection of counterpositions to Skolem's religious historical thinking and as a kind of dignified completion, was prevented by the intervention of Hans Blumenberg. The intellectual temperaments of Blumenberg and Taubes were similarly antagonistic as those of Taubes and Skolem. Although Blumenberg, who had attempted a conceptual historical renewal of philosophical hermeneutics in his work since the 1950s, met with Taubes in their aversion to critical theory and their interest in Carl Schmitt and Martin Heidegger, both had drawn different conclusions from the experience of National Socialism. Blumenberg's father, an art publisher from Lübeck, belonged to the Catholic diaspora in his hometown, and the male members of his family had practiced the priesthood for generations. Blumenberg also studied Catholic theology, including at the Jesuit College of St. Georgen, before he was exmatriculated due to his mother's Jewish family background. In Lübeck, he was conscripted for labor service and was temporarily interned, but was able to escape the Nazis thanks to a family friend who kept him in hiding. After the end of the war, he completed his studies in philosophy, classical philology, and German studies and taught from 1958, first in Gießen, then in Bochum and Münster. In 1963, he co-founded the Poetics and Hermeneutics Research Group, to which Taubes later also maintained links. Hans Robert Jauss and Clemens Hesselhaus, the two other founders of the group, which had gained notoriety since the 1960s through the organization of high-profile colloquia documented in anthologies, were, unlike Blumenberg, not victims of persecution, but protagonists and profiteers of National Socialism. The Nazi biography of Jauss, who was responsible for fighting resistance groups as the leader of a machine gun company during the siege of Leningrad in 1942, made it to SS Hauptsturmführer by 1945 and was considered exonerated since 1948 due to partially false biographical information. has been extensively reported on after the University of Konstanz commissioned historians Jens Westemeyer and Jan-Erik Schult to investigate Jauss' career in 2014. Hesselhaus was a student of the Nazi Germanist Gerhard Müller and had published studies on the literature of the Westphalian people during the Third Reich, as well as a defense of Annette von Droste-Holzhoff against Heinrich Heine based on racial biology. Both Hesselhaus and Jauss contributed to the rediscovery of modernist authors suppressed and censored under National Socialism in the academic world of the Federal Republic, Hesselhaus through a study on Else Lasker-Schuler that made amends, and is still worth reading today, Jauss through his work on Marcel Proust. Because of his fundamental studies on the aesthetics of reception, Jauss is still regarded today as a pioneer of literary studies that goes beyond classical hermeneutics. The collaboration between Jauss and Hesselhaus with Blumenberg in the founding of Poetics and Hermeneutics was probably only possible because all three relativized their biographies in National Socialist Germany in relation to the others. The German scholar Julia Amslinger, who examines the beginnings of the Poetics and Hermeneutics circle in her 2017 book A New Form of Academy, illustrates the extent to which the cooperation between the three co-founders was based on the concealment of life stories. In addition, the ideal of a hermeneutics renewed in terms of the aesthetics of reception that united the group helped to conceal the opposing intentions that the participants associated with it. For Jauss, the historical effects approach practiced by the circle served to legitimize an unencumbered view of traditions broken off under National Socialism, which could be sold in the Federal Republic as new, exciting and innovative, even though they belonged to a legacy that had been rejected by Germany. When Jürgen Habermas occasionally pointed out how insightful his encounters with Proust and the Expressionists, in his case mediated by critical theory, were for him, such enthusiasm stems from a similar repression. What for Adorno and Horkheimer belonged to a past rejected by Germany could appear unspent and contemporary to members of the SS and Hitler Youth generation born in the 20s. After 1949, the desecrated past was transformed into the forward-looking new. Denial and lies were converted into scientific progress by rediscovering the reviled as a contemporary avant-garde. In the case of Jauss, the repression of his own life story and academic innovation fueled each other. The change of perspective from the aesthetics of reception from the work to the reader was able to legitimize the unencumbered, lively approach to the object. The broadening of the horizon of national philology to pan-European literature made it possible to ignore unwelcome German peculiarities. Blumenberg's affinity to poetics and hermeneutics, on the other hand, was motivated by contrary motives. He was interested in connecting to the residues of an intellectual history that could not be completely historicized. He was not interested in Heidegger and Schmidt out of denied sympathy for right-wing aberrations of thought, but out of the conviction that even politically questionable authors can transcend their own bias in their works, that thought is never exhausted in the convictions of those who produce it, but can be changed through new readings. Blumenberg's aversion to critical theory, which he wrongly saw as an attempt to reduce works to the ideology of their authors and their thinking to the social practice implicit in it, was based on the same view. His disregard for life history and political action seems to have at least facilitated Blumenberg's collaboration with Jauss and Hesselhaus. When he intervened with Taubes about the latter's plans for a poisoned festive gift for Skolem, Blumenberg did so for the same reasons that had made his cooperation with Jauss possible. They can be read in the now published correspondence between Blumenberg and Taubes. Blumenberg condemned Taubes' plan as a deeply aggressive act, against which Skolem was to be defended, because a partly intellectually, partly personally motivated opposition was being lived out in a practical political act. The conviction that thought and politics cannot simply be translated into one another, which Blumenberg even used to defend Schmidt against criticism from Taubes, also motivated his aversion to Adorno and his students, whom he, in agreement with Taubes, accused of confusing political criticism and intellectual denunciation. By accusing Taubes of such a confusion in the dispute between Taubes and Skolem and taking sides with Skolem, Blumenberg, rather marginally and unintentionally, pointed to the reasons that had made it possible for a veritable community to develop around Taubes in Berlin since the late 60s, whose members misunderstood their anti-Enlightenment postmodernism as the better critical theory. The confusion between thought and action, which Blumenberg wrongly accused of critical theory, was in fact perhaps Taubes' greatest weakness. In contrast to the doctrinaire doggedness of many uncomprehending students of Adorno, however, this confusion manifested itself in him not in esprit de corps and activist phraseology, but in irresponsible charm and flirtatious disloyalty, in a bohemian gesture that is perhaps the only thing that could be salvaged from academic postmodernism in the Federal Republic of Germany in the 1980s. Although Blumenberg suspected with good reason that Taubes' Anti-Festschrift would have been perceived by Skolem as an outrageous assault and objectively anti-Jewish, Taubes had apparently actually conceived of his idea as a show of favor. Unlike the earlier right-wing and new left-wing enemies of critical theory, Taubes' radical style, his tendency to intellectually and habitually violate boundaries, owed itself not to a need to defame academic opponents, but to a dandy-esque indifference to institutional rules and social customs. Taubes' notorious mood swings and his unreliability, attested to by many colleagues, were necessarily part of an intellectual attitude that did not recognize the separation between thought and effect, public and private person. The fact that Taubes produced only a few books that were rarely read but erratically revered by his admirers, Abendlandish eschatology has iconic value among Taubes' students, was not the result of a media calculation, even though Taubes' academic gesture suited his media publicity. Rather, Taubes' habitus was really testimony to intellectual crises and biographical disasters, of which the suicide of his former wife Susan Taubes in 1969 was only the most glaring. What freezes into an empty pose in postmodern professional provocateurs such as Slavoj Žižek or Peter Sloterdijk was, in Taubes' case, the result of a broken life. The fact that the Berlin Center for Literary Research, ZFL, has been researching the intellectual biographies of Jacob Taubes, Susan Taubes, but also Skolem and Blumenberg for several years now could contribute to the early history of academic postmodernism in the Federal Republic finally being understood more strongly as a counter-history to the postmodern present. While Taubes' unruliness was the result of an individual interplay of uncompromisingness, charm, and imagination, contemporary postmodernism, for example at Berlin's Humboldt University, presents itself as a phalanx of authoritarian anti-authoritarians whose conformism towards the agencies of the state knows no bounds. And while the contradictory history of the experience of German Jewry since National Socialism was played out in the dispute over Taubes' Anti-Festschrift, in current postmodernism all historical contradictions disappear in the hatred of the Israeli state. Doesn't our current situation with the sole superpower USA and the unrivaled model of global capitalism resemble that of 2,000 years ago, when the Roman Empire dominated the then-known European Mediterranean world without alternative? Asked Die Zeit in a collective review of the Pauline books by Alain Badiou, Giorgio Agamben, and Slavoj Žižek, to continue. And wasn't Paul the only one to offer a convincing alternative to this imperial model, by proclaiming the crucified Christ as the counter emperor, attacking the Roman legal system with the slogan of the end of the law and presenting the Christian community, in which all are one in Christ, Gal. 3:28, as an alternative to the class society of late antiquity? The author did not come up with this anti-capitalist translation of Paul's theology himself. In all its crudeness, it corresponds to a brief summary of the postmodern reading of Paul. It all started with the dark thinker Jacob Taubes, whose book The Political Theology of Paul, written a few weeks before his death from his lectures on the Epistle to the Romans, celebrated Paul's antinomian revolt as a model for a contemporary anti-liberalist revolt. It is interesting to trace the convoluted paths Taubes took to arrive at this thesis. In his 1953 essay The Issue Between Judaism and Christianity, facing up to the unresolvable difference, Taubes took a clear stance against Paul. In this remarkable essay, he decisively attacked Franz Rosenzweig and Hans Joachim Schoeps in particular, who saw Paul's theology in the interpretation of the Gospel of John as a means by which the Gentiles could reach God. Taubes opposed a Christian extension of the covenant because it relativized Judaism's claim to truth and insisted on the irreconcilable opposition between Judaism and Christianity. Whatever one thinks of Taubes' radical differentiation, it is undeniable that pre-rabbinic Judaism already had a concept for the salvation of non-Jews, which was then further developed after the destruction of the Second Temple. Anyone who observes the 7 no-chide commandments, a kind of Jewish natural law that prohibits murder, theft, idol worship, fornication, brutality against animals and blasphemy, as well as prescribing the establishment of independent courts, has a share in the Olam Haba, the world to come. Accordingly, being Jewish has no advantage in eschatological terms. Consequently, Judaism understands faithfulness to the Torah, i.e. a body of 365 prohibitions and 248 commandments, as a burden. But the Torah is God's will and, according to biblical tradition, the people of Israel decided of their own free will to enter into a covenant with God. This gives the Jews a special task, an obligation, namely to spread the message of God among Jews and non-Jews alike. However, this is not to be confused with the proselytizing of the Gentiles, but with the exhortation to universal justice. No one has to be Jewish to act justly, but a Jew can only be a tzaddik if he observes the mitzvot, the commandments of God. It would go too far to retrace the rabbinical discussions about the meaning of the law, about the question of whether this meaning is even recognizable to man, or about the relationship between the Mizvot Bnei Noach and the Mizvot Bnei Israel at this point. For our topic, the reception of the Pauline revolt against the law, it can only be noted that Judaism has a concept of natural law for a reasonable coexistence of people and links ethical action with a religious promise of salvation. The content of the No-Child commandments is certainly linked to the Decalogue, which is often regarded as the basic Christian understanding of God-appropriate behavior. This may also apply to contemporary Christianity, but it should not be forgotten that Paul relativized the 10 Commandments following the teachings of Jesus. For the whole law is summed up in one word: you shall love your neighbor as yourself. However, an analogous passage in the Babylonian Talmud shows that Paul must be understood from his Jewish context. In the tractate Shabbat it says, "Once a Gentile came before Shammai and said to him, 'I will become a Jew on condition that you teach me the whole Torah while I stand on one foot.' Shammai pushed him away. The Gentile then went to Hillel with the same request. Hillel said to him, 'Do not do to your neighbor what is hateful to you. This is the whole Torah and everything else is just an explanation. Go and learn it.' What sounds very similar in Paul, however, has a fundamentally different consequence. While Hillel explains the essence of the law in a generally understandable way for a non-Jew, in whose behavior Judaism actually has no major interest, Paul is concerned with the task of the so-called externals of the law. Among other things, he criticizes circumcision as a sign of the covenant and contrasts it with faith in messianic redemption. Accordingly, the early Taubes also located the contrast between Paulinism and Judaism in the meaning of the law. No one understood this as well as Paul himself. It is probably no paradox that Paul, a Pharisee and son of a Pharisee, who claims to have studied with Gamaliel and to have distinguished himself through his zeal for law and tradition, was able to answer the controversial question that separates Judaism and Christianity better than modern Jewish apologists. And this question is the law. Taubes therefore consequent pointed out that Pauline theology was Jewish in its origin, but antinomian, and ergo, anti-Jewish in its essence. All the presuppositions of Pauline theology were Jewish, even Pharisaic, but he drew heretical consequences from them. Thus, from the possibly legitimate Jewish basic assumption that the Messiah would proclaim the end of the law, he drew the heretical conclusion of Christianity that the Messiah had already come and thus the law had already been overcome. With this statement, Taubes found himself in stark contrast to his ostentatious Paulinism towards the end of his life. But how did this change of heart come about? The answer lies in Taubes' Gnosticism. His thinking in contradictions, or rather dichotomies, differs fundamentally from Hegel's, because the latter understands synthesis as radical negation and reconciliation must therefore give way to redemption. Taubes elaborated on this philosophy as early as 1947 in his work Occidental Eschatology. In it, he sets out a mystical contrast between this world and the hereafter, with Jewish messianism assigning Israel the place of revolution. If one considers how vehemently Taubes was to polemicize against antinomianism just 6 years later, it is initially surprising to see the verve with which he railed against rabbinical Judaism in Abendlandisch Eschatology, which he portrayed as a purely this-worldly, i.e. conservative, force. On closer inspection, however, it becomes clear that the two writings are not in opposition to each other, but complement each other. Legalistic rabbinism logically forms the prerequisite for messianism, which abrogates the law. Conversely, the law is always already negatively referenced to the breaking of the law. According to Taubes, conservatism and revolution thus form two mutually dependent camps within Judaism. It therefore seems only logical that decades later Taubes discovered Paul as the embodiment of the Jewish revolutionary. He thus laid a trail that runs through all the Pauline books of recent years. Paul as a primal communist, proclaiming the message of universal liberation in dual resistance against the Empire of Rome and the reformists among his own people. It is striking how much Rome and Pharisaic or emerging rabbinical Judaism are placed in one in the postmodern interpretation. It then appears as if the empire and the Jews of all people were allies in the fight against the Gentiles, who were oppressed by the power of the law and hindered in their liberation. Nothing is further from the real history of the relationship between the Romans and the Jews. On the contrary, Roman and Jewish law were parallel legal systems that contradicted each other in many respects, especially as far as the validity of the law was concerned. The fact that the Romans were completely unaware that the law was based on God, the one God, put the Jews in the position of having to resist the Romans when they were asked to sacrifice to other gods. When precisely this happened in the first decades of the Christian era with the introduction of the imperial cult in Jerusalem, zealots loyal to the Torah instigated a rebellion against Rome, which grew into open warfare and ended with the destruction of the Second Temple and the complete expulsion of the Jews from Jerusalem. The zealots, and later also the rebels under the messianic leader Simon ben Kosiba, thus represented the exact opposite of the Pauline Christian current within Judaism. They were radically anti-Roman and aimed to defend the Jewish law, while Paul saw love as the fulfillment of the law, i.e. its abolition, and demanded obedience to Rome. Let every man be subject to the authorities who have authority over him. For there is no authority without God, but where there is authority, it is ordained by God. Whoever therefore resists the authorities resists God's order, but those who resist will receive judgment upon themselves. So if the Zeit reviewer, just like his objects of study, applies Paul's criticism of the law to Rome, he is completely wrong. Quite the opposite. Obedience to Rome, whose law is also endowed with divine authority, already heralds the later alliance of church and state. However, while Paul's antinomian revolt is still tempered by his pragmatic attitude towards Rome, he is completely instrumentalized by his postmodern lovers for the apology of arbitrariness, which, as will be shown, is hidden behind the word love. When we speak of Judaism in the Second Temple period, we should be aware that we are dealing with extremely heterogeneous currents that only slowly developed into what we know as Rabbinic Judaism towards the end of the 2nd century, i.e., after the catastrophe. In pre-Rabbinic Judaism, a fundamental distinction can be made between groups loyal to the Torah and antinomian groups, whereby it is precisely these disputes that become apparent in Jesus of Nazareth in particular, but also in Paul, as an ambivalent attitude towards the validity of the Torah. Postmodern interpreters of Paul unify these ambivalences in order to turn Paul into precisely the anti-imperialist that the Zeit reviewer so unerringly identified. Alain Badiou, in particular, once again emerges as a Heideggerizing Maoist who pits the universalism of being against Jewish particularism, which clings to beings, with the expected political consequences, which will be discussed below. As abstruse as this may sound at first, if you recall the anti-capitalist invective quoted at the beginning, you are immediately struck by the oppressive feeling that Badiou is by no means alone in his endeavor. He defines Pauli's message in two ways. 1. What saves us is faith, not works. 2. We are no longer under the law, but under grace. If you accept this interpretation, then all you have to do is visualize Badiou's theory of fidelity to the event and you immediately have the communist Christian leader Badiou is concerned with in mind. For Paul had initiated a tremendous caesura, the foundation of universalism, a pure event. According to his major work Being and the Event, such an event is a situation in which a revolutionary subject is constituted by breaking up the identity of the order, forming a two, and thus articulating the lack conceived as ontological. Badiou's revolutionary subject is a permanent one that is based less on Trotsky than on Mao's Cultural Revolution and draws its particular power from the ability to integrate everyone into the collective who is prepared to fight against the usurpers of politics, in the usual parlance, the political. What is required of the individual is fidelity to the event, i.e., unconditional swearing of allegiance to the community. Translated into political terms, this means obedience to the common will is the mode in which civic freedom is realized. The structure of the event is universal, i.e., the other way around, directed against the particular, which is only justified if it forms a two from which a new one emerges. Although this apparent overcoming of Heidegger's essentialism understands being as ontologically deficient in the sense of Jacques Lacan, it dissolves it into an eternal struggle that can never find peace in a reconciliation of contradictions. This makes it clear that there cannot be a chosen people based on a particularity that cannot be transformed into an immediate generality. Badiou is suspicious of the bourgeois idea of tolerance. For a philosopher who believes he is speaking on behalf of the oppressed masses, there can be no such thing as tolerance, i.e., the toleration of the other, which, conceived from the point of view of sovereignty, is of course always expressed subject to its situational retraction. And so, after initially praising a total indifference to differences, Badiou also turns against the differences that must be traversed in order for universality to build itself. If we transfer Badiou's theory of the event to Paul, in other words, if we reproduce what he himself did, then the resurrection of Christ presents itself as an event of the two, which was expanded into a revolution by Paul because he took it as an opportunity to fight against the prevailing order and found a universalist movement. Badiou wants to do justice to a man who single-handedly triggered a cultural revolution on which we still depend. And how did he achieve this, according to Badiou? Ultimately, however, Paul himself teaches us that it is neither the signs of power nor exemplary resumes that matter, but what a conviction is capable of, here, now, and forever. This is where Badiou's definition of Pauli's teaching quoted above comes back into play. Not good deeds, faith is the decisive factor, faith in the universal mission that seeks to eradicate the particular that goes against the common will. But what is this particularity other than Judaism, which insists on being a chosen people through its covenant with God and thereby distinguishing itself from the rest of humanity? If we follow Badiou's argument, then the Jews form an elitist collective that excludes the Gentiles, which is why Paul formed them into a revolutionary community that raged against domination. Insofar as Judaism was characterized by the recognition of the law, the event necessarily resulted in an antinomistic uprising. And this uprising is also a model for the present era, which is ruled by sovereigns with a legal structure who constantly violate the common will. It does not even occur to Badiou that the law can still be regarded as a governor of humanity in a society that is inscribed with an internal logic of slashing and stabbing, even if one realizes that it also codifies the exclusion of all from social wealth. For he is not at all concerned with a materialist critique of law, whose vanishing point cannot be the mere negation of the law, but only the establishment of a rational society. Instead, he propagates the eternal struggle against the one and thus escalates the everyday competitive struggle into a delusional war of the precarious against the state, which is now only perceived as the usurper of politics, just as apologists of a direct democracy contrast abstract, highly mediated sovereignty with the concrete power of the people. They are not concerned with the freedom and happiness of the individual, but with the creation of an egalitarian community in which every remnant of mediation, and therefore freedom, has been eradicated. And this is also the cornerstone of Badiou's universalism. Giorgio Agamben is always infinitely more clever than Badiou, and that is why his Paulus book Die Zeit, Die Blight also contains stimulating thoughts that go beyond the ultimately banal universalism of the French master thinker. Agamben's detailed philological analysis in particular certainly helps us to understand the letter to the Romans in its linguistic and historical context. However, as always, he does not leave it at philology, but rather uses it as the foundation for rampant speculation that is intended to confirm the author's anarchistic ontology. Agamben's affinity with Benjamin is well known, so it is not surprising that once again Benjamin's call for the real state of emergency is used to paste together the eschatology of the letter to the Romans with Jewish messianism and a communist theory of revolution. Benjamin, who can no longer defend himself, had longed for that real state of emergency before Auschwitz, which would improve our position in the fight against fascism. Unlike Schmitt fans today, Benjamin, who was after all politicized in the Weimar Republic, was fully aware that Carl Schmitt's concept of the political was a counter-revolutionary text written directly against the socialist and communist revolutionaries. When Benjamin uses the term state of exception, he is referring to a radical upheaval of society, not a mystical event. Without question, Benjamin sometimes uses terms that originate from the Messianic Jewish tradition, but there can be no doubt that these are metaphors and figures of thought, much to Gershom Skollem's chagrin, by the way, that were intended to help sound out the conditions for general human liberation under the spell of the ban on images. Benjamin clearly takes the side of historical materialism, against social democracy and vulgar Marxism on the one hand, and fascism on the other. So how does Agamben deal with Benjamin's concept of the state of exception in Die Zeit, Die Blight? Without much ado, he turns the theory of revolution into a messianic conception of history at the moment of its failure. And this enables him to bring Benjamin together with Paul, the Theses, i.e. Benjamin, and the Epistles, i.e. Paul, are the two supreme messianic texts of our tradition, separated by 2,000 years and both written down in a radically crisis-ridden situation, and these formed a constellation which for some reasons, which I would like to encourage you to think about, is experiencing the now of its legibility precisely today. Accordingly, we find ourselves in a situation today in which the Pauline event is becoming readable, recognizable. Paul's message is not only connected to the past, but also to the present to the same extent. What sounds so important and profound is, however, on closer inspection, nothing less than a revolution that saves people from hunger, fear and death, and a rebellion against the law, which represents the better in an unreconciled society because it prevents people from turning on each other. The absolutely incommensurable state of emergency of Benjamin and Pauli is guilelessly identified with each other by Agamben in order to make the differentia specifica disappear in the messianic fog, namely, what the revolt is directed against. It becomes even more absurd when one takes into account what Agamben writes about Carl Schmitt, whom he also wants to cast as an interpreter of the messianic event and in this respect also assigns to the body of messianic literature from Paul to Benjamin. Although Schmitt places his conception of law and sovereign power in an explicitly anti-messianic constellation, he nevertheless cannot avoid introducing genuinely messianic theologomena into his argumentation. This is followed by an explication of Schmitt's concept of the state of exception, in which it is not possible to decide between obeying and violating the law because it is only in force in the form of its own abrogation, whereby the state of exception corresponds exactly to what, in Agamben's view, also characterizes the messianic event of the resurrection, the abrogation of the law as a transgression of the law. Whoever is in the messianic law is not in the law. Or, the messianic law is the law of faith and not simply the negation of the law. This does not mean, however, that the old miswoth must be replaced by new commandments. It is rather a matter of countering the normative idea of the law with a non-normative idea. A non-normative law, what might that be? His discussion of Schmitt's state of exception makes this very clear. It is part of the impracticability of the rule that the law in a state of exception is absolutely unformulable. It no longer, or not yet, has the form of a regulation or a prohibition. The inability to be formulated must be understood literally here. Consider the state of emergency in its most extreme form, as it was brought about in Germany on February 28, 1933, i.e. shortly after the National Socialist Party came to power, with the Decree for the Protection of the People and the State. The decree simply states, Articles 114, 115, 117, 118, 123, 124 and 153 of the Constitution of the German Reich are repealed until further notice. De facto, this decree remained in force for the entire duration of the Nazi regime. This laconic statement neither commands nor prohibits anything. But it makes it impossible to know or say what is lawful and what is unlawful by simply repealing the constitutional articles concerning personal freedom. The concentration camps, in which everything becomes possible, arise in this space opened up by the inability to formulate the law. This means that the law in a state of emergency does not configure itself as a new rule that lays down new prohibitions and new obligations. Rather, it acts solely through its inability to be formulated. Let us now compare this threefold declension of the law in the state of exception with the state of the law in the messianic katargesis. It was to be expected that the announced comparison would reveal that the concentration camp and the messianic event actually have the same relationship to the law. However, this finding in no way leads Agamben to be skeptical about the revolt against the law. In view of such a conception of the messianic event, which is unable to distinguish the difference between resurrection and concentration camp, Agamben's censuring assessment of critical theory must be understood as praise. Negative dialectics is, despite appearances, an absolutely non-messianic way of thinking. It is closer to Jean Amory's emotional tone than to Benjamin's. End of quote. The third member of the group, Slavoj Zizek, is also not suspected of understanding Adorno. He makes this clear in his book Das Fragile Absolute. Why it is worth defending the Christian heritage in the very first chapter. It states, for example, that Heidegger, Adorno and Horkheimer understood the mad capitalist dance of self-increasing productivity as the expression of a more fundamental transcendental ontological principle, and cites the concept of instrumental reason, which in critical theory, including Heidegger, whatever that may mean, has nothing to do with a concrete social formation. Just as a comparison with empiricism, read the fourth sentence in Horkheimer's Zur Kritik der instrumentellen Vernunft. The aim here is to examine the concept of rationality that underlies contemporary industrial culture. One is inclined to immediately put down a book that is obviously written by a charlatan, if this charlatan were not widely recognized as an important philosopher and thousands of readers and listeners were not listening to him. Nevertheless, reading the book remains annoying because the attentive consumer is left with the feeling of being permanently deceived. Some further examples. In early Christian discourse, the Augustinian concept of the body was replaced by a different logic, that of the ascetic/martyr, the martyr, a witness who testifies to the truth of God through his suffering. Early Christianity is usually understood as the era before Christianity became the Roman state religion, certainly not the period after the death of St. Augustine in 430. Zizek's cluelessness is similarly expressed at a point where he confuses Peter and Paul by identifying the latter with the institutionalization of the Church. And Zizek, who constantly presents himself as a Leninist intellectual, doesn't have the faintest clue in the non-religious area of Marx either. As if to show that there really can be such a thing as vulgar Stalinism, he attributes to Marx a concept of communism that is supposed to consist of a society of pure unbridled productivity. This nonsense can only be shared by those who agree with Zizek that one cannot turn to Marx bypassing Lenin. And it obviously doesn't work without Heidegger either. The great Marxist Zizek lets the reader know that capitalist excess cannot be explained on the ontic level of a certain social organization, in other words, only on an ontological level, which he actually wanted to foist on Adorno and Horkheimer. Be that as it may, in view of this abundance of pseudo-philosophical arbitrariness, it is difficult enough to extrapolate the core statement of Zizek's interpretation of Paul, and there is always the danger of projecting more logic into the argument than it actually contains. The first remark to be made at this point is that Zizek, unlike Agamben and Badiou, has not written a book on Paul, but has also dealt with Paul in a total of 3 monographs. In addition to the merciless love and the doll and the dwarf, Christianity between perversion and subversion, the preoccupation with Paul is particularly sought in the Fragile Absolute. Insofar as the latter book is the most systematic in its approach, the criticism of it should be unfolded. For Zizek, even more than for Badiou, Pauline Christianity is the antithesis of Judaism. Judaism, with its stubborn attachment to the unacknowledged violent founding gesture that pursues the legal order as its ghostly supplement, is not only divided within itself between a public side of the symbolic law and its obscene flip side, the virtual narrative of the irreparable excess of violence that established the rule of law, but this division is at the same time that between Judaism and Christianity. Christianity had therefore certainly emerged from Judaism, but in a sense formed its better half, insofar as it denounced the original crime of the Jews. What is meant by this original crime? Even if the word binding should actually be reminiscent of the non-sacrifice of Isaac in the book of Genesis, it can be assumed that Zizek is so unfamiliar with Hebrew that he is once again making completely pointless use of a word that he does not understand. For he means something else, Freud's thesis that the Hebrews killed Moses because they were unable to cope with his imageless monotheism. Following this thesis, Freud writes about Paul, "It is an appealing conjecture that the remorse for the murder of Moses gave rise to the wishful fantasy of the Messiah who was to return and bring redemption and the promised world domination to his people. If Moses was this first Messiah, then Christ became his substitute and successor, then Paul could also shout to the nations with a certain historical justification, 'Look, the Messiah has really come, he was murdered before your very eyes.' The poor Jewish people, who continued to deny the murder of the Father with their usual stubbornness, have paid heavily for this over the course of time. They were reproached again and again, 'You have killed our God.' And this reproach is right, if you translate it correctly." End of quote. But it is precisely this translation, which consists of those who pronounce the killing of God in the form of blaming the Jews, perceiving themselves as atoned for through this pronouncement, that Zizek does not want to accept as a principle of Christianity. For him, it is impossible to come to terms with the trauma of this crime. For him, Paul is the one who transcends the conflation of the law and its ghostly double precisely by declaring the law dead in the concept of love, agape. He thus agrees with Agamben and Badiou that the rebellion against the law is the hallmark of Pauline theology, only he adds that the validity of the law is necessarily linked to its violent genesis. From this perspective, Christianity is the religion that has overcome the vicious circle of law and transgression that still characterizes Judaism. Only through this transgression would a special form of universalism be possible, in which every individual has immediate access to universality, of nirvana, the Holy Spirit, human rights, and freedoms. This universalism is opposed to a conception that adheres to the concept of the people and subsumes the individual to it. Paul, however, stands for rejecting this ethnic substance and treating it with contempt. For a Christian, there are neither men nor women, neither Jews nor Greeks. The only problem with such universalism is, what happens if a people does not want to submit to this abstract equality and insists on its particularity? Anyone who follows what Slavoj Zizek regularly says in the daily press when it comes to the state of Israel, which is allegedly turning the Gaza Strip into the largest concentration camp in the world and wants to make the West Bank Palestinian clean, will not be surprised to hear that Zizek's enthusiasm for Paul also conceals a makeshift historicized hatred of Zionism. It is therefore not surprising that those who identified with the Jewish national substance as well as the Greek philosophers and the proponents of the global Roman Empire perceive the appearance of Christ as a ridiculous and/or traumatic scandal. End quote. Against this background, it seems almost obvious that Mbembe concludes his critique of Black reason with a song of praise for Christianity, as he sees it as a healing overcoming of false, because merely particular, universalism, as a truth event that is both an arrival and a sign of the possibility of a jubilee, a kind of fullness of time, when all the peoples of the earth will be gathered around something infinite, not limited by anything. The central concept in Mbembe's political theory is the concept of necropolitics, which he first attempted to systematically elaborate in an essay of the same title from 2003 and then took up again in the monograph Politics of Enmity, which was published in French in 2016. The close connection between the two texts is demonstrated not least by the fact that the English edition of the book, published in 2019, is also entitled Necropolitics and, unlike the French and German versions published in 2017, contains the slightly revised essay from 2003 as a separate chapter. The concept of necropolitics is understood as a supplement and further development of Foucault's concept of biopolitics, whereby Mbembe assumes, with Carl Schmitt and Foucault, that it is the state of exception and the relationship of enmity that constitute the field of the political, on which concrete politics or the exercise of sovereignty then takes place, whereby, in contrast to Schmitt, Mbembe does not want this to be understood ontologically, but rather as having arisen historically for purposes of domination and thus also as being reversible. In post-colony, for example, Mbembe writes that in contemporary Africa everything, or almost everything, denotes violence and death, as the technologies and everyday practices of power there bring about the presence of death in life and life in death. In contrast, it is necessary to interrupt the circulation and generalized exchange of death, as such an interruption is the condition for the ascent to humanity. Consequently, as Mbembe writes in the preface to the second edition, his book is committed to examining the extent to which surrendering death to death would actually be the core of any genuine politics of life and therefore of freedom. This utopia, this radical project, which consists of delivering death to death, constitutes in my eyes the last ethical limit of the political, its insurmountable horizon. Akil Mbembe, Post-Colony. On Political Imagination in Contemporary Africa. Vienna 2020, p18:22. See also the chapter The Flip Side of the Shadow, at the end of which death, through its relationship to the Last Judgment, is given a peculiar function of giving meaning. Sovereignty is characterized by the power to kill, which is based on the state of exception and enmity, because the question of belonging can only be resolved on the basis of the latter. Those who are defined by the sovereign power as belonging and not as others or enemies belong to the state. The state of emergency, on the other hand, is intended to legitimize killing, because the enemy is an existential threat to one's own order. He cannot be integrated but must be eliminated. It is precisely this characteristic of sovereignty that is expressed in Foucault's concept of biopolitics and which functions by the fact that the sovereign power divides the people subject to it according to who may live and who must die. Due to this characteristic, sovereignty and racism coincide from Mbembe in an almost identical and congruent way. For him, the division into one's own race and the foreign race applies, again with reference to Foucault, to the paradigmatic decision about who is to be considered human and who is not, who is ultimately allowed to live and who is not. Indeed, in Foucault's terms, racism is first and foremost a technology that allows the exercise of biopower. In the economy of biopower, the function of racism is to regulate the distribution of death and to make the murderous functions of the state possible. The biopolitical division into those worthy of life and those unworthy of life, which takes place via racism, is the constitutive element of the power of the state in modernity, which manifests itself not least in a separation mania and a permanent work of separation, with which those constructed as non-belongers and enemies are to be excluded, kept outside, suppressed and ultimately killed or destroyed. Accordingly, Mbembe concludes with Foucault, the Nazi state is the most perfect example of a state that exercises its right to kill. Through the biological extrapolation of the political enemy, through the organization of war against its opponents and through the simultaneous exposure of its own citizens to war, the Nazi state acknowledgedly paved the way for a terrible intensification of the right to kill, which culminated in the project of the final solution. The material preconditions of the Nazi extermination policy can be found in colonial imperialism as well as in the serialization of technical devices for killing people, explains Mbembe, and continues with reference to Enzo Traverso. This dehumanization and industrialization of death was made possible in part by classically racist stereotypes as well as by the flourishing of a class-based racism that, translating the social conflicts of the industrial world into racist terms, ended up comparing the working classes and stateless peoples of the industrial world to the savages of the colonial world. In this respect, modernity consisted of bringing social conflicts under the biopolitical framework and marginalizing conflict solutions beyond the permanent work of separation. The biopolitics and its racist distinction between belonging and exclusion or worthy of life and doomed to die, which are the basis and the ever-present shadow of modern statehood, ultimately found their perfect expression in the National Socialist state and its policy of extermination. This was its culmination. Within such an understanding, it is almost logically compelling that Mbembe understands the apartheid regime in South Africa and the extermination of the European Jews as two emblematic manifestations of this separation mania, the biopolitical basis of modern statehood, even if the Shoah is to be understood as an extreme form. Precisely as that culmination point that represents the manifestation of racist division and separation taken to the extreme. Ibid. Page 46. I am following the English version from 2019 here because the German translation, on a completely different scale, Mbembe, Politik der Feindschaft, page 89, does not sufficiently reflect this idea of a culmination, and it is precisely this that has been repeatedly brought into play by Mbembe's defenders to counter the criticism that Mbembe is relativizing the Holocaust here. The original French version reads paroxystique at this point, which means erupting in fits and starts or intensified to the extreme. By understanding the Nazi state by Mbembe merely as an extreme form of biopolitical sovereignty and its technology of racism, which, albeit with less intensity, would equally underlie colonialism and apartheid. The National Socialist extermination of the Jews is ultimately dissolved in the history of sovereignty and its right to kill, i.e., in a kind of general history of violence, and thus made to disappear. Based on his theoretical premises, for Mbembe there can only be a quantitative, but not a qualitative difference between a system of exploitation and oppression geared towards separation, such as South African apartheid, and the industrialized extermination of human beings as carried out by the National Socialists. In the concept of biopolitics, the qualitative differences disappear, and National Socialism can no longer be understood as a social formation arising from modernity in the double sense, which, as unquestionably as it outgrew its bourgeois capitalist predecessor, nevertheless represents a new order. Joachim Brun used the term double origin not least to characterize Pollock's attempt to grasp the essence of National Socialism, which eluded the traditional concepts of the Marxist tradition. It is the attempt to grasp, in the fully critical self-consciousness of this tradition, a society that eludes all categories of tradition, i.e. the result of the German Revolution. I.e. to conceptually fix the result of the German Revolution, which arose from the capital relation in the double sense of the word, which could only grow out of capital, which could only end in barbarism as a society sui generis. Mbembe has no concept of antisemitism in general and its role for Nazi Germany in particular. That antisemitism has a redemptive dimension that is not inherent to racism in this form and that allows the bourgeois principle of self-preservation to turn into self-destruction, Adorno/Horkheimer, and self-annihilation. That the anti-Semitic mania for annihilation set in motion the dynamic that welded together into a new identity the society that threatened to break apart in the crisis due to its own contradictions, that this transformed bourgeois society into the murder and victim collective Volksgemeinschaft, which, as long as this only ensured the annihilation of the opposite race, took its own downfall into account. None of this can be captured in the concept of biopolitics. Accordingly, for Mbembe, when he addresses the acts of violence, atrocities, and massacres of the colonial era, for example, either bourgeois society has always been nothing other than a collective of robbery and murder, or antisemitism is stripped of its specificity and turned into a mere expression of what academic jargon likes to call group-focused misanthropy, Heitmeyer, in which all differences have been absorbed. The desire for domination, which is both a field of immanence and a force consisting of multiplicities, is directed towards an object, or several objects. In the past, these objects usually had names such as Negro or Jew. Today, Negroes and Jews have other first names: Islam, Muslim, Arab, foreigner, immigrant, invader, to name but a few. In the Nazi policy of extermination, Mbembe can see nothing other than a further, albeit extreme, manifestation of the general principle of separation underlying modernity and its biopolitics. The manifestation that National Socialism is supposed to be differs from other such manifestations such as the state, racism, colonialism, etc. only in its extreme, maximally increased order of magnitude, as can be seen not least in Mbembe's definition of what he calls the connection between traditional imperialism and National Socialism. What can be observed in the Second World War is the extension of the methods previously reserved for the savages to the civilized peoples of Europe. The exact answer to the question of whether the technologies that ended in the production of Nazism originated in the plantation or the colony is irrelevant insofar as it is clear that in modern European political thought and practice, the colony represents the place where sovereignty consists fundamentally in the exercise of power outside the law, obligibus solitus, and where it is very likely that peace takes on the expression of a war without end. Carl Schmitt then adopted this idea in his conception of the sovereign as the power to decide on the state of exception, which was also characteristic of National Socialism, and beyond, insofar as Schmitt's world is now ours. In the context of his remarks on the state of exception, Mbembe finally refers to Giorgio Agamben, who describes the death camps as one of the figures of sovereignty that constitute the nomos of the political space in which we still live. According to Agamben, by depriving the inmates of the death camps of their political status and reducing them to bare life, the state of exception there ceased to be a merely temporary phenomenon and was given a space that was permanently outside the normal rule of law. Similar to Mbembe in the extreme form, Agamben also identifies the peculiarity of National Socialism solely in its fundamental biopolitical intensity, which is why his theory of homo sacer then also declares the death camp to be the biopolitical paradigm of the West, which rests on this biopolitics that has never ceased, but is constantly repeating itself. Today, the state of exception has even reached its greatest expansion worldwide and even surpasses that of the extermination camps, while the inmates of the National Socialist camps, who were also robbed of their political and legal identity, were at least allowed to keep their Jewish identity. The Guantanamo prisoners represent nothing more than naked life reduced to absolute nothingness. Agamben's terminology aims not least to level out the differences between extermination, internment, and refugee camps. Akil Mbembe does not want to go that far explicitly, but writes that since the Holocaust, the camp has been regarded as a place of radical dehumanization, as the extermination of European Jewry was not a unique crime, but nevertheless occupies a special position. The logic of the concentration camp had already existed before the Third Reich, but National Socialism had added an essential function to this model originating from colonial rule: planned mass murder. Although the concentration camps in the colonies were not extermination camps in the proper sense, the origin of the camps lay in the witches' cauldron of imperialist and colonial, and thus by definition asymmetrical, wars, whereby the camp almost everywhere accompanied the logic of colonization aimed at extermination, because the colonial process was always constructed around a genocidal urge, which was always at least latently present. When asked in an interview about the criticism of Holocaust relativization and his assessment of the concept of singularity, Mbembe replied, "I don't know any sane person who doesn't understand the project of exterminating the Jews, which was set in motion in Germany, as something so unique and shocking that it includes not only the Germans, but humanity as a whole. I learned this in my early childhood in Cameroon, a country which, by the way, was itself a former German colony in which several colonial governors, including Governor Jesko von Puttkamer, were responsible for a number of atrocities. This insinuation strikes me in my soul." End quote. It is not clear at this point what Mbembe wants to say by saying that he was taught this view incidentally in a former German colony, but it is remarkable that he once again cannot talk about the Shoah without mentioning colonialism in the same breath. What already applies to his definition of the relationship between the colonial concentration camp and the Nazi extermination camp is that he wants to ascribe a special status to the latter, but in his explanations, not least because he has no concept of antisemitism, he has to repeatedly blur this difference. This also applies to his reflections on the camp in post-Nazi society. Just as Carl Schmitt's definition of sovereignty and a permanent state of emergency survived National Socialism, the camps also survived 1945 and characterized our own world, which is a world of camps. In a speech held at the Düsseldorf Schauspielhaus in 2019, Mbembe explained what he understands by the dialectic of entanglement and separation. More than ever before in human history, people today are not only in close proximity to each other, but also exposed to each other. However, this proximity and this exposure are seen less and less as an opportunity, but increasingly as a risk and a danger. Wherever we look, we see an urge to contract, to enclose, to seal off, and to set up various forms of camps. There have never been as many camps in our world as there are today. The number of camps. This form called the camp, we thought we had overcome that, with the Holocaust. That it was over. That we had buried the camp. No, we didn't bury the camp. We have never had as many camps on this planet as we have today. And most of them are in Europe. They are here in Europe. Camp detention, internment, incarceration. End quote. The manifestation of the biopolitical separation called the camp has thus not only survived the National Socialist policy of extermination, but is more widespread today than ever before in human history, whereby the space created by the permanent state of emergency, which lies outside the rule of law, has also reached a dimension that is unprecedented. Quote, the camp, it must be said, has become a structuring component of global life. It is no longer perceived as a scandal. And the camp is not just our present. It is also our future. In short, the camp is one of the means by which the world is governed today. End quote. While in the early days of modernity the subjects of domination, wrapped all around in a unique fantasy of omnipotence, amputation, destruction, or persecution, it hardly matters, indulged in the hope of being able to guarantee their own security, today this has become obsolete. The desire to rule has always been based on an illusion, but this has only made it more and more insatiable. It has always been concerned with transforming closeness and exposure into distance and superiority through separation and exclusion by searching for frightening objects to subjugate in order to gain security through this conquest. However, because these objects arise solely from the fears of those who are characterized by the desire for domination and security, they have never existed in reality, do not exist and will never exist, but must constantly be invented. The struggle of the dominant subject is therefore a battle against the windmills of its imagination, which is why separation and exclusion can never come to an end and must even be constantly increased. The security that was hoped for but never materialized would increasingly become a phantasm, and thus the state of emergency would become permanent, whereas it had previously been conceived and staged as a temporary phenomenon, the mastery of which was supposed to lead back to normality. The desire for an enemy, the desire for apartheid, separation and enclosure, and fantasies of extermination have taken the place of this magic circle. End quote. The fear, because of which walls, fences, and camps are erected and entire territories and populations are excluded, has become all-encompassing, and with it racism, which no longer only functions as a technology of this exclusionary separation, but has now also become a resource, without which the society of the spectacle insulted by Guy Debord would no longer exist. The racist separation mania that has become ubiquitous is not least a reaction to the widespread call to lechery that emanates from neoliberalism, indeed an entertainment medium that allows us to escape the rampant boredom. Mbembe describes what he calls neoliberalism here as a kind of decadent, the bowels distended by all kinds of gases, late Roman Empire, characterized by the combination of voyeurism and lust, of lechery, brutality, and sensuality. In view of such remarks, it is hardly surprising that in his criticism of Islamic sexual morality and its most visible sign, the veiling of women, he only wants to recognize the Western harem fantasies of a certain degenerate feminism, which today equates equality with the obligation to force veiled Muslim women to wear a thong, ibid. Page 112f. Just as he can hardly imagine criticism of his own remarks as anything other than a racist cabal, the manipulation of gender issues for racist purposes via the reference to male supremacy in the other usually only serves the goal of concealing the reality of philocracy in one's own society, ibid. Page 113. The repeated arguments about the Islamic headscarf or the burqa are full of orientalizing images, such as those previously denounced by said. Above all, these allow the staging of the violence that those men inflict on those women, which is quite different from the violence we have here: genital mutilation, forced marriage, polygamy, obedience to the older brother, wearing headscarves, virginity tests. That's why people feel sorry for Muslim women. On the left as on the right, Republican feminism is turning into a hotbed of Islamophobia. Mbembe. Exit from the Long Night, page 172f. In this, as in the War on Terror, which Mbembe puts in quotation marks, with its drone attacks, extralegal executions, massacres, and slaughter that set the pace, the old colonial idea of the absolute superiority of the West, Mbembe, Politik der Feindschaft, page 119. In the introduction, Mbembe also describes the War on Terror as a post-colonial war of exploitation and plunder. Even if he does recognize the dangers of the Islamic crisis resolution model in other places, for example in Africa, Mbembe turns the Islamist declaration of enmity against civilization, permissiveness, and the refinement of instincts against the West in an almost classically anti-imperialist manner by turning it into a projective strategy of domination of this very West, into hackneyed stories about terrorists hating our way of life, for the gullible, stories that spring from fear of retribution and pious acts of revenge after the West itself has sown death and destruction in the non-Western world. Whatever one understands by terrorism, explains Mbembe, is not fiction, but the War on Terror is only supposedly the reaction to this terrorism and in reality war of conquest and counter-terror, permanent simulation of a state of emergency and boundless, absolute war of extermination, a war that draws its weapons from the evil that it claims to eradicate. Among the consequences of the new situation, which Mbembe sees dawning not least with neoliberalism, that age in which the civilizational dams broke one after the other, is the reactivation of the annihilation mania, which pushed back into its last entrenchments, not only envisages the complete destruction of the earth, but also the disappearance of man, his extermination in the sense of a purification by fire. Mbembe thus writes that the abolition of taboos and the more or less complete liberation of instincts of all kinds and their subsequent transformation into material for an endless process of accumulation are the central characteristics of our time, ibid. As if there had been no capital before neoliberalism. The fact that Mbembe has no concept of capital becomes clear not least when he writes that global capitalism is less and less committed to the production of social wealth since finance capital has gained hegemony over the earth. In a world eager to objectify every human being and every living thing in the name of profit, the real threat is the erasure of the political by capital. The transformation of the political into business increases the risk of eliminating the very possibility of politics. Mbembe, Necropolitics, pages 113 to 116. This is neoliberalism criticism at the height of social democracy and the no-globals. This is where Mbembe's concept of necropolitics finally comes into play, with which he attempts to grasp this character of annihilation, which transforms the political order into a form of organization for death. Necropolitical power is based, as it were, on an inversion of the relationship between life and death, as if life were only the medium of death. While the colonialism of early modernity was characterized by biopolitics, the post-colonialism of late modernity is characterized by necropolitics. In Post-Colony and Exit from the Long Night, Akil Mbembe describes how the colonial forms of rule survived the end of colonialism in Africa because the former colonial subjects and the new local elites adopted these forms, such as sovereignty and racism, for themselves, meaning that no decolonization of consciousness and thus of politics took place. Just as in the colonial relationship, the post-colonial relationship appears not only as a coercive relationship, but also as a secret agreement per se. It is based on the tacitly accepted paradigm according to which the power of command has a kind of absolute right of use beyond the one who exercises it. Mbembe, Post-Colony, page 204. The African nationalisms of the 20th century were unfortunately content to use this racial politics and the spirit of violence it engendered to their advantage. Instead of working for democracy, they have put this logic and this spirit at the service of the project of maintaining their own power. Mbembe, Exit from the Long Night, page 288. Although Foucault's biopolitics was already characterized by the right to kill and the work of separation, this biopolitics and its inscription of new social and spatial relationships in early modernity served the violent seizure of the colonies, their development, and exploitation. Despite all the brutality and bloodshed, biopolitics still served some purpose outside of violence itself, which was also expressed in the forms of rule through which colonial sovereignty operated. The drawing of borders, the overthrow of existing property relations, the withdrawal of resources. Sovereignty meant occupation, and occupation meant banishing the colonized to a third sphere between subjecthood and objecthood. This is how the apartheid regime in South Africa functioned. This form of biopolitically determined sovereignty was therefore decisive for the apartheid regime, which for Mbembe still falls within the sphere of early, modern colonialism. The late modern form of colonial occupation, on the other hand, differs in many ways from the earlier form of colonialism. Here, sovereignty consists of deciding who is disposable and who is not, and is characterized by a combination of disciplinary power, biopolitics, and necropolitics. The most perfect form of necropolitics is the current colonial occupation of Palestine. Mbembe's defenders are therefore right when they say that the philosopher does not equate South African apartheid and the Israeli presence in the West Bank, albeit in a different way than they think. For Mbembe, Israeli policy is worse than South African apartheid because the latter still falls under the definition of biopolitics, while the former represents the consummate manifestation of necropolitics. Just as necropolitical sovereignty is characterized by the decision of who is usable and who is to be thrown away, Israel regards the Palestinians merely as waste to be disposed of. It is in this context that Mbembe's remarks about the mountains of garbage into which Israel is turning the lives of the Palestinians are to be understood, and in which it far outshines South African apartheid, with its comparatively primitive measures. The fanatical destructive dynamic with its techniques of destroying almost everything aims to turn the lives of the Palestinians into a mountain of garbage destined for disposal. In South Africa, the mountains of rubble never reached such proportions. According to Mbembe, separation in South Africa could only be of a partial nature due to its colonial constitution, and because, unlike in other settler colonies, the white settlers had not exterminated the indigenous population from the outset, as a radical separation would inevitably have affected the survival of the oppressor. This is why, as he sums up his thoughts in this regard, the dialectic of proximity, distance, and control could never reach the critical thresholds observed in Palestine. Accordingly, after the transition to the late colonial occupation of Palestine, there is no more mention of South Africa in necropolitics, but only of Israel's alleged misdeeds in the West Bank and Gaza. While Gaza does not yet play a separate role in the essay Necropolitics, as the text was published in 2003, 2 years before Israel's unilateral withdrawal, Mbembe devotes separate attention to the coastal strip in the book Necropolitics, published in 2019. There, he explains today's Gaza in Palestine as paradigmatic for the matrix of rule that locks surplus populations in territories turned into prisons and leaves them to vegetate there without any support, while maltreating them with periodic military escalation and constant extrajudicial assassinations. In this, Gaza is a preview of how those whose mere existence does not seem necessary for our reproduction will be treated in the future. The necropolitical measures that Mbembe attributes to Israel in this context amount to a form of absolute arbitrary rule, which is not concerned with somehow exploiting the colonized people subjected to it and making a profit from them, but merely with oppressing, humiliating, and harassing them, expelling and interning them, indeed killing them for the mere pleasure of killing. The way Mbembe spends pages describing what he considers to be Israeli atrocities in Palestine cannot be characterized in any other way than as a single sadistic fantasy of violence that he projects onto the Jewish state. He begins with the checkpoints, of which he of course never mentions that they are due to counterterrorism, moves on from the settler roads, which subject the land to vertical sovereignty by means of a system of overpasses and underpasses, and the alleged theft of water and medical equipment to what he calls infrastructural warfare, against the pro-Palestinian state and medieval siege warfare, only to end up with murder for the sake of murder. Not only does Mbembe claim that an invisible killing is added to the blunt executions, he also writes that the local Israeli military commanders are left free to decide at their discretion who to shoot and when. Mbembe declares this description, which is reminiscent of the figure of the concentration camp commander Amon Goth in Schindler's List but has nothing to do with the operations of the Israeli army, to be the prevailing reality in the West Bank, and none of his German advocates want to notice that this is a delusional fantasy driven by resentment. Mbembe's attempts to place Israel on a par with National Socialism become completely obvious when he returns to Gaza elsewhere. Every 2 or 3 years Israel launches a total, asymmetrical attack on the population locked up in an open-air prison, he claims there, without even mentioning Hamas and its rocket terror, the reason for both the partial closure of the coastal strip and the Gaza wars. Rather, the Jewish state's wars are about waging a battle to the end, which consists of slaughter, destruction, and gradual annihilation, a goal in which it is supported by cohorts of international Pharisees. In the Christian tradition, the Pharisees that Mbembe uses here are by no means accidental, those who strictly adhere to God's laws and thus consider themselves righteous, but who, by forgetting to love their neighbor, miss God's message in their small-mindedness. If the Holocaust was the greatest catastrophe of the 20th century, then the Palestinian question is the greatest moral scandal of our time, wrote Mbembe in a commentary in 2014, explicitly placing Israel in the vicinity of the Nazi extermination of the Jews. Not only is Israeli policy in Gaza a preview of the future, but the Israeli occupation of the Palestinian territories as a whole serves as an experimental laboratory for a series of techniques of control, surveillance, and separation that are now being disseminated worldwide, the philosopher continues, providing a template not only for BDS, but also for those parts of the Black Lives Matter movement that declare in an anti-Semitic manner that U.S. police officers are taught their trade of repression by the Jewish state. While Israel is almost declared the enemy of all oppressed, marginalized, and discriminated against people worldwide, Mbembe is not so harsh on Palestinian suicide bombers, on the contrary. In Palestine, he continues, two irreconcilable logics collide, the logic of martyrdom and the logic of survival. In the logic of survival, the other appears as the enemy of one's own survival, which is why, from this perspective, the horror of death becomes the satisfaction that someone else has to die. Every dead other or dead enemy increases the feeling of security in the survivor. In contrast to the Israeli soldier in a tank or helicopter, who kills cowardly, disembodied and anonymously, one must add in view of the following remarks, the suicide bomber sacrifices his own body, whereby not only murder and suicide are carried out in the same act, but also resistance and self-destruction become synonyms. This logic seems to contradict that which consists in the desire to inflict death on others while preserving one's own life. In the logic of martyrdom, a new semiosis of killing emerges. Because the body in and of itself has no meaning and no value, but these arise from a process of abstraction based on the desire for eternity, the martyr overcomes his own mortality and can be seen as working under the sign of the future. In martyrdom, Mbembe formulates it affirmatively, the future breaks into the present and the body achieves its ultimate meaning. It escapes the state of siege and occupation by committing itself to a transcendent nomos and thus realizes eternal life through sacrifice. There are few places in his work where Mbembe's Christian heritage as a former Dominican student comes through as unfiltered as in these remarks on self-sacrifice and martyrdom. However, he does not stop at the Christian metaphor of Jesus' human sacrifice, but goes beyond this with Martin Heidegger and his being toward death in order to conclusively explain the relationship between terror, freedom, and sacrifice. Just as he does not refer to the Pauline original to interpret the Christian doctrine of salvation and resurrection in view of the absence of the redemption finally conceived with the return of Christ, but instead falls back on Alain Badia's equally existential ontological and anti-Semitic interpretation. The death of the suicide bomber, his sacrifice, which is also a self-sacrifice, takes on the character of a transgression. But unlike the death on the cross, this death has no atoning dimension. But far from being pure annihilation and nothingness, this self-sacrifice, which tears the enemy to pieces and into death with it, is a commentary on the nature of freedom itself under the necropolitical conditions of late colonial occupation, with its production of worlds of death and its reduction of entire populations to the status of the living dead. Due to the subjugation of the Palestinians to the power of death, a profound reconfiguration of the relationship between resistance, sacrifice, and terror can be observed, in which the boundaries between resistance and suicide, sacrifice and redemption, martyrdom and freedom become blurred. The fact that the suicide bomber prefers death to continued servitude allows him to enter into an ecstatic relationship with the future, in which this future can be authentically anticipated, but not in the present. Rather, the present is only part of a vision of freedom that has not yet come. Death in the present is the mediator of redemption. Far from being an encounter with a limit, boundary, or barrier, it is experienced as a liberation from terror and bondage. while the construction of a landscape of death called Palestine, littered with mountains of garbage, in which living corpses called Palestinians live out their unworthy, hopeless and futureless existence, makes suicide bombing an act of freedom from Bembe, Israeli policy represents the complete opposite for him, nothing but negativity and nothingness. Israel as a necropolitical actor is driven by a logic of survival that does not sacrifice itself, but the other, which arises not least from its particular narrative of history and identity. This Israeli narrative is based on the idea that the state has a divine right to exist. Violence and sovereignty in this case claim a divine foundation. The nation itself is forged through the worship of a deity, and national identity is imagined as an identity against other deities. While these remarks may initially bring to mind the book of Genesis and the promise that God made to the people of Israel there, and which, according to a popular stereotype, the Zionists would have used against the Palestinian Arabs when founding their state, this may also play a role from Bembe, but ultimately he is aiming for something else. In Post-Colony, he attempts an analysis of ancient Judaism, its monotheism, and its covenant with God, in which he merely reheats the old Christian resentment. The people of Israel, by claiming divine election, are supposedly given the task of combating idolatry, especially in relation to other peoples who are declared to be pagans. The alleged covenant between the Israelites and God allowed those who imagined themselves as chosen in this way a narcissistic definition of themselves, which enabled them to distinguish themselves from others. The narcissistic definition makes the biblical God a tribal God. This exclusivity and logic of exclusion is evidenced by the laws that are supposed to demarcate Jews and non-Jews. Bembe, Post-Colony, pages 222 to 229. Here, Bembe follows the classic anti-Semitic interpretation of chosenness. This is a sign of narcissistic elevation above others, which was established through isolation and the exclusion of these others. According to the rabbinic narrative, however, election by God was first offered to all other peoples before it was chosen by Israel alone. The call to be a servant of God, Isaiah, is therefore reciprocal, which is expressed not least in the idea of a closed covenant, and goes hand in hand with the willingness of the person called to accept the service and live under the divine yoke of the Torah, Gershom Sholem. The idea of being chosen by God not only subjects Judaism to the laws of the Torah, but also makes it solitary among the nations and a victim of hatred and envy, and at the same time allows it to hold on to its faith despite all disasters by interpreting the downfalls it experiences as God's punishment for its own failures in keeping the covenant. He, the God of the defeated, is presented as being so superior that he has taken the victorious powers under his control and sent misfortune through them, as punishment and correction for his stubborn people. The more inferior the people, the more superior their God. Humiliated priests deported into Babylonian exile compensate for their powerlessness with the idea of an all-powerful God. Christoph Turk, Fundamentalismus, Maskierter Nihilismus, page 32. Seh also Gershom Scholem, zum Verständnis der messianischen Idee im Judentum. On some basic concepts of Judaism. In reality, the idea of the chosen people of the one God is therefore not proto-racist chauvinism, but a reflection of the persecution that the Jews, not least because of their monotheism and their abolition of human sacrifice, already had to suffer in antiquity, and the hope for redemption that arose from this. As a result, he continues, colonial violence and occupation are profoundly guaranteed by a sacred terror of truth and exclusivity, a terror of the sacred that underlies the terror of the Holocaust. While Bembe breaks off at this point in necropolitics, in what is post-colonial thinking, he then explains explicitly how he wants to be understood when he speaks of the danger of making a fetish out of the fact that one has been a victim of world history. Such a fetish leads to the person who has been the victim of such a misfortune having the desire to shed blood, which unfortunately all too often is not the blood of the torturers, but the blood of someone else, no matter who. This bloodshed is necessary to keep the fetish alive, which for the sake of its function requires endless offerings and therefore fresh victims who must be killed to appease the sacrificial god. Central to the victim economy established in this way is the desire for reparation, which takes on the spirit of revenge, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, in line with the old monotheistic religions. The aim of this negative messianism, characterized by a primitive belief in the atoning power of bloodshed, was to transform a forgiving God into an ethnic and angry God. Bembe, Necropolitics, page 106. It is easy to recognize here the echoes of the Old Christian distinction between an Old Testament, God of vengeance, and a New Testament, God of love. The sacrificial fetish and the fear of becoming a victim again, from which it is fed, while at the same time keeping this fear alive and perpetuating it, lead almost inevitably to a lust for destruction, shedding blood. The blood asserts itself, in explicit connection with the Talion principle of the Old Testament. This is why the instinctive need for enemies is no longer merely a social need. It is, as it were, an anal ontological need. Bembe, Politik der Feindschaft, page 92. In this, Mbembe follows the classic anti-Semitic interpretation of the Italian system, which historically consisted precisely in the containment and ultimately abolition of blood revenge and clan liability through the introduction of the principle of equivalence in retribution and punishment. In other words, it represented progress in civilization. The question that Mbembe already posed in his 1992 essay Israel, the Jews, and Us, how the victims of yesterday could have become the persecutors of today, who had internalized the pathological will-to-nothingness of the Holocaust and thus taken the place of the murderers, finds an answer here. Insofar as the transcendent of the sacrificial religion instituted by Israel, unlike in Palestinian martyrdom, is never founded in one's own death, it must be the sacrificial death of someone else through which the sacred is established. In claiming that the Israelis are sacrificing the Palestinians to their deified commonwealth, Mbembe not only insinuates that the Jewish state is reintroducing human sacrifice, which Judaism had historically abolished, but also provides a new edition of the classic ritual murder legends. As in necropolitics, Mbembe again draws a distinction between South Africa and Israel. While the former had succeeded in avoiding the danger of establishing such a victim fetish by setting up a reconciliation commission after overcoming apartheid, the latter, driven by the experience of the extermination of the Jews, which it had made into its national and thus particular narrative, had erected such a victim religion, which also represented a victim economy. Those states, Mbembe concludes, the thought, which define themselves primarily as victim subjects, all too often turn out to be subjects filled with hatred, that is, subjects who can never stop miming death by sacrificing others and inflicting on them all those atrocities which they themselves once had to suffer as expiatory victims. Mbembe. What is post-colonial thinking? Page 9. A very similar argument was made in the discussion surrounding Omri Bohm's book Israel, Ein Utopie, Israel, a Utopia, published this spring, in which the author calls for the dissolution of the Jewish nation-state in favor of a binational federation from the Jordan to the Mediterranean, and which was enthusiastically received in Germany. In a review, Matthias Birch from Deutschlandfunk, for example, formulated that there is a danger of constant remembrance, which is evident not least in the fundamental weaving error of the Jewish state. Its Holocaust-based nation-state axiom is leading today to another Nakba on the Palestinians. Israel, a Utopia. Philosopher Omri Bohm criticizes the Jewish state. It is against this background that the phrase politics of friendship, which Mbembe's defenders used in his favor to defend him against the accusation that he was equating the apartheid regime with Israeli policy, should be understood. Even if the Israeli measures were reminiscent of the South African regime in some respects, Mbembe says in the passage in question, the metaphor of apartheid is not enough to grasp the Israeli separation project, which rests on a quite unique metaphysical and existential pedestal. The underlying apocalyptic resources and catastrophes are far more complex and historically much more deeply rooted than anything that made South African Calvinism possible. Because the internalized history of persecution of the Jews was more catastrophic than that of the Afrikaners, Boers, fought by the British and partly interned in camps, who settled there as a result of more or less tragic circumstances. That is why the apocalyptic resources underlying the Jewish state are also incomparably greater and far more deadly than those of the apartheid regime, whose fantasies of separation also grew out of a fear of annihilation. Perhaps it is because of these circumstances that, according to Mbembe, South Africa has managed to detach freedom from the stories of spilled blood and sacrificial violence and reconceptualize a political community that is not based on the demand to unquestioningly kill its constantly reinvented enemies in the name of freedom or survival. Here, I would conclude, lies the difference between South Africa and Israel, as South Africa is the most visible laboratory of Afropolitanism, in which the transition from a racial state to a democratic state is nearing completion. What Mbembe formulates here is not merely an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory in which he constructs Israel as the front line of the necropolitical struggle against the superfluous and as a laboratory for testing concentration and extermination techniques for the oppressed of this earth. Instead, he incorporates the history of persecution of Judaism up to and including extermination into his theory and turns it against the Jews and their state, and thus goes one step further than the considerations of Judith Butler. The BDS icon Butler hypostatizes the diaspora and the diasporic as the core of Jewish ethics in order to understand Jewishness as an anti-identitarian project and not only to turn against Israel, but also to deconstruct Judaism itself through an ethics of dispersion. Judith Butler, At the Crossroads. Judaism and the Critique of Zionism, page 118, 140, 39. Rather, I am trying to understand the extent to which exile, or more emphatically the diaspora, is part of the idea of Jewishness itself. In this sense, to be a Jew is to separate oneself from oneself, Ibid. Page 25. Part of the project of this book is the detachment from a Jewish-centered frame of reference in thinking about the problem of Zionism and the contemplation of Jewishness in the moment of its encounter with the non-Jewish and the resulting dispersion of the self. Butler's self-imposed goal is an anti-identitarian detachment from the historically formed communitarian anchors, as this is the necessary condition of a decidedly non-ecological ethical relationship and lays the foundation for an ethics in dispersion. Butler thus makes the persecution, expulsion, and dispersion of Judaism its essence, which, as an anti-essentialist, she cannot of course speak of, which is why she must then immediately disperse it further, and accuses the Jewish state of betraying this diasporic core and forcibly immobilizing it in identity. While Butler thus uses the hypostatized memory of expulsion and dispersion, which has been objectified into an ethical principle, against the assumed crimes of Jewish sovereignty, for Mbembe it is precisely the experience of persecution and annihilation that makes Israel's policy the greatest catastrophe since the Holocaust. The philosopher thus not only relativizes and serves contemporary antisemitism directed against Israel, but also turns historical antisemitism into the driving force behind his resentment against the Jewish state. Past persecution and extermination of the Jews is used to justify present-day rancor and condemnation. Because Mbembe denies the anti-Semitic threat of annihilation against Israel and turns it into an ontological need for hostility from the Jewish state, he ultimately also demands that the Jewish state should stop defending itself against the threat of annihilation, a self-defense that Mbembe denounces as necropolitics. In this respect, his concession that Israel has the right to live in peace if it only stops its policy of enmity amounts to forcing the Jewish sovereign to give itself up and hand itself over to its enemies. Peace could only be achieved through the sacrifice of the Jews. Instead of following his advice on self-sacrifice, the philosopher in the pose of a military commander accuses Israel and the Jews, in his pompously religious diction, of having elevated victimhood to a state religion and thus turned from victims to perpetrators, who today are doing to the Palestinians what was once done to them by the Nazis. The fact that there was a serious debate in Germany for several weeks about whether a philosopher whose theory finds its vanishing point in such statements could possibly harbor and serve anti-Semitic resentment paints a clear picture of this country. And the fact that the representatives of what can be called post-colonial studies in the broadest sense preferred to talk about places of speech and discursive power rather than the subject matter paints an equally clear picture of this discipline. While Butler exaggerates and hypostatizes diaspora Judaism as true Judaism and accuses Zionism, which arose out of fear of persecution and annihilation, of having betrayed this true Judaism with its assumed recourse to unrestrained aggression in the name of self-defense, Mbembe transfers the victimization neurosis and the resulting desire for revenge to Judaism itself. When Caspar Badegay, for example, writes in Die Zeit that in Mbembe's work Judaism only finds recognition in the romanticized form of a diasporic minority, this can only be agreed with in part and with one central reservation. Badegay's statement would only apply to a diasporic Judaism that not only abandons the memory of the Shoah as a genuinely anti-Jewish extermination project, but also the Jewish commandment of remembrance per se. Accordingly, at one point in his critique of Black Reason, Mbembe polemicizes against the memory of the exodus from slavery in Egypt, which is central to Judaism and which, to a certain extent, lays the foundation for the murderous victim ideology that he then sees coming to full fruition in Zionism. The children of Israel who constantly look back to Egypt, he writes there with reference to the African-American missionary of the Anglican Church in Liberia and Sierra Leone, Alexander Crummell, are under the spell of a morbid economy of memory that urges the subject to keep abominable things in memory and to hold on to dark and sad things that led to degeneration. Judaism itself, which is constituted in the memory of the overcoming of bondage, but at the same time states in its commandment to remember and its prohibition of images that this overcoming, insofar as the Messiah has not yet appeared and society therefore does not yet know reconciliation, is always a precarious and endangered one, thus represents from Mbembe the reason from which degeneration arises. In this respect, it is also logical within his worldview when Mbembe welds together the terror of the absolute, which is allegedly constituted not least via the terror of the absolute, which he disparagingly dismisses as the morbid economy of memory, with Jewish monotheism and the terror of the Holocaust, including the economy of sacrifice of absolute memory derived from it. And it is precisely here that the Neo-Pauline turn comes onto the scene, promising redemption from this backward-looking remembrance policy in the direction of an opening towards the future and paving the way for the project of the universal, as Mbembe formulates it in his critique of Black Reason. The struggle as a practice of liberation has always found some of its imaginary resources in Christianity, although this does not mean the Church as a dogmatic controlling authority, but rather, as Mbembe writes following Heidegger and Badiou, as a truth event in the middle of the strange division of the most intrinsic realm of a truth that is always in the process of opening up or coming, the future. This truth event is an arrival, a kind of fullness of time, when all the peoples of the earth, with the exception of Judaism, which stubbornly clings to its terror of absolute memory and its Zionist religion of sacrifice, one would probably have to add here with reference to Christian antisemitism, will be gathered around something infinite, something that cannot be limited. And it is anything but coincidental that Mbembe refers in these reflections to the very Alam Badiou for whom Judaism, as a religion of law, is diametrically opposed to the event and thus incompatible with the production of truth. Only the opponent and overcomer of the Jewish law Paul was, according to Badiou, a militant activist who remained faithful to the exuberant intrusion of the event. Pauline Christianity is naked confession, and the subsequent incorporation into the eventful process of universality is subversion of domination, the militant break with the logic of the law. Accordingly, Badiou not only describes Moses, the bearer of the tablets of the law on Mount Sinai, as his archenemy at one point, but also the Jews in general. The Jews, who considered themselves the owner of God by virtue of this law that sealed the covenant, became for him the adversary par excellence, who had always tried to inscribe the event-related universal into the order of the state precisely by means of the law, in order to block the universality of the proclamation and subordinate it to Jewish particularity, as he writes in his book on St. Paul. So when Akil Mbembe refers precisely to the Neo-Pauline turn of Alam Badiou, who wants to liberate the universal, the opening to the future and the other from the Jewish gagging by the law and the state, then he insinuates, also following Badiou, that the God of Judaism is the embodiment of the terror of the absolute, such as the separation, devaluation and, ultimately, annihilation of the other. And this is what he means when he says that the Israelis believe that their state has a divine right to exist, both the book of Genesis and the promise that God made to the people of Israel in it, as well as so much more. It almost seems as if any attempt to appropriate Paul today, i.e. without reflecting on his failure after the absence of the parousia, leads to antisemitism. In order to substantiate this thesis, it would certainly be appropriate to demonstrate it with other than postmodern interpretations of Paul, which is why it must initially remain a hypothesis in its sweeping nature. And yet it is remarkable how much the aforementioned authors avoid the realization that the existing society, which they otherwise so eloquently demonize, is still an unreconciled one. Transferred to the level of theology, this means that the Messiah has obviously not yet come, which is why the validity of the law, and the Mosaic law as its archetype, continues to be a commandment of reason. The critical theory of society and the cheerful great leap forward, which today refers to the cheerful science of Martin Heidegger, are not only completely incompatible with each other, but also contradictory in their entire structure. If critical theory starts from the false whole and, precisely in this strict negativity, views things as they were from the point of view of redemption. Neo-Paulinism relies on the triumph of the will and accepts no limits outside its own narcissistic program. In view of the persistence of antisemitism, wanting to abolish the rule of man over man by encouraging people to arbitrarily hunt down those who do not belong, the stiff-necked Jews, Martin Luther, in the name of an abstract universalism can only mean that the postmodern left is closer to turning into barbarism than it probably even realizes. Christoph Turk has long known that the longing for a regressive revolt against the law, which postmodern Neo-Paulinism shares with its fans, cannot be put to the service of Pauline theology without doing violence to it, but this is precisely what he reproaches it for. In this sense, his affirmation of the revolt with Jesus against Paul is not quite as unbroken as Badiou and Zizek do with Paul, understood as a militant figure a la Lenin. Alan Badiou, Giorgio Agamben, and Slavoj Zizek are ultimately disinterested both in the dialectical relationship between early Christianity and the Church and in the greatness and originality of Paul's ideas themselves. To do justice to these would be to regard them as historically settled and to understand the Catholic reforms as attempts at rescue, not betrayal. Instead, Paul merely serves his new followers as raw material to illustrate their own arbitrarily adopted philosophical and political standpoint, a commonality that also explains the differences between the respective Pauline readings, for example with regard to the concepts of subject, universalism and time. In terms of content, Paul takes on the function that the historical Jesus already has in Turk's thinking, i.e., he is stylized, which is somewhat less true of Agamben or his philological commentary on the letter to the Romans, as the guarantor of a postmodern left rebellion or subversion against the global world order. If the problem of antisemitism is largely ignored by Agamben, the Pauline apology in Badiou and Zizek is even combined with open avowals of anti-Zionism and at least subliminal antisemitism, from which Agamben's entire oeuvre, think of the conceptual treatment of the extermination camps and the figure of the Musulman in his theory of the state of emergency, is not entirely free. Equally irrelevant for a sensible discussion of Pauline theology are the publications and posthumous notes and letters by Jacob Taubes, who in his day called himself an Archjew and Pauline at the same time or a Jewish Christian, which have been resurrected from their well-deserved obscurity in the course of postmodern interpretations of Paul. If his main work Abendlandisch Eschatology, Western Eschatology, in which Paul does not yet appear, is little more than a copy of Karl Loetha's Weltgeschichte und Heilsgeschichte, World History and Salvation, the originality of Taubes later, always merely fragmentary. Freely associative and cryptic remarks on Paul consist solely in cultivating and rationalizing personal resentments against Adorno and Scholem, here fed by concrete disappointment at being rejected by the object of desire. With questionable borrowings from Walter Benjamin and Carl Schmitt. In any case, Paul's messianic time, which refers to divine transcendence and is therefore apolitical or anti-political, is theologically reanimated by Taubes and his postmodern epigones and politically translated into propaganda for an inner-worldly state of emergency from below. In addition to the annoyance that they thus write the program for all kinds of barbaric uprisings against the remnants of civilization, the pose of playing the fundamentalist heretic in the face of a reformed and socially disempowered Catholicism is pure farce. Turk welcomes a similarly one-sided dissolution of the dialectic of primitive Christianity and the Church and even believes himself to be in agreement with Adorno. For a critical theory of Christianity, a study of Turk therefore seems to be much more fruitful than working through authors who, like Agamben, are more in line with Taubes than Scholem, more with a Benjamin reduced to Schmitt than Adorno. For Turk, the central message of Paul's theology and that of the evangelists lies in the meaning of Jesus' crucifixion, which he, somewhat abbreviated, reduces to the formula, died for our sins. Turk can convincingly demonstrate that the central dogmas, implied but not explicated in the New Testament, such as the Trinity, the doctrine of the two natures and the virgin birth etc., result logically from died for our sins. He therefore rightly accuses the supposedly progressive Reform theology of arbitrariness and a relapse behind the claim to reason, in the sense of inner consistency, as still represented by conservative theology. If one insists on a remnant of rationality, one cannot declare individual dogmas, such as that of the virgin birth, to be merely metaphorical or allegorical, instead of real and serious, and at the same time hold on to died for our sins as the non-metaphorical central content of theology, as is often practiced by feminist-inspired Reform theology, for example. Turk's own radical criticism of conservative theology and Reform theology therefore applies to died for our sins itself. However, he does not see the problem in the fact that this formula stands for regression against Judaism, Freud, or a perversion of Jewish messianism or hatred of legal mediation, Skype, PM. Rather, he interprets it the other way round as a precisely Jewish, comforting mitigation of the political offensiveness of a historical Jesus. In other words, while the memory of both the original messianic claim of the real Jesus and the painful senselessness of his death on the cross should be the authentic Christian objection to the unredeemedness of the world, the falsifying creation of meaning beginning with Paul, in Turk, precisely in the postponed re-establishment of the Jewish law, compensates for the absence of the parousia. In this way, the followers of Jesus would be reconciled with his agony on the cross and, at the same time, with the old, unreconciled world, reconciliation with irreconcilability. Turk's approach, which presents itself as historical materialistic and psychoanalytical, consists, as he himself says, essentially in a radicalization of historical critical Jesus research, cf. Caseman, Ludemann, Klausner, Thyssen. While theologians such as Rudolf Bultmann still admitted in the 1920s that nothing could be learned about the historical Jesus from the New Testament, but that only theological interpretations of this figure could be obtained, Jesus research claims to be able to reconstruct the authentic Jesus from the Gospels. Their method is based on three premises. Firstly, the Gospels are, theologically interested, editorial adaptations of oral traditions of the actual actions and words of a person who actually existed in the past. Secondly, there are criteria for distinguishing the real from the edited Jesus in every formulation. Thirdly, Jesus' offensiveness is identified as the relevant criterion, especially for Turk. According to this, the historical Jesus is said to have blown up all the coordinates of the Roman Jewish world in word and deed, while the aim of the mitigating, moderating editorial adaptation is to bring Jesus back into this world, which incidentally includes identifying him as the Messiah promised by the Scriptures. A simple example. Mark reports on the rejection that Jesus faced during a sermon in the synagogue in his hometown. The people ask scornfully, "Is not this the carpenter, the son of Mary and the brother of?" And they took offense at him and rejected him. Then Jesus said to them, "Nowhere is a prophet so little respected as in his own country, among his relatives and in his own family." Mark 6:3f. According to the argument, the Nazarene could indeed have enjoyed little reputation in his homeland and among his relatives, and not only because serious prophets were not carpenters. Much more importantly, in the Oriental world, anyone who is conceived out of wedlock or does not have his mother's husband, in this case Joseph, as his father is referred to as the son of a mother, otherwise Jesus would be called the son of Joseph. The theological treatment now cosmeticizes the offensive by stylizing the Son of Mary, which points to an actual bastard, in the sense of died for our sins to a virgin birth, whereby the fatherless bastard has God as his father, which is both a logical prerequisite and consequence of the dogmas of the Trinity and the doctrine of two natures. According to Paul, Jesus can only take upon himself the sins of others as someone who is completely untouched by sin and, as this has been procreated through sexual procreation since Adam, Jesus cannot be the result of a natural, whether legitimate or illegitimate, sexual act. Against the background of the three premises mentioned above, which are in themselves already uncertain, Turk's materialism reconstructs his historical Jesus from the Gospels, whereby the narrow framework of unavoidable speculation is unrestrainedly blown up. In the next step, Turk attempts to interpret the Gospels, quasi on the way back, with the instruments of psychoanalytical dream interpretation as a shifting, condensing, symptomatic etc. manifestation of the latently contained real Jesus. He tries to interpret the Gospels, quasi-backwards, with the instruments of psychoanalytical dream interpretation as a shifting, condensing, symptomatic etc. manifestation of the latent real historical events. The result of this approach, which is hardly convincing on the whole, is the following narrative. Not only was the real Jesus not, as Paul claims, subject to the law, but in everything, in person, actions, and words, he was nothing but a walking offense, an unbearable provocation of the, primarily, but not only Jewish, ancient world. As a zealot, he preached the unconditional love of one's enemies, which was toned down by Paul and the Gospels, and aligned his actions accordingly to the last consequence. As a healer, he treated the lepers of society regardless of who they were and even shared bread with them in a ritual sense against all regulations. In doing so, he did not take care of pitiable beggars and prostitutes in a charitable socialist manner that would merely be a retrospective trivialization of the actual scandal. Those whom he healed and with whom he dined were real criminals, murderers, thieves, or, like the tax collectors, universally hated Jewish collaborators of the Roman occupying power. In this way, Jesus preached and lived a resistance to the principle of equivalence in order to both, allegorically, anticipate and, really, push for the kingdom of God, as he understood it. That principle of equivalence, according to which good is to be repaid with good and bad with bad, which, according to Turk, dominates all moral philosophy from the ancient Golden Rule to Kant's categorical imperative, may be indispensable in the way the world is structured, but it expresses precisely its unreconciled state. Jesus therefore could not or did not want to imagine the kingdom of God as being initiated by the merely continued logic of punishment, atonement, reward and reconciliation, but rather as a truly reconciling act of grace of love that breaks with this very logic. This attitude identifies Jesus, and here Turk follows Nietzsche's allusions in his decidedly anti-Pauline treatise The Antichrist, as the first immoralist in history, to a certain extent comparable to Job's protest against the principle of equivalence, with the difference that Job was only a literary construct, whereas Jesus was a historical figure. After the real Jesus, as such an immoralist, had tried for months or years to push for his kingdom of God with corresponding deeds and words without success, at some point, according to Turk, he made the decision to take a final step, which lay in the inexorable logic of the matter. Jesus had to move his activities to the center of the Jewish world, to Jerusalem, and attack its center, the temple. If he drove out the changers, as material representatives of the ideal principle of equivalence, then the kingdom of God could not help but finally dawn. But, as we know, this is not what happened. Jesus was crucified as a criminal and troublemaker, which he objectively had to be in the legal consciousness of Jewish and Roman contemporaries at the latest with this act, desecrating the temple. One has to imagine that the Passover, which celebrates the liberation of the Jews from Egyptian bondage, was frowned upon by the Roman occupying power anyway, which was probably also accompanied by an increased presence of Roman troops in Jerusalem and near the temple during the festival. So if someone had taken these festivities as an opportunity not only to publicly violate temple laws, but also to attack the temple itself, this would have led to unrest among the Jews, which the Romans would have found best nipped in the bud by seizing the troublemaker and executing him without further ado, without a trial, of course. Turk writes, the actual crucifixion of Jesus, a manner of death intended for political and religious insurrectionists, was the brutal but legal receipt for the annoyance of his appearance. As far as can be reconstructed, he was able to depict in parables, healings and symbolic acts in such a radical and spectacular way what would be unabridged reconciliation, devoid of all misery and retribution, that he made the factual irreconcilability and ungodliness of the world stand out in an obviously unbearable way and drew the retribution of the law upon himself. Quote, end. After all, this exegesis, contrary to classical anti-Judaism, turns a murder of God committed by Jews into the legal killing of a Jewish revolutionary who opposed the wrong institution of the world and must have broken its Jewish and Roman laws in concrete terms, otherwise the retribution of the law would not be a legal receipt. However, for all his historical understanding of the reaction of the Jewish and Roman establishment, Turk sympathizes with a political rebellion against the law, which he deprives of its theological messianic mediation. Since Jesus could not really have violated Roman law with parables, healings, symbolic acts, both historically and logically, Turk is ultimately only concerned with the legality of an exclusively Jewish forgiveness. Be that as it may, for Turk, the fate of Jesus, taken in principle as a political and philosophical problem, was and still is delusion upon delusion. Quote, "The commandment to love one's enemies can only be fulfilled where there is no more hostility, i.e. where it is superfluous. To want to fulfill it in this world is delusion. But you also have to see what it is resisting. That it goes on and on with injury after injury, violence after violence, with no end in sight. Is that any less delusional?" 140. Then, however, instead of reflecting on how delusion stood against delusion in real history, the delusion of an exuberant desire against the delusion of the principle of reality, 141, Christianity, Paul and the Church, according to Turk, took the side of the principle of equivalence and sharpened it, 154. What's more, when Jesus resisted the equivalence principle, it was still in its infancy by comparison. In the meantime, it has taken the form of global capitalism. No other religion has contributed as much to this as Christianity. It not only upheld the principle of equivalence against Jesus, it also helped it to achieve its capitalist breakthrough, 155f. Quite apart from the somewhat crude anti-capitalism, this is extremely questionable. On the one hand, Turk misinterprets the image of Jesus that he himself erected by either trivializing what Jesus allegedly did as the delusion of a childish exuberant wish or even glorifying it in the pseudo-spirit of critical theory. Jesus is the first martyr of non-equivalence, of the non-identical, Adorno, as one may say without exaggeration, 155. Based on Turk's speculations, it would be much more plausible to thematize Jesus' actions not as rural, but as an infantile and blindly furious run against the principle of reality, a run that in its headlessness inevitably at least leaves open whether the enmity applies to violence and domination in mediation, or to any mediation per se. On the other hand, Turk misinterprets his own abbreviated image of Paul when he attributes Paul and with him Christianity to the principle of equivalence and reality. For it is precisely in what Turk accuses Paul of in comparison to Jesus, namely passively expecting the end of this world, and thus also the end of the equivalence and reality principle, instead of actively pushing for it like Jesus, that the dialectic of delusion against delusion is reflected, which could only be an unresolved objection to the irreconcilability of the world. When Turk, on the other hand, makes common cause with the historical Jesus against official Christianity, he not only practices himself, albeit on the opposite side, what he falsely accuses Paul of doing, taking sides with one side of the delusion, he actually makes it worse. After all, there are two forms of false reconciliation. Reconciliation with unreconciliation, settling into the uninhabitable, Brecht, is, precisely as an ideological, false life. Redemption from the unredeemed world in a suicidal rampage is no longer a life at all. That keeping the memory of the latter alive, and Turk's exegesis consequently calls for this, should be an objection to this world in the name of a right, good life is not understandable. On the contrary, while such an impulse is indeed essentially suited to Islam, for example, or to Protestantism in part, Catholicism can at best be reproached in this context for the fact that its reconstruction of Pauline theology wavers precisely in the mediation services between reproduction and criticism of irreconcilability. In his book on the dramaturgy of antisemitism, Skytte in turn understood this as the ambiguity of a world that is already redeemed but still awaits redemption proclaimed by Christianity. This ambiguity has probably become more difficult to bear since then. For many, there no longer seems to be anything between Jewish, law-abidingness on the one hand and Christian, rampage on the other. In the sense of the universal solution that Christianity provides for the opposites of the civilization process, however, even those adoptions of superstitious, magical, and mystical elements can be seen as a kind of progress, insofar as they initiated or allowed mediations between the unequally developed stages of socialization, the differing standards in the capacity for abstraction. Insofar as the Christian religion was thus able to integrate regressive impulses institutionally and ideologically and in this way neutralize them. The Christian division of the unity of God into mediating instances thus even appears to be a prerequisite for the secularization of civil society and for the separation of powers in modern politics, from the pure content of faith in the Trinity and the sacred role of the beatified and priests to the practical requirements of the church apparatus, which is the ancient legal tradition. The messianic time between the first appearance of Jesus and his parousia is therefore no longer the time of the counter-worldly state of emergency, but the time of the earthly rule of the church. However, this is not a simple historical change in which an old model is replaced by a new one. Rather, a paradox emerged in the midst of Christianity that continues to have an effect today. While, on the one hand, the Church is forced or willing to rule this world, for however long, it has, on the other hand, canonized a collection of texts as Holy Scripture in the New Testament, which are written in the apocalyptic spirit of the end of this very world. In Catholic theology and practice, it is this contradiction that gives rise to and corresponds to the messianic idea of the ambiguity of a world that is already redeemed but still awaits redemption, as a compromise, so to speak. However, Skite, like Turk following Scholem, does not seem to be interested in the fact that and to what extent this idea had to be translated into completely new interpretations of the death on the cross and the parousia of Jesus and their relationship to each other compared to Paul, although this is of decisive relevance for the Christian version of the Messianic. While Paul was still able to conceive of the first appearance, intervening time, and reappearance as a single redemptive event within the horizon of the near future, Catholicism, consciously or unconsciously, is faced with an existential problem. Not only does the believer's temporal distance from Jesus' death on the cross increase with each passing day, but the parousia has also long since been postponed to an indefinite future. This harbors the danger of presentism, of settling for the present, against which the Messianic threatens to fade away altogether. Only in such a fading would both phenomena still have the same but dwindling significance. If instead, in order to hold on to the messianity of Jesus, and this forms the core of Christian self-identity, one of the two appearances were to be recharged with emphatic dignity, this would inevitably be at the expense of the other. Within a limited period of time, a present that was limited in both its rear and front ends, i.e. negligible, it was possible to remember backwards and hope forwards at the same time with great conviction. However, in view of a present that is increasing in breadth and significance, whose rear and front ends barely touch each other, it will only be possible to either remember backwards or hope forwards with the same energy. In other words, either the essential has already happened with Jesus' death on the cross or the essential is yet to come. Loweth already states the ambiguity. The kingdom of God has already appeared, and yet it is still pending as an eschaton. The time is already fulfilled, but not yet complete, as essential for all history since Christ and as a problematic relationship between the realized eschatology and its future reality. When he asks whether faith in the decisive significance of a past event can be maintained if the fulfillment promised by it is incalculably delayed, and answers that too long a delay will naturally shake faith in the decisive character of the first appearing, this is not done in the context of a distinction between Jewish and Christian eschatology, but as a rejection of the existentialist solution to the problem in Bultmann, Kierkegaard, and Heidegger, according to which Christian faith is reduced to an existential decision in the moment. If Christianity therefore thought of humanity as already essentially redeemed by Jesus' self-sacrifice, which is why the parousia may or may not still take place, Christian redemption, as Scholem says, would actually amount to an inner, ideal process without an external, material equivalent. This form of reconciliation with irreconcilability would mean taking it as more important that the individual Christian, through Jesus' death on the cross, is already, inwardly and completely, redeemed for himself than that the, still, unredeemed world around him would one day be redeemed, through Jesus' parousia. However, such an idea seems to have been so unsatisfactory that people felt compelled, as can be seen from certain trends in popular piety, theology, and church art, to rebuild traditional eschatology itself. Whereas until then the event of redemption had taken place on one timeline, in one world and in relation to humanity as a whole, space and time are now presented as multidimensional. According to this, there are at least two timelines, the individual and the collective, two worlds, this world and the afterlife, with the latter dividing into heaven, purgatory, and hell, two final judgments and two resurrections, again, individual and collective respectively. In the process, this world, which was once in need of redemption, and earthly life are fundamentally devalued as a test of the individual. Thus, the resurrection of the body is replaced by the mortality of the soul, which receives its personal trial immediately after bodily death and then either burns in hell or suffers for a limited time in purgatory until it is eternally united with God and the other souls in heaven. In this way, the individual can expect the parousia to come close again, namely with their own death, and without Jesus' death on the cross, this salvation event, including the immortality of the soul, would not have been possible at all. In this way, individual eschatology succeeds in relating the first and second appearances to each other again in a reasonably harmonious way and endowing both with the same utopian quality. Whether and when, according to the eschatology of humanity, souls are given bodies in order to walk on earth in a redeemed this world becomes at least secondary and no longer really affects the respective dignity of Jesus' appearances. Far beyond the documents of anti-Jewish polemics, Christian theology thus seems, as Scholem says, to have actually developed a completely different concept of redemption, a completely different attitude towards the Messianic than Judaism, even though Judaism itself has not consequently closed itself off to the elements of such individual eschatology. And yet at the same time, there has always been an interpretation of the ambiguity of a world that is already redeemed but still awaits redemption in the midst of Catholic orthodoxy, which theologically, dogmatically and ritual practically, adheres to traditional eschatology, and is thus forced to give the parousia of Jesus a higher consecration than the death on the cross, and thus sets the hope of redemption entirely in the Jewish sense against the obvious irreconcilability of the world. Since this is often overlooked in the following of Scholem, let us first quote at length from the Adult Catechism, 426f. As Christians, we hope for the kingdom of God as proclaimed to us by Jesus Christ. It has already begun definitively through Jesus Christ in the Holy Spirit. In the Church and in its sacraments it is already reaching into our present. But it has not yet found its completion. So we as Christians live between the times. We still await the completed kingdom of God, in which all righteousness will be fulfilled and the freedom of the children of God will finally be revealed. Cf. Rom 8, 19, 21. We still hope for the new heaven and the new earth. Cf. Isa 65, 66, 66, 22, 25, Rev 21. For we know that the whole creation is in labor pains until this day. Rom 8:22. The perfection of man in the flesh would not be possible without the perfection of the world. Conversely, the world was created for man, it only makes sense as a space of human history and perfection. That is why humanity and cosmic perfection are inextricably linked in a great overall event. We can only speak of this completed kingdom of God in images and parables, as they are attested in the Old and New Testaments. The prophets of the Old Testament speak above all of the great peace, shalom, of people and nature in the presence of God. Then they forge plowshares from their swords and pruning knives from their spears. They no longer draw the sword, nation against nation, and no longer train for war. Then the wolf lies with the lamb, the panther lies with the little goat. The baby plays in front of the viper's hole. No more evil is done, no more crime is committed in all my holy mountain. ISA 11, 6.8-9, cf. Mic 4,3. Finally, the revelation of John uses the grandiose image of the New Jerusalem. I saw the holy city, the New Jerusalem, coming down out of heaven from God, prepared as a bride adorned for her husband. Then I heard a loud voice calling from the throne, Behold, the dwelling place of God among men. He will dwell in their midst, and they will be his people, and he, God, will be with them. He will wipe away all tears from their eyes. There shall be no more death, no more mourning, no more lamentation, no more travail. For what was before has passed away. He who sat on the throne said, Behold, I make all things new. Revelation 21 verses 2-5. End of quote. In this version, Christian redemption takes place unambiguously in public, materially, in this world, in the visible, and those who participate in it will be reconciled with their bodies and not merely be souls redeemed from them. While the reconciliation to come, mediated by Jesus' first appearance, may also extend into the messianic present, the decisive aspect of the entire redemption process is obviously still to come. One might argue with Scholem that the Catholic Adult Catechism, because it was written later, does far less to undo the real historical tradition of Christianity than the theology of Karl Barth or Albert Schweitzer. However, if, as explained above, the adherence to a Jewish concept of redemption, which in Christianity corresponds to Paul's definition of the content of the parousia, should have forced a devaluation of the first appearance, as Paul still interpreted it, quite early on, and it can be shown that the theology and ritual practice of the Church, whether consciously or unconsciously, did exactly that. Then a Jewish attitude towards the Messianic also belonged to the tradition of Christianity. Throughout. For Paul, died for our sins meant that with Jesus' death, sin, the ability to sin, and with it the law, as an aid in the fight against sin, were out of the world. In view of the irrefutable continued existence of sin, however, the law was re-established in the form of canon law and, since Augustine, Jesus died only for the redemption of the baptized from original sin, which was introduced specifically for this purpose. while the dogmas of the Trinity, the doctrine of two natures and the virgin birth emphatically, but only formally and logically, hold on to died for our sins, it is not only the change of function and history of baptism and confession, for example, that can be understood as a ritual withdrawal of the practical effect that Jesus' first appearance should have had according to Paul. Even the fact that marriage was elevated to a sacrament obviously means something other than behaving, as Paul demanded, as if one were not married, cf. 1 Coríntios 29:31. And so it is not least the Eucharist, which has an immediate connection with Jesus' death, especially the liturgical part of the anamnesis, remembrance, that places Jesus' second appearance at the center of messianic interest by depriving the self-sacrifice of any independent meaning or reducing it to the function it has for the ultimately decisive parousia, the synoptics, cf. MT 26, 26-28, MK 14, 22-26, LK 22, 19-20, and Paul, 1 Cor 11, 23-26, unanimously pass on Jesus' words of institution at the Last Supper: take and eat, take and drink, as well as the identifications of the bread with the body and the wine with the blood of Jesus as signs of the covenant. Only Luke and Paul also pass on the formula of the anamnesis: do this in remembrance of me. Only Paul gives a concrete reason for this remembrance: for as often as you eat this bread and drink from this cup, you proclaim the Lord's death until he comes. Whether the Pauline tradition is an explicit part of the liturgy of the respective Eucharist or not, the anamnesis gives it an objective meaning, especially in the course of time, which Christians admittedly do not have to be aware of, precisely because the beginning of redemption lies ever further back and as such finds no materially tangible confirmation in reality. It must be remembered again and again in the visualization of Jesus' sacrificial death, not only for itself, but crucially as a promise of the consummation of redemption to come, which can then only be experienced materially. Because Christianity in both theology and practice thus not only stands for the appeasement of misery, but also and precisely for the need for reconciliation of humanity, Gerhard Skyte's judgment on the connection between antisemitism and Christianity contributed to the unleashed mania for extermination in National Socialism. Its agent of mediation also served to abolish it because it was under the spell of self-sacrifice, must be made more precise, if Christians were so under the spell of self-sacrifice that they finally became aware of its Jewish messianic meaning and the dialectic of primitive Christianity and the Church with regard to the necessity of legal mediation in an unredeemed world, there would be no more Christian antisemitism. Not the crucifixion, the birth, or the resurrection of Christ, but the expulsion of the merchants from the temple could be understood as the primal scene of Christianity. Jesus went into the temple and drove all the merchants and buyers out of the temple. He overturned the tables of the money changers and the stalls of the dove dealers and said, "It is written, my house shall be a house of prayer. But you are turning it into a den of thieves." MT 21:12. In ancient times, the temple certainly served as a kind of bank. In Athens as well as in Jerusalem, there was no strict separation between the sacred area and the marketplace. The house of God often housed not only the state treasury but also private money deposits of wealthy citizens and was sometimes used as an exchange office. The fact that goods were also offered for sale was required by the practice of sacrifice alone. The violent action of Jesus, who is understood here not as a historical figure but as a construct of the Gospels, is a targeted attack on this unity of finance and state, religion, marketplace, and sanctuary. It is decisive for the structure of Christian religiosity like few other stories from the tradition of the New Testament. Finally, the separation of spirit and matter, soul and body is closely connected with it, on the condition that this material and carnal already finds its way to the consumer to a certain extent via the market, including institutionalized prostitution. The apartness of the sacred, its pure separation from money and commodity, means from the outset an ethical positing. The divine as the pure good is confronted with the consummate sinfulness of the world, and only asceticism can liberate from evil. All of this was just as alien to ancient Judaism as it was to the original Greek antique religiosity. Max Weber writes that the ethical dualism of spirit and matter, or of spirit and body, or of spirit and flesh, or of divine purity and corruption of the world, as elaborated by Hellenistic intellectualism, was completely alien to the older and Pharisaic Judaism. Neoplatonism had developed the idea that the body was the dungeon of the soul, and how individual circles of Hellenistic Jewish intellectuals, philo, had adopted it from there and then made Paul's Christianity the basic concept of his ethical worldview. End of quote. Seen in this light, the attack on the merchants in the temple appears to have been prepared long in advance, but the merchants themselves were somewhat unprepared. In any case, Pharisaic Judaism was largely unaware of the condemnation of wealth or the idea that it was bad and its uninhibited enjoyment dangerous to salvation. However, there were certain reservations about wealth, including provisions against usury, but the prophets, the Psalms, and the Talmud only condemn wealth and the taking of interest if they threaten the unity of the tribal community. You may take interest from a foreigner, you may not take interest from your brother, so that the Lord your God may bless you in all that your hands make, in the land into which you go to take possession of it. Deuteronomy 23:21. Despite all these reservations, there was precisely no approach to an economically ordered methodology of inner-worldly asceticism. Max Weber. Even Plato's utopia of the state cannot necessarily be regarded as a prefiguration of Christianity. The abolition of private property, the disparaging evaluation of the arts and crafts, the takeover of trade by the civil service are more likely to establish an external asceticism enforced by the community than an internal asceticism to be affirmed by the subject. Jesus does not expel the merchants from the land, as Plato's idea of the state actually intends, but merely from the sanctuary, from the temple and, more importantly, from the inner, the soul, which thus becomes the new true temple. Real wealth is to be replaced by imaginary wealth that can no longer be valued in the earthly world. Sell your possessions and give the proceeds to the poor. Make purses that will not tear. Get yourselves treasure that will not diminish, up in heaven, where no thief will find it and no moth will eat it. For where your treasure is, there will your heart be also. Luke 12 verses 33-34. In this allegorical sense, money is repeatedly used to illustrate inner wealth and heaven, e.g. Luke 15 verse 8, Luke 19 verses 11-27, MT 13:44-46. To all appearances, hypocrisy comes into the world with Christianity. Hypocrisy is not meant as an individual, selective endeavor, but as a system of worldview and lifestyle. For the merchants must now pretend that they are not trading, the rich that they are not rich. Since women are seen as part, if not the epitome of traded wealth, hypocrisy affects not least sexuality. Therefore he who has a wife should in future behave as if he had none. He who buys as if he did not own, he who makes use of the world as if he did not make use of it, for the form of this world is passing away. 1 Cor 29-31. Finally, the Church Fathers saw private property less as a natural right and more as an emergency solution for life in a state of sin. However, a complete renunciation would go beyond the duties of the Christian. Acquisition as an end in itself, the trade in goods and especially in money, is regarded as pudendum, shameful, which, however, is to be tolerated on the basis of the existing order, at best as something morally indifferent, tolerated, but questionable for beatitude. Thus, before Protestantism redeems them from such torments of conscience, the rich of the Occident pay quite considerable sums as conscience money to ecclesiastical institutions, and on their death possibly also back to their debtors as unjustly taken usura. This double bottom of blessedness is often already built into the parables and teachings of the New Testament. When Jesus says, "You cannot serve both God and mammon," MT 6:24, it must be added, in the same place, at the same time. For the famous parable of the eye of the needle, a camel will sooner go through the eye of a needle than a rich man enter the kingdom of God, is punctured by Jesus in the same breath. But all things are possible for God, MT 19:24-26. The rich obviously have to live with a permanently bad conscience. The worse their conscience, the closer their ties to God, the greater their hypocrisy. This makes it understandable that they are on the lookout for relief. The expulsion of the merchants from the temple heralds the Christian end of the cult of sacrifice. The ritual slaughter of an animal, or a human being, in honor of the god or gods. While the sacred precinct contained the state treasury and served as a place of money exchange, trade, and even prostitution, it was also the site of the altar on which a strange transformation still took place, the divine consumption of wealth. The cult of sacrifice, practiced by the priest or priest-king, originally ensured the integration of the wealth-producing peasant class and the wealth-consuming aristocratic class. The aristocracy was obviously able to legitimize its rule by regularly passing on the wealth it took from the producers to the gods or the god in symbolic form. The cult of these stratified tribal societies always remained closely tied to a specific place, a specific sanctuary and community. In the Jewish temple state, this bond was violently loosened early on with the destruction of the first temple and the deportation of the Jewish upper class to Babylon. Among the exiles, monotheism and its more abstract concept of God prevailed, and the study of the Holy Scriptures began to take the place of worship. After the exile and the rebuilding of the temple, the cult of sacrifice was revived, but many of the original functions of the temple were transferred to the synagogues scattered throughout the land, places of teaching and prayer where sacrifices were no longer offered. When the Roman state finally wore down the Jewish state and the Second Temple was also destroyed, the sacrificial cult was completely and finally abstracted from within Judaism. Perhaps this long farewell to the practice of sacrifice is also the reason why everyday acts that were close and related to the cult, such as the preparation of food, were charged with special, cultic significance. The Christian movement, which gained a foothold in the Hellenistic region in this situation, developed a different strategy. It projected a sacrificial cult that was not bound to a specific location. "Tear down this temple," said Jesus, "in 3 days I will raise it up again." Then the Jews said, "This temple has been built for 46 years, and you want to rebuild it in 3 days?" But he meant the temple of his body, John 2:19-21. Jesus does not drive the merchants out of the temple in order to preserve the old sacrificial cult. Rather, he creates the conditions for a new, unique sacrifice that the cult cannot actually repeat, but merely reminds us of. The human sacrifice is put on hold. It becomes a historical event with eternal significance. Jesus, as the Gospels have created him, sets himself as a sacrifice. However, he will not be resurrected like Dionysus, who also originated from the cult of sacrifice, here in this world, only to be killed again and resurrected again and again. Christianity also puts an end to this fertility cult. In Ephesians, which is obviously addressed to a pagan, i.e. non-Jewish, population familiar with sacrificial and nature cults, it says that Christ also gave himself as a gift and a sacrifice pleasing to God, F5:2. However, in contrast to the Hebrews, who themselves reject sacrifice, the end of the cult is emphasized. Through a single sacrifice, Christ has brought to perfection forever those who are being sanctified. But where sins are forgiven, there is no more sin offering, Heb 10:14 and 18. So who are those who are sanctified? While Judaism, in abandoning the cult of sacrifice, clings all the more resolutely to an ethnic unity, the identity of the tribal association asserts itself here precisely through the loss of the state. Christianity seeks to transcend precisely this unity with its reformed cult of sacrifice. Blood, which in Judaism always carries the meaning of descent in the immediate sense of the word, serves as a metaphor that breaks down such narrow ethnic barriers. The blood of Jesus is intended to create a new, greater unity, as the Revelation reads. "For you were slain and with your blood you bought people for God from every tribe and tongue." Revelation 5:9. In the Gospels, Jesus mostly addresses the people of Israel, but it is precisely his apparent failure, the ultimate limitation of his impact to a small number of disciples, that makes it seem necessary to go beyond this people. And it is precisely for this purpose that his death is interpreted as a sacrifice. But he was to die not only for the people, but also to regather the scattered children of God, John 11:52, according to the Gospel of John. The Christianity that manifests itself in the memory of this sacrificial death probably goes back to the processing of a great defeat and a severe disappointment. The possibilities of compensation or sublimation that it opens up in the process probably also explain its attractiveness and its successful rise outside of Judaism. For defeats and disappointments that call for consolation can be dealt with elsewhere in the same way and again and again. Whatever historical figure and whatever events in ancient Roman Palestine may have formed the basis of the Jesus figure in the Gospels, they must certainly be seen in the context of a resistance directed against Roman rule and its collaborators in Judea. In the fragment on the purpose of Jesus by the theologian Hermann Samuel Reimarus, which Lessing published in 1778, shortly before Nathan the Wise, early Christianity is described, to my knowledge for the first time, as such a hope for those who had become hopeless. Based on the fact that the Jews waited for a worldly redeemer of the people of Israel, and thus promised themselves deliverance from bondage, and a worldly glorious reign from him, and thus the followers of Jesus hoped during the lifetime of their master that he should redeem Israel in time, Reimarus, shortening a historical development of generations to a sequence of a few days, comes to the conclusion. But now that their hope fails, they change their whole system in a few days, and make him a suffering redeemer of all men. Thus Christianity allows its Savior to rise from the dead, while Judaism continues to await the arrival of the Messiah. For the majority of Jews, writes Mircea Eliade, the coming of the Messiah necessarily implied national liberation and the obvious transformation of the world. The crucifixion is seen here post festum as conclusive proof that Jesus could not have been the new Messiah. Christians, however, make a virtue of the arrived transcendent Savior out of the misery of the lost political Redeemer and proclaim the ambiguity of a world that is already redeemed and yet awaits redemption. Christ must appear a second time, at the Last Judgment. Although the kingdom of God has already been established, it is not generally evident. Christian transcendence is the simultaneity of redemption and the continuation of the unredeemed. Whereas Judaism hopes for a Messiah who will bring a new independent state and fantasizes about a hereafter of history, which would, however, occur at a certain future point in history, Christianity transfers this telos into the present, creates the simultaneity of this world and the hereafter, and thus makes itself independent of the real state structure and its fate in a completely new way. In the crisis of the ancient forms of state, an imaginary state emerges here, a substitute state as it were, without a polis, without a tribal basis, without an unconditional claim to a monopoly on the use of force. Jesus died for him in the gospel. For him he transformed himself into a sacrificial animal for eternity and sublated earthly wealth into supernatural wealth. In ancient cultures, the slaughter of the sacrificial animal was reserved for priest-kings and priests. In the temple of the imaginary Christian state, Judaism is invoked for this act. It serves the Christian consciousness as a negative sacrificial priest. The New Testament lays down the ritual. It is the Jews who have Jesus scourged and finally killed, and the Christian priests, for their part, only remember the one-off sacrifice when they celebrate the Eucharist with their congregation. It can be assumed that this role fell to your Judaism when Christianity spread outside Palestine among non-Jewish population groups. In fact, Christianity itself, the Christianity of the New Testament, only came into being during this spread. Its central beliefs can only be understood from the penetration of the concrete practice of the pagan sacrificial cult into the abstract concept of God in Judaism, from the embodiment of the Messiah through Dionysus, so to speak. What had begun as a competition between different Jewish faiths, the no longer reconstructible preform of Christianity, which predates the creation of the New Testament, may have had certain similarities with the Essenes of Qumran, turned into a fundamental demarcation among the pagans of the Hellenistic region. And this demarcation from Judaism structured the myths and rites laid down in the New Testament, whose historical material is paradoxically of purely Jewish origin. Sigmund Freud's remark about the Central and Eastern European population of the early Middle Ages therefore also has significance for the Mediterranean population of antiquity and for the early Church itself. One could say that they are all badly baptized. Under a thin veneer of Christianity they have remained what their ancestors were, who paid homage to a barbaric polytheism. They have not overcome their resentment against the new religion imposed on them, but they have shifted it to the source from which Christianity came to them. The fact that the Gospels tell a story that is about Jews and actually only about Jews made such a shift easier for them. Their hatred of Jews is basically hatred of Christians. End quote. The only problem is that the bad baptism, the thin whitewash, and also the hatred of Christians, as self-hatred, are genuinely Christian. They form the core of Christianity, so to speak. The converted barbarians were able to live out and act out their reservations against the new religion in the myths and rites of the very same religion, because they found in it a substitute object for their self-denial and hatred. That is why the role of Judaism is also fixed at a stroke in the silencing of the cult of sacrifice. It is condemned to play the negative sacrificial priest so that Christians no longer have to stain their hands with blood. The term sacred executioner, which Chaim Maccabee coined for this peculiar proxy function attributed to the Jews, is somewhat misleading. It would perhaps be better to speak of the unholy, the damned butcher. Whereas in the old society the sacrifice was an ethically neutral process with a specific purpose, reconciliation with the gods, i.e. reconciliation of a society divided by wealth, the process is now given an ethical connotation. The historical question of the perpetrator, the question of how did it come about, which is raised as soon as the sacrificial ritual is no longer repeated automatically, receives a clear answer. Those who brought about the sacrifice are the absolute evil, those who suffered it are the absolute good. Such an ethical ethnic fixation was still quite alien to classical antiquity. The transformation of the cult of sacrifice in Greek theater replaced the ethical indifference of the ritual with ambivalent evaluations, as presented in the dialogues of the protagonists. The Christian tradition, however, is based on a final accusation, and those who make it are obviously interested in evading responsibility. Sigrun Anselm has described this ethical strategy succinctly: God sacrificed himself in his Son, the Jews murdered Christ. In any case, Christians bear no responsibility for the sacrifice, but they are the recipients of its atoning effect, which they share by virtue of their faith. In his first letter to the Thessalonians, Paul speaks of the Jews who killed the Lord Jesus, 1 Thess 2:14-16, and not of a specific group of Jews or Judeans, such as the Pharisees or the chief priests. This is one of the oldest surviving testimonies of Christianity. As Karl Erik Grosinger notes, the later Gospels then incorporated the accusation of the murder of God into the framework of their depictions of Jesus, especially in the Passion narrative. It is precisely in the latter that the increasing burden on the Jews and the exoneration of the Roman authorities can be clearly seen. The Roman governor Pontius Pilate appears in an increasingly milder light from gospel to gospel. This reveals a mechanism peculiar to Christianity in the coordination of the monopoly on the use of force. It paves the way for the peaceful coexistence of the imaginary state with the real one. Anti-Jewish and pre-Roman tendencies mutually reinforce each other. The more clearly the Jews are characterized as murderers of Jesus, the more decisively the Roman state can be exculpated, the more conciliatory the respective rulers can be confronted. Satan is chosen to consecrate the Jews as negative sacrificial priests. It is precisely the motivation behind the deal between Judas and the chief priests that requires his appearance in the Gospels of Luke and John. Satan took possession of Judas, Luke 22 verse 3, he entered into him, John 13 verse 27, this is how he sold Jesus to the chief priests. Obviously, the negative stigmatization of the Jews makes the devil necessary as a continuous phenomenon and substantial content of faith in the first place. While Satan only appears sporadically in the Old Testament, the New Testament is virtually obsessed with the idea of the diabolos. His constant presence is based on an entirely new mission. In essence, the devil functions as a prefiguration of the concept of race, as his work continually targets the body and lineage. In the Gospel of John, Jesus says to the Jews, "You have the devil for a father, and you want to do what your father wants you to do. He was a murderer from the beginning," John 8 verse 44. If the devil did not exist, then perhaps we could really speak of a purely religious anti-Judaism in the early writings of Christianity, indeed in Christianity as a whole. In this case, the demarcation from the Jews would leave the physicality of the marginalized untouched. But with the special role that falls to Satan, the possibility of racial antisemitism is already lurking in the Gospels, and the Christian West will ultimately open up the great career path for this figure. When Satan enters Judas in John, i.e. in the latest Gospel, this is no longer a selective demonization, but quite simply the quickest way to turn Judas into a Jew. This demonization stands for the demonization of Judaism as a whole. In this respect, Judas is indeed the archetype of Christian personification, and his separation from Jesus and the disciples is the basic motif of the New Testament. Like no other figure in the Gospels, Judas allows us to study Christianity in statu nascendi. Theodore Rake recognizes in it the alter ego of the Redeemer, which stems from a split ego and was born of guilt consciousness. As a scapegoat, Judas unites all impulses that are perceived as embarrassing and thus exonerates the disciples and Jesus. He appears as the exact counterpart of Christ. Jesus drove the thieves and tax collectors out of the temple. His later representative had to bear the accusation of theft. In a way, the Christian economy of guilt and hatred is regulated via Judas. Christian antiquity and the Middle Ages professed their faith in Christ and projected their hatred of Jesus onto the evil Judas. In both projection creations, however, the share of unconscious remorse and the consciousness of guilt becomes apparent. Both thus presuppose an ambivalent attitude towards the essence worshipped as God as the original. It is precisely the projection that proves the emotional conflict. But what do Christians come into conflict about? Where does the ambivalent attitude towards Jesus come from? For Theodore Rake, as for Freud, the answer lies in the secret desire to overthrow the Father God. The attack on the merchants in the temple would therefore originally have been aimed at the master of the house himself and would then have been diverted to the merchants. If this is true, the question still remains as to why the merchants in particular were able to attract hatred as if they were magnetic, and what Judas has in common with them. Before the lamb is sacrificed, it must be bought. Along with Satan, another devil enters Judas. Then one of the 12 named Judas Iscariot went to the chief priests and said, "What will you give me if I hand Jesus over to you?" And they paid him 30 pieces of silver, MT 26:14F. This was the price he was worth to the Israelites, MT 27:9. In the form of Judas, the expelled merchants apparently return to the temple and take revenge on Jesus with their own means, money. The late Gospel of John shows a more pronounced fixation on the medium of exchange from the very beginning. Jesus' appearance in the temple alone, with his action against the merchants, is depicted here with noticeable emphasis as the expulsion of money and presented as a true action scene. In the temple he found the sellers of cattle, sheep, and doves and the money changers sitting there. He made a scourge of cords and drove them all out of the temple, along with the sheep and oxen. He poured out the money of the money changers and overturned their tables. To the dealers in doves he said, "Get these things out of here, do not make my Father's house a market hall." John 2 verses 13-16. As the manager of the disciples' treasury, Judas is associated with money from the outset in this gospel and is therefore suspect. When he suggests that he would rather sell the oil with which Mary Magdalene anoints Jesus' feet and distribute the money to the poor, the purpose of his request is immediately denied and he himself is defined by the means, the money. But he did not say this because he had a heart for the poor, but because he was a thief, for he had the treasury and embezzled the income. John 12 verses 4-6. See also John 13 verse 29. In Matthew's Gospel, the moment the traitor repents of his deed, he is able to emancipate himself from money. Emulating the expulsion of the merchants from the temple, Judas returns to the chief priests and throws them the pieces of silver. Then he went away and hanged himself. MT 27:3-5. Here, even the chief priests hesitate to accept the money, saying, "The money must not be put into the temple treasury, for it has blood on it." MT 27:6-8. Judas is no longer given the opportunity to shake off the money and atone for his deed in the other Gospels. In contrast to the gods of the ancient world and the God of Judaism, the Christian God no longer seems to be able to represent wealth in an immediate way, as in Judaism, or by means of a sacrificial animal, as in paganism. This wealth has apparently become too abstract, the monetary form it has taken on too general. So he needs a new form of sacrifice as mediation. He adopts the sacrificial animal, as it were, so that this essence as the Son of God can make the impossible possible. It is not enough to drive the merchants out of the temple and devalue wealth in general. In the form of the Son, God himself falls victim to the merchants in order to credibly embody the fate of concrete wealth, the food created for need, which is always sacrificed to money, as soon as interest has to be paid back, for example. And that is why the unholy butcher is needed, who must take the abstractness of money upon himself like an unspeakable debt. However, the connection between the expulsion of the merchants and the crucifixion of the exorcist remained hypothetical, as did the identification of Judaism with money. Antisemitism remained a possibility, so to speak. The New Testament was essentially completed before the crisis of the Roman Empire began, the cities lost importance, trade declined and the money economy ebbed away. But when the Roman Empire was replaced by the Holy Roman Empire, the Sacrum Imperium the cities regained importance, trade flourished and the monetary economy gained momentum. A strange compulsion arose in Christianity to constantly and ever more concretely imagine and play out the phantasmagoria of a Jewish act of revenge against Jesus Christ. The crucifixion of Jesus should be remembered through the repetition of the Last Supper, as Paul demands. In this way, the death understood as a sacrifice merges in a peculiar way with the procedure of the meal. The Lord Jesus, on the night he was delivered up, took bread, said the prayer of thanksgiving, broke the bread and said, "This is my body for you. Do this in remembrance of me." In the same way, after the meal he took the cup and said, "This cup is the new covenant in my blood. As often as you drink from it, do this in remembrance of me." 1 Cor 11:23-25. The celebration of the Eucharist in this way abstracts from what is implied or claimed in the New Testament, that the guilt of Christ's death lies with the Jews. In the Holy Mass, we are only indirectly aware of the deed imputed to the Jews. The Eucharist is, as it were, its negative. It is only expressed positively when the relevant passages from the Gospels are read out. But the more certain Christians are of the presence of their Lord, the more intensely it is referred to, directly or indirectly. And this certainty proves to be a variable factor. Since the 11th century, the question of the cultic presence of Christ in worship has been the subject of much debate. It was finally answered definitively at the Fourth Lateran Council of 1219 as the doctrine of transubstantiation. The transformation of bread and wine into the flesh and blood of Christ, which is already asserted in the New Testament but can still be understood here in the sense of a metaphor, is now recognized as official, the metaphorical interpretation made impossible and the physical significance of the flesh and blood of the Savior decisively enhanced. In the Western Church, a compromise has thus apparently also been found in the dispute between image worship and iconoclasm, which at the same time was able to relativize the hostility towards the theater that had been manifest since the Church Fathers. It roughly reads, if Christ is really present in the Holy Mass, then he can also be depicted, but Jesus is therefore not present in the depiction itself. The fetish form of the Eucharistic transformation allows a non-fetishized representation outside of the actual transformation, one that itself reveals that it is only a reflection of the divine, but not itself divine. This enables it to do what is denied to worship, to enrich itself more and more with the details of the earthly, the present, to develop in this respect from the abstract to the concrete, from a few emblematic signs to an abundance of individual signs that are less significant in themselves. But between this permanently secularizing representation of the divine in sculptures, paintings, songs and plays and the eternally unchanging divine in the Eucharist, transitional forms also emerge that are not concerned with pure representation, but with the repetition of the sacrifice, the legends of ritual murder and the desecration of the host. And at the same time as the doctrine of transubstantiation, the Lateran Council decreed that the Jews had to wear a yellow stain. The Jew, says Christina von Braun, was henceforth branded as a visible, that is, in the language of transubstantiation, as a real other. His visibility was, as it were, the counterpart to the incarnation of God. The visual arts and spiritual games developed in this field of tension between the depictability of the crucified and the visualization of his murderers. Similar to the temporary or permanent isolation of professional executioners, Jews were marginalized in everyday life. Christians were forbidden from marrying or even sharing a meal with Jews early on. In contrast to the executioners, however, the measures here are a prerequisite of the fetish form. A constantly renewed and extended council decree forbade the Jews to show themselves on the streets and in the market during Easter. They obviously did not want to see the real Jews, while alluding to them, imitating them, making an image of them. While depictions of the Passion were rare in early Christian art, from the 10th and 11th centuries onwards, types of images emphasizing the suffering of Christ during the scourging and crucifixion became widespread. The first dialogized and acted tropes of the Easter liturgy still center around the resurrection of Christ, but for the tradition of the Western Church, the reseating of the resurrection behind the event of death, reign or warning, becomes effective. In this sense, the Passion Play, and not the Easter play or the Corpus Christi play, can be regarded as the paradigm of the sacred plays of the 15th and 16th centuries in particular. The suffering of the Redeemer takes center stage, but it can only be intensified when the celebration of the play, the space of the church, is abandoned. In other words, when the devil is allowed to make an unrestricted appearance and, with his figure, the entire counterworld that he represents, and in the spiritual play this counterworld is the Jewish people. While the devil dons a mythical costume and Jesus a historical one, the latter is equipped with the attributes of the ancient satyr: horns, tail, goat's feet, the latter with antique robes. The Jewish figures, insofar as they originate from the New Testament, are visibly updated and presented as contemporaries in their appearance, for example through the pointed Jewish hats. The forms in which they are identifiable as the Jews and marked with the guilt of Christ's death are concretized in their outward appearance and presumably also in their gestures. While they initially remain abstract in terms of language and music, they continue to be possible forms of antisemitism. The extensive use of Latin, the official language of the imaginary state, as it were, distances what is depicted from everyday life and requires, possibly gestural, translation in order to connect the Latin-speaking Jews of the Bible with the Yiddish-speaking Jews in their own city. The same applies to the music, which, especially in its early, monophonic form, maintains a distance from everyday life, thwarting sudden identifications between what is depicted and what is experienced in everyday life. The Benedict Buren Passion Play from around 1300 was still largely sung in Latin. The epitome of these forms of possibility is the allegory. Numerous and widespread, in paintings and as sculptures, are the confrontations between ecclesia and synagoga, the allegories of the Christian church and the Jewish religious community, in the early art of Christianity. They go back to a pseudo-Augustinian sermon from the 5th century, Altercatio Ecclesiae et Synagogae. Two women, ecclesia and synagoga, confront each other and fight for supremacy in the form of a legal dispute. Synagoga claims that the biblical prophets came to her, while ecclesia accuses her of shamefully disregarding her own prophets and proves the messiahship of Jesus with the help of the Old Testament. At the end of the dispute, synagoga declares herself defeated and ecclesia triumphs. This confrontation could be seen as the most abstract form in which Christianity has shaped its relationship with Judaism. In the 9th century, the allegorical dialogue becomes part of the Easter liturgy and subsequently forms an essential component of the dramaturgy of the Passion Play. Above all, it facilitates the process structure of the plays. A tribunal is staged at which Judaism can be judged, and the Passion shapes up as the most important part of the presentation of evidence. To a certain extent, the Tegency Ludus de Antichristos from the 12th century, the first surviving text in which synagoga appears as a scenic figure, is an exception. Here, synagoga initially helps the Antichrist to rule because she believes him to be the true Messiah, while ecclesia resists his temptations and delusions. However, when synagoga's veil is removed from her eyes, symbolizing the non-recognition of the New Testament, she recognizes the false Messiah in the Antichrist and confesses Christ. The last act that the Antichrist commits before he is overthrown is the murder of synagoga, who is no longer a synagoga. She dies a martyr's death, like Jesus in the Passion. The negative emperor, who is conjured up here as a portent, is one who does not want to convert the Jews. That is why he must fall. In contrast to this ludus de Antichristo, synagoga refuses to convert in the well-known traditional Passion plays. While the language of the tribunal before which she stands is initially Latin, the court is soon transformed into a people's court in which the local language dominates. In a Frankfurt Passion play from the middle of the 14th century, of which only the so-called conductor's roll, a kind of director's book, has survived, German is predominantly spoken. Music has lost the dominant role it still played in the Tegency Ludus. On the side of the unteachable synagoga are some concrete Jews, with names that were worn by Jews in Frankfurt at the time. They are convinced by ecclesia's evidence and finally ask to be baptized. Synagoga's cloak then falls from her shoulders and her crown from her head. She is thus stripped of her insignia of power. Compared to the ludus, the depiction here seems less allegorical. Whereas there it was synagoga herself who acted and allowed herself to be converted, now it is individual specific Jewish figures who convert and, as a result, bring synagoga down. The synagogue is the background against which the church can take shape. Without this antagonist, Christianity could not take center stage. The dignified portrayal of the Jewish community as queen is based on the abstract nature of the confrontation, which, although synagoga is dethroned by the behavior of her concrete followers, is still preserved. At the time this Frankfurt play was performed, it was already an anachronism. In view of the historical situation in Frankfurt, it is even assumed that it served to calm the nervous and particularly aggressive mood of the population against the Jews, which was linked to the outbreak of the plague. If this was indeed the case, the plan was not successful. On July 24, 1349, almost all the Jews of the city of Frankfurt were slain and their houses set on fire. Their murderers, the citizens of the city, were able to dispose of the property left behind by the Jews and also enjoy the impunity promised by Charles IV, which he had previously had literally bought from him for a total of 15,200 heller. In any case, the clerical games were significantly more successful in preparing for pogroms. This is indirectly proven by police regulations and council decrees from the late 14th century onwards, which show that the Jews had to be protected from attacks to a greater extent during the Easter period and during the performance of the Passion Play, if the town council was prepared to do so. In 1338, for example, the city fathers of Freiburg and Breisgau had the performance of anti-Jewish scenes banned in order to avoid unrest. In 1539, a sacred play was cancelled in Rome because it had been followed by periodic looting of the ghetto. Even in Frankfurt in the 15th century, the magistrate, who had apparently taken a new interest in the lives of the Jews, issued special measures during the performance of an Antichrist play. The Jews were ordered to stay in their homes and lock up the ghetto. The spiritual plays had long since left the confines of the church at this time, and the duration of the performance was extended further and further, often lasting more than a day. A week-long performance has been recorded from Bolzano, for example, and there are reports from French cities in the mid-16th century, scarcely believable, of plays lasting a month. If the documents are to be trusted, these were huge festive congregations. In 1490, 16,000 spectators are said to have attended an 8-day passion play in Reims, and wine and pastries were distributed in the name of the city throughout the play. Initiated and essentially supported by guilds and guilds, these games were a medium for the self-expression of the citizenry, who could organize themselves into veritable passion brotherhoods, comparable perhaps to the carnival schools in Rio de Janeiro. They not only occupied the square in front of the church or the marketplace, they occupied the whole city. Work was at a standstill. The passion for gambling apparently only found its limit within the walls of the ghetto, and there it regularly threatened to turn into a bloodlust. If one considers that the first persecutions of the Jews supported by broad sections of the Christian population date back to the 11th century, and also takes into account the events of 1349 in Frankfurt, even the dignified and royal allegory of the synagogue, based on theological abstraction, preached in the texts of the Adversus Judaeos literature, depicted in the cathedrals and represented in the spiritual games, loses its harmless character. The outrages against the Jewish communities seem like a concretized rage that was ratified, as it were, by the later development of the Passion plays. The allegories recede more and more from the Passion story, or are themselves concretized. In the Alsfeld Passion play from the early 16th century, ecclesia and synagogue insult each other, as Natasha Bremer writes, in the tone of two market women. But the dispute is by no means even. While synagogue comically threatens a beating, a dark death threat is formulated several times on the side of the church. Neither synagogue nor her followers are persuaded. Triumphantly, she calls the Jews to dance around the golden calf, and with it ends the great disputatio and the second day of the Alsfeld play. In the somewhat older Danauschingen Passion play, the allegories of the two religious communities only appear on the scene after the Passion, after the crucifixion of Christ. Here they are called Judea and Christiana. Here there is no further attempt to convert the Jews. Christiana, on the other hand, openly calls for a pogrom, and it is the passion of Jesus just depicted from which she derives the right to do so. The growing love of detail that can be discovered in the development of the visual arts and spiritual plays of the Middle Ages, and which is often seen as progress, as secularization, or a gain in reality, proves in the case of the Passion to be an obsession with detail in a quite literal sense. Secularization and gain in reality can be understood here as the growing production of illusory concreteness, as an approach not to the everyday life of cities, but to the fetish forms that spring from this everyday life. Yet it seems that two opposing tendencies overlap here. From a certain point of view, one can certainly speak of a dissolution of religious fetishes. The allegory of evil, which is only evil because it is evil, but which does not act, does nothing evil, is pure allegory. But as soon as it enters into a relationship with others, does something specific evil, it already loses its teleological sense coming from the hereafter. The devil becomes Richard III, whose evil is dissolved in an interhuman relationship. It only exists in his behavior towards others. But the devil is projected from the beginning as an accomplice of Judaism. And since the phantasmagoria of a diabolical Judaism could not be dispensed with, the transformation into Shakespeare's acting and dialoguizing villain did not succeed completely, as evidenced by Shylock, to whom the fetish legacy of Satan fell. A comparison of the pictorial representations of devils and Jews merely reveals a certain proximity and distant relationship between these two Christian incarnations of the negative, whereby it becomes clear that the diabolical powers are depicted more frequently. The spiritual Ludi convey a different view. Here, the identity of Satan and Jew could be played out. In one of the earliest Passion plays, the Benedict Burr, the devil literally springs from the deed of Judas. He leads the one who sold and betrayed Christ to be hanged. In the St. Gallen Passion play, it is Rufus who emerges as the representative of Judaism. His name, which alludes to red hair, was already associated with hell in the color symbolism of the time. Judas is also often shown in pictures with red hair, which, together with his yellow clothing, represents a clear stigma. Rufus exposes himself in particular during the persecution of the Savior and offers the Roman soldiers money to scourge him with particular cruelty. In the Denouschingen Passion play, the Jews sneak or run and hop, and in this too they make like the devils, most of whom are depicted in noisy movement. Devil and Judas become identical when the devil enters Judas, and this process is by no means merely hinted at in the Denouschingen play, but rather acted out very concretely and effectively. A black bird slips into Judas' mouth. The cruelties inflicted on Jesus, often with money, by Jews and devils increase from play to play, and the growing realism of the late Middle Ages proves itself above all in the invention of ever new details in the torture and scourging of Christ. In a Frankfurt Passion play from the late 15th century, each of the scenes of suffering is depicted and described in detail. The servants beat and torture Jesus and talk in detail about their actions. In the Alsfeld Passion play from the early 16th century, all this is done to an even greater extent. The identity of the Jews with the devil is intensified, as it were, in the torture scenes. Natascha Bremer has elaborated on this peculiar dynamic. The role of the Jews becomes increasingly important as more and more space is given to the scenes of suffering, and they are at the center of the action and are the dramatic climax of each play. To the extent that Jesus' suffering is heightened, the Jews are demonized. The more the Savior suffers, the more evil the Jews are. The scenes of torture are comic scenes. Those who are used to separating cruelty and laughter may, like Natascha Bremer, assume that the audience did not laugh, but reacted indignantly to this humiliation of Jesus. Seen from the peculiar Christian structure of guilt and conscience, it would perhaps be more plausible that the spectators laughed at first, and then became all the more outraged. The way in which the torture is presented with subtlety and humor allows the secret desires of the audience and the authors to emerge. Of course, the cruelty carried out in the Holy of Holies can only be enjoyed because the audience is not actively involved, but rather blames the devil and the demonized Jews. According to Rainer Warning, the victim can be harmed in this way because the devil and his Jewish accomplices are officially responsible. You let them carry out what you secretly want to do to the victim yourself. If you then attack the Jews, inspired by the Passion play, for example, you also soothe your own guilty conscience. In the Passion plays, the hatred of Jesus is acted out that Theodor Reik understood to be constitutive of Christianity's ambivalent attitude towards its Savior. The attack on Judaism results from a sense of guilt. Persecutions of Jews and pogroms are self-punishment of Christians on the other object. They are substitute acts for masochistic satisfaction by sharing in the suffering inflicted on others, which they themselves should actually feel. There is a certain kind of identification with the victim. The object is occupied again, the self-punishment is carried out on it and shared. In contrast, the cruel laughter that precedes the anti-Semitic action could be understood as a liberating one, directed against Christian doctrine, against Jesus as the holiest and highest, in the sense of Mikhail Bakhtin. For example, laughter builds itself, as it were, against the official world, its counter-church against the official church, its counter-state against the official state. The keen sense of victory over fear is an essential element of medieval laughter. This feeling is expressed in some of the peculiarities of the laughing figures of the Middle Ages. Conquered fear is always present in them, in the form of the repulsively comic, in the form of inverted symbols of power and violence, in the comic figures of death, in the joyful dismemberment. This medieval laughter contains the moment of victory over all violence, over earthly rulers, over the mighty of the earth, over everything that enslaves and limits. The hostility towards the Jews that follows the laughter could then be interpreted as a taming of the anarchic impulse. The problem, however, is that the laughter of liberation and the antisemitism of subjugation cannot be separated so neatly. Laughter as such has no specific, always valid, possibly philosophical meaning, be it a subversive one, as Mikhail Bakhtin claims, or a liberal one, as Joachim Ritter suggests. In the Passion play, it is overdetermined by the compassion that is directed at the martyred figure of Jesus. Indeed, it probably only arises from the extreme tension between pity and compassion, between the pity for Christ and the compassion felt for the Jewish perpetrators. With Sigmund Freud and Theodor Reik, analogous to neuro-SE, one could speak of the breakthrough of the forbidden from the midst of defense, of the return of the repressed from the repressed. But the breakthrough remains, as long as he uses the Jews as representatives and does not let go of the identification with Jesus, bound to the agreement with the ecclesiastical power. Thus, the Passion play provokes the anti-Semitic laughter that Theodor W. Adorno and Max Horkheimer formulated in the very compassion that it practices, and which is able to shed light on the origins of anti-Semitic dramaturgy like no other. By disinfecting the failed impulse through his unconditional identification with the failing instance, the civilized person lets it through. When it crosses the threshold, laughter ensues. This is the pattern of the anti-Semitic reaction. The anti-Semites gather to celebrate the moment of the authoritarian release of the forbidden. It alone makes them a collective. It constitutes the community of conspecifics. Their roar is organized laughter. Is the repressed and forbidden that comes to the fore in the Passion Play the pagan cult? Do the Passion Plays therefore have the tendency to revive the dormant cult of sacrifice? Rainer Warning speaks of a monumental remythicization of the history of salvation, behind which lies a piece of unreconciled myth, referring to scholastic theology and its transcendence into the beyond. Robert Wyman also sees the influence of pre-Christian cultic elements on the liturgy less as a regression than a turn towards popular realism, and thus one of the origins of Shakespearean theatre. For Warning, as for Wyman, the remythicization thus conceals a criticism of the Church. In any case, the escalation of cruelty in the Passion Play can be explained as part of this remythicization. And it could go so far that the difference between the cult and the theatre was suddenly skipped over. It is known from a performance of an English Passion Play that the actor playing Jesus was mistakenly killed by the spear thrust during the crucifixion, and such an industrial accident was not an isolated case. It is probably a kind of Freudian slip that acknowledges the secret mythical purpose of the event. In fact, the games must have presented martyrdom with a seemingly uncanny, intense, and unmediated violence and drasticness, writes Warning. From the barest hints, often only allusions in the Gospels, thousands of verses fill 2 or more days, peppered with unsurpassable cruelties and performed before a crowd that could number 10,000 heads or more. This crowd can hardly be understood as a theater audience, but rather as a festive congregation that came together for a sacrificial ritual. For one thing must never be forgotten, precisely because it is never explicitly mentioned. The reason for all the festivities that the Chronicles so proudly report is the depiction of the Passion of Christ. It was the gruesome play of the bloody sacrifice of God that was celebrated with wine and pastries, with music and amusements. The Passion is thus played back into the sacrificial ritual, and devils and Jews are needed to cover their own interest in the ritual, whereby the devil figures, in their costumes borrowed from the satyrs, have the most immediate connection to the old cult, while the Jewish figures, depicted in their contemporary garb, emphasize the modernity of the games. The disguise of the ritual as the work of the devil and the Jews may explain why the ecclesiastical authorities withdrew their hostility towards the theatre and were prepared to coexist peacefully with the games. But where did the players' interest in remythicization come from? Considering the urban character of the events, it can hardly have been an interest in a fertility cult of an agrarian nature. And could the Church really not share it? Did the games really have to disguise themselves, or did they not rather enter into a symbiotic relationship with the Church? After all, the seeds of remythicization were already planted in Christianity itself, as a silent sacrificial cult. In any case, it would be unhistorical to assume an identical social situation when comparing the ancient cult and modern remythicization. And therein lies the weakness of attempts at interpretation, for which there seems to be only one essential difference between modernity and antiquity: the existence of an ecclesiastical power apparatus that would have prevented the myth from being lived out openly. Without wanting to, such a reduction comes close to nationalist-inspired research that fetishizes the cultic as an expression of the Germanic. However, the difference between the medieval Passion Play and the original sacrificial cult is by no means to be seen solely in the ecclesiastical framework and theological control. Rather, the revival of the ritual brought new, very modern motifs to light. Initially used only as a means by which the high priests brought about the death of Jesus, money took on a life of its own in the course of the modernized cult of sacrifice, becoming the all-encompassing and sole purpose of fantasized Judaism, its religion, and its flowering. The labor camp that Luther imagines for the Jews clearly heralds a new ethos. It mobilizes labor against money, against usury, against the Jew. In contrast to Calvinists and Puritans, who valorized money together with labor, Luther adhered to the negative transubstantiation of Christianity, the identification of Jews with interest-bearing capital, the abstract side of commodity production. In this sense, his translation of the Bible even transfers the expression blood money into the Old Testament, at the point where the prophet Amos accuses the upper class in Israel. This translation, which is considered to be the last edition, was published in Wittenberg in 1545, 2 years after the writing against the Jews, 11 years earlier, in the first edition of his Bible. Wittenberg 1534, Luther had translated the passage quite differently. Instead of blood money, it reads gifts. In the mobilization of work, the modernized hatred of the Jews is linked to the enemy image of the gypsy, which was developed as a negative of the work ethic in the 16th century. Like the gypsies, says Luther, one should treat the Jews. The phantom image of the witch and the sorcerer can also be regarded as a negative spin-off of the new ethos and the new rationality of work, which also occupies a large space in Luther's sermons. It is intended to personify and make liable that which eludes the grasp of the newly formed paradigm of work, indeed acts contrary to it. Above all inexplicable and uncontrollable phenomena that occur in the metabolism with nature. Like the Jews, gypsies, and witches are always associated with the devil. The former are labeled as the devil's brood, the latter as devil's whores. In contrast to the Jews, however, neither witches nor gypsies are systematically identified with self-generating money. And just as the development of the money economy preceded the modern organization of labor, its abstraction from the means and conditions of production, the mass persecution of witches and gypsies only began after the first waves of expulsion and extermination of the Jews. It was not uncommon for the methods and concepts of the persecution of the Jews to be adopted. Women, for example, were demonized by accusing them of celebrating a witch's Sabbath in a witch's synagogue. On the other hand, the persecution of gypsies and witches already points to the manifestation of racism towards the colonized population. The stigmatization of blacks and Indians, Asians, and Slavs as specific races, which often also operated with the concept of the devil, served to project the dominance of the conquerors onto the bodies and minds of the conquered, whose labor productivity had to be assessed at the same time. The victims of racism are not accused of their superiority, but of their inferiority. Racism is not directed against their omnipotence, but against their powerlessness. Jews, on the other hand, are seen as omnipotent. Their identification with the abstract side of the capitalist commodity economy, with value, makes them the personification of the global principle of subjectless domination. But the inhabitants of foreign continents, set in motion by the slave trade, appear no less threatening to the Christian Occidental consciousness. They gain their uncanniness not as representatives of the market, as embodiments of value, like the Jews, but on the contrary as the will-less objects of the market, as embodiments of use value, as nature. Early on, the teachers and preachers of the church showed a downright horror of self-increasing money, which could now move in completely different dimensions of growth than in antiquity. Prohibitions and regulations were introduced in an attempt to limit the function of money to the exchange of commodities, i.e., the immediate payment of goods, and thus prevent the taking of interest or usury. Accordingly, Christians were not allowed to charge interest when lending money because no material goods were being produced or exchanged. However, it was not forbidden to lend money in return for a pledge, property in the form of land, for example, which could be used as compensation for the money and until it was repaid. This Christian-sanctioned method of usury enabled the church, monasteries, and other pious bodies to amass immense wealth. However, Christians who allowed money to run rampant immediately also had to find a remedy. Jacques Le Goff has documented how closely the imaginations of hell and purgatory were linked to the horror caused by the accumulation of money. Finis pecuniae, funis est animae, the profit of money is the death of the soul, said Pope Leo I in the 5th century. In later writings and sermons, this death of the soul was given a special place, hell. An exemplary sermon by Jacob of Vitry shows how the accumulation of money literally provides the material for hell. The growing money translates immediately into growing agony. God decreed that there should be 3 kinds of people: the peasants and other workers to ensure the survival of the rest, the knights to defend them and the clergy to govern them, but the devil appointed a 4th kind, the usurers. Since they do not share in the labor of men, they are not punished by men, but by devils. For the amount of money they earn through usury corresponds to the amount of wood that is added to the hellfire in which they are to burn. But while purgatory was even invented for the Christian usurers to save them from eternal damnation, for the Jewish usurers hell already begins on earth, antisemitism secularizes the torments of hell, so to speak. Sometimes the Christian intellectuals, disturbed by the obscure fertility of money, were even able to get to the bottom of exchange value, from which their concept of God was of course able to lure them away again, for example, when they understood usury as theft, specifically as theft of time, but since this time, unlike the goods produced by man, belongs to God, the usurer is a particularly great sinner. Thus the usurer does not lend the debtor what belongs to him, but only the time that belongs to God, said Tantum Tempus, Quod Dei Est, Thomas of Chobham. But the preferred means of banishing the horror of self-generating money was the identification of money with Judaism. The real abstract, which had become independent of human activity, could in this way regain human concreteness, that of the non-human. Usurer and Jew became synonyms. In the writings of the 12th century, Jewish usury is mentioned for the first time. And the spiritual leader of the Second Crusade, which, like the first, was above all a crusade against Judaism, Bernard of Clairvaux, simply replaced lending money at interest in his sermons with the word Judaizing, Latin Judaicare. Usury is the common name for a particularly high rate of interest. Compared to the later interest rate from the world of manufacturing and industrial capital, interest rates in the Old World often rose to extreme heights. There was something arbitrary about them. The respective interest rates differed greatly from country to country and within each country. There is no general rate of interest in any country and great diversity with regard to interest rates and the concept of usury. Marx compiled the various rates of interest for the 3rd volume of Capital. In Charlemagne's time, it was considered usurious if 100% was taken. In Lindau on Lake Constance, in 1344, local citizens took 216 and 2/3%. In Zurich, the city council set the legal interest rate at 43 and 1/3%. In Italy, 40% had to be paid at times, although from the 12th to 14th centuries the usual rate did not exceed 20%. Verona ordered 12.5% as legal interest. Frederick II in his decree 10%, but only for the Jews. He did not want to speak for the Christians. 10% was already the norm in Rhenish Germany in the 13th century. So was the owner of usury or merchant capital given much greater freedom of action than the modern industrial capitalist? Was he able to decide for himself how much he wanted to exploit the buyer or debtor? Would the usurer or merchant capitalist therefore not yet be seen as a character mask of capital, but as a morally autonomous individual? This view, however, would exclude the fact that the sovereign, the feudal lord or the city council, demanded his taxes from the holders of the money and the sellers of the goods, which in turn were at the discretion of the respective lord, and as we know, Jews, for example, had to pay particularly high taxes in order to be allowed to live at all. The old usury capital appropriated in the form of interest, like merchant capital in the form of price, all surplus over the means of subsistence of the producers, which is roughly the amount of the later labor wage, i.e., apart from state taxes, all surplus value, while interest in the modern sense forms only a part of the surplus value, which is appropriated here primarily in the form of profit. Marx therefore describes it as highly distasteful to compare the interest rate of the old merchant and usurer's capital with that of the industrialized era. The usurer, however, knows absolutely no measure except the efficiency or resilience of those in need of money. The interest rate of the pre-industrial world thus expresses the rate of normal exploitation in monetary form, but in contrast to the modern interest rate it takes on the appearance of an abnormal proportion, is experienced as a disproportionate degree of expropriation. It is against this particular division or specialized function of appropriation that the immediate producer, the gilded craftsman, the free or unfree peasant, directs his anger. He concentrates his resentment on this arena of capital accumulation and thus avoids direct confrontation with merchant capital and feudal lords. This is how the medieval Volksgemeinschaft, consisting of merchant capital, feudal lords and immediate producers, formed itself against Jewish usury capital. In fact, from the perspective of the individual producer, the exploitation by merchant capital is not as concentrated as that by usury capital. For not being able to afford the individual commodity because its price is too high still allows the prospect of acquiring a cheaper one of the same use value somewhere or of doing without it altogether in favor of other use values, whereas the compulsion to pay the money as interest may mean not being able to afford any commodity at all. In contrast to the dispersed exploitation by merchant capital, the money business, in which exploitation appears focused, is therefore regarded as capital par excellence. In addition, the seller of goods conveys use values, which, despite all the price bragging, may be interpreted as labor. On the other hand, in interest-bearing capital, the self-producing character of capital, the utilizing value, the production of surplus value, presents itself purely as an occult quality. Antisemitism is the perfect medium for such occultism. Before the eyes of astonished Christendom, usury capital materializes in the Jewish bloodsucker. The medium made it invisible that the Jews by no means had a de facto monopoly in this secondary arena of accumulation. After they had been banned from one profession after another, it was precisely here, since the Crusades, which introduced Christianity to the art of capital accumulation, that they faced powerful Christian competition. They knew how to circumvent the Church's prohibition of usury, just as the scholastics of the 13th century sought ways of making interest-taking and the money business somehow accessible to Christians, so that capital could accumulate in Christian hands and only the Jewish ones seemed dirty. For stigmatized as those whom Christ expelled from the temple and who took revenge on him and on Christianity, the only ones among the peoples of Europe who did not merge into the great Christian community but opposed it, they were more suitable than any other social group for the sensualization of money, which did not merge into Christian love and opposed the subsistence economy. And whenever the producers are too cowardly to confront their masters, their hatred is directed at the stigmatized. The cowardice has a systematic character. It is based on a fetish that pretends to dissolve all fetishes, to transfer the real abstract, which came into the world with exchange, as concrete, the exchange value as Jews. The Jews are not merely seen as representatives of the market, their appearance is rather intended to make the inscrutable and intangible market events transparent and tangible. Their expulsion, their extermination remains morally ambiguous, hypocritical, because it is never just a matter of superstition, of a limited capacity for knowledge, but always also a moral decision. The craftsmen and peasants of the 14th and 15th centuries, who, as the accumulators of the market, were the only ones who were able to survive. The craftsmen and peasants of the 14th and 15th centuries, who, when accumulation came to a standstill and population growth turned into famine, stormed the ghettos in their cities and persecuted the Jews and dragged them to the stake, probably wanted to believe that they were driving out and burning usury, the interest itself. But it was precisely in this way that they appropriated the money of the expelled and burned with full awareness. The moral ambiguity goes hand in hand with a Manichaeism of money that makes it possible to distinguish between a good, concrete side and a bad, abstract side of commodity production, to identify the bad with the Jews, but to keep the good for oneself. When over 200 Jews were burned to death in Vienna after the storming of the ghetto in 1421, which had been legitimized by the highest authority with the accusation of desecration of the host, the Christians were reportedly still rummaging through their ashes to find gold and pieces of silver. The religious obduracy that is attributed to the Jews is derived from their fantasized monetary function. The blessedness of the Christians, however, is based on the purification of such a function. The simultaneous stage makes it possible to portray both at the same time. The result is a kind of ghetto dramaturgy which, introduced at the end of the Last Supper in the Frankfurt Passion Play and skillfully elaborated in the Alsfeld Passion Play, stages the Jews on one stage and Jesus and his disciples on the other in simultaneous actions. Judas alone, and with him the devil, connects the two spheres. After the devil's whispers and still in the course of the Last Supper, Judas switches to the Jewish side in the Alsfeld play. When Judas bargains with the Jews over the price of betrayal, by arguing at length about the value of literally every single coin, the disciples' Last Supper continues at the same time. So while the Christian sphere, purified of money, prefigures the celebration of the Eucharist, a different kind of transformation takes place opposite it, the incarnation of money. Immediately after the Jews have completed the money transaction, they slaughter and eat a sacrificial lamb with allusions to the ritual. The simultaneous dramaturgy of this scene corresponds to the relationship between the host and coinage. Meta, the host, and the coin, resemble each other in their design for a reason. Both must be issued by authorities, and are therefore stamped. However, Johann Horisch, who aptly describes this relationship, sees this as merely a tendency. Money takes the place of communion, the stamped host is inherited by stamped coinage, the mode of history is, as it were, switched from God to money. But progress is not that easy to grasp. The Christian religion was not only the forerunner of money, but also always its antagonist. It was formally created out of opposition to money. It did not abolish money, however, but distinguished between bad and good money, locating the good in heaven and embodying it as a host, while identifying the bad with Judaism. The purification of Christians from this bad money and its embodiment in Judaism belong together. Purgatory and the transubstantiation of exchange value. These are what transform the metaphorical as if of the early anti-Jewish writings and sermons into an identification and make all Christian metaphors of Judaism concrete. In the Alsfeld Passion Play, Ecclesia refers to synagoga and the Jews as stinking, as dogs. Originally, as Edith Wenzel adds almost apologetically, this is a metaphor popular with the Church Fathers, according to which the Jews are marked by the stench of unbelief, while the Christians exude the scent of faith. The texts of early Christianity are full of such images, which seem to have been created just waiting to be taken literally. Christian metaphors once served to explode the old tribal identity. Now they form the starting point for creating a new, quasi-ethnic, in the true sense of the word, proto-racist identity. For the identity of Christians, the blood of Jesus takes on the greatest significance. While the devil marks the Jews and is supposed to make their physical identity visible and playable with the money that continues to be generated, the non-Jews are stigmatized by the blood of Christ and purified from the interest in money. His blood be on us and on our children. With these words in the Gospel of Matthew, all the people take responsibility for the crucifixion of Christ, MT 27:25. Because they had shed the precious blood of Christ, there would be no redemption and no forgiveness for the Jews, specified John Chrysostom, one of the most vehement enemies of the Jews in the early church. And this is also the point of the ever more extended and intensified scenes of torture and scourging in the Passion, in which the Jews increasingly take on the active role. It is obviously about working the blood out of the Passion. In the late Frankfurt Passion Play, the entire second day of the play is devoted exclusively to the Passion scenes. The function of the scourging, the crowning with thorns and the crucifixion is, as in contemporary visual art, increasingly to bring out the blood. While 6 lines were sufficient for the torture of Jesus in the Benedict Buren Passion Play, and the scourging and crowning with thorns was ultimately carried out silently and presumably in highly symbolized allusions, the Frankfurt Passion Play uses over 100 lines for this, and the methods of torture commented on here with painstaking precision are essentially aimed at the blood. Pilate, for example, orders the soldiers to tie Jesus to a pillar. Although the torturers do not have Jewish names here, unlike in the Denouschingen Passion Play, they identify with the Jews. The Jew Nathan proposes the crowning with thorns, which is immediately carried out with enthusiasm. From an iconographic point of view, the crown of thorns has been a preferred instrument for depicting the blood of Christ since the 13th century. Even the depiction of the crucifixion itself soon no longer manages without it. Of similar significance is the stabbing of Jesus on the cross with a long lance in the chest. In the 15th century, there were no more images of Jesus covered in blood. As the crown was woven from strong, sharp thorns in order to scratch the skin and tissue as deeply and widely as possible, the torturers in the pictures and in the Passion plays used rods or sticks to push the crown deep into the forehead of the martyred man without injuring themselves. Hammers and nails for the crucifixion, held ready by Jews, are also becoming increasingly important. Shortly before the crucifixion, the Nathan of the Frankfurt Passion play also shows Jesus the deliberately blunt nails. And one of the soldiers visibly and with pleasure tries to shed as much blood as possible when hammering in a blunt nail. The Passion plays developed in striking parallel to the legends of the ritual murder, which for their part must certainly be thought of as Passion plays with other means, as a visualization of the Passion in a different form. It is no coincidence that many of these legends were turned into folk plays by analogy with the Passion play. This genre, which has been widespread since the 12th century, deviates from the core of Christian doctrine in that it does not accept the uniqueness of the Christian sacrifice, is not content with the mere reenactment or retelling of Christ's passion, but must instead create new martyrs who repeat the sacrifice in secret. In a certain sense, this also sets in motion the dormant cult of sacrifice, whereby, as in the Passion play, but unlike in the early cult of martyrdom, the imaginary Jews retain their role as actors, negative sacrificial priests. The legends ascribe to the Jews what they themselves demand, to constantly repeat the passion of Jesus as a human sacrifice. In this way, the hidden desire to reintroduce the repressed cult of sacrifice can be satisfied without coming into conflict with Christian doctrine. The accusation of desecration of the host, which appears somewhat later, represents a symbolically coded and at the same time more flexible form of the blood accusation. Here, too, it is about the blood that the Jews suck out of the host by stabbing it. The search for a reason for the expulsion and killing of the Jews is thus relieved of the need to present a corpse as evidence. A host with drops of blood on it is sufficient. As a kind of basic structure, the motif is repeated that the Jews first buy their victim, be it a Christian child or merely a host, with money before they torture, crucify, stab or slaughter it and thus obtain its blood. What they do with the blood, however, varies depending on the legend. They need it as a balm for circumcision, they use it to bake their unleavened bread or, in their blindness, they have simply misunderstood which blood can redeem them from their guilt, so instead of Christ's blood, which is shed daily at the altar for redemption, they are after the blood of Christians. And there is also the version that the Jewish men are menstruating and need the Christian blood to make up for the loss of blood. As far as the exact purpose of the Jewish interest in Christian blood is concerned, the phantasmagoria leaves a certain amount of room for interpretation. It is not about this purpose at all, it is only the shell of the actual meaning that they want to give to Judaism. Similarly, in the Passion plays, the blood of Christ is literally bought by the Jews, their dealer is Judas. If Satan in the Alsfeld Passion play initially speaks of wanting to enter Judas so that he will betray his master and sell his blood to the Jews, he ultimately enters Judas by luring him with money, and Judas himself speaks of what true possession consists of when he sets the condition for the betrayal of Jesus. Again and again, good rhymes with blood. The payoff, the bargaining, and negotiating for the blood money between Judas and the Jews is particularly developed in the late plays. In the visual arts, too, the purse has become a symbol of Judas and his betrayal since the 14th century. While the devil can often still be seen in this context in older depictions, in the Tegernsee Bible of the Poor he sits by Judas' face when he receives the pieces of silver. In more recent depictions he loses importance compared to the purse or disappears altogether. On the one hand, this creates the possibility of making Judas more differentiated. His expression takes on greater significance, as he is less controlled by a demon than in conflict with the interest in money. On the other hand, the devilish aspect is also able to become more refined. The interest in money is inscribed into the physiognomy with a special code, and the devil then sits on the face in a different way. In the Last Supper painting on the Dominican altarpiece by Hans Holbein the Elder from 1500-1501, Judas is the only one of the disciples to have a larger and clearly curved nose, and his profile is emphasized by the contrast between light and dark, which is only pronounced at this point in the painting. Judas also gains drama in the Passion plays, where his position between Jesus and the Jews comes to the fore. As Natasha Bremer summarizes, we can observe a busy, restless running back and forth. The dignified striding of Jesus is contrasted with the nervous, restless rushing of Judas, who is torn apart inside. It is the money that makes him deeply torn, eternally restless, but the grace of Matthew's Gospel, which allows Judas to free himself from the demonized money, is suspended. Satan, who has entered Judas, only leaves him again at death, and therein lies a message. Other than through destruction or self-destruction, he cannot be exorcised here. Judas' physical body has become identical with the money. Thus, the destruction of Judas' body also takes on a quasi-cultic significance for the game. Parallel to Jesus' sacrificial death, his suicide is also played out as a ritual. Beelzebub slashes Judas' chest and stomach in the denouncing in play so that the intestines spill out and that black bird that flew into his mouth at the Last Supper reappears. The actor playing Judas is supposed to hide the intestines and the bird on his chest beforehand, as the stage directions instruct. With the ritualization of suicide, the sense of repentance that is granted to Judas in the Gospel of Matthew and that indicates pardon before God also disappears. In the Frankfurt play, Judas, before he lays hands on himself, increases his curses to such an extent that he finally curses the whole universe, the throne of heaven and the angels. His suicide is annihilation, because if he curses God in the end, there can be no more mercy for him. At another point in the same play, the fetishization of blood unmasks itself in a completely surprising way. In the bloodlust of the torture, the torturing Roman soldiers suddenly change their identity and reveal themselves to be the temple merchants expelled by Jesus, in terms of content, mediated by nothing. The fantasized connection between the money with which the victim is bought and the blood that is then drawn from him is the hinge of the passion plays and ritual murder legends. With its help, the metaphor of draining becomes practicable. The appropriation of wealth in the form of interest can be coupled with the fantasized killing of Christ or Christians, and thus the ideological encirclement of Judaism, in the marketplace where the passion play takes place, is closed, which began with the expulsion of the merchants from the temple. The Jews, signaled by the anti-Semitic dramaturgy, suck the Christians dry, they feed on their blood. Blood becomes the sacred juice of accumulation. It obviously functions as a Christian pseudonym for the work that turns into money. Under this pseudonym, Christians could identify with Christ, the blood of Jesus turned into their own, and worship became a service to their race, while that of others was marked by the devil. By forcing Jews to be baptized, Christianity drove this conclusion out of itself. Wherever Jews could not withstand the pressure and were not prepared to die and were therefore baptized, the Christian blood metaphor was developed as an Occidental racial concept. First in the Spain of the Reconquista and the Inquisition. The fetish of the purity of blood, limpieza de sangre, was directed against the new Christians, against the baptized Jews, be they convinced conversos or Marans who secretly adhered to Judaism. Initially, it was primarily effective among the bourgeoisie of the cities, only secondarily among the knightly orders. And with this specification of the blood metaphor, one was also prepared for the successful conquest of the newly discovered continents and the permanent subjugation of their populations. The fetish concept, however, which was coined in the course of this conquest in order to characterize and at the same time denounce the foreign and incomprehensible cults of the conquered, unconsciously reflected the own cult that was practiced with blood. The passion plays, like the legends of the ritual murder and the desecration of the host, are characterized by the structure of denunciation. An offense is explained in more or less detail, but the verdict and execution are postponed. What exactly is to happen to the Jews is left to providence or remains in the dark. The Shrove Tuesday plays obviously have a different relationship to practice. Here, it is not the passive suffering of Christ and the active crime of the Jews that is staged, but Christianity appears to be the much more active part. The confrontation with the Jews, which is also a tribunal here, often takes place before a scenically depicted secular power, an emperor, or a duke, and its indirect purpose is presumably to exert influence on the decisions of the real emperors and dukes. In many cases, the carnival plays adopt the structures and content of the passion plays, such as the scheme of the theological disputatio. A Christian doctor sits opposite a Jewish rabbi and refutes his arguments in a guided dialogue. However, the dramaturgical telos of the passion play, the accusation, is more strongly internalized in the portrayal of the Jews. It becomes a confession. As Edith Wenzel has recognized, the Nuremberg Meistersinger Hans Fols directs the dialogue of his plays in such a way that the Jews accuse themselves of the suspicions otherwise expressed by the Christian side and, with reference to the Talmud, expose themselves as the most dangerous enemies of the Christians. In contrast to the passion plays, the vanishing point of this confrontation is not the last judgment, but rather the consequences of the proven guilt of the Jews are already hinted at on stage. In fact, in the event of their conversion, the Jews had to hand over their entire fortune to the authorities because, as was claimed, it had been acquired dishonestly, through usury and fraud. They were therefore dependent on Christian support for the rest of their lives. Even after baptism, they were largely excluded from Christian professions. Fols's Falling Jew thus expresses logical reservations about conversion from the perspective of the Jews. But Fols puts them in his mouth, as he and his Christian audience would like to doubt the meaning of baptism in the case of the Jews. After all, as he has the Falling Jew say, they are descended from animals and are the devil's brothers. At the end of the play, it remains uncertain whether such a baptism is possible, not unlike a few hundred years later in the writings of the great admirer of the Nuremberg Meistersinger, Richard Wagner. In another of Fols's plays, the rabbi is also persuaded by the Christian arguments, but his family warns him against Christianity. After these counter-arguments, which are aimed at Christian asceticism and focus on the question of wealth, the motivation for baptism also changes. It is unmasked and ultimately appears as the Jews' secret desire for pork. The spoofing of baptism in connection with pig and filth is forward-looking. In Fols's late Spiel von dem Herzigen von Burgund, a false Jewish messiah confesses to the prince what the Jews had done to the Christians. After this confession, the pagans and knights discuss how the Jews should be punished, with the plebeian couple of Fool and Fooless being allowed to comment and live out their fantasies. After several suggestions, a knight finally argues in favor of a method that has been known from numerous pictorial representations since the late 13th century, especially in sculpted form on churches and town halls, and which is then actually enacted. The Jews are forced to lie under the sow and the Messiah under the tail, and the fools have their fun with them. As the Jews were played by Christian lay actors, this scene gives an idea of how much of their own outrageous desires must have gone into the widespread creation of the Jewish pig. Nothing is known about the popularity of these roles. However, there are indications from the performance practice of the Passion Play that devils and Jews were among the most popular roles. Finally, the Jews in Fols's Phasmaxspiel are chased out of the town with dogs. The play cannot be dated exactly, but it could have an immediate connection with the expulsion of the Jews from Nuremberg in 1499. Emperor Maximilian may have understood the message of the play when he finally gave in to the insistence of the citizens of Nuremberg and extradited the Jews. So Hans Sachs was finally able to play his jokes on Judaism post festum. In the epilogue of one of his plays, in which the devil drives into two Jews in order to make money, one of the Jewish actors is significantly pleased that the city no longer has any Jews who would like to have such Christian amusement. The laughter of the carnival plays is not ambivalent like that of the Passion plays. The laughter here is not about the suffering inflicted on Jesus, but about what is inflicted or intended to be inflicted or has been inflicted on the Jews. The gruesome ritual laughter of the audience at the bloody passion of Jesus may still be associated with the behavior of the archaic cult community at the slaughter of the sacrificial animal, if only under the pretext that in the Christian context the Jews performing the sacrifice are also fantasized as the feared power that rules the market. Such a remythicization of the Christian passion is of little significance for the carnival play. Strangely enough, secularization is reflected in fecal comedy. It seems to be dirt that becomes the foolish pseudonym of work and money in the carnival dramaturgy. Instead of interest, the jester and knight prefer to repay their debts with excrement, literally screwing over the Jews. The more active action is taken against the Jews, the more importance is obviously attached to feces. The more passively the Christians and their Lord have to endure what the fantasized Jews inflict on them, the more significant the blood becomes. At the same time, in the secular carnival plays, the reference to the transubstantiation of the divine service disappears. The laughter that remains ambivalent in the Passion Play, insofar as it numbs the fear of the ecclesiastical dance of power with the fascination that emanates from the Jewish figures, this laughter becomes, to all appearances, clearer in the carnival play. It no longer refers to the imagined power, but to the real powerlessness of the Jews, and, in Fols's play, it has no undertone directed against the ecclesiastical authority or against the secular rulers. They are formally invited to laugh along. It articulates a new self-confidence. The feeling of being a people, a nation, is evoked precisely in the laughter at the exclusion of the Jews. In contrast, the comparatively harmless mockery of the peasantry, which is cultivated above all in Hans Sachs, seems suitable only for consolidating the consciousness of the guild craftsman. Bachtin's romantic revolutionary interpretation of medieval laughter makes ominous sense in the German carnival play. Laughter as a feeling that encompasses the whole people lives from the exclusion of an entire people from this feeling. The person who laughs in this way can obviously only feel like a member of the eternally growing and renewing people in the face of the humiliation of another. Incidentally, the pictorial and scenic representation of the Judenzo was essentially limited to the German-speaking world. Hans Fols's dramatization of feces also shows parallels to Martin Luther's rhetorical art, for example in his 1543 treatise Von den Juden und ihren Lügen, on the Jews and their lies, which runs to several hundred pages. With the punishments they imagine for Judaism, both apparently articulate their own secret desires and, by means of this repression, create a form of infamous folklore that was not to remain without consequences in Germany. With his fecal comedy, Luther apparently also wanted to pay back the Jews for what they had sucked out of the Christians. With this strategy, Luther exonerates the Junkers, on whose side he had taken, and turns the Jews into the real Junkers. Luther's identification of the Jews with the taking of interest may also have initially taken root as a figurative, rather unconscious idea before it was spelled out and systematized. In his sermon on usury, published 2 decades earlier, the Jews are not mentioned at all, but the first edition of this work from 1520 shows a usurer with a relatively large, curved nose and an armband on which Hebrew characters can be seen on the title page. However, while Luther was still prepared to defend the Jews at this time, for example in his 1523 pamphlet Das Jesus ein Gebrener Jude, he later went on to formulate the association of usury with Judaism down to the smallest imaginative detail, and this was undoubtedly done with the intention of pleasing the German feudal lords and winning over peasants and craftsmen. Luther's antisemitism is of a highly active nature. The whole tone of his writing is one of practical action. His faithful advice on how to deal with the Jews reads, firstly, to set fire to their synagogues or schools, so that God may see that we are Christians. Secondly, that their houses also be broken up and destroyed in the same way. For this they may be put under a roof or in a stable, like the gypsies, so that they may know that they are not masters in our land, but in misery and captivity. Furthermore, Luther recommended that the Jews should be forbidden to travel on the road, for they have no business in the country and, of course, that they should be forbidden to engage in usury and deprived of all their cash and jewels of silver and gold. In an early conception of forced labor, Luther ultimately envisages that the young, strong Jews should be given flails, axes, karsts, spades, rakes and spindles, and let them earn their bread by the sweat of their noses. But he himself is skeptical about the success of his work camp. He does not really believe that such measures will change the essence of the Jews. He asserts that he has no intention of converting the Jews, which is just as possible as converting the devil. In short, they are young devils, condemned to hell, and at this point he would probably already develop the vision of a kind of extermination camp from the forced labor system if he had the means to do so, and if the next option were not open, expulsion. Above all, Luther's Reformation also reformed antisemitism. The repressions that Luther devised for the Jews heralded a new ethos. It mobilized work against money, against usury, against the Jew. Although the outlines of a rationalist concept of work emerged from the Christian symbol of blood, in contrast to Calvinists and Puritans, who valorized money together with work, Luther adhered to the negative transubstantiation of Christianity, the demonization of the Jews, who were still identified with interest-bearing capital, with the abstract side of commodity production. His translation of the Bible, which is so important for the development of the German language and literature, even transfers the expression blood money into the Old Testament in this sense, at the point where the prophet Amos accuses the upper class in Israel. The translation, which is considered to be the last edition, was published in Wittenberg in 1545, 2 years after the writing against the Jews. 11 years earlier, in the first edition of his Bible, Wittenberg 1534, Luther had translated the passage quite differently. Instead of blood money, it reads gift. In the mobilization of work, the modernized hatred of the Jews is linked to the enemy image of the gypsy, which was primarily developed as a negative of the work ethic in the 16th century. Like the gypsies, says Luther, the Jews should be treated and put under a roof or in a stable, so that they know that they are not masters in our country, but in misery and imprisoned. The phantom image of the witch and the sorcerer, which also features prominently in Luther's sermons, can also be seen as a negative spin-off of the new ethos and the new rationality of work. It is intended to personify and make liable that which eludes the grasp of the new discipline of work and its rationality, indeed acts contrary to it, inexplicable and uninfluenceable phenomena that occur in the metabolism with nature, as well as a dissolute life outside of the social and gender order. Like the Jews, gypsies, and witches are always closely associated with the devil, the former labeled as the devil's brood, the latter as devil's whores. Unlike the anti-Jewish projections, however, neither witches nor gypsies are systematically identified with self-generating money. And just as the development of the money economy preceded the modern organization of labor, i.e. its abstraction from the means and conditions of production, the mass persecution of witches and gypsies only began after the first waves of the expulsion and extermination of the Jews. It was not uncommon for the methods and concepts of the persecution of the Jews to be adopted. Women, for example, were demonized by accusing them of celebrating a witch's Sabbath in a witch's synagogue. In this sense, the rationalization of the Lutheran Reformation consisted of introducing the work ethic into antisemitism. Rationality of this kind also underpinned the carnival plays. The supporting class, the urban artisan bourgeoisie, liked to reflect their self-confidence in the portrayal of ridiculous peasants, wicked wives, disinhibited fools and humiliated Jews, but, as far as form was concerned, everything was done with moderation and purpose, in keeping with the new ethos. As short pieces of entertainment, these plays served as a brief interruption to the working day. After all, there was no professional theater business yet. The moderate excessiveness that the urban bourgeoisie had retained from the immoderate mass orgies of the religious plays. These were suppressed and even banned in the 16th century, on the Protestant side, but also largely on the Catholic side. Their expansive form, which ultimately cast a spell over an entire city for days and weeks on end, transforming artisans into frenzied bacchanals, was certainly not compatible in the long term with what Max Weber called the spirit of capitalism. The new spirit of asceticism ultimately demanded not only the shortening of the Christian cult of sacrifice, but also its internalization. The bloody spectacle of the sacred games was transformed into the drama of the soul in oratorio-style passions. Music developed as a medium for this, in which the entire Protestant work ethic was now invested. Bach's St. John and St. Matthew Passions, a high point and end point of this development in terms of work intensity and internalization, show the consequences of this musical introversion for the portrayal of the Jews. Already in the recitative at the beginning of the St. John Passion, in which the betrayal of Judas is reported, Bach unfolds his compositional skills to distinguish Jesus from Judas. Jesus went with his disciples over the brook Kidron, there was a garden, into it went Jesus and his disciples, sings Evangelista, the oratorio's epic composer, and continues, following the text of the Gospel of John, but Judas also, who betrayed him, knew the place, for Jesus often gathered there with his disciples. Now when Judas had taken the multitude and the chief priests and Pharisee servants, he comes there with torches, lamps, and weapons. While these words from Luther's translation of the Gospel only laconically describe the betrayal, the drama of the event is transposed into music. The depiction of Jesus proceeds without modulation in C minor, in a calm recitative-like basic movement in which eighth notes dominate and, apart from an octave leap and a few leaps of a fourth, with the small intervallic steps of seconds and thirds. However, as soon as the evangelist turns his attention to Judas, the harmony becomes more dissonant and modulates to F minor. The movement accelerates, the proportion of semiquavers doubles, 3/6 leaps now stand out among the intervals. Dissonances and modulation in the harmony, acceleration of the tempo and enlargement of the intervals illustrate, according to Alfred Durr in his analysis of the St. John Passion, the sinister activities of Judas in contrast to the calm of Jesus. The trick of running the first mention of Jesus and Judas, in bars 1 and 5, Jesus went, but Judas, in parallel is particularly striking. Two falling thirds lead to a recitation on the same note, for Jesus as a minor triad in the high register, for Judas as a diminished seventh chord in the low register. It is as if the music demonstrates the ego split that Theodore Reik speaks of when he understands Judas as the alter ego of the Redeemer. In the choruses of the St. John Passion, which Bach wrote for the Jews, other means of identification are used. For them, Bach uses the rhetorical figure of perfidia, which is well known in Baroque music and which, as Dagmar Hoffmann-Axthelm writes, served to make stubborn obduracy obvious through persistent repetition. Various statements by the Jews are set to music according to the same model. The music creates identity by means of musical correspondences. However differently the Jews express themselves, they remain the same. Of course, linguistic and musical meter can no longer be precisely matched to one another, as is usually the case with Bach. The composer of the St. John Passion uses the semiquaver figurations without regard to the vocal characteristics of the respective passages. Bach thus violates his own compositional standards simply in order to capture the meaning of the Jews' obduracy. He sacrifices the subtleties of meter and textual expression that he otherwise took for granted. With the means of musical rhetoric, Bach effectively preaches the Lutheran view of the unbelief, blindness, and obduracy of the Jews as the flip side of Christ's suffering and God's grace. Bach was, according to the conclusion of Dagmar Hoffmann-Axthelm's lucid interpretation, a powerful creator of Lutheran Jewish polemics. In this, Johann Sebastian Bach differs significantly from George Friedrich Handel, who wrote his oratorios not in the spirit of Luther, but in that of the English Puritans. Instead of Jewish polemics, they proudly articulate a closeness to Judaism. No wonder that the performance of Handel's oratorios was in principle undesirable in the Third Reich and that Judas Maccabeus was performed under the title Der Feldherr with a carefully reworked text. Not only does Handel take most of his material from the Old Testament, but his Messiah, which exceptionally deals with the passion story of Jesus, possibly under the influence of German passion oratorios, actually transposes the events into the world of the Old Testament, transforming the figure of Jesus almost completely back into the original Messiah conception. The passages from the Old Testament outweigh those from the New. This means, however, that any identification of the Jews as Jews is withdrawn. Instead, the narrator's recitative always refers to people or simply all they. Judas' betrayal is omitted here, as are the precise circumstances of Jesus' sacrifice, which is only ever sung about in general terms. Handel's Messiah withdraws to the level of metaphors. The symbolic is emphasized in Jesus' agony. There is only one scene in which the maltreatment is depicted. It is limited to mockery, and those who mock are not the Jews, but everyone. Thus, in retrospect, they can also mock themselves and their ignorance instead of the Jews, in wonderful musical lightness, all we like sheep have gone astray, to finally end with the words, and the Lord hath laid on him the iniquity of us all in music that sounds as if it is marveling at the Christian projections. In direct comparison to Luther's polemics or the Passion plays, however, the Jews also take a conspicuous backseat in Bach's Passion oratorios. During the scourging by Pilate's soldiers, they themselves do not become active, and at the crucifixion they disappear completely, as if the division of the self had been eliminated. They merge to a certain extent into the Christian choir that praises Jesus' sacrifice. Characteristic of the tradition in which Bach stands and which he is able to shape masterfully, however, is the elaboration of the affects as they arise in the contemplation of the Passion. In other words, in the music and in the non-biblical texts, a subjectivity is evoked that can become aware of the Passion as its own inner event. The Passion becomes the object of the Christian subject's self-reflection. In lyrical arias and in sustained chorales, which are not assigned to a specific person or group of persons, but rather express the general spirit, i.e. the Christian subject, this self-reflection is given broad scope and confesses in a peculiar religious dialectic, which requires the phantasmagoria of the victim and the perpetrator. After the evangelist has sung, "But it was Caiaphas who advised the Jews that it would be good for a man to be put to death for the people," this subject expresses why it would be good. "From the cords of my sins / to release me / my salvation is bound / to heal me from all the bumps of vice / completely / he lets himself be wounded." The music gains its uniqueness in the closest relation to the lyrical text, thus the musical antithesis of canon and parallel line in this aria corresponds to the dialectic of binding and unbinding, in which Christianity sees through itself. In the Street Matthew Passion, this reflection is particularly evident in the figure of Judas, who is given significantly more weight here. In the recitative, the betrayal of Jesus is initially shown as a money transaction in accordance with the gospel. "What will you give me?" "I will betray him to you," says Judas to the chief priests. And they offered him 30 pieces of silver. And from that time he sought opportunity to betray him, so the evangelist reports. In the first line of the soprano aria that immediately follows, the actual motif hidden in Christianity itself is hinted at. "Bleed only, dear heart." The following verses, however, project it onto Judas and thus confirm the attribution of guilt. "Alas, a child that you raised, / that sucked at your breast, / threatens to murder the keeper, / for it has become a snake." Probably to mark this degeneration, the music modulates with an unexpected turn from F-sharp minor to C-sharp minor at the word snake. However, in the famous chorus Sin Blitze, Sin Donner in Wolken verschwunden, which reacts to the capture of Jesus, the projection is broken in an almost spectacular way. We wait for a miracle, for thunder and lightning with which God could react and avert the disaster, but there is only a general pause, nothing happens. As if torn from hope, the chorus then begins in a completely different key, F-sharp major, and demands the destruction of the traitor. "Open the fiery abyss, O hell, / shatter, corrupt, devour, shatter / with sudden fury the false traitor, the murderous blood." Anger and hatred towards Judas the traitor are shown in statu nascendi. They arise because God's intervention, the salvation of the Messiah, fails to materialize. Just as Judas is able to free himself from the blood money in Matthew's Gospel and throws it to the chief priests, Bach's music is also able to strip away the stigmatization of the traitor. After the evangelist has told of his suicide, an aria, sung by the bass, the voice of Judas, abolishes the separation between Judas and the disciples, Judas and Jesus, the Christian ego division. And at this moment, the serpent is transformed back into a mere lost son of God. "Give me back my Jesus / behold, the money, the murderer's wages, / the prodigal son throws you down / at your feet / give me back my Jesus." The oratorio form of the Passion accommodates this dissolution of identification. It does not fix the person portrayed with a specific performer, but only ever establishes the embodiment temporarily. The same choir that fanatically demanded "Let him be crucified" sings the reflective chorale "How wonderful is this punishment" in the next moment. Heinz Klaus Metzger speaks of sadomasochism in connection with Bach's Passion oratorios. The pleasure in pain has its seat in the central nervous system of Christianity, and this is evident everywhere in church music. But the peculiarity of these passions is that they openly acknowledge the sadomasochistic desires that are otherwise repressed and attributed to the Jews, and express them in words and sounds. And such self-reflection ultimately also releases the Jews from their function as scapegoats for the secret needs of the Christians. Thus, in both the St. John and St. Matthew Passions, the lust that underlies the torture scenes of the Passion plays and pictures is brought to consciousness. In their sad-sounding and yet yearning admission, they are the exact opposite of the anti-Semitic laughter. It is not simple updating, but historical understanding, when Heinz Klaus Metzger writes that some passages overwhelm the modern concertgoer as a coming out, as a public confession of perversion. Seine Trauernmache Michigan Vol Fruden sings the allegory of the Church, the daughter of Zion, in the Street Matthew Passion in an agitated semiquaver movement, which probably expresses the suffering and agony of Jesus, and instead of the synagogue of the Passion play, the congregation of believers responds here in the most tender choral singing. Therefore his meritorious suffering must be to us quite bitter and yet sweet, and anyone who can hear the devotion with which the music dwells on the sweet has probably learned more about the Christian faith than through many a writing critical of religion. The linguistic imagery of the St. John Passion is even closer to the atmosphere of the Passion play. Consider how his blood-stained backslash in all pieces slash to heaven goes the same. As naively as the text divulges the sadomasochistic secret of Christian lust, the music of this dark serenade is just as monstrous, as it truly contemplates it and has absorbed what was projected onto the Jews, i.e. taken it back. Contemplate, my soul, with anxious pleasure / with bitter pleasure and half-distressed heart, / your highest good in Jesus' pain, / is from thorns, so pricking him, / the cowslip flowers of heaven bloom, / you can break much sweet fruit from his wormwood, / therefore look upon him without ceasing. Judaism, according to David Nierenberg in his study on anti-Judaism, is not only the religion of specific people with specific beliefs, but also a category, a repertoire of ideas and attributes with which non-Jews can interpret and criticize their world. As if to objectify the discussion in the face of moral condemnations and to work out a kind of objective necessity, in this other history of Western thought he does not speak of antisemitism as a matter of principle. However, in view of the clarity and sharpness with which he makes the persecution of the Jews, which stems from this anti-Judaism, the subject matter, one might think that he is nevertheless following Walter Benjamin's definition of materialist historiography. Not to investigate how it actually was, but rather to seize a memory as it flashes up at the moment of danger. Precisely the danger that chose antisemitism as a fighting term in the late 19th century and anti-Zionism in the late 20th century. The quoted definition of anti-Judaism that Nierenberg uses is, however, suitable in its formalization to extend the perspective far beyond Christianity. The book on Western thought also begins with a chapter on the persecution of the Jews in the Old World before Christianity, which ranges from the destruction of the temple dedicated to YHWH on the Nile island of Elephantine in the 5th century BC to the destruction of the temple dedicated to YHWH in the 2nd century BC. It also contains a chapter on Islam, which focuses on the rebellion in Granada in 1066, in which 3,000 to 4,000 members of the Jewish community were killed by Muslims. Much of what is said about the repertoire of ideas and attributes with which non-Jews can interpret and criticize their world suggests that Sigmund Freud's view of Christian hatred of the Jews can also be generalized in this way, namely, that hatred of the Jews is basically self-hatred. The question that Nierenberg raises with the concept and definition of anti-Judaism could then be posed more concretely and answered more concretely with regard to the respective religion and the respective form of society. How much self-reflection does such displaced self-hatred allow, or rather, can an adequate understanding of Judaism as a religion of specific people with specific beliefs spring from this reflection at all? The thinking of Petrus Abelardus from the time of early scholasticism deviates characteristically from the history of Western thought precisely in this question. As Nierenberg at least presents it, he is not even mentioned in his study, and yet his starting point is of course the same, the turning away from the monotheism of Judaism as well as from the universals of Greek philosophy, from Jerusalem as well as from Athens. Both are initially reflected in a different relationship to work and self-preservation, production and reproduction, which not only reveals his logic, but also his view of the dogma of the Trinity. In the Nicomachean Ethics, Aristotle emphasizes that the object of deliberation is not the goal itself. This is already fixed in form and, like Plato's idea, predetermined, but the object of deliberation is the path to the goal. We set the goal and then consider how and by what means we can reach it, and if several paths appear, we examine which is the quickest and most beautiful. And only here, in the case of ability, not in the case of the accomplished end, is the rule of the exclusion of contradiction, tertium non datur, lifted. However, the quickest and most beautiful way, especially as far as physical labor is concerned, regularly turns out to be the one in which the slave or debtor is the means. Such work is not regarded in the polis as a possible element of education, perfection, or the good life. As a mere means it is external to freedom itself and can even harm it. Those who perform it are to be virtually excluded from civic offices of honor. Abelard is quite different. He does not distinguish between labor and opus, the toil of manual work and the creative activity of the mind, both of which promote individual development and thus the ability to discern, discretio. Here he finally joins the monastic tradition, which, see Abelard's Theologia Christiana, also includes Jerome's blatant misunderstanding that the Greeks praised the philosopher who made all his utensils with his own hands. Against the background of his early studies on logic, Abelard's later retreat to the monastery is reflected not least in the fact that he adopts the ideal of self-sufficiency and praises the freedom of the hermit who lives from the work of his hands. Gunther Mensching has indicated the irony with which this monastic ideal can be portrayed historically on the basis of the Cistercian order. The rule prescribes a strict rhythm of prayer and contemplation on the one hand, physical work and sleep on the other. The division of hours and the methodical cooperative approach to work promoted the production of a growing surplus product. As this was seen as a gift from God, it would have been a sin to let it rot. So, despite its distance from the commercial sphere, it was absorbed into the local and sometimes even super-regional markets. Jacques Le Goff, for his part, pointed out that from the 11th century onwards, a topos has prevailed in literature that distinguishes between three groups in society: orators, bellators, and laborators. This topos of the tripartite society was connected with the advance of the monarchical idea and the formation of national monarchies in post-Carolingian Christendom. The view suggested by Le Goff that the topos could also have something to do with the much older doctrine of the Trinity seems far-fetched at first glance. From this perspective, the laborators were, as it were, the elite group of the Holy Spirit, i.e. the third of the Trinity, in which the contradiction could be conveyed that there was only one God and at the same time a son of this God, who was equally divine. The concept of the Trinity was also the decisive dogma that Christianity opposed to the ever-renewable covenant between the Jews and God. The extent to which the focus on the New Testament, i.e. the sacrificial death of Jesus, led to a reinterpretation of the Old Covenant and thus to a teleological emptying of history was explained by Klaus Heinrich in his book Wie eine Religion der Andere die Wahrheit wegnimmt. But even in view of the Gospel of John, Heinrich holds that fortunately this was not able to prevent the enlightening role that the Hebrew Bible, despite being imprisoned in an Old Testament at the heart of Occidental civilization itself, what is meant by this enlightening role is written in the parenthesis. Without the prophets no social criticism, the prophet Jesus included, without their covenant thinking no doctrine of the social contract. The Holy Spirit took on the role that was now to make the covenant of all people with God possible. This is precisely why it remained such a weak entity. It remained rather vague and enigmatic. There are narrow limits to theological interpretation here. He is usually seen as an independent person, but without an actual role. Here every theologian almost instinctively senses a logical dilemma. For any role ascribed to this spirit would be at the expense of the equal capacities of Father or Son. For confirmation of this insight, see the study by Catholic theologian Bernd Johann Hilberath on the concept of person in Trinity theology, on the last page of which it is almost resignedly admitted that the clarification of the personhood of the Holy Spirit has repeatedly proved to be a neuralgic point in the doctrine of the Trinity. In a way, a Bayard fulfills the requirement of the dogma by consequent allowing the Spirit to emerge from the Father and the Son together. It is extremely characteristic and points to an inner factual connection that a Bayard was able to rely on Boethius in this theological question of the Trinity. Boethius directed his writing on the Trinity against the view of the Arian Christians, who assumed a belief in three gods instead of a unity of God, the Son of God and the Holy Spirit. In the process of the dissolution of the Western Roman Empire, most of the Germanic tribes who converted to Christianity were under the spell of this non-Trinitarian view. For dogmatics, Jesus is the incarnate sovereign, and no reason that can be separated from him can take his place. Only out of this sovereignty, which also encompasses all reason, is the unity of faith and knowledge, the political unity of Christians, preserved. Catholicism cannot accept reason that goes beyond this. Abelard, however, aims precisely at this general human reason. It is therefore also possible for him to claim that the Jews and pagan philosophers already thought in Trinitarian terms. Even if Abelard was probably hardly familiar with Plato's Politeia, his interpretation of the Holy Spirit, which he called by the Greek term paraclete, as was often the case in earlier Christianity, under this name he also dedicated the oratory he founded and which Heloise continued to run as a nunnery to the Holy Spirit, which was quite unusual and almost heretical at the time, is reminiscent of the concept of the paraclete as awakener in one of the most astonishing passages in this very dialogue by Plato. Thus some things in perception are a paraclete of thought. Pi alpha rho alpha kappa lambda eta tau iota kappa tau delta iota alpha nu omicron alpha. Others again are not, namely, such an awakener of thought is everything that falls into the senses at the same time as its opposite, but what does not, that also does not excite thought. Adorno presumably refers to this passage in Negative Dialectics when he states that the syntheses of the subject imitate, as Plato well knew, indirectly, with the concept, what that synthesis wants of itself. He thus breaks through the entire Augustinian intention, which endeavors to eliminate a third instance, namely human reason, from the relationship between God and man and to leave reasonableness solely in the revealed God. Man only acts rationally insofar as he submits to this revealed reason, credo ut intelligam. Abelard, on the other hand, clearly abstracts from revelation when he speaks of the Spiritus Sancto, and here directly connects the Spirit with the human soul. For him, this Spirit cannot only be represented with Jesus and through him, it was already in this world beforehand. But in order to make this turn, which at the same time means a rapprochement with Judaism, Abelard had to abstract from the sacrifice that Jesus offered in his own person and which ultimately also requires the appearance of the Holy Spirit as a synthesis. When Jesus' sacrifice recedes into the background, the concept of the person for the Trinity actually becomes problematic. This concept, as introduced by Tertullian in particular to clarify the Trinity and to distinguish it from Judaism, presumably does not originate from Roman law, but, ironically, one must almost say, from the theater, which this church father, not unlike Augustine later on, wanted to see condemned. Thomas Aquinas was ultimately extremely embarrassed by this origin, which he found proven in Boethius. See the treatise on the Trinity in the Summa Theologica. The dramaturgical approach was obviously needed in order to represent the sacrifice of Christ, which was set against the tragic action, as developed and presented by the Paulist theater from the pagan sacrificial cult of the Dionysia and breaking with it. A Bayard, on the other hand, no longer needs it because he does not take the sacrifice seriously. Instead of person in a narrower sense, he already suggests a term that Thomas Aquinas would eventually use in a prominent place as a kind of definition of the concept of person in the Trinity, relatio subsistens, whereby the Holy Spirit must embody the process itself, the processio, so that there is any relation at all in relation to God the Father and God the Son, and at the same time their connection or union, connexio, as unity and equality in the Trinity. By ignoring this sacrifice, a Bayard was able to enter into a dialogue with the Jews and at the same time, however, to relativize their persecution with the suffering they would inflict on themselves with their laws, to start from the dogma of the Trinity and at the same time to overlook the coercion that must be lent to its papal guardian by the secular power of the states. Those who understand the religions as respective forms for establishing unity in consciousness may also interpret the Trinity in the sense of the later critique of political economy, but in a reversal of the scheme of economic basis and ideological superstructure, to the appeal to a monotheistic deity, sprung from the necessity of forming a unity within the Jewish diaspora that anticipates the world market. Christianity adds the prefigured sovereign in the form of God's Son, both mediation by the Holy Spirit is reflected for the time being in the Christian reservation concerning slavery. The problem with such an inverted scheme, like that of the original base superstructure derivation, is that it cannot do justice to either Jewish or Christian messianism. It was precisely in the question of divine sacrifice that a Bayard exposed the motif of doubt. In the famous correspondence with Heloise, whose authenticity is, however, doubted, he himself insists on identification with the sacrificing Christ. He allowed himself to be slaughtered for you, and yet he is the only begotten Son of God. It was his conscious, free will that he sacrificed himself for you. Let your sacrifice for him be deep compassion and deep sorrow. The part of contradicting the sacrifice is left to Heloise. I do not want to hear any accusation of disobedience from you. That's why I no longer let my unrestrained pain take the reins. You had forbidden it. In writing I want to avoid the words that I could not avoid at all from mouth to mouth. To be honest, I won't say I could only avoid them with difficulty. We have nothing so little in our hands as the mood of our heart, we must obey it rather than command it. When the passions of the heart whip us forward, no man can control the impetuous impulse so firmly that it does not easily become action, nor more easily give vent to itself in words. In the Theologia Summi Boni, he quotes Augustine approvingly when he says that reason naturally teaches every man about God, but this can only refer to the divinity of the Word, not to the mystery of the Incarnation, Incarnationis Mysterio, in which the essence of human salvation is founded, in quo totum humani solitus summum consistere, without which all the rest is believed in vain. Sine quo cetera frustra creduntur. But he adds, yet we give no absolute assurance, asserir, for anything we expound, nor do we pretend to teach the truth. Of the truth we profess not to be able to know it. But those who boast of disputing our faith do not even seek the truth. A Bayard knows that with his sacrificial death, he is also questioning whether the redemption of humanity has already taken place. Bernard of Clairvaux in particular accused him of precisely this. Bernard of Clairvaux therefore declared him a pathological case, as Frank Rexroth emphasized. From early youth he had played around with dialectics and now behaved like a madman in the study of Holy Scripture. What he called disputations were in reality madness. Habemus in Francia novum devetere magistro theologum, ca abinunt etate sua in arte dialectica luzit, et nunc in scripturis sanctus insanit. The last version of his theology, the Theologia Scholarium, which a Bayard was no longer able to complete, however, like the dialogue between philosopher, Jew, and Christian, ends with a flood of open questions about sacrificial death and redemption, which are likely to dissolve the foundations of Christianity and thus also call into question the projection that the Jews murdered the Son of God. How can God forbid to sin? Though it is good that there should be sins, as though he did not will that there should be some things, of which yet it is good that there should be, and so good that he approves that some very great sins also should take place, so that he says, for it is necessary that offense should come, but woe to him through whom offense comes. Matt. 18:7. But what does woe to him mean other than that he is condemned because of the one of whom it was necessary that it should happen through him and for whose doing the Lord himself had also chosen him? That is why he himself says, Did I not choose you 12, and one of you is a devil? John 6 verse 71, namely the one whom, as Augustine says, he had chosen to shed his blood in order to use something so bad on his part for such salvation for men. But how should he have chosen him to do this, if it was not fitting that he should do it, that by his delivery Christ might be put to death by the Jews, and so redeem us by his death? For if it was good that we should be redeemed by the death of Christ, how can it not have been good that he should die or be put to death for our redemption? But how could it have been good that he was killed for this, if it was not also good that he was killed by someone, or that someone killed him so that this might happen? But if it was good, shouldn't we wish that it happened, the event of which was also necessary and perfectly suited to our salvation? But how should we wish for Christ's death or desire his suffering if it could not be accomplished without sin, because an innocent man was killed by the disrespectful, if it was not also good that such an innocent man was killed by the disrespectful? After all, how could he have willed this himself, as it is written? He was sacrificed because he himself willed it, is 53:7, and, no one takes my soul from me, but I give it, John 10 verse 18, if it was not also good that this happened to him. Nevertheless, it is certain that it could by no means be done without sin, so that it was also good that sin was thus committed against him, although sin itself can by no means be good. Abelard did not answer these or any other questions at the end of his last theology, but perhaps he did not want to answer them and concluded with a tremendous provocation. If Christianity replaced the covenant in the Hebrew Bible with the Trinity of God, the Son of God and the Holy Spirit, it was Abelard who broke with the archaic idea within Christianity that it was appropriate for God to be reconciled through a human sacrifice and reinterpreted that Trinity in the sense of a covenant, albeit one weakened by internalization. Loving and being loved is essential to the Godhead. As important as this insight, which Kurt Flash formulated here, is his addition, that Abelard did not prevail in the most consequential interpretations of Christianity. Another monk, albeit a runaway, who centuries later, because he identified himself with the secular power against the Pope, was to gain incomparably greater prestige than Abelard, himself contributed not a little to erasing the memory of Abelard and scholasticism as a whole, and thus also the reason of a logic that would have been able to keep the concept of work free of delusional ideas. By demonizing scholastic philosophy, Luther was able to fetishize work as work for its own sake, not only separating it from the question of use and need and thus from the purpose of self-preservation, but also, in contrast to other Protestant denominations, turning it against the accumulation of money. It was therefore easy to identify this accumulation more than ever with the Jews. If they had been accused since Paul of placing the laws above pure faith, the hatred could now be extended and intensified by accusing them of mocking the laws of money accumulation for the sake of that work for their own sake. The Holy Spirit, in whose name Abelard had once acquitted Judaism of the murder of God, insofar as he suggested in any case that Christ had not sacrificed himself, was once again replaced by the anti-Jewish spirit, as the preferred way of abolishing the internal contradiction of the Trinity dogma and at the same time enforcing national unity not in reality together with money accumulation, but ideally against it. Similar to Luther's speeches against Judaism and the Jews as a whole, his polemics against scholasticism and individual scholastics show a clear increase in hatred over the years, although this hatred was ultimately much more pronounced in the case of the Jews. The scholastics were already explicitly targeted by his Disputation contra Scholasticum Theologium of 1517, immediately before the 95 Theses. In 1518 he then declared the Scholastici to be ludicri et losors, immo et illusors tam sui quam alierum, and spoke of theologastri scholastici, which he contrasted with the ecclesiastici, i.e., approbati ecclesia auto res. This juxtaposition is also reminiscent of the devaluation of Judaism in the often depicted pictorial confrontation of the synagogue and ecclesia as female figures, whereby the synagogue was blindfolded in order to express the blindness of the Jews towards the Savior. In 1523, Luther finally called the Scholastica Theologia nothing but idle Erdicht, Irrligion, Verflucht, Tuffelisch Geschwätze und Munchtrum. According to Ulrich Kopf, Luther permanently established the rejection of medieval scholasticism in Protestantism. The other late and unfinished writing by Abelard confronts Jew and Christian with an Aristotelian-minded, presumably Arabic philosopher. Abelard wrote it in the monastery of Cluny, shortly before he died, 100 years after the Muslim massacre of the Jews in Granada and 50 years after the first Christian pogrom of the Jews during the First Crusade in the Rhineland. The speech of the Jew in this fictional dialogue is probably the first time within Christendom that the Jews actually have to suffer under the Christians and not only under them. To the Jew himself it already seems like a miracle that they are still allowed to live at all. Hoc ipsum mirabile est, si vivere licet. Are we, who are scattered among all nations, not the only ones without an earthly king or prince, burdened by such great tax demands that we have to pay off the unaffordable ransom of our miserable lives almost every single day? We are considered by all to be worthy of such contempt and hatred that anyone who does us any injustice considers this to be the greatest justice and the highest sacrifice ever offered to God. For they think that the misfortune of such a captivity has befallen us only because of God's extreme hatred, and they attribute to a just retribution any cruelty perpetrated upon us by pagans and Christians alike. The pagans remember the ancient raids with which we first took possession of their land and later wore them out and destroyed them in protracted persecutions, and whatever they inflict on us they attribute to a deserved retribution. But the Christians, because we, as they say, killed their Lord, seem to have a weightier cause of persecution against us. Nowhere but heaven is safe access open to us, for whom even the place of residence is dangerous. If we want to go out to any nearby places, we hire for an unreasonable price the very escorts we have little reason to trust. Even the princes who are set over us, and whose protection we bitterly pay for, desire our death all the more ardently, the more unrestrainedly they can then plunder what we possess. For us, who are so gagged and oppressed, as if the world had conspired against us alone, this alone is wonderful, if we are allowed to live. We are not allowed to own fields, vineyards, or any land at all because there is no one to protect it for us from open or hidden hostility. Therefore, the main source of income left to us is to lend to foreign-born people on interest and thereby eke out a miserable existence, which, of course, makes us most hated by those who believe that they are oppressed to the utmost. And yet, in the end, everything is outweighed by the criticism of the religion of the law, which is also put into the mouth of the Jew himself, for the laws and the character of Judaism as a religion of law are not brought into any causal relationship with the situation of the Jews just described, namely in that they would be determined as a reaction to persecution and suffering. Instead, they are merely added. The difficulties in which the precepts of the law are already entangled do not escape the notice of anyone who has studied them, so that we are as intolerably cast down by the oppression of men as by the yoke of the law. Who has not shrunk back or trembled from undergoing the rite of our circumcision, both out of shame and especially because of the chastisement? This shows irrefutably how difficult it is to live among you on our pilgrimage for the sake of God. After all, who would not shy away from not only enduring the bitterness of the penalties of the law, but also transferring them to lawbreakers? Who could bring himself to take a tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye, even a life for a life from his brother, let alone agree to suffer it himself in order not to appear as an opponent of the law? From these and countless other observations it is indeed clear that each and every one of us, if we obey the law, rightly confesses the words of the psalmist before God. For the words of your lips I have not departed from hard paths. So it is easy for the philosopher to wipe away the suffering of persecution by referring to reason. Truly this zeal which you seem to have towards God takes upon itself many and great things, for whatever purpose. But it depends very much on whether this intention is right or mistaken. Sed plurimum refert, utrum haec intentio recta sit in erronea. The philosopher asks the Jew nevertheless to consider how far this is from being in accordance with reason and to refute it from the exact scriptural evidence of the law that you follow. Quod tamen, quand homme a rationsit disonum, volo te perpendre et ex ipso coq scriptologie, cam secret, arger. A Baylord thus continues the rejection of the Jewish religion as a religion of law, as already found in his earlier commentary on the Apostle Paul's letter to the Romans. There is no trace of a joy of the Torah and of the position of the law as a grateful response of man to the covenant. Rather, Jewish existence appears as one mercilessly burdened by the yoke of the law. By focusing on the goodwill, the good intention of the individual, a Baylord on the one hand rejects the guilt that the Jews are accused of in Christianity, namely of having crucified Jesus. On the other hand, they are in turn burdened with the fact that they continue to follow the religion of the law, and thus also with the harmful effects of the law itself. Precisely this problem would be repeated centuries later in the German idealism of Hegel. A Baylord evidently instrumentalizes the criticism of the Jewish religion of the law for his fight against the anti-dialectics as the traditionalists of his time, who obstructed a theological opening, calling them Judaizants, i.e. Judaizers. And yet it should be noted that he did not complete the dialogus inter philosophum, Judaeum et Christianum, and thus lacks a final judgment, which could perhaps be seen as a hesitation, if not an intention, which could be interpreted as him expressly dispensing without hesitation, against the expectation of the philosopher, from a judgment which, according to his own criteria, should actually have been clearly against a belief in the law that he considered obsolete. The judge, who only appears in the text at all at this point, after the Jew has made his last speech in this conversation, says, "But I am more eager to learn than to judge. I reply that I first want to hear everyone's reasons, so that the wiser I become in listening, the wiser I would be in judging." But when this judge no longer appears after the Christian's last speech, the impression is created that he is still not considered wise enough to pass judgment. But just as in the dialogus the judgment hoped for by the Aristotelian philosopher fails to materialize, as if he knew that he must not ignore the persecution of the Jews and therefore had to appreciate the importance of the religion of the law for the self-preservation of the Jews, which, however, would be fatal to say in view of his own precarious position as a heretic. A Baylord reflects in other writings on how his own thinking already differs from Aristotle's philosophy, without making it explicit as a break in bringing up its historical preconditions. It is precisely this reflection on the ground, on the condition of what will one day be called the subject, the general, and therefore also the highest principle, which is God, can only be a real existent insofar as it determines the actions of the individual. This individual is indeed able to determine for himself whether he allows himself to be determined by it, but under circumstances which, on the one hand, he has not freely chosen and which, on the other hand, ultimately decide whether he can reproduce himself as a corporeal essence through his choice. Even the epitome of the existing general, the Trinity of God, thus becomes an object that, in order to be considered general at all, requires interpretation by individuals, which ultimately led to the monk and scholastic being condemned by the Pope. One could say that Marx redeveloped the dialectic of the Trinity in the field of political economy in the so-called economic philosophical manuscripts of 1844 and in his early critique of Hegel. The unity of God, the Son of God and the Holy Spirit returns as the unity of man, nature, and the process between man and nature. Man lives from nature, which means, nature is his body, with which he must remain in a constant process in order not to die. The statement that the physical and spiritual life of man is connected with nature has no other meaning than that nature is connected with itself, for man is a part of nature. But at the same time he is not, otherwise the necessity of remaining in constant process with it in order to maintain itself would be mute, and the formation of the five senses would by no means be the work of the whole of world history up to now, including industry, as Marx recognizes in the same manuscripts, but merely an unconscious process within natural history. Abelard had already broken with this in his conception of labor and opus. However, if the senses, and with them what they perceive, can still be understood as nature that is related to itself, then money or the form of wealth, which Marx ultimately dealt with so intensively in his studies on capital, can no longer be understood as such. See the relevant passages in the penultimate section of the economic philosophical manuscripts, which are, however, more inspired by Goethe's Faust and Shakespeare's Timon than by classical economics, e.g., what I cannot do qua man, what all my individual essential powers cannot do, I can do through money. Money thus turns each of these essential powers into something that it is not in itself, i.e. into its opposite. It transforms loyalty into infidelity, love into hatred, hatred into love, virtue into vice, vice into virtue. He who can buy bravery is brave, even if he is cowardly. Since money does not exchange itself for a certain quality, for a certain thing, for human essential forces, but for the whole human and natural objective world, it therefore exchanges, from the point of view of its owner, every quality for every quality and object, even those that contradict it. This wealth appears as an immense collection of commodities, and the individual commodity in it as its elementary form, which does not occur in nature at all, nor does the abstract labor that Marx undertakes to uncover as the substance of value in it. The latter is a substance which, in contrast to man, contains no atom of natural substance and, like Abelard's Trinity, consists only of relations. However, if individuals want to participate in wealth, even if it is only in order not to die, they must remain in a constant process with this very substance, while its self-preservation is in turn indispensably linked to a miraculous increase in money G to G prime. For value constantly passes from one form to the other without losing itself in this movement, and thus transforms itself into an automatic subject. It has acquired the occult quality of setting value because it is value. It throws live young or at least lays golden eggs. With this travesty of self-preservation as reproduction, drawn from the animal kingdom, Marx playfully ignored the consequences of his findings, which were so unhealthy. Max Horkheimer and Theodore W. Adorno emphasize them as all the more oppressive, whereby their dialectic of enlightenment diagnoses the independence that Marx sees through value in a reason that took account of the enforcement of power relations long before that of the capital relation. While value does not contain an atom of natural substance from the outset, it appears almost as the business of the Enlightenment, as a continuation of myth, to educate individuals for this very purpose, i.e. to repress their own instinctive nature as well as their connection with extra-human nature in the name of self-preservation to such an extent that domination is not called into question and true reconciliation, which also encompasses the relationship to nature, is thwarted. Such repression has inherited the legacy of sacrifice, including the last one. Just as Jesus sacrificed his life in order to take upon himself the suffering of mankind, so bourgeois reason teaches us to suppress our instincts for the sake of self-preservation, which it puts in the place of God. However, this self-preservation held identically by reason is now, and this brings the dialectic of the Enlightenment to the present, in the course of the development of capitalism under certain conditions, which are, however, only vaguely named, the rule of private groups over the economic apparatus, no longer separable from self-destruction. The emphasis is to be placed on the epithets according to which self-preservation in the face of the necessity of life is not held somehow, but identically, culminating in the transcendental subject of the critique of pure reason. It was Alfred Sohnrethel who located money precisely here, the bare coin of the a priori. Even the young Marx called logic the money of the mind. Without Adorno and Horkheimer wanting to adopt Sohnriethel's basic idea, it nevertheless finds its way into their reflections on the dialectic of enlightenment, specifically where they feel compelled to replace the concept of the subject with that of the self. Inspired by the Greek term alpha tau, they use it to express abstraction from nature. Spinoza's sentence Conatus sici conservandi primum et unicum virtutis est fundamentum contains the true maxim of all Western civilization, in which the religious and philosophical differences of the bourgeoisie come to rest. The self, which after the methodical eradication of all natural traces as mythological should no longer be body, blood, soul, or even natural ego, sublimated into the transcendental or logical subject, formed the reference point of reason, the law-giving authority of action. According to the Enlightenment and Protestantism, those who abandon themselves to life in an immediate way, without any rational relationship to self-preservation, fall back into the prehistorical. The drive as such is mythical like superstition, serving the god that the self does not postulate is insane like drunkenness. Progress has prepared the same fate for both, worship and the sinking into immediate natural being. It has cursed the self-forgetfulness of thought as well as that of lust. Mediated by the principle of the self is the social labor of each individual in the bourgeois economy. It is supposed to give back to some the increased capital, to others the power of surplus work. In this way, self-preservation also comes under suspicion along with the self, and with good reason. It is no coincidence that it sounds like self-sufficiency and subsistence, of being reduced to one's own modest means, as the opposite of the formation of the five senses that Marx spoke of, and of a supposed promise of happiness whose mere condition, which as such should not be questioned, quite the opposite, is already hypostatized as an end and goal, for example according to the motto, "Fortunately, I can still preserve myself." As in a reference to Spinoza, Adorno later states that even if it is not possible to imagine a better world or even a better person, we can very well determine the points at which our society does not correspond to its own concept, namely that of a transparent connection between people for the preservation of their own lives. This is related to the fact that Adorno did not escape the dilemma of having to invoke the need for self-preservation as a drastic egoistic interest in his efforts to educate against self-destruction after Auschwitz, the hardening of which was still regarded as the core problem of the dialectic of Enlightenment's critique. It is precisely this moderation in accordance with the conservatio sui that has to make itself useful as a restriction on the reproduction of labor power so that value can lay its golden eggs, i.e. for the greater glory of G to G prime. However, as a prerequisite for freeing oneself from the constraints of this accumulation, self-preservation could only be discussed in the same way as materialism, i.e. negatively, in terms of the liberation of the spirit from the primacy of material needs in the state of their fulfillment. Self-preservation would then have to be defined in such a way that it cannot be taken as a self-evident unity, but always only as something to be produced or gained, something that can only be brought about in separation. And in this sense, even the transcendental I, from which the critique of pure reason proceeds, can initially be understood as a mere negation of everything that seeks to deny the separation of subject and object as substance or being. In other words, the transcendental vis-a-vis nature, which contains nothing and can only be pure identity, would then be an appeal to first find the unity in which individuals can reproduce themselves without simultaneously falling over each other, or formulated as a question from Adorno's Beethoven commentary: how can there be a whole without violence being done to the individual? Because when turned into a positive, the forms in which individuals should live and survive are immediately sedimented in their concept, as in a false imperative. You must be able to sustain yourself for the sake of your maturity, paraphrase of the infamous "he who does not work shall not eat." Independent of the individual and transferred to the nation, it goes by the name of autarky and in the crisis is directed against the forms of mediation of capital itself and in particular against its most comprehensive form, the world market. Breaking it apart, and that also means its other side, the sovereignty of the individual states, into a diffuse barbaric multiplicity, Adorno, of geopolitical Grossraum and rackets falling over each other only brings forth the whole potential of annihilation inherent in the capital relationship, which was directed against the Jews, who were identified with finance capital and the world market, and which the German Volksgemeinschaft was supposed to understand as its identity. In his appraisal of Franz Neumann's Behemoth, Adorno said that the idea of this book was abruptly opposed to the surface ideas of monolithic fascism, in that it revealed that the National Socialist state, which propagated itself as totally unified, was in reality pluralistic. The political will was formed through the haphazard competition of the most powerful social cliques. Society, incapable of reproducing itself in free movement any longer, breaks apart into a diffuse barbaric multiplicity, the opposite of that reconciled diversity which alone would be a humane state. This is how Horkheimer ended his conversation with Adorno in 1946 about a possible continuation of their joint work on the dialectic of enlightenment with the question: To what extent does one have to participate in self-preservation, and to what extent is it madness? A remark by Adorno in one of his lectures on the doctrine of history and freedom can be understood as a paraphrase of this question. The reasonableness of history can only be proven by who history is now actually reasonable for. If this reason, whose own concept is formed by the self-preservation of the individual, no longer has a subject at all for whom it is reasonable, then it turns into unreason. See also the minutes of the last joint seminar held by Adorno and Horkheimer on the subject-object dialectic, in which the suspicion, nourished by Marx's ironically disparaging attitude towards philosophy, is cast into doubt that his preponderance of the object, justified by the necessity of the reproduction of subject through object, is an ontological one. And against this ontologizing reading of the Critique of Political Economy, the Protocol, by Maya Esterlin from June 26, 1969, further states, the imperative of physical self-preservation is not the sole constituent of social formation. How difficult it has become to separate self-preservation from madness sheds light on the problems that have existed from the outset in representing its forms, in other words, in defining the concepts of political economy. This is particularly evident in Marx's transition to the critique of these concepts. Here, alongside Hegel's philosophy of law, he focused on the emancipation of the Jews by initially criticizing two texts by Bruno Bauer on the Jewish question for the Deutsch-Französische Jahrbucher. Marx had just understood, one could say with David Nierenberg, that Judaism was not only the religion of specific people with specific beliefs, from which, incidentally, his own ancestors came, but also a repertoire of ideas and attributes with which non-Jews like Bruno Bauer could interpret and criticize their world. In fact, Marx criticizes Bauer for turning the Jewish question back into a purely religious question. The theological scruple as to who is more likely to be saved, Jew or Christian, is repeated in the enlightened form: which of the two is more capable of emancipation? But Bauer himself is peculiarly fixated on the Jewish religion. The Jew always remains a Jew. Even if he is a citizen, he is, so to speak, only concerned with his self-preservation as a Jew. Like the young Hegel, the young Hegelian attributes this Jewish and limited essence to the belief in the law, which always triumphs over human and political obligations. While the Jews continued to be ruled by their abstract ceremonial laws and thus by a bottomless Mosaism, Christianity countered the absolute transcendence expressed in this lack of freedom from the law with a liberating element of immanence in the form of God incarnate, which already led to the favored atheism. In this seemingly purely theological criticism, which brings to mind Paul's letter to the Romans and Abelard's commentary on it, Bauer, as Jonathan Sperber notes, writes himself into a rage. The Enlightenment expressed itself in Judaism by hating it, because all states and peoples were unjustified before the one, before Jehovah, and have no right to exist. Its Jesuitism was mere cunning of sensual egoism, even animal lust. It was so crude and disgusting that one could only turn away from it with disgust. Marx, on the other hand, advocated the emancipation of the Jews at a time when he was still editor of the Rheinische Zeitung in Cologne and declared himself willing to write a petition for the Jews to the Landtag, to the head of the local Israelites. As he wrote to Arnold Ruge, "As repugnant as the Israelite faith is to me, Bauer's view seems too abstract. The aim is to poke as many holes in the Christian state as possible and to smuggle in what is reasonable, as much of us as possible." Although Bauer's hate-filled enragement is not a problem for him, as he often attacks political opponents of Jewish origin with similar-sounding defamations in letters and polemics, he is all the more committed to the demand for emancipation and wants the question to be put in more concrete political terms. Irrespective of the difference between Judaism and Christianity, which now seems to have become obsolete, he distinguishes between the forms of state themselves and, within political emancipation, speaks out decidedly against the Christian state in Germany as a backward form and in favor of the North American Free States as the most advanced form. Advanced in that here the state stands above the religions as a general matter and any particular religion becomes a secular question, in other words, a private matter. At this point, his comments on the Jewish question read like a liberal program for the defense of human and civil rights. At the same time, however, Marx wants to clarify the limits of all political emancipation. Only when man has recognized and organized his forces properes as social forces and therefore no longer separates the social force from himself in the form of the political force is human emancipation accomplished. However, in the following, shorter part of his article, he explains what he understands by such social forces, and that means ex negativo. Bauer's purely religious question is to be transformed into the question of which particular social element is to be overcome in order to abolish Judaism. Paradoxically, he now calls this element a general antisocial element, which has been driven to its present height by the historical development in which the Jews have eagerly collaborated in this bad relationship, to a height at which it must necessarily dissolve. The dialectical point of Marx's essay lies in the necessity of Christians becoming Jews, understood as this a social element. He overturns Bauer's judgment, as Raphael Gross, who incidentally investigated Bauer's great significance for Carl Schmitt, has pointed out. Christianity, understood in this way, needs one step more than Judaism for emancipation. For it must first transform itself back into practical Judaism in order to be able to emancipate itself as a human being. However, in order to define the historical development in more detail, Marx now uses invectives that have been used since the rise of trade and cities in the Middle Ages, i.e. since Abelard, to criticize, or better, prophesize, everything that took place on the market and by means of money, interest, etc., and which consistently consist of identifying it with the Jews. Thus Marx speaks in those notorious words about the everyday Jew in order to talk about the economy or, in his later terms, about circulation. What is the worldly ground of Judaism? Practical need, self-interest. What is the secular cult of the Jew? The Haglar. What is the worldly god? The money. Well then, the emancipation from the Haglar and from money, i.e. from practical, real Judaism, would be the self-emancipation of our time. He quotes Thomas Munzer on the degradation of nature through property in order to draw a parallel to the position of nature in the Jewish religion, and it is surprising that he does not let Luther have his say on the degradation of work by the Jews, since he writes, as if in a reference to his fecal comedy, from its own entrails, bourgeois society continually produces the Jew. At the time, Marx had hardly any idea of the national economic writings of Adam Smith or David Ricardo. In this, he even fell behind Hegel's philosophy of law to the most narrow-minded German tradition in matters of political economy, as represented by Fichte, while Engels does mention Smith and Ricardo in the same yearbook in which Marx's article appeared. However, their knowledge alone would hardly have prevented the identification with the proletariat, which was already evident at the same time in Marx's critique of Hegel's philosophy of law, as an alternative to the objective spirit and counter-identification with money, however understood, from becoming a further stimulus for anti-Semitic metaphors. However, Marx makes a reservation when he says that money has become a world power through the Jew and without him. For the studies now undertaken in Paris, inspired by Engels' yearbook essay, this, without him, becomes a principle of abstraction. Marx already refrains from linking money and Judaism in the economic philosophical manuscripts of 1844. In the Critique of Political Economy, which was then taken up anew in London and from which Capital ultimately emerged, one or two anti-Semitic remarks appear to illustrate something that cannot be illustrated at all. Namely that self-preservation in the form of capital is to be thought of as completely independent of the individuals who must participate in it in order to at least have a chance of preserving themselves. Any allusion to Judaism can be safely omitted, however, without forfeiting any of the insights into this independence developed here. On the contrary, the radical nature of this real abstraction in the valorization process of capital, which is understood as an automatic subject, would have been even more clearly expressed if Marx had avoided such ironic allusions that brought the relationship of Jews to their religion into play, in the sense of a philosophically turned ban on images. However, this does not change the fact that his critique of the fetishism of modern society developed here, contre cœur, so to speak, provided the basis for a critical theory of antisemitism. The conceptual sharpness of the unfolded critique of political economy is necessary in order to make it impossible for a critique of economics to turn into persecutory resentment, or at least to make it decisively more difficult. However, it would then also have become more difficult to express partisanship in the class struggle as cynically as Marx liked to do at this time. Already in the German ideology it was said that the bourgeois relates to the institutions of his regime as the Jew to the law. Later in Capital, the capitalist knows that all commodities, however ragged they may look or however bad they may smell, are in faith and in truth money, inwardly cut Jews. This tendency became all the more independent after his death. When the critique of political economy was transformed into a party doctrine, the Marxist propaganda of class struggle resorted to anti-Semitic projections with varying intensity depending on the political situation, in order to make itself as anti-capitalist as possible and form alliances with other anti-Jewish forces. However, it regularly reached its highest intensity in the fight against Zionism. While the Jews are accused in the Christian tradition of having brought about the death of the divine Savior, these Marxist anti-Semites accuse them of wanting to exploit and ultimately destroy the revolutionary subject of the working class or the anti-imperialist Arabs. The accusation of the murder of God is hardly ever made openly. The denunciation of Jewish monotheism usually appears as a defense of pagan polytheism, as in Assmann 1996, a grotesque reminiscence of Arian, non-Trinitarian Christianity, which is no less dangerous. Thus it is assumed that this monotheism has materialized today in the form of the Zionist state, whose violence is born by a sacred terror of truth and exclusivity. Post-colonial theory can generally be understood as a complete synthesis of Christian and left-wing antisemitism. Its hallmark is collaboration with jihad in Islam, and its political counterpart is the European Union, insofar as its foreign policy amounts to appeasement towards the Islamic Republic of Iran and the global jihad. Marx, on the other hand, even knew how to point to a kind of inner impulse in his critique that stemmed from Judaism. In Bruno Bauer's Jewish Question, it was said that the Jews had caused counter-pressure by exerting pressure against the springs of history, and at the same time, this essay, following Hegel's philosophy of religion, claimed that the Jews had contributed nothing to the formation of modern times. One of Bauer's critics, the later rabbi of Dessau Samuel Hirsch, knew how to refer to the concept of Hegel's contradiction in his denial, according to which precisely this counter-pressure must have been something for education. When Bauer replied, "A thorn in the side is also something, is that why it contributes to the development of my sense of sight?" Marx took this as an opportunity to at least playfully hint at his own origins for the first time in public, despite his mocking jibes at Bauer's dreary opponents. "A thorn that sits in my eye from the hour of birth, like the Judaism of the Christian world, remains in place, grows with it and shapes itself, is not an ordinary thorn, but a wonderful one, a thorn belonging to my eye, which should even contribute to a highly original development of my sense of sight." Instead of explicating the metaphor, however, he refers in this remark from the Holy Family to his earlier essay on the Jewish Question, in which the significance of Judaism for the education of modern times had already been revealed to Mr. Bruno. The thorn is thus taken into consideration as a prerequisite for the critique of political economy. In the imminent distinction of a worldly God of the Jews from their actual God in Marx's Jewish Question, this was basically already laid out. Wonderful is the thorn in that it would have to contribute to the realization of what money was really all about. 100 years later, Adorno and Horkheimer found a clearer formulation for this. The Jewish religion does not tolerate any word that would give comfort to the despair of all mortals. It attaches hope solely to the prohibition of invoking the false as God, the finite as the infinite, the lie as truth. The pledge of salvation lies in the renunciation of all faith that is subordinated to it, knowledge in the denunciation of delusion. This self-imposed task also opens up the possibility of understanding the Israelite faith as the history of the Jews. In an article on the history of the Eastern Question for the New York Daily Tribune in 1854, Marx spoke of their situation in Jerusalem. Nothing resembled their misery and suffering, the constant objects of Mussulman oppression and intolerance, insulted by the Greeks, persecuted by the Latins, and living only upon the scanty alms transmitted by their European brethren. The connection through the Jewish religion suddenly appears here as a condition of survival, living only upon. Instead of fantasizing the worldly reason and cult of Judaism in self-interest and haggling, he now sees something that was not yet of any significance in the debate with Bauer, but was already alluded to in his critique of Hegel's philosophy of law when he called religion the sigh of the oppressed creature. But this sigh is no more any sigh than if the religions were to be equated from the point of view of oppression without considering their relationship to one another. Marx emphasizes that the Jews in Palestine were not natives, but had come here from distant countries and quotes the French historian César Famine approvingly. Their regards turn to that mountain of Moriah, where once rose the Temple of Solomon, and which they dare not approach. They shed tears on the misfortunes of Zion, and their dispersion over the world. Not long afterwards, another former left-wing Hegelian and former friend of Bauer and Marx published one of the first Zionist writings in the narrower sense under the title Rome and Jerusalem, the Last Nationality Question. It was Moses Hess who, it should be noted, appreciated Marx's new critique of political economy of 1859 despite his now strained relations with its author. Edmund Silberner, of all people, who so vehemently accused Marx of antisemitism, published Hess's draft review of Marx's critique of political economy for the first time. Moses Hess, projection of an unpublished article on Marx's critique of political economy, published in June 1859. Vladimir Zayev Jabotinsky placed Hess among the most important Zionists. We owe the Balfour Declaration to both Herzl and Rothschild, to both Pinsker and Moses Hess, but he added, but we owe it even more to the Bailu and their successors, the colonists, workers, teachers from Mechela in the north to Bukama in the south. The first group of Biluim went to Palestine in 1882 in the face of the pogroms and the new anti-Semitic laws in Russia. In order to cope with the difficult economic development there for sheer self-sustainability, they asked Baron Edmund James de Rothschild for funds for wine production, which developed into today's Carmel wineries. Money had already largely lost its magical character among Calvinists and Puritans. In a kind of internalization of the absolutist state, its significance was tied to God's providence, but at the same time it was uncoupled from the needs of the money owner. In contrast to the original Christian religiosity, money was thus recognized as an end in itself, albeit secretly, and it was none other than God himself who now sanctified the end in itself. According to Max Weber, the inner-worldly Protestant asceticism worked with full force against the uninhibited enjoyment of possessions. It constricted consumption, especially luxury consumption. On the other hand, it had the psychological effect of freeing the acquisition of goods from the inhibitions of traditionalist ethics. It broke the shackles of the pursuit of profit by not only legalizing it, but by directly regarding it as God-ordained. The struggle against carnality and attachment to external goods was, as the great apologist of Quakerism, Berkeley, as well as the Puritans, explicitly testified, not a struggle against rational acquisition, but against irrational use of possessions. In accordance with the Old Testament, the ascetic point of view saw the pursuit of wealth as an end as the height of reprehensibility, but the attainment of wealth as the fruit of professional labor as a blessing from God. In their re-evaluation of money, however, Calvinists and Puritans differed significantly from Luther's Protestantism, which continued to demonize exchange value, not least because of its close ties to the German feudal nobility. While Luther's new work ethic could even give new impetus to antisemitism, central motifs of Jew hatred had to be dispensed with within Calvinist and Puritan Christianity. The admonitions of Benjamin Franklin in his Our Father of Money of 1748, for example, suggest this: remember that time is money, remember that credit is money, remember that money is of a procreative and fertile nature. He who kills a mother pig destroys all her offspring to the 1000th generation. Whoever kills a 5-shilling piece murders everything that could have been produced with it, whole columns of pounds sterling. End of quote. Lessing and the best representatives of the German Enlightenment retain this general esteem for wealth cultivated by Puritanism, but at the same time deny the asceticism of the inner world. Money no longer appears here as an end in itself sanctified by God, but as a means of investing in education. And it is education that frees people from prejudices and brings them closer together without making them identical. However, it is precisely this sober, non-demonizing assessment of wealth that obscures the view of someone like Lessing of the driving force behind antisemitism, of what essentially constitutes its danger and distinguishes it from other prejudices, the demonization of wealth in the form of the Jew. Wealth, understood as an arbitrarily applicable and fungible tool that need only be taken in hand by reason, is a significant prejudice of the Enlightenment. It corresponds to a relationship between the state and the commodity form that has changed significantly compared to primitive accumulation. What Puritans and Calvinists attribute to their old God ultimately appears as the objective competence of the new state. The mercantilist system of absolutism, and even its Metternichian phase-out model, may well have appeared to the subjects and the bureaucrats themselves as a rationalization of the market, as the control of exchange value. But if the state takes control of the market, then no one is needed to embody its inscrutable irrational mechanisms as figures of evil. In this respect, tolerance was based on a very specific, as it were transitive reason, on the rationality of the absolutist state structure. On the part of the state, the main interest was to lead the Jews out of the isolation of the purely financial sphere, to which they had once been banished, and to win them over as investors for productive capital. However, this presupposed legal equality with all other citizens, at least in some areas. On the other hand, in this birth phase of industrial capital, a revolutionary consciousness undisguised by antisemitism was evidently able to emerge relatively spontaneously. The rebellious masses of 1789, 1830, and 1848 consistently identified the state and capital. In addition, with the transition of merchant and usury capital into productive manufacturing and industrial capital, often initiated and commanded by the sovereign, the extreme interest rate must fall. As for non-broaddle states, it fell almost steadily in Europe from the 15th to the 18th century, was ridiculously low in Genoa around 1600 and fell spectacularly in Holland in the 17th century and subsequently in London. Marx also highlights the Netherlands, one of the strongholds of Calvinism, as an example of the low interest rate in the 17th century and speaks of a model country of economic development. Here commercial credit and money trading had developed along with trade and manufacture, and interest-bearing capital had been subordinated to industrial and commercial capital through development itself. The monopoly of old-fashioned usury, which was based on poverty, was there thrown over by itself. End quote. While Broadel and most other social historians and economists only need to point to the growing surplus of money to explain the falling interest rate, Marx speaks of a fundamentally changed form of capital. Interest is no longer the only method by which capital appropriates the surplus over the means of subsistence of the producers. Quite a few producers have already become wage earners. And in this form of dependence, interest only forms a certain part of the surplus value, the rest is collected as profit. Interest thus no longer expresses the rate of total exploitation in monetary form, and largely loses the appearance of an abnormal proportion. The more the interest rate falls, the less it is experienced as a disproportionate degree of expropriation, as cutthroat usury. In the Dutch provinces, the rate of interest was officially declared a matter for the secular power in 1658. The fact that someone lends money at interest was thus no longer a religious, ethical question, but the level of interest became a political one. Throughout the 18th century, and the legislation acts in this sense, with reference to Holland, the cry for a violent reduction of the interest rate resounded in order to subordinate interest-bearing capital to commercial and industrial capital, instead of the other way round. The cry was mostly heard. The fight that the church had waged against interest per se was continued by the state as a fight against too high interest. The politically lowered interest rate automatically compels people to invest their money in immediate productive activities, in manufacturing, publishing, etc., instead of lending it. If any power had to be perceived as threatening, it was the state, the great regulator, which not only took the interest rate into its own hands, but also curtailed the rights of the guilds and established monopolies. However, it did not act arbitrarily, but according to reasonable principles and could therefore be taken at its word. In contrast to usury capital, whose power remained obscure, his rule, as far as monarchies were concerned, was embodied in the ever-visible Baroque form of the sovereign, his court, and his army. The enemy image of the Jewish usurer, as the incarnation of interest-bearing capital, thus seems to have done its duty. His chances of success sank, to put it pointedly, with the rate of interest. Is that why it could disappear? The conspiracy against the rest of humanity, a rest that the Germans were chosen to embody, the striving for dominion over the earth or for the destruction of humanity and the world. This seems to be the new content attributed to Judaism in the 19th century. This happens on the basis of the traditional basic structure, which is now often given other names, the proliferating Jew, with which the abstract side of commodity production has always been identified, is translated as grabbing capital and referred to the expanding stock exchange and share transactions, the Christian tradesman, who has always been credited with merely mediating consumer goods, returns in the designation of creative capital. But this does not only contain the imagination of an economic leader subscribed exclusively to the production of commodities, the fetish of creative capital also includes wage labor. Thus, as Moishe Post 1 writes, industrial capital can appear as the direct successor of natural artisanal labor and, in contrast to parasitic finance capital, as organically rooted. Its organization seems to be related to the guild. And that is why it is possible that the romantic backward-looking glorification of nature, of blood, of the soil, of concrete labor goes hand in hand with the progressive idealization of modern technology and industrial capital. This symbiosis of creative capital, which distinguishes itself from grabbing capital, is aimed at a new type of state. It is a specifically German type, insofar as Luther's work ethic is modernized here on the basis of wage labor. The state claims to be the custodian of capital to the same extent as of labor. Indeed, it wants to realize the identity of both. The anti-Semitic projection, which in earlier centuries was limited to the question of wealth and poverty in the immediate sense, to the relationship between accumulated capital and expropriated small producers, now threatens to shape the state consciousness of the new great class that has to sell its labor power. Antisemitism had already been part of the raison d'etat in the past, but the essence of the state has changed. State power once consisted of immediate forms of rule. Serfdom, feudalism, and the court nobility were such structures of rule. They disintegrated with the establishment of capitalist commodity production. How can a population that disintegrates into mere subjects of exchange, regardless of whether they carry their labor or their goods to market, how can such a society of isolated producers and consumers continue to be bound to a sovereign? This has been the great problem of state bureaucracy since the end of the 18th century. The revolutions between 1789 and 1848 clearly showed how much cohesion the state had lost. Nevertheless, the market, which had outgrown absolutism, required state regulation, a certain regulation of the framework conditions so that the accumulation of capital could proceed. More than any class confrontation, this dilemma seems to be the hallmark of the era. Regardless of whether the bearers of the state saw themselves as revolutionaries or conservatives, by assuming this power they were forced to counteract the latent internal disintegration of sovereignty. The people had to be made loyal to the state, in whatever way, by whatever means. The great military power of neighboring states, Napoleon, were favorable conditions for provoking this loyalty to the state as national consciousness. But even more effective was the idea of a threat from all sides, a world conspiracy against one's own country, one's own people, and best of all when it was directed by an imaginary enemy within, one that had long been identified with the power of money. The court Jew was rechristened the liberal Jew, the representative of stateless wealth, the anti-citizen par excellence, the incarnate portent of what the liberal citizen is as long as he does not become a citizen. A deterrent example of the selfish existence and anarchistic isolation that will blossom for him should he excommunicate himself from the state-formed and organized community in a class-based manner. and those states that were particularly threatened by disintegration in their heterogeneity, Germany, the Habsburg monarchy, but also Tsarist Russia, whose secret police fabricated the protocols of the Elders of Zion, were certainly in particular need of such a warning. In countries such as England and North America, where the citizens were formed into subjects of the state not least by a continuous, common colonial front against the wilderness and its racially stigmatized inhabitants, this modern antisemitism played a rather subordinate role. There is talk of a healthy national consciousness, and it is believed to be particularly pronounced among the French because it is revolutionary. However, the Dreyfus affair should not be forgotten in order to correctly assess the latency of the anti-Semitic effect. In Russia, which had a national dilemma comparable to that of the Habsburg monarchy, modern antisemitism became practical for the first time. The state itself, endangered by nationality conflicts and revolutionary movements, organized the pogroms in order to bind the masses. It failed spectacularly shortly afterwards. The centuries-long continuity of antisemitism should certainly not obscure the monstrous fact to which Ulrich Enderwitz emphatically draws attention, that it is the political power itself, the state power itself, which now dictates its role to the Jews, which thus propagates and practices antisemitism in its novelized form. But it is highly personal in a more literal sense. Antisemitism proves itself as the private worldview of those who, in a state function, are forced to execute what capitalization dictates to them, the legal equality of all subjects of the market as citizens of the state. In antisemitism, these state personnel can live out their reservations about this equality, without having to question capitalization. It therefore emanates less from the state itself than from its personnel, the Junkers, state paper rentiers, higher administrative officials, court assessors, grammar school teachers and university professors. It is they who, in the 19th century, tore the Jews out of all dreams of emancipation and once again put them in the firing line of a socio-political projection of the enemy. Starting from the state-supporting circles of higher civil servants, the officer corps and the academic middle class, the focus of antisemitism shifted downwards, to white-collar and wage laborers, petty bourgeois circles, lower civil servants and lower military ranks. By adopting the antisemitism conceived from the point of view of the state, they practiced the role of a par excellence state-supporting class. To the same extent that the anti-Semitic effect spread to broader sections of the population, they shed their previous distance, characterized by indifference or even class-specific rejection, towards the strong state of the Junkers, military and higher officials and began to see themselves in the position of a majority supporting the strong state. They are thus developing aspirations to either supplement or even replace the Junkers, military officers, and higher officials in their capacity as the social basis of the strong state. The citizens and state leaders of the old Prussian or Habsburg era were somewhat dismayed, not to say perplexed, by this process. For them, the old military was still the most important bond between the people and the state, and the principle of tolerance granted by the state towards the Jews, i.e., the civic improvement of the Jews for the benefit of economic prosperity. "I will not tolerate any Jew-baiting in my empire," Franz Joseph decreed. "The Jews are brave and patriotic men and will gladly lay down their lives for emperor and fatherland." And yet the emperor had to tolerate Schönerer speeches and the rise of Luther. The Christian social movement was highly instrumental in preserving the state. Without it, Franz Joseph would probably not have been able to rule for so long. Ideologists and practitioners such as Stocker, Schönerer, Luther, and countless anti-Semitic publications and associations created the enemy necessary for state integration. In academia, the so-called catheter socialists on the left and conservatives such as Treitschke on the right performed similar services. In cultural life, Richard Wagner performed the task like no other. With the title of state musician, Marx hit his meaning more accurately than he himself was probably aware of. Again and again I was drawn to his works. Adolf Hitler, the pupil of Luther and Schönerer, later wrote about his youthful enthusiasm for Wagner. The total realization of anti-Semitism was ultimately the answer to the great crisis of capital in Germany and Austria. The German version of the New Deal was practiced. In place of the demoralized purchasing power of the masses, the state itself acted as a major consumer, Enderwitz, and organized direct and indirect job creation largely on a credit basis. Due to the oversized state consumption, work appeared to be liberated from the capital relationship. Labor service became a celebrated, sung and filmed symbol of this, although this relationship was not touched in principle, and the state aesthetic served to reinforce this appearance everywhere, from the diverse activities of Nazi organizations such as strength through joy to the equation of the worker with the soldier. By preparing for all-round annihilation, Nazism relieved workers of the worry of selling their only commodity, their labor power. So if this Nazi deal initially worked much more successfully than the New Deal in the USA, full employment was already achieved by the end of the 1930s. It was primarily because the increasingly voracious Nazi state not only consumed in the area of infrastructure from the outset, but also, which is what the famous Autobahns amounted to, in the area of armaments. The greater the debts became, which it inevitably had to incur in a confusing and barely comprehensible manner, the more intensively the internal and external enemy was invoked. World Conspiracy of International Financial Jewry. This was the translation of inflationary crediting and negative trade balance, budget deficit, and national debt into Nazi jargon. In other fascist states such as Italy, before the Third Reich also gained influence there, or Spain, people were not prepared to pay for the financing of state consumption and the aestheticization of politics with legally founded and mass-executed antisemitism. In the Third Reich, however, the attitude that the anti-Semitic small-scale producer had cultivated towards the Jewish moneylender for half a millennium was tautolized as the fate of the state, and the pogrom became the final solution. In his Reichstag speech of January 30, 1939, which appeared in the Völkischer Beobachter and was distributed as a special edition, Hitler explained how the debt of the total consumer was to be paid off. "I want to be a prophet again today. If the international financial Jewry in and outside Europe should succeed in plunging the nations once again into a world war, the result will not be the Bolshevization of the earth and thus the victory of Jewry, but the annihilation of the Jewish race in Europe." National Socialism was the greatest anti-capitalist movement ever mobilized to save capital. The state that this movement produced represents the consummation of anti-Semitism, the fetishistic sublation of capital on the basis of capital. The usual capitalist rationality, however, which is repeatedly attributed to the Nazi extermination camps by the left, escapologists, the actual anti-capitalist meaning that the anti-Semitic consciousness of the Germans and Austrians attached to the extermination of Jewry. It can only be understood in the context of the history of anti-Semitism, whereby its religious origins take on particular significance. If, as Moishe Post one says, the extermination of the Jews in Auschwitz was understood by the perpetrators and spectators as the annihilation of the personification of the abstract, then it was Christianity that practiced this personification and laid the foundations for eliminatory anti-Semitism in Germany and Austria. 3 years ago, after the German states jointly decided to celebrate the 500th anniversary of the Reformation with a national holiday, an enthusiastic federal finance minister explained to the Germans what they should do with the day off. "Let us," said Wolfgang Schäuble in a guest post on an ecumenical website, "all together, whether Christian or non-Christian, religious or non-religious, use the unique public holiday on October 31, 2017, to remember this happy turning point in our history that still shapes us today." Now, most people might find it difficult to remember happy turns of events that happened half a millennium ago. Sociopathic bosses, annoying colleagues, the abysses of family life, the daily struggle for self-assertion or individual happiness, which is much rarer in comparison, are probably more formative for the everyday lives of German Christians and non-Christians than the 95 Theses against the sale of indulgences that Martin Luther enclosed in a letter to Archbishop Albrecht of Brandenburg on October 31, 1517, which are now generally regarded as the starting point of the Reformation. The majority of Germans reacted with disinterest to the Luther Decade, which was launched in 2008 by the Protestant churches in Germany, EKD, and supported by the state, and to the celebrations in the anniversary year 2017, which marked the end of the almost 10-year series of events. The few fans that the Reformation anniversary nevertheless had in Germany were primarily connected to the event by an undeniable self-interest. Convinced Protestants like Schäuble and their priests were so enthusiastic because their association, which had been struggling with declining membership figures for decades, was finally being noticed in a significant way again. East German politicians and their claqueurs from the ranks of the local press were delighted because the anniversary not only offered the opportunity to attract a few tourists to the godless stretches of land and small towns of the Saxony-Anhalt province, but also because, as genuine local patriots, they could showcase their dreary wasteland as a region of historical world renown. Added to this was the obligatory entourage of cultural workers associated with such major events, for whom the occasional fee made their otherwise rather precarious everyday lives more lucrative for a short time. However, the major historical event also attracted left-wingers who wanted to accompany it, critically, of course. Setting the tone for left-wing criticism of Luther in the 2017 Reformation year was a nationwide campaign called Against the Heroes, which aimed to take a more contemporary look at the dubious Jubilarian. It's time for a clear criticism that destroys the public myth of a merciful reformer and promotes a contemporary debate according to the ideals of consequent humanism. End quote. It is true that the hero's opponents did not explain what the ideals of a consequent humanism consist of. But regardless of the linguistic ability and the vague humanism that reeks of rigorism, various groups jumped on the bandwagon of Luther bashing and added to the already confusing range of events of the Reformation celebrations with a nationwide marathon of lectures, rallies, workshops, staged readings, and film screenings. In short, pretty much everything that left-wing political event management has to offer was on offer and did not shy away from invitations from the speech machine Daniel Culla, who, as with every left-wing fashionable topic, had the right PowerPoint presentations to hand. Here are 3 examples of how the destruction of the myth and the contemporary view of Luther, which is called for in the campaign text, can sound. Example 1. The reformer was a fervent anti-capitalist who railed against money and social advancement. He opposed interest and credit, which was also a motif of his anti-Judaism. Luther was a creature of the Middle Ages, a fundamentalist as he is written in the book, who contributed a great deal to the Germans' faith in the state. Example 2. The fact that the reformer, with his furor, conjured up an age of religious wars that brought Germany as close to destruction as only a gentleman named Adolf Hitler later did, that he brought intolerance towards those who think differently, but above all those who believe differently, and a defensive reflex towards everything finer, more differentiated, more advanced in terms of civilization into the world. This has always been willingly ignored and only damages the hero narrative. End of quote. And example 3, Luther's memorandum on the freedom of a Christian man was by no means followed by the proclamation of civil liberties, and certainly not the freedom of religion. Heretical law continued to apply even after the Peace of Augsburg. Anyone who visits the Hermitage in Wartburg Castle, where Luther translated the Holy Scriptures as Junker Jorg, should also climb into the dungeon where those who were later condemned as dissenters from the true faith ended up. End of quote. These criticisms of Luther did not come from the pens of the AK Zweifel und Diskurs, the Antifascistische Action during or the Open Youth and Constituency Office of the Left Party in Eisenach, Rosa Lux, which, along with other political groups, had responded to the campaign call. They could be read in the Frankfurter Allgemeine Sonntagszeitung, the Welt, and the Süddeutsche Zeitung. If journalistic Germany, from the bourgeois conservative to the left liberal camp, sounds almost exactly like any village Antifa when it comes to Luther, then the question arises as to who is actually still practicing the German hero worship that the critics of the Reformation anniversary are campaigning against. The answer is simple. Nobody. Even in the heartland of Lutheran Protestantism, the hero status of the reformer is no longer as firmly established as it was 10 years ago. In 2017, the successor to GDR State Radio said the following about Luther: his outbursts are well known, the tirades with which he attacked the Pope and his church, the diatribes with which he incited hatred against the rebellious peasants, and, last but not least, the polemics with which he vilified the Jews towards the end of his life, and which were to have an even more fatal effect in the centuries that followed. End quote. In other words, the Reformation anniversary in 2017 did not mark the continuation of nationalist hero worship but the disposal of a national hero. Instead of even acknowledging this fact, however, people prefer to pretend that Prussia still exists ideologically and territorially. People pretend that there is still an unbroken German nationalism that has invoked Martin Luther unchanged since the 19th century. The ignoring of Luther's scolding, which has been the consensus in the leading German media for a good 2 years, and the untruthful assertion of German hero worship coincide with the inability to formulate an accurate critique of current German politics. Instead of indulging in mock battles with national heroes that no longer exist, one would be better advised to focus on the connection between the disposal of these heroes and an ideologically increasingly anti-national Germany that is ruthlessly asserting its interests via a German-dominated EU. The former heroes of the German national movement simply no longer fit in with the current German self-image, which presents its own state at every opportunity as a purified, peace-loving role model for the whole world that has learned from history. Those who want to rise morally above their neighbors and allies and impose their own policies on them as having no alternative can no longer use such disreputable figures as Ernst Moritz Arndt, Friedrich Ludwig John, Johann Gottlieb Fichte and, last but not least, the Jew-eater Martin Luther. A campaign that purports to knock a German national saint off his pedestal, while deliberately overlooking the fact that this job has long since been done by the very people it claims to be in declared opposition to, therefore deserves to be scrutinized more closely. Luther, you rotten piece of shit. Antisemitism, sexism, despotism, no reason to celebrate. This was not just the inscription on a banner with which a handful of Antifas disrupted the opening service of the Protestant Church Congress on the Market Square in Halle an der Saale on Ascension Day. The banner with its trinity of accusations of sexism, despotism, and antisemitism is basically all the current criticism of Luther has to offer. Like the mobilization material offered on the campaign website, the flyer from the Halle activists consisted of a series of randomly selected quotes in which Luther incites hatred against Jews, doesn't exactly speak kindly of women, and describes it as a Christian duty to serve the authorities subserviently. As sympathetic as the action by the people of Halle may seem at first glance, after all, it made at least one of the Luther friends present from the East Zonal base turn red in the face. It primarily testifies to a laziness of thought that is now also typical of the anti-German left. The accusation of sexism is wrong simply because the term, which originated in the American women's movement in the 1960s, was an attempt to object to the biologization of social inequality. It developed at a time when women's equality had long been unstoppable. The market needed women as self-confident consumers and wage earners, not as homemakers who had to ask their husbands for permission before making purchases. The accusation of sexism was directed at men who longed for the good old days, when women were still subordinate to their husbands without argument, i.e., against men who had not yet noticed the social change or did not want to notice it. None of this applies to Luther. Luther's contempt for women was not a reaction to the changes taking place in gender relations, from which the 16th century was still a long way off. In other words, a man from the pre-civil era is being accused of adhering to patriarchal forms of thought that were contemporary at the time. You can do that, but it has nothing to do with ideological criticism. It is similar with the accusation that Luther was a despot, anti-revolutionary, or a friend of tyrants. One can certainly object to the fact that Luther, unlike other, more radical reformers, wanted to hold on to secular rule at all costs, as his position in the Peasants' Wars shows. However, this did not make him a reactionary. One should bear in mind that the era in which Luther worked, to paraphrase Karl Marx, was characterized by the fact that the feudal, patriarchal, idyllic relationships had not yet been destroyed. The motley feudal ties that bound man to his natural superior were far from being torn apart, and the holy showers of pious enthusiasm were far from being drowned. The division of society into estates and thus into feudal lords, vassals, guild citizens, journeymen, serfs was complete in Luther's time, even if the old order was increasingly in crisis. In other words, the accusation makes little sense in relation to a time when there was nothing other than personal rule, when the individual was still almost unchangeably tied to their own clod, origin, and blood, i.e., when it was not even possible to speak of the individual. An emphatic concept of freedom only emerged with bourgeois society. Even the use of Luther for German nationalism, which can be criticized from a historical perspective, was an innovation compared to Luther's own political self-image and cannot simply be equated with it. Accusing Luther of not having a civic concept of freedom is therefore about as valid as accusing a clan of cavemen of using a club to defend themselves against competing clans in a conflict over hunting grounds instead of resolving a neighborly dispute through supervision. The left's obliviousness to history is not only evident in the meaningless buzzwords sexist and anti-revolutionary. The lack of understanding of history is also evident when looking at the entire Reformation. After all, Luther's translation of the Bible into German, the dissemination of German-language theological pamphlets by the Cranach printing press, the demand for German-language sermons at church services, Philip Melanchthon's tender beginnings of a school system, and the critical biblical exegesis that emerged from the theological debates of the Reformation period were themselves essential prerequisites for the Enlightenment. Even the more astute of Luther's critics fail to recognize the close relationship between the Reformation and the Enlightenment when they reject the Reformation in the face of German anti-Catholicism, which they are quite right to attack, simply turning it into anti-Protestantism and trying to save late medieval Catholicism as a refuge of progress. It was an Orthodox Lutheran who was instrumental in preparing the ground for the European Enlightenment in the early 18th century. Christian Wolff, 1679–1754, professor of mathematics and philosophy at the Friedrichs-Universität in Halle, defined God as absolute reason, understood understanding, and reason as divine qualities, and distinguished the human intellect from God's perfect intellect only by degrees. With his theology, he had also declared war on active Christianity and the sanctimonious ethics of other theologians who had also emerged from Lutheran orthodoxy. We are talking about the Prussian pietists around August Hermann Francke, followers of the fundamentalist Protestant movement that had not only explicitly taken up the cause of completing the Lutheran Reformation, but which, through the formulation of the Prussian virtues, the associated educational ideas and the pietist work ethic, laid the foundations for an idea of the Commonwealth that set the tone in Germany for well over 100 years, and which worked diligently to prevent the development of a free, bourgeois society. A more reasonable critique of Luther would have to critically attempt to trace the history of the Reformation in the sense of a dialectic of the Enlightenment in order to clarify how, on the one hand, the European Enlightenment as Enlightenment theology began in the 17th century out of Lutheran orthodoxy, while at the same time Prussian pietism with its appearance of the German coercive community, in short the Counter-Enlightenment, emerged from it. The left-wing opponents of the Reformation celebrations would be far more likely than Luther to be described as counter-enlightenment in the literal sense when they talk about the EKD's approach to Luther's hatred of Jews. When they claim, as they did on the leaflet from Halle, for example, that a whole lot of facts are being suppressed in order to celebrate Luther, they are suggesting that the Protestant Church is still concealing Luther's anti-Semitism. In doing so, they are engaging in targeted disinformation and crude propaganda. In contrast to past decades, Luther's hatred of Jews is no longer played down or relativized, at least not by church officials. It was not only in the course of the Reformation anniversary that the Protestant Church took a critical look at Luther's anti-Semitism. The criticism of Luther quoted above from the Süddeutsche Zeitung, which not only wants to send visitors to Wartburg Castle to prison, but also condemns Luther's hatred of Jews, was not penned by an atheist writer for hire, but was a guest article that appeared on Reformation Day 2012 and was reprinted 3 years later. The author, Petra Barr, theologian and cultural commissioner of the EKD. The fact that Luther's anti-Semitism is being discussed at all in the German public sphere is not least thanks to Protestants. The debate about Luther's anti-Semitic writings was already taking place among Protestant theologians in the 1980s. The fact that the standard work on the history of Jew hatred, Leon Polyakov's History of Anti-Semitism, the first volume of which was published in 1955, became available in German translation more than 20 years later is not due to a left-wing critic of anti-Semitism. The translation from French was undertaken by Rudolf Pfisterer, a Protestant theologian who published the work in 1977, when hardly anyone was interested in the subject, in a small publishing house. The brochure The Reformation and the Jews, An Orientation, published by the Protestant Church in 2014 to mark the Luther decade, reads more profitably than all the pamphlets against Luther's pseudo-hero put together. The brochure is recommended for anyone who needs an introduction to Luther's anti-Semitism, especially because it sheds light on the historical and theological background to Luther's transformation from a more Jew-friendly early reformer to the Jew-eater of the institutionalizing Reformation. The polemics of left-wing and anti-German critics against Luther's hatred of Jews obscure more than they illuminate historically. His works and their reception, according to the operators of the Hero campaign, were a motivation for the emergence and realization of a National Socialist ideology, which is why they end up posing the question in all seriousness as to whether there can be a Protestant theology after Auschwitz at all. The reason for the Holocaust was therefore not the Germans' desire to transform themselves into a frenzied murder collective, which, because it hallucinated the Jews as the opposite race, set half the world on fire in an unprecedented war of extermination, but the popularity of Martin Luther's writings. The Affine Antifa Plenum Halle thinks the same thing, but is less evasive when it states, Martin Luther's statements culminated in the Shoah. In other words, Luther equals Hitler. It is true that Luther marked the transition from Christian to modern anti-Semitism. In Germany, summarizes Gerhard Scheidt, the Reformation primarily reformed anti-Semitism. By pitting honest German work against Jewish usury and parasitism, Luther proved to be a pioneer of Jew hatred, characterized by the identification of Jews with interest-bearing capital, the abstract side of commodity production. Luther clearly heralds a new ethos. It mobilizes labor against money, against usury, against the Jew. It is true that in Christian anti-Semitism and Luther's obsessive identification of the Jews with the devil, something emerged that Scheidt describes as a prefiguration of the concept of race. However, this does not mean that, conversely, one can make a Nazi out of Luther. In any case, the National Socialists did not see themselves as faithful heirs of Protestantism in their fight against the Jewish opposite race. The strangest thing about the criticism of anti-Semitism by left-wing and anti-German enemies of Luther is that none of the groups involved in the campaign addressed the issue of contemporary anti-Semitism as part of their series of events against the anniversary of the Reformation. The leaflet from the Open Antifa Plenum Halle does mention it in passing when it says, but even today, anti-Semitism is still the order of the day. But who put anti-Semitism on today's agenda is conspicuously silent. Neither did the anti-Luther campaign address the fact that anti-Semitism has long since undergone a second reformation, from Nazi anti-Semitism to an anti-Zionism that originated on the left and has long since been globalized. Nor is a single word said about Islamic hatred of Jews. The anniversary of the Reformation would have offered the opportunity to take an anti-German stance against the celebrations in the best sense of the word, for example by confronting the Protestant Church with the claim that it formulates itself in its anti-Semitism brochure, by affirming the religious neutrality of the state and equal rights for all religious communities, above all Judaism. The Protestant churches are helping to strengthen the institutional barrier that permanently prevents a return of the disenfranchisement and persecution of Jews. In view of this, critics of the current hatred of Jews should not only have asked how the claim that the Protestant Church is against all anti-Semitism fits in with the fact that it has been financially supporting organizations with an agenda explicitly directed against the Jewish state for years. Between 2012 and 2014, Bread for the World, probably the best-known aid organization of the Protestant regional and free churches in Germany, supported the Israel-based NGO B'Tselem, which describes Israel as an apartheid state, accuses the Israeli state of using Nazi methods, and whose employees sometimes claim that the Holocaust is a lie and an invention of the Jews. With grants totaling around €480,000. After the NGO hit the headlines for this, Bread for the World did not discontinue its support, but defended its cooperation by claiming that B'Tselem was committed to the enforcement and observance of human rights, above all the inviolability of human dignity. Not only Martin Luther would have been worth talking about in 2017, but also the Martin from Würselen, the fortunately failed SPD candidate for Chancellor Scholz, who described Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas' speech to the EU Parliament in Brussels on June 23, 2016 as inspiring in a tweet. Beloved by the Germans as the embodiment of the Palestinian will for peace, Abbas, who completed his doctorate in Moscow in 1982 with a thesis on the connections between Zionism and Nazism, denied the gas chambers of the extermination camps in the foreword to the 1984 Arabic edition of a study based on his dissertation and put the number of victims of the Nazi murder of Jews at far less than 1 million. The anti-Semite Abbas had taken up the legend of Jewish well poisoning in the aforementioned speech by claiming, "Just a week ago, Israeli rabbis made a clear statement. They demanded that their government poison the water to kill Palestinians." The left-wing opponents of Luther have not said a word about the fact that at a Foreign Office conference on May 22, 2017, co-organized by Silke Lechner, former director of studies at the German Protestant Church Congress, on the topic of religion's responsibility for peace. The guest list included 3 proven representatives of an anti-Semitic regime that has been blatantly threatening Israel with annihilation for years and wants to get its hands on the atomic bomb. Hamid Reza Tarabi, head of the pro-Iranian Islamic Academy of Germany, which is run by the Islamic Center Hamburg, IZH, which supports the annual Al-Quds March, was invited. According to the Office for the Protection of the Constitution, the IZH propagates the export of the Islamic Revolution. The other 2 guests were Ali Majedi, the Iranian ambassador to Germany, and Syed Abdulhassan Navab, president of the University of Religions and Denominations in Qom, Iran, an Islamist cadre training center for Iranian state ideology. The critics of Luther's hatred of Jews also did not say a word about the fact that the German Minister of the Interior met with Ahmad al-Tayyib, the Grand Sheikh and Grand Imam of the Azhar Mosque and former rector of Al-Azhar University in Cairo, a leading Sunni Islamic scholar who is considered a representative of moderate Islam not only in Germany, at the Protestant Church Congress in Berlin on May 26. Al-Tayyib justified the Palestinian suicide attacks during the Al-Aqsa Intifada as self-defense against a barbaric enemy and complains about 1,400 years of Jewish interference in the affairs of Muslims, interference that would range from usury to slavery and murder. In other words, a critique of the Reformation anniversary that was serious about combating anti-Semitism would have had to address the fraternization of the state and the EKD with the official representatives of an anti-Semitic and murderous Islam under the motto of religious tolerance. The reason why this did not take place is that the majority of the German left does not want to understand that the anti-Semitism of the Germans no longer calls, as it did with Luther, for their synagogues and schools to be set on fire, for their houses likewise to be broken and destroyed, and for the Jews to be crammed under a roof or stable so that they know that they are not masters in our land, but in misery and captivity. It is not practical action that characterizes the anti-Semitism of the German majority society 500 years after the Reformation, but tacit toleration by allowing those who take action against the Jews to do so without objection. The fact that they do not refer to the Bible but to the Quran is just as collectively ignored as anti-Semitic motives are denied or trivialized by playing them down as a product of the Middle East conflict. For German anti-Semitism, the mantra-like lessons of history mean that anti-Jewish desires for extermination are neither admitted nor even expressed, while those cultural circles and their members who openly do just that are looked upon with undisguised fascination. The German left doesn't want to know about any of this, preferring to work their way through Luther and ride on the Jew hatred of a guy who has been dead for almost half a millennium. Luther offers them the opportunity to hold on to an enemy image that is so popular because it is German. With an anti-Luther campaign, it is possible to present oneself as a verbally radical opponent of Germany without it costing anything and to continue to cling to the popular belief that evil in the world is always and forever German, nationalist, and politically right-wing. The fact that German antisemitism after 1945 was and is genuinely left-wing must be ignored, as must the fact that all the murders of Jews committed in 21st century Europe, who were killed because they were Jews, were not committed by Protestants but by Muslims. This is why German left-wing radicals are so obsessed with Luther, so that they don't have to talk about this current hatred of Jews. In doing so, they are assuming the leading role in the next act of the smear theater play of German reparations and firmly joining the Berlin Republic. In the obituaries for the writer Rolf Hochhuth, who died on May 13, 2020, a special focus was placed on his debut work Der Stellvertreter, The Deputy, which premiered in 1963 and remained by far his most successful work. According to the FAZ, it poses the morally stirring question of why the Pope was able to remain silent in the face of the fascist mass murder of the Jews. The fact that Der Stellvertreter made such an impact and became the scandal play par excellence after 1945 was not due to its outstanding literary quality. Even the greatest defenders could not avoid admitting, as Hannah Arendt did in a letter to Karl Jaspers, the book is very likable, but unfortunately not very interesting poetically. In her public defense of the play, she was somewhat more conciliatory. The author himself seems at least as interested in literal, factual truth as he is in literary quality. Her high praise was directed at the suggestion that the work was the most factual of the post-war period, and indeed the success of the play was largely based on its characterization as documentary theater. Documentary theater is based on an authoritative, often even purely non-aesthetic claim to truth. In it, the document forms the basis to a very flexible extent, and this is where the problem of definition lies. Unlike in historical drama, the document makes an active and visible appearance and does not disappear as a mere source in the preparatory work. Unsurprisingly, montage is the essential technique and the arrangement is more important than the invention. Brian Barton, who wrote the most superficial analysis of the genre in his work The Documentary Theater, characterized the authentic and, above all, verifiable quality of the factual material as an indispensable prerequisite and demanded that the material should be taken from freely accessible sources and processed in a scholarly manner. The citability of the document seems banal, but is by no means irrelevant in relation to Hochhuth, who was first and foremost a conspiracy theorist. This already applies to the formal aspects. His plays know no publicity. Der Stellvertreter in particular is a series of chamber plays whose function was aptly described by director Piscator in his foreword as follows: Hochhuth presents material that has taken place behind closed doors. The ominous material refers to the decisions which, the more they are made in secret, the more significant they are, or, in Hochhuth's own words, as true as the eagerness to cover them up. The issue of Hochhuth's sources becomes more drastic, although by no means separable from this. He introduces his historical supplement by stating that he wants to show which, often difficult to find, sources he has used, only to immediately add that admittedly only a fraction of them can be presented. This historical documentary addendum also contains repeated sentences such as, "The author has repeatedly received confirmation from the Vatican." His constant cryptic hints that one will never know objectively or that it may never be possible to find out always indicate that he himself knows. In his later play The Soldiers, he became even more offensive. "Do documents deserve more intensive attention than gaps?" he asked, but the very emphasis on the word gaps indicates that the gaps themselves were increasingly becoming documents for him. A large part of Hochhuth's aura consists precisely in the withdrawal of verifiability, although he could and had to refer to public sources. Many and especially the better documentary dramas are explicit trial plays, i.e. works that thematically and scenically place the legal trial at the center. In this way, drama returns to its legal origins, just as its epic forms return to historiography. The drama, one could say, in an at least semi-conscious regression, turns into an aesthetically semi-sublimated show trial in which public issues are negotiated on the basis of individual guilt. Susan Sontag seems to have been aware of this when she emphasized in her article on The Deputy with regard to the Eichmann trial that the real trial had long since completed this return to drama. However, she was unable to grasp the enlightening moment in the public nature of the Eichmann trial, which took place in a converted theater without leaving the framework of the rule of law. Documentary theater is above all, and this is often downplayed in works on the subject, a German phenomenon. Hochhuth's aversion to absurdist theater is an aversion to the condensed experience of reality, and in this it is not only generally German, but above all an expression of a specific German generation. It would be no exaggeration to say that the absurdists, Beckett, *1906, Adamov, *1908, Ionesco, *1909, gathered together the last remnants of their capacity for experience in order to direct it in the most concentrated form possible against the omnipresent lack of experience. The enormous significance of the parents in Beckett's plays alone points negatively to the generation of documentary theater. Hochhuth, *1931, Kiphart, *1922. Enzensberger, * 1929, Dorst, * 1925, Grass, * 1927, and Weiss, * 1916. Weiss is to be seen as a kind of exception, which is due not only to his Jewishness and emigration but also to his somewhat earlier birth. His early play Die Versicherung was already second-hand absurdist theater, an attempt to imitate the absurd that failed but recognize the importance of the genre that Weiss would never completely forget. It no longer even had the possibility of developing a negative relationship to experience, as it had no memories of the time before National Socialism. Their representatives could no longer criticize the dwindling capacity for experience, of which they knew nothing, and the relationship to their parents was broken in a specific way and characterized by speechlessness. With the delay of almost 2 decades after the end of the war, reading the works on documentary theater, they seem to have discovered the historical legal document out of a sudden impulse. Of course, this was not the writer's own achievement, but was largely connected to the first Auschwitz trial and, above all, its prehistory, which began in 1958 with the founding of the Ludwigsburg Central Office and the Ulm-Einsatzgruppen trial, the first major trial not initiated by the Allies. An entire era is on trial in Ulm was one of the headlines at the time. The following year, Hochhuth began work on his play Der Stellvertreter. Only in the historical legal document, which was imposed from outside, does the experience of the older generation suddenly become, supposedly, traceable. And yet documentary theater is inconceivable without collective, familial, and individual repression. Its very ephemerality indicates that it is theater about Auschwitz, regardless of the subject. However, the document could not compensate for the loss of experience, nor could it replace the parents. In this way, documentary theater is more of a transformation than a genre in its own right, or it was even seen as a specific method. This again goes too far, because documentary theater in its hybrid form is to be understood as a method and a genre. Jan Berg referred to the popularity of existentialism in 1950s Germany and its theater with regard to Hochhuth, and the program booklet for the Stellvertreter play in 1962-63 was also peppered with excerpts from Sartre's Reflections on the Jewish Question. The documentary dramatists, who were close to Sartre's pathos of freedom and decision-making and wanted to share it, also harbored certain doubts about his assertions, which were too free for them, especially as they lacked any biographical possibility of even a hint of reference. So they took flight and found the proof in the document that enabled them to follow him. They had also learned from National Socialism that one should not simply believe an ideology, whose propaganda did not skimp on the documentary. In the documentary method, which became a quasi-genre, the immaturity of most authors is revealed, whereby the fetish character of the document came into full effect. Klaus Haro Hilsinger referred in general terms to the constitutive contradiction of form of documentary theater, which he characterized as one between the attachment to the documentary and the detachment from the documentary. Taine, who took this attachment more seriously, came to the conclusion, with some justification, that Weiss Der Mittlung was the only documentary drama, while immediately adding that it ceases to be a play at all and would elude any attempt at dramaturgical and literary evaluation. The link to the document thus justifies the abandonment of the aesthetic realm. The investigation, on the other hand, simply confronted the process that initiated the work. The greatest weakness in Weiss' play is his Witness 3, which in large parts has the function of allowing the author to intervene in the play as a commentator. This weakness alone ruins the whole play, and yet it could have been forgiven. The form resists being appropriated by the author. If one were to evaluate the investigation aesthetically, it would be noticeable that a remnant of drama is preserved in the play and thus refers to the negotiation, which in form tends far into the epic, whereby the negotiation itself becomes visible as historiography and ultimately as a reappraisal. The dramatic undergoes a multiplication and flattening, whereby the framework of the dramatic is blown up from within without completely abandoning it. The dramaturgical catastrophe appears as permanent through the multiplication. This is achieved through the repeated sequence of expositions, e.g., I didn't shoot anyone at all, peripeties, usually a composition of witness statements. I saw Boger kill 17 prisoners on May 14, 1943, as well as the first hesitant confession I once. It was a single case where I took part in a shooting, twice in a single case, and catastrophes in which the document within the document comes to speak. From the death books and our records it emerges that approximately 20,000 people were shot in front of the Black Wall. This alone expresses the precarious character of the trial as a show trial. It consists of a class action lawsuit in which the conflict between collective and individual guilt is expressed by the fact that the defendants appear in two forms, once, like the witnesses, as mere numbers, but at the same time as specific persons with individual names, who are only named by the witnesses, who are themselves nameless. The emphasis on the fact that Weiss used trial reports, however correct it may be, fails to recognize that the significance of the document in the play is much more complex. The investigation breaks with the objectivity of the document without slipping into conspiracy in the style of Hotchhuth. The conflict in the play is less between perpetrator and victim or crime and law than between the various forms of the document, in particular the individual testimony, which becomes a document through its transcription in the trial, and the mass of victims also documented in the deportation and death lists. This conflict and its almost impossible resolution points to the impossibility of the trial, especially as the deed itself exceeds the imagination of the executors. When such an abundance comes to me then it is impossible to commit oneself from the beginning, proclaims one of the accused, thus hitting the general truth that the play already conveys in its form, how small the peripetia, the first onset of guilt, is, how enormous and without any mediation the catastrophe is. This structural conflict leads the legal condemnation ad absurdum, indeed the category of individually provable murder, closely linked to the Aristotelian theory of units, and the individual testimony. It is therefore hardly surprising that the play breaks off before the concrete legal verdict. The contrast between witness testimony on the one hand and files and their processing on the other is at the same time the contrast between naturalism and realism as well as image and figure, whose respective failures in relation to each other seem impossible to resolve. This culminates in the kilogram-heavy lump of gold and the attempt to recognize in it the countless murders by applying the mathematical insight that thousands of people were necessary to produce such a lump of gold. This is spoken by witness 1, an already convicted perpetrator, whereby even the recalculation is still participation in barbarism, which extends to a large part of the evidence. This must also refer to the documentation of the deeds in the perpetrator's documents, whereby the precariousness of the document becomes a theme, as is expressed in the statement that didn't happen. I never wrote a report. If one concedes that Weiss's play is a definitive example of the genre, it is legitimate to ask to what extent Hotchhuth's Stellvertreter deserves to be called documentary theater at all. A considerable difficulty lies in the work's double character or rather double existence. It was published as a book by Rowohlt at the same time as the first performance, by no means by chance. The play is far too long to be performed in its entirety, but even if it had been, large parts would not have appeared on stage, because the stage directions, which expand into historical commentaries and are explored in greater depth in the appended historical highlights, are an essential part of the Stellvertreter. The proxy is at least as much a reading piece as one suitable for performance. Even if the documentary forms the basis of the performance piece, it only comes fully to the fore in the commentary sections of the book edition. In Metzler's German literary history, one comes across a fabulous series of formulations regarding the Stellvertreter, which inadvertently expresses the problem of understanding. The plot is based on extensive research into contemporary history. Nevertheless, Hotchhuth's Christian tragedy is not documentary in the sense of the documentary literature developed a little later. Almost all the characters who appear and their actions are, within the framework of the historical constellations, freely invented. The found reality is translated into fiction and, supported by the use of free rhythms as verse, aesthetically alienated. Nevertheless, the extraordinary effect of the play is based solely on its political and moral challenge. The powerful of history have to answer to the tribunal of the scene. End of quote. The double nevertheless, which does not make the slightest sense in the form, reveals that the moral challenge is ultimately only based on the documentary claim. At the same time, the emphasis on the fictional is an objection that carries some weight if one does not view the fictional as an isolated or dominant moment, but rather understands it as the Hotchhuth-like blending of fiction and documentary, which resolves the contradiction emphasized by Hilsinger in a very special way. Through their confrontation with fictional characters, the historical figures themselves take on fictional traits. This is expressed particularly drastically when the historical Kurt Gerstein is made into a rescuer of Jews, for which there is no evidence. At the same time, however, the fictional characters are initially completely fictitious, while 2 pages further on, the central figure among these fictional characters is already declared to be the product of a free transfer of a historical figure. Even the fictional thus derives a considerable part of its aura from an associative reference to the documentary. As much as the truth in Weiss' work still manifests itself in form against the author's intention, in Hotchhuth's work it betrays the entire untruth. The additive chamber play, which forms the basic structure of the play, could, despite all the above preliminary remarks, possibly still have achieved something by breaking off the mediation of its parts. Think of Brecht's Fear and Misery of the Third Reich, whose fractured scene composition prevented the play from devoting itself to the supposedly weighty decisions of the big players and instead referred to the rather reflexive actions and thoughts of the little ones. The scenes are isolated because they depict scenes from the lives of individuals. However, the composition is held together by a kind of comedy of errors, which is not only intended to guarantee the protagonist's freedom of choice, but also their quite banal freedom of movement, thus making a mockery of reality. Jan Berg was absolutely right when he referred to the enormous emphasis on seriousness and scientificity in the reception of the play in view of the hypostasis of the free elements in the proxy. In an attempt to settle the dispute, Hans-Henner Nordmann proposed a separation between the pure type of documentary theater, represented above all by Weiss, and the mixed type, for which Hochhuth in particular stands. This goes far too far against Hochhuth, because Hochhuth's Stellvertreter is in a specific way the documentary play par excellence, which the author proved above all by his behavior after the first publication/premiere. The more the play was criticized, the more Hochhuth retreated in his defenses not into the free aesthetic, but into the documentary, i.e. into an expansion of the historical grazing light. The central theme of the documentary aspect, which corresponds to the moral challenge, concerns the Pope's guilt for his silence on the Holocaust. Hannah Arendt had summarized the initial reactions to the work accusingly in a letter to Jaspers. If Hochhuth is right, then it was not Hitler and the SS who were guilty of the murder of the Jews, but the Pope. One insinuates nonsense that no one has ever said. It's not quite that simple if you take Hochhuth's work seriously, especially aesthetically. Even the form of the closed five-act play, which extends into the classical, stands for the individual accusation, which, however, without being tied to a trial, only has to turn more freely than in the explicit trial plays. The very structure of the play leads from Berlin, Act 1, via Rome, 2 and 3, and then more specifically the Vatican, 4, to Auschwitz, v. A tendency that contradicts Arendt's objection is also noticeable in the design of the protagonists. Two of the main figures are historical characters, Pope Pius XII and the SS man Kurt Gerstein, whose respective ambivalence is one-sidedly redistributed by the author. The view occasionally put forward that the Pope, because he only appears in one act, which also consists of one scene, is too absent as a protagonist to form the center of the work, fails to recognize that he is the most prominent figure as the object of the speeches and that the act in which he appears as the actor forms the peripeteia of the play, i.e. that he appears at the most important point in the work according to classical understanding. Moving the peripeteia to the penultimate act, whereby peripeteia, Vatican, and catastrophe, Auschwitz, become almost identical, serves to prove the Pope's outstanding importance. This form is not a particularly successful break with the standard drama, but an enervating increase in tension consisting of endless redundancies. The rhetorical moment, which works linearly and exclusively towards a combined climax, guarantees the pleading character of the play, which in its concrete argumentation must always immediately prove that this form of argumentation is in itself unproblematic. The message that runs through the entire work becomes clear when, in the first scene of the first act, Gerstein proclaims about the Pope on the occasion of the extermination of the Jews. He alone can still help here. The Pope's behavior is therefore not one of many acts of omission, but the central one, as is confirmed once again in the third scene of the same act. I don't blame the Dutch. But how can Rome remain silent about the deportation of the monks and nuns? Considering that this was about the deportation of Dutch converts, this expresses a dangerous trait of Hochhuth, who in his anti-national religious pathos clearly proved to be a child of National Socialism. The accusation against the Pope reaches its climax in a scene in the third act, which takes place in a Roman SS prison run by Germans. The Roman Jews have been rounded up and the SS man in charge, Sulzer, is waiting for the Pope to intervene against the impending deportation. Damn it, what am I supposed to do? If only that damn Pope would finally say clearly and authoritatively where he stands. If he gives us a free hand, as before, then I'll have to deport them tonight. End of quote. The longing for the Pope's exonerating protest is all too clear here, and it even becomes somatic in the alternative scene that Hochhuth later wrote. Now I sit here and tremble and wait for the Pope to stand up for the Hebrews. In Act 5, the doctor, the personification of pure Nazism, finally exclaims in astonishment at the Pope's passivity, "Yes, but the Vicar of Christ must speak." Anyone who hadn't understood it by then is told. Perhaps never before in history have so many people paid for the passivity of a single politician with their lives. This all leads to the second and directly related point, which Arendt again formulated, this time in a letter to Mary McCarthy. The question Hochhuth raises is very legitimate. Why has the Pope never publicly protested against the persecution and ultimately the mass murder of the Jews? The problem with this is that Hochhuth did not ask the question, but gave his answer in the play and in the commentaries. But this fact becomes irrelevant, as he is primarily concerned with proving nonstop that the papal protest would have changed anything. As is particularly clear in the Sulzer piece quoted above, the Pope was attributed the metaphysical but almost physically tangible power that ultimately placed the fate of the world in his hands. According to the insinuation, he could have stopped the extermination of the Jews with a word of power, which is why his silence must be denounced as a particularly disreputable act. In this, too, the play is classically tragic in the worst sense, insofar as the height of the fall, which here, however, in modern terms concerns guilt, is identical to the position of the character, which in the deputy is not only based on moral height but also on the possibility of political influence. The historical, personified proof, which runs through the entire play from the first scene onwards, that an ecclesiastical contradiction would have brought the desired success and would have been safe, at least for high dignitaries, is provided in the person of Clemens August Graf von Galen, the Bishop of Munster. At first glance, this association does not seem so far-fetched, as the campaign had to be transferred to clandestine forms in August 1941, mainly due to church protests. One of the countless sentences on this subject in Stellvertreter reads, Galen's success promises that a protest by the Pope will put Hitler in his place all the more. Only once does the work explicitly mention that von Galen had never publicly stood up for the Jews. Why didn't Galen also stand up for the Jews? Because the mentally ill are baptized? A terrible question, Father, let's admit it. That why, if asked seriously, would lead to the answer that Galen was not averse to antisemitism. Of far greater importance, however, would have been the question of why Galen was successful with regard to euthanasia. The Church's criticism, particularly in the form of Galen's sermon of August 3, 1941, addressed a significant problem that the Nazis had encountered in the selection of the so-called unproductive members of the population, as it not only relied on abstract humanity or even particularly sophisticated theological messages of charity, but also declared the egoism and self-preservation instinct of each individual to be the basis of solidarity, if one establishes and applies the principle that one may kill the unproductive fellow human being, then woe betide us all when we become old and decrepit. The bishop's argument could not have been convincingly extended to the Jews, because they were not considered our fellow human beings, and what was planned for them was decidedly not for us, not even in a figurative sense. If one were to go into more detail about the fact that the image of Pope Pius XII has long since been considerably corrected, especially in the context of the gradual opening of the Vatican archives, one would be falling for Hochhuth and his personalization. His focus on the Pope is symptomatic of a certain attitude in dealing with the history of German extermination. Hochhuth's entire argument is based on insinuations that the Pope has 500 million Catholics in his hands. Because of this alleged power, he is jointly responsible for the moral level of the world, and a little later he is dubbed a criminal. Arendt's speculations about the significance of the Pope also led to statements about the Church as an institution and the assertion that the Pope should be regarded as its sovereign ruler. However, the Church is to be understood as the conglomerate of the Roman Catholic Church, the Holy See, the Papal States and the Vatican as a city-state, which is not easy to grasp. The Vatican City is the last remnant of the Papal States, which has been shrinking for a good century and has always been too weak to exist without protective powers. It was Mussolini, of all people, who granted the Church this remaining territory in the Lateran treaties. The Vatican, as it is still known, is the immediate result of the Holy See's alliance with Mussolini's fascism. The Roman question plays no role in Hochhuth and Arendt's work because their view of history begins immediately with the Concordat, without even considering its prehistory. To do so anyway would have referred too much to the papal impotence, which Hochhuth blithely shifted into the positive when he wrote about the man who is still the only one in Europe who is free from the suspicion of propaganda, the Pope. This statement only points to the fact that nobody had any illusions about the fact that the Pope was free of any real power and was therefore not free of, but nothing but propaganda. On the other hand, a consideration of the history of the institution could have led to the realization that it was not a matter of pure personal politics, as Hochhuth projects. The question arises as to whether it was an unparalleled tragedy for Christianity and a tragedy for the victims of Hitler that the 11th Pius was recalled on the immediate eve of the war, i.e. died. The accusation against Pius XII only gains strength through the permanent idealization of his predecessor Pius XI. The old boss was aggressive, yes, the 11th Pius would have long since. Etc. In all claims, the power of the Pope is based on the, mostly unspoken, assumption of the considerable power of religion, and in this exaggeration refers to the unbelieved faith par excellence. To see the Pope as a morally and factually higher authority and to argue in analogies to the imperial penitential journey to Canossa or the Crusades is less a misguided judgment than an expression of an immense longing for the counter-leader. His image of Churchill in The Soldiers is also clearly characterized by this longing. However, Churchill as someone who did something is immediately tainted by a part, the bombing campaign, of that deed. The debuting focus on the Pope is therefore one on purity, as which Hochhuth sees material powerlessness. In the Strieflichtern, Hochhuth emphasizes that if the Pope had only protested, he would have raised the Church to a level not seen since the Middle Ages. Such an elevation through mere words can be built upon. The Pope could therefore not only have set forces in motion with a defiant end the Holocaust that would have been capable of forcing 500 million Catholics into Christian protest, but could also have opened the eyes of the perpetrators and prevented them from continuing their evil deeds. A large part of the play and its reception thus revolves around the question of the Pope's power, which ultimately, especially since it is recognizable as a mere wish, can hardly be answered, which led Barton to end his remarks on the deputy with the words that the play formed a polemical thesis that could basically neither be proven nor disproven. Skepticism in view of the Pope's mobilization potential could, of course, have been expressed. In Guilt and Defense, Adorno had pointed out with some astonishment the rarity of religiously tinged statements, which contrasted with the fact that the study does not lack ecclesiastically defined groups. The absurdity of Hochhuth's argumentation, which is completely unaffected by such insights, is repeated in the claim that the Pope should have called on Christians to obey the call of conscience, when the call of conscience would be precisely contrary to such a command. It is astonishing that in the whole controversy surrounding the work, it has hardly been recognized how much Hochhuth endorses the Führer principle, in countless forms. Like everything in this total play for a total theater, this also has its function. The Germans are mainly to blame, their leader has made the program, but the other peoples are no better than the people. The Germans are guilty in the abstract, but only their leader is guilty in concrete terms. On the question of an inner German revolt against Hitler, the work gives the succinct answer: "Ah, Your Eminence, a few defenseless people, a hopeless struggle." Again and again, powerlessness suddenly comes through in the work when it is just right as an exculpatory strategy. A strategy that fits in well with the closing words, but if the individual can no longer be held responsible because he either has nothing more to decide or does not realize that he must decide, then the alibi for all guilt is created, the end of the drama. End of quote. The either or alone refers to a dialectic that numerous propagandists of freedom still mention, but ultimately regard with astonishing accuracy as a one-sided question of consciousness, which is already evident in Hochhuth's italicization of one part over the other. It has often been claimed that the play contains not only criticism of the Pope, but at the same time, and latently separate from it, an energetic commitment to freedom of choice and resistance. However, the resistance of the priest Ricardo, who goes to Auschwitz disguised as a Jew with a star pinned to his head, is fictitious despite all the documentary references, which Hochhuth himself did not forget to emphasize emphatically. This coloring of the resistance cannot be separated from the basic message either. Hochhuth wrote about the conflict between that priest and the Pope in the fourth act that he had portrayed it in an almost apologetic way with regard to Pius and provided a solution that almost justifies the Pope. But this is only for artistic reasons. Father Ricardo needs the antagonist of rank, and the Pope should be convincing on stage. One page later it even says, "Since we do not have a better opinion of Pius XII than is historically permissible, but we do represent it in this drama, the Pope must be credited with a few human emotions." In this way, the accusation is backhandedly reinforced, insofar as the audience can fill the image of the Pope with further projections. Obviously, the Pope was not created more human in order to serve as a counterpart to the fictitious idealist, but rather, conversely, the fictitious priest was only created in order to help the criticism of the Pope to unfold. The construction of the priest is a mere split-off, because the conflict between the papal realist and the priestly idealist points to the Pope's inner conflict, which Hochhuth must have sensed even in his energetic defense. The dubiousness of Hochhuth's construction of the Pope is recognizable, without external correction, from its reproduction in the work. For example, Hochhuth spends a considerable part of the fourth act portraying the Pope as a haggler who is only concerned with business. This may be somewhat cheap, but it is not the central problem. The Pope's silence, on the other hand, materializes, at least in Hochhuth's eyes, in an article that appeared in the Vatican's in-house newspaper Osservator Romana and whose origin is taken up in the play. The passage is introduced by one of those commentary stage directions that emphasizes, "It is unavoidable that the scene suddenly seems unreal, even phantasmagorical. Words, a completely degenerated language as a classical means of speaking without saying anything." In the Streiflichtern, the author justifies himself once again. "Whoever hears the dictation must not accuse us of having swerved into cabaret, it is only quoted." Now, this is actually a document in the play, but it is quoted in the process of its writing, allowing Hochhuth the possibility of indirect commentary. Not so direct, what came before Rome and the Jews were spoken of directly. Hochhuth's Pope intervenes in his own thoughts. The very fact that one is forcefully pushed to the point that this piece of writing embarrasses its author is suspicious because of the penetrating nature of the assertion and is even negated in the specific method of quoting. But Hochhuth still doesn't trust this, which is why he has the Pope interrupt his dictation of what are in fact quite meaningless lines to let him settle some financial business in the middle of it. Constructions of this kind, which also contradict the author's ostentatious declarations, destroy Hochhuth's already questionable intentions, be it the criticism of the Pope or the pathos of resistance. The one-dimensionality of the Pope falls back on the resistant character who resists it, insofar as it is not at all clear to what extent the priest would not have succumbed to the Pope's argumentation if it had been even slightly different. It is precisely in the eradication of ambivalence, the condition of seduction, that the strength of individual resistance is lost. One example may illustrate the extent to which Hachutha's entire conception of lamentation is based on the denial of any powerlessness, be it the seductive moment of propaganda or the violent one of terror. Hachuth prefaced his work with 4 quotations, including one by the French left-wing Catholic François Mauriac, in which he mournfully described the silence of the Pope and the Vatican. In the first edition of The Deputy, 3 points guaranteed a seemingly completely innocent omission, which, however, contradicts Hachutha's play. The deleted sentence from the Mauriac quote reads, "Certainly the occupying power had means of pressure that could not be resisted, and the silence of the Pope and the hierarchy was nothing other than an appalling duty. It was a matter of preventing worse things from happening." End quote. Hachutha's work is striking proof that the arrangement, the selection, abbreviation, arrangement of the quotations, allows just as much arbitrariness as pure invention, but is far more effective due to the documentary veneer of objectivity. Hachutha's pathos of resistance is completely contradictory. It oscillates between emphasizing the general responsibility of each individual and unbroken understanding for the ordinary people who remain silent, and thus emphasizing the outstanding responsibility of the great. Even the priest who risks his life only does so in order to raise the stakes against the Pope, who would not do so by failing to protest. Hachutha's final concession from the mouth of that priest in the last act, "Today I would no longer have the courage to go along," forms the link to Gerstein, who asks the exculpatory question in the first act, "Who could judge a man who does not want to die for others?" Between these 2 acts is the constant question, what is the Pope risking? With the answer delivered immediately in each case, his protest does not carry the shadow of a risk. The concept of resistance is thus characterized by being risk-free and effective, but always accompanied by a focus on the dangerous as the essence of resistance. This indeterminacy is itself a symptom of the fact that Hachuth, for all his vociferous indignation at the suffering of the Jews, was always concerned with something else at the same time. The entire undertone of his work moves within the framework of honor and shame. It is first and foremost the production, maintenance, or toppling of monuments. In Die Soldaten, he actively introduces the stonemason as the protagonist. Already in the first act it becomes clear that Hachuth was concerned with saving Germany's honor, because Hitler is not Germany, he is only its corrupter. The verdict of history absolves us. End of quote. Nevertheless, only individuals stand up for that other Germany, and the Pope suddenly says about one of those good Germans in the play, "We want to remember his name." This one sentence is the perfect expression of the kinship difference to Sartre. While the latter was able to rest on the idea of the resistance as a general mass movement, bound to a certain reality but ideologically exaggerated beyond measure, whereby I or the individual always meant we at the same time, the German resistance was so absent that it could only be asserted at all in such concrete as well as spasmodic evidence of individuals who had been made tangible by name, who in turn, the more entangled they were in the regime in reality, the more they would stand up for the entire supposedly other Germany. In Hachutha's words, this sounds something like this: only those who are in control can change gears. Dictatorships can only be broken up from within. That's why you have to risk looking like the murderers later on. Ricardo, the priest, also emphasizes the motive for his resistance. It's not about my honor, holiness. It's about the honor of the Holy See, which is dear to me. Whereby, of course, this salvation of honor is only to be regarded as negative, which is why the priest's act is ostentatiously fictitious. In this sense, it is possible to understand what exactly constitutes the processual nature of the play. Hachuth is primarily directed against the beatification of Pius XII, which is why the work was by no means begun by chance in the year after the Pope's death. This necrological intent also characterizes the entire design of resistance, which is not measured by its result or its motivation, but has an immediate eye on posterity and fame. In the case of the Germans, this characterization of resistance is not always easy. Here, however, Hachutha's countless mistakes are part of an agenda. The Deputy is an energetic acquittal of the Germans, insofar as one good deed, sometimes only passing as a legend, is enough to undo everything, even total involvement. The greatest monuments that could be erected to some of those Germans, especially as they were often still alive, in contrast to the targets of his attacks, were the personal certificates he threw around. Hachuth had, for example, attributed to Bishop Hudel an intervention in favor of the Italian Jews that was not entirely clear, although by no means impossible. This letter alone, wrote Hachuth in the Striflichtern, should be enough to protect Bishop Hudel, who today lives in Grottaferrata in seclusion, from slander simply because he, like almost the entire clergy, initially allowed Hitler to pull the wool over his eyes. In reality, Hudel was one of the 2 central architects of the Rat Line after 1945, who helped tens of thousands of Nazis to escape and cheerfully wrote articles for the Argentinian Nazi emigrant magazine Der Weg. The play helped Kurt Gerstein to be classified posthumously as an exonerated person and shaped historical research on his person for a long time. Ernst von Weizsäcker was also completely rehabilitated. The fact that Hochhuth's way of thinking and therefore the aesthetic form of his plays could only take the form of monuments is evident in almost every line of his works. The great dynamos who make history are obviously very few in every epoch. This key sentence in his Historische Schriftlichter is uttered by a producer of portraits of great men who, as a literary stonemason with a considerable penchant for pathos, gives his business a meaningful slogan. Hochhuth was, however, aware of the fact that the producer always creates his own monument, and his fear was that he would fail in this life's work. No one will play me soon, read me, have I even been? In the face of such maudlin fears, one can almost forget that Hochhuth had earned a fortune from the Vicar, i.e. from his projective instrumentalization of Auschwitz, ultimately from Auschwitz, which also made it possible for him to acquire the Theater am Schiffbauerdamm and to enforce the performance of his plays at the Berliner Ensemble. The fact that his subtenant Payman at least tried his best to prevent the production of The Deputy there is perhaps the greatest service he has rendered the theater in his entire career. Holocaust denial now has a similar status to UFOs or Martians for everyday German reason. Something, the silent majority believes, will be there, but anyone who really denies the Holocaust can expect to be excluded from any serious debate as being of unsound mind. As scandalous as it is that criminals camouflaged as historians such as David Irving are regularly given a forum to spread their defamation, it is unlikely that their insanity will become the conviction of the German majority in the future. On the contrary, the Germans have learned from Gerhard Schroeder and Joseph Fischer, who turned Adorno into an apologist for national war policy, that every expression of anti-Semitic resentment must be preceded by a self-critical acknowledgement of German responsibility for Auschwitz. The good people of Germany turned the immeasurable crime into the basis of a positive ethic that could be used to justify any atrocity. The admonishers who positioned themselves against Benedict XVI after he lifted the excommunication of 4 bishops of the fundamentalist priestly fraternity of St. Pius X at the end of January, including the self-confessed Holocaust denier Richard Williamson, were correspondingly united. Even Angela Merkel, in an open violation of the Christian democratic rule not to interfere in the affairs of the Vatican at any price, turned against the Pope and called for a clear distinction to be made between Williamson and his brothers. But the scandals kept piling up. Floriano Abrahamowicz, the head of the Pious Brotherhood in northeast Italy, who believes he knows that the concentration camps were used for disinfection, called the Second Vatican Council of 1962, at which the Catholic Church had declared its commitment to religious freedom and revised the Christkiller accusation against the Jews, a cloaca maxima, and expressed his sympathy for Williamson. The district head of the Pious Brotherhood in Germany, Franz Schmidberger, vilified the Prophet Muhammad as a child molester because he had sexual intercourse with minors, and to top it all off, the arch-reactionary Gerhard Maria Wagner, who agitates for the strict retention of celibacy and against homosexuality, was appointed auxiliary bishop of Linz in Austria. Things calmed down a little at the beginning of the week. Schmidberger apologized for his choice of words and Benedict XVI called on Williamson to distance himself from his statements, whereupon Merkel expressed her satisfaction, not least to reassure her Catholic parliamentary colleagues, who had followed her intervention with dismay. Apart from the fact that a monstrosity such as the denial of the extermination of the Jews cannot be retracted even by a subsequent retraction, the German outrage at the fundamentalist circles of the Catholic Church and its supposed former patron Benedict XVI also leaves a bad aftertaste in other respects. It was noticeable that the criticism was only rarely directed against the historically documented alliance between Catholicism, fascism, and anti-Judaism, which lives on to the present day in clerical fascist secret societies and cryptic men's associations, but mostly against the harmfulness of Holocaust denial to the people, which is forbidden not in the name of reason and humanity, but in the name of German prestige. Accordingly, Benedict XVI has rarely been rebuked as a representative of the Catholic Church and its universal claim to truth, but rather as a representative of the German people, as which he is still regarded in this country true to the motto "We are Pope." "A German Pope embarrasses the Catholic Church," ran the headline in Der Spiegel, lamenting, "The Germans no longer understand their Pope." Merkel also invoked the German reputation instead of the Christian promise of reconciliation to justify her criticism of the Pope. The fact that the Pope is removed from any popular association by virtue of his appointment and is solely committed to his church is not only evident in the autonomous status of the Vatican, but also in apparent externalities such as the change of name. Despite all the invocations of tradition and conviction, the Germans do not think much of such dogmatic frills. For them, Benedict XVI is still Ratzinger, and the Pope is only considered a Catholic to the extent that he is a German. The activities of the Pious Brotherhood reflect a fundamental trait of all Catholic dogmatism, which has never been able to do much with the Protestant tendency towards interdenominational dialogue and has always seen itself as the only true doctrine of salvation. The proximity of Catholicism to mysticism has repeatedly encouraged heretical secessions, including the Pious Brotherhood founded by Marcel Lefebvre in 1944. Lefebvre, whose father was murdered by the Nazis in a concentration camp, was not a Holocaust denier, but an anti-Judaist. The fact that those who refer to him today are allowed to preach a mixture of negationism and clerical fascism is also due to the institutional opacity of the Catholic Church, which looks like a network of archaic rackets compared to Protestant grassroots democracy. In fact, the Second Vatican Council's rhetoric of dialogue violated pretty much everything that defines Catholicism. In his heart, no true Catholic believes in the dialogue of world religions. This is the reason for Catholicism's susceptibility to irrationalism and resentment, but also its brittleness in the face of multiculturalist propaganda for tolerance of foreign cultures, however repressive they may be. This brittleness is reflected in his criticism of Islam, which has made Benedict XVI more unpopular in this country than his past. In his leniency towards the fascists and anti-Semites of the Pious Brotherhood, it shows its insane side. Instead of addressing this contradiction with their polemics against Catholicism, the Pope's German critics, who have always believed they know better than the Pope how religion can be used to educate the people, are simply offended because the shepherd is lagging behind his flock in coming to terms with the past. As soon as Benedict understands that Volksgemeinschaft anti-Semitism in the Berlin Republic presupposes the recognition of German responsibility, the current critics should no longer find fault with the further goings-on of Catholicism's crypto-fascist cliques. The Berlin Republic seems to be really serious about its commitment to modernity and cosmopolitanism. All the old habits, the preservation of which was the most noble task of the Christian democratic parties not so long ago, are now being mercilessly cut off. Where yesterday the mouthpiece of common sense trumpeted "We are Pope" on the occasion of Ratzinger's transformation into Benedict, today, in view of the cases of abuse in the Catholic Church, nobody wants to have anything to do with the same Pope. With celibacy, even one of the most important pillars of Catholic moral theology is up for discussion. Strangely enough, hardly anyone has yet asked how it is possible for an institution as ostensibly influential as the Catholic Church to be declared the collective enemy of the nation by consensus within a few weeks. Yet answering it could say a lot about the psychological disposition of a population whose leading journalistic media have always found the hunt for child molesters more important than the defense of a clerical old men's association whose members are deeply suspect to the citizens because of their bizarre rituals, clandestinity, and knowledge of Latin. All these anachronisms seem to come together in celibacy, which public opinion believes to be the most important reason why priests have acted out their unquenched urges on innocent boys. According to this logic, the solution to the abuse issue appears to be simple: release the victims from their duty to deny and offer them a stable object of sexual gratification qua wife, and you have eliminated the most important cause of the abuse and incidentally polished an ecclesiastical ornament whose continued existence never quite wanted to fit in with modern Germany anyway. Nobody seems to notice the perfidious gender morality that underlies this proposed solution. After all, the woman, whose sinful body in Catholic moral teaching as a potential temptation at least possessed a certain autonomy in a perverse way, functions in such sexual hygiene only as an interchangeable object of a de-individualized drive. The fact that bourgeois marriage has never been a good protection against sexual violence since its inception, that child abuse and rape even occur particularly frequently within the nuclear family, all this no longer seems worth mentioning in view of the possibility of portraying the Catholic Church as a collection of potential sex offenders. As if the family were not the most important place of failure, as if marriage were not an agency for the oppression of women, but one for the self-liberation of men. And as if celibacy were simply a negation of sexuality, and not a form of dealing with it, albeit one worthy of criticism. But such insights will probably never enter the minds of people for whom the sex drive is something that has to be dealt with like a bowel movement. Anyone who considers celibacy to be a particularly inhumane form of life without sexuality understands as little about sex as they do about life. On the one hand, because life without sexuality simply does not exist, voluntary asceticism and enforced solitude, renunciation and abnegation, sublimation and compensation, even indifference are all ways in which people relate to the sexes. They would not exist without it, which in turn is not the same as sex, that already phonetically repulsive abbreviation, which rather, according to its phonetic form, denotes different forms of the stunting, banalization and brutalization of sexes in everyday and human intercourse. On the other hand, because only gloating dumbass who only feel pleasure in putting down individuals who don't fit in with them are outraged by celibacy. As if all the people you meet, including your own reflection in the mirror, do not bear much more undeniable symptoms of the dumbness and wretchedness with which the world beats sex in all its forms of expression than Catholic nuns and priests of all people. Catholicism is the Haudrauf of the enlightened regrets. Islam-sensitive gender theorists who shrug off genital mutilation with a cultural science-oriented shrug of the shoulders, down-to-earth petty bourgeois who insist on their contribution to the national economy, and atheist liberals who have never heard of the difference between faith and superstition can all laugh heartily at it. The resentment articulated here is identical to that expressed in the outrage at the decadent pomp and archaic ornamentation of Catholicism. The hatred of self-imposed renunciation and the hatred of privilege taken for granted are one and the same. It is no coincidence that Catholicism, which adheres to celibacy, remembers the somatic impulse in the Eucharist, the cult of the Virgin Mary and confession, in which the believer not only communicates his sins but also renounces them, which still lives on in the utmost spiritualization, while Protestantism combines the denial of the sensual in the spirit, affirmed as inwardness, with permission for its representatives to lead a sexual life that is just as healthy, i.e. without excitement or surprise, as anyone else. Catholicism commands renunciation of a worldly pleasure that is considered stale and thus negatively holds out the possibility of another, which, as images of the Virgin Mary, bread and wine, incense and regalia, all the aesthetic excesses in the Catholic Mass denounced as mythological by Protestantism show, is by no means merely spiritual. On the contrary, Catholicism celebrates the Holy Spirit as a holy body and thus recalls the mediated nature of spirit and body, just as the body, detached from the possibilities of expression and externalization, is no longer a body, but only a body, crude materiality, and the opposite of all living things. The spirit, split off from the body, is devoid of life and empty, a mere assertion of its vanished substrate. By reminding us of the connection between body and spirit and at the same time, in celibacy, holding on to their irreconcilable contradiction in reality, Catholicism stands for a remoteness from the world that is only dishonest when it spreads itself out into positive truth, as with the late convert young men and women who make a pilgrimage to the Pope in the Olympic Stadium in complete disregard for the world, but which is fully justified as an expression of disgust at the barbarism that celebrates itself chubby-cheeked as a lust for life, as opposed to the smooth combination of work and sex, which is the concern of Protestant ethics. The Protestant accusation that the privileged preach water and drink wine has always been directed against the wine and not against the water. It is due to the conjoining of Catholicism and heresy that, from de Sade to Pasolini, Catholic nuns and priests haunt the cultural imagination, seducing underage altar boys, dissuading chaste virgins from the path of virtue and secretly polishing their instruments of torture in the pulpit, while Protestants are actually only imagined as dumb onanists on a nudist beach or as Waldorf teachers who prescribe group showers for their pupils. Even when breaking taboos, the Protestant remains the unimaginative and orderly social educator, as which he usually also earns his bread, while the Catholic is even suspect as an unperverted normalo. However, while Catholicism now exists almost exclusively in a shrunken Protestantized form, Protestantism has become so generalized that it has become almost superfluous as a particular denomination. This in turn can be studied in the development of sexual morality. The rigidity of Catholicism towards unruly sexuality has always had a denied flip side, just as Catholicism has institutionalized the outwitting of the Lord in confession, while the Protestant has to keep a lifelong record of his sins in order to offset them against his good deeds at the end to arrive at a tidy total plus, i.e. to act as his own incorruptible moral tax inspector. The Catholic can literally get rid of his sins in confession and, provided he only performs the gestures of atonement with perfect form, can afford new ones again. In a certain sense, they even have to sin, because anyone who never goes to confession is more dubious to Catholicism than someone who confesses regularly. In the spirit of such institutionalized hypocrisy, which has always been more philanthropic than institutionalized honesty, it was often apostate Catholic nuns from whom fallen girls who were turned away from church hospitals could receive help. Not only tying boys and girls to their beds at home to prevent them from touching each other between the thighs, but also punishing them with beatings for every depraved dream, every forbidden fantasy, even for their inner life itself, was, as Michael Hankey's film The White Ribbon demonstrates unsurpassed, a genuinely Protestant cultural achievement. Hankey's film ends with the outbreak of the First World War. He only hints at the connection between the Protestant perherization of the body and National Socialism. Today's post-fascist subjectivity, which has constituted itself on the basis of not only a nationalist, but also an anti-authoritarian and a sexual revolt, does not need black pedagogy because it has internalized the control of its own fantasy as a sexual negotiation morality, and it does not need a ban on masturbation, because the connection between the libidinal occupation of one's own body and the possibility of erotic fulfillment in the encounter with the other has been severed in the experience of subjects for whom the whole world has become a projection screen for their inner life, which conversely is no longer experienced as intimate at all, but only as a doubling of the emptiness and rigor mortis of society. While Catholicism, as an objective anachronism, is ripe for liquidation, Protestantism has died a death. This bad sublation of religion in the false hole is called secularization.
The Almighty sits on the heavenly throne and holds a seven-sealed book in his hands. A slaughtered lamb with 7 horns and 7 eyes takes it from him, as he breaks the first 4 of the 7 seals, for horsemen appear one after the other on a white, a fiery red, a black and a pale horse. They are given the power to kill with sword and hunger and wild beasts. The tongue-in-cheek title 4 Horsemen of the Anti-Apocalypse, which Sam Harris, Richard Dawkins, Dan Dennett and Christopher Hitchens chose as the title for the recording of their first joint panel discussion in 2007, alludes to this vision in the Revelation of John, the last book of the New Testament. The quartet was united in their polemic not only against religious fundamentalism, but against religion in general, which they castigated as organized irrationalism in the name of enlightenment and scientific progress. For many years, the Dutch-American politician Ihsan Hirsi Ali was a central figure in this movement, which became known as New Atheism. Raised in Somalia, Saudi Arabia, Ethiopia, and Kenya, she was brought up in an Orthodox Islamic upbringing and was involved with the Muslim Brotherhood as a teenager before escaping an imminent forced marriage by entering the Netherlands illegally in the early 1990s. There she became an apostate and began to become politically active. As an uncompromising critic of Islam, she not only faced accusations of Islamophobia, but also a constant threat to life and limb, which reached its climax after Theo van Gogh, with whom she had made the short film Submission, Part 1, about the position of women in Islam, was murdered by an Islamist in 2004. The assassin, a dual Moroccan-Dutch citizen born in Amsterdam, had pinned a note with a death threat to Hirsi Ali to the victim's clothing. She was forced to go into hiding. The price she paid for formulating her blasphemy in an open and decisive confrontation with Islam, instead of shrouding herself in the darkness of the vulgar materialistic night in which all religions are equally gray, set Hirsi Ali apart from antitheists of the ilk of biologist Richard Dawkins from the very beginning. Nevertheless, there was a closeness to the 4 horsemen. They were guests on the same YouTube channels and appeared together at conferences such as the Global Atheist Convention, where Dawkins gave Hirsi Ali the nickname Fifth Horsewoman in 2012. The reactions in this spectrum were correspondingly irritated when the critic of Islam announced in November 2023 that she had converted to Christianity. In an essay entitled Why I Am Not a Christian, based on Bertrand Russell's famous essay Why I Am Now a Christian, she explained her reasons for this decision. With the expansionist authoritarianism of Russia and China, the rise of global Islamism and the woke ideology, the liberal Western states were facing 3 related enemies, both internal and external. For Hirsi Ali, the fact that the West is at least weakening on all of these fronts is at least partly explained by a rampant lack of orientation with regard to the question of what holds it together at its core. The response that God is dead seems insufficient, says Hirsi Ali, and continues, so too does the attempt to find solace in the rules-based liberal international order. The only credible answer, I believe, lies in our desire to uphold the legacy of the Judeo-Christian tradition. Hirsi Ali wants this Judeo-Christian legacy to be understood as an ensemble of ideas and institutions to safeguard human life, freedom and dignity, from the nation-state and the rule of law to the institutions of science, health and learning. Secularization as a condition of the possibility of these modern institutions had essentially taken place in and through Christianity, and not against it. Unlike Islam, Christianity outgrew its dogmatic stage. In diametric opposition to the historical interpretation of her former neo-atheist allies, who never tire of describing how modern freedoms were won in bloody battles against Christian orthodoxy, Hirsi Ali sees the Church as the forerunner of liberalism, which prepared the ground for it in the first place. In doing so, Hirsi Ali, albeit not explicitly, takes up the work of a well-known predecessor. In 1942, Benedetto Croce published an essay entitled Perché non possiamo non dirsi cristiani, Why We Cannot Avoid Calling Ourselves Christians, which can also be interpreted as an allusion to Russell's essay. Croce, an expert on Vico and Hegel and a figurehead of the intellectual resistance to fascism in the liberal tradition of the Risorgimento, explains here, in stark contrast to some of his earlier writings, the rise of Christianity as the greatest revolution ever achieved by the human race. All other human innovations were either inferior to it or, like the Renaissance, the Reformation and the French Revolution, dependent on it. He does not regard what happened in the 1st century, first in Galilee and Judea, and then throughout the Roman Empire, as a divine act of salvation, but rather as a profound change in human consciousness, which created the basis for the realization of the idea of freedom in history over the centuries. coarse quasi-cultural commitment, not to Christ but to Christianity, must be understood against the background of his firm rejection of fascism and Nazi barbarism. If Croce does not even hint at this connection in his 1942 text, but instead praises the civilizational blessings of Christianity in a strangely unconcerned manner, this indicates that his concept of history only includes those events that contribute to the unfolding of the principle of freedom. Croce thus places fascism and National Socialism as footnotes, as it were, outside the historical flow text that led purposefully from Jesus to the Risorgimento and finally to the First Republic of 1946. The question of whether the conditions for the possibility of fascism are inherent in liberalism itself does not arise for him. This blind spot points to the inconsistency in the liberal belief in Christianity. If the contents of Christianity that are worth preserving have completely migrated into the profane sphere or, conversely, secular liberalism is the highest stage in the development of a morality of freedom inherent in Jesus' teachings, then it is not clear why it is necessary to return to its Christian origins. In this case, the most that could be done would be to recall the religious origins of modern institutions and forms of thought in the spirit of intellectual honesty, but this reference would completely lack the urgency with which Hirsi Ali and, in a different way, Benedetto Croce put it forward. If, on the other hand, as with Hirsi Ali, the insistence on the preservation of a specifically Christian heritage of the West is motivated by reference to a crisis in secular Western societies, then if this crisis is not simply to be excluded from a linear process of progress, we will have to consider the possibility that something essential was lost with the Enlightenment liberation from the religious yoke. Is the modern age really the bearer of a torch that it has inherited from the Christian Middle Ages, or does it owe its existence to a break with the latter, the consequences of which have not really been reflected upon to this day? This question about the moment of discontinuity in the process of secularization should be asked by those who recall the particular origins of Western universalism, even at the risk of jeopardizing cherished liberal certainties. Instead of enabling the self-assurance that Hirsi Ali is obviously aiming for, however, the undertaking would then take on the character of additional self-doubt. Unlike Croce, who leaves no doubt that he sees himself as an atheist advocate of a Christianity measured by human standards, Hirsi Ali asserts that she has experienced existence without any consolation from above as unbearable, almost self-destructive, and has come to the conclusion that the question of the meaning of life cannot be answered without God. However, this reference to the personal dimension of her conversion remains so vague that ultimately the only interesting thing about it is what Hirsi Ali does not say here or anywhere else in the text, that she believes in the life, death and resurrection of God's only begotten Son Jesus Christ. This omission, which, contrary to its stated intention, places the text in the vicinity of a Croce, subsequently became the subject of a minor controversy on the journalistic fringes. Paradoxically, while her former comrades-in-arms from the New Atheism movement accused Hirsi Ali of not having sincerely converted, but merely instrumentally resorting to Judeo-Christian values as a weapon in a political conflict, Hirsi Ali's Christian advocates in this more humanistic than the self-proclaimed humanists on the other side explained that conversion is not a total transformation overnight, but often a process that takes years, and that no one can be blamed for being at the beginning of this process. And anyway, inquisitorial zeal was not appropriate when dissecting the souls of our fellow human beings. In this dispute about the apparently instrumental character of Hirsi Ali's conversion, however, the assumption underlying her declaration that Christianity in its present form A. embodies the desire to uphold the Judeo-Christian tradition and B. is suitable as a weapon in the conflict with the aforementioned internal and external opponents of the West was hardly questioned. Or, to put it more succinctly, is the trust in Christianity as an authority in defense of the West justified at all? Dealing with this question is made more difficult by the fact that Hirsi Ali has remained silent about her newfound denominational affiliation. If a conversion is largely based on political considerations, one would think that the real political theological constitution of the institution to which one professes allegiance should play a decisive role in these considerations. Which Christianity, so the question can be specified, can be legitimately invoked today as an authority in defense of the West? This will be explored below with regard to the Christianity of the Old and New Worlds. It is no secret that in the case of the Protestant Reformed churches of Western Europe, such an appeal would be unrealistic. If these churches, above all the EKD, have been eagerly striving for years to align the interpretation of the Holy Scriptures as far as possible with the statutes of average non-governmental organizations close to the government, this is not only politically damaging, but above all also obscures the possibility of an institutionally framed religious recollection. Of genuine idealistic interest would be precisely those moments of the Christian heritage that are not absorbed in activist discourses. By occupying this heritage as comprehensively as possible with zeitgeisty buzzwords, official Protestant Christianity leaves hardly any room in its ranks for a struggle with transcendence mediated by revelation. This is not a new phenomenon, but rather the radicalization of a tendency that has long existed in Protestantism. In a short but extremely succinct lecture, Karl Barth once accused 19th-century Protestant theology of having gone beyond the endeavor of revelation. In a short but extremely succinct speech, Karl Barth once accused 19th-century Protestant theology of having lost sight of its own questions and problems in its efforts to assert itself in the confrontation with modernity, and of having found so much to think about and discuss under the doors and windows open to the outside, that it hardly had any time, love or desire left for the work to be done inside the house, whereby the drafts blowing in from outside were not only fresh winds, but also decidedly nasty winds. Whether a meaningful distinction can still be made between the inner life of Protestant theology and its external environment. The erosion of its own lawfulness, the same could also be shown for science in general as well as for art, is caused by the increasingly totalitarian-looking expansion of an activist state apparatus into all areas of life, and at the same time encourages it. By permanently encouraging individuals in churches as well as in schools and universities to think without regard for authority, subjects are produced who, precisely because they know no law, willingly submit to every new regulation, as in the Corona era. Protestant theology is therefore not only not suitable as a remedy in the crisis of the West, but is itself included in the symptomatic processes. This can be seen, for example, in the fact that Annette Kirschus, then chair of the Council of the EKD, announced at the Synod in November 2023 that Jews in Germany should not have the slightest doubt that they can count on the churches, only to demand in the same breath that anti-Muslim resentment must be resisted at all costs. She continued, "I have received countless letters after my recent statements on migration, letters that say, 'You want to let masses of people into the country who are inciting hatred against the Jews, shame on you.' This is how outrageous hatred of Muslims is disguised as friendliness towards Israel. In reality, it is pure racism, and our faith compels us to speak out very clearly against it." End quote. Kirschus made her most recent statements on migration, to which she refers here, in an interview with the FAZ at the end of October. Among other things, she said, "Is there a limit to the capacity to take in refugees? From the point of view of charity, this limit lies where it comes to self-abandonment. I believe that we are still a long way from reaching this limit." End of quote. A little semantic subtlety is required to understand the implications of this statement. If they are to serve to prevent self-abandonment, limits must be set long before the point of self-abandonment is reached. The fact that, according to Kirschus, only this point should mark the limit of the capacity to accept refugees can be translated into the demand to accept refugees to the point of self-abandonment. And indeed, the signs of the times point in this direction. In the 4 months alone since Kirschus' FAZ interview, a Mexican tourist in Munich was physically attacked by a group of 6 German, Eritrean, Syrian, and Yemeni nationals because he was wearing a kippah. A woman and a man who had been conversing in Hebrew were spat at by an Arabic-speaking man in a fast food restaurant in Neukölln. Attacked with a chair and punched in the face with his fist, the Jewish student Lahav Shapira, who had campaigned against enemies of Israel at the Free University of Berlin, was brutally beaten up by a fellow student of Arab origin during a chance encounter in Berlin Mitte. In Zurich, an Orthodox Jew was stabbed to death by a naturalized youth of Tunisian origin who had pledged allegiance to IS in a video. One can assume that these events do not change Kirsch's assessment, as it is in all likelihood her unshakable faith that urges her to brand the connection between Muslim immigration and the concrete threat to Jews in Europe as a racist fantasy. The situation is similar with the Catholic Church when it comes to its stance on migration policy and Islam. When Pope Francis calls for a multitude of legal and regular entry options to Europe and warns that the main criterion in this regard cannot be the preservation of one's own prosperity, but rather the preservation of human dignity, he is in any case indistinguishable from a chairperson of the EKD Council in this choice of words. This development is by no means new, despite the legacy of Pope Benedict, who had not only found clear words in his Regensburg speech. In view of the danger of global Islamism, the Council Declaration Nostra Aetate, adopted in October 1965, already set the course for a new attitude of the Church towards Islam. The original plan was to issue a declaration exclusively on the relationship between the Church and Judaism, which was to address Christian anti-Judaism and lay the foundations for overcoming it. a plan which, when it became public, was paranoidly interpreted in the Arab states, by Christians and Muslims alike, as the Church's commitment to the State of Israel and as unjustified preferential treatment of the Jews, leading to fierce protests. What followed was a protracted struggle over the declaration, with the bishops' conferences of the Global South in particular, some of which had already been decolonized and some of which were in the process of decolonization, speaking out against the Church's supposedly one-sided Western focus. In the end, agreement was reached on a projection that addressed Judaism in the context of a debate with non-Christian religions and treated Islam separately. The declaration shows emblematically how the attempt to do justice to the self-image as an all-encompassing church and thus to the claim to all-encompassing reason turns into relativism and political negligence, when it says in the most remarkable passage of the text that the Church rejects nothing of all that is true and sacred to these religions, meaning all religions spread throughout the world. This is a papal anything goes. And when, in the section on Islam, the declared respect for Muslims is combined with the assurance that it wants to work for peace and freedom for all people, this points to the fact that its emphatic concept of humanity has recently repeatedly led the Church to adopt a global ethic not only of love for one's neighbor, but also of love for one's enemy, which is bestowed on precisely those who do not want to know anything about the former. This is symbolized by the covering of the naked statues in the Capitoline museums in Rome, declared as a gesture of respect, when Iranian President Rouhani was a guest for a papal audience in 2016. Francis' Easter call for a #ceasefire now in Gaza and his recommendation to Ukraine to lay down its arms, which was not based solely on political or humanitarian considerations, but was a plea for strength certified by the courage of the white flag, are further examples of how the morality of the Sermon on the Mount has been transformed into defeatism. Although there are probably a number of members of the aforementioned churches who regularly shake their heads at the activities of their spiritual leaders, which is difficult to estimate, all in all, Europeans have become accustomed to the Islam-friendly positions of the churches with the largest membership as a matter of course. As a result, there is a great deal of disquiet in this country about the situation on the other side of the Atlantic. Since the 2016 presidential election at the latest, evangelicals, who are considered a significant group of Trump's voters, have been discovered as an ideal projection surface for anti-American and anti-Christian resentment. We do not know anything more about their history, their theological profile, or their political influence, but we are familiar with the images of protests outside abortion clinics and agree that these people represent a threat to democracy in the USA. The success of journalist Annika Brockschmidt, who published a bestseller in 2021 with the lurid title America's God Warriors, How the Christian Right is Endangering Democracy, and in January of the 2024 election year with The Arsonists, How Extremists Took Over the Republican Party. By tirelessly emphasizing the diversity, that is, indeterminacy and indeterminability of the Christian right, Brockschmidt relieves herself of the task of working out real religious political lines of development in the USA. Instead, her book has the character of a collage of unpopular quotations. The normative incontestability of a left-liberal consensus on pandemic policy, climate, Islam, migration, and gender is tacitly assumed. In the author's view, all those who express dissent from this are in cahoots and form the conspiracy of Christian nationalism, which is characterized by racism, misogyny and queerophobia, and a theocratic understanding of politics. It is undeniable that all of these tendencies are present in neo-evangelicalism and the religious right, at least on the fringes. Instead of approaching them with analytical means, however, Brockschmidt proceeds consequent with the means of suggestion. Whenever her protagonists do not correspond to the image of the fanatical white supremacist, she takes this as evidence that the movement is trying to present a friendly face to the outside world and diagnoses a coded version of Christian nationalism, which is recognizable, for example, by the emphasis on Jewish Christian values. Ayaan Hirsi Ali had therefore already qualified as a Christian nationalist by declaring her conversion. Among the accusations that Brockschmidt raises against the Christian right, there is also the accusation of Islamophobia. It is substantiated as follows: Jerry Falwell, one of the most influential evangelical televangelists for decades, called Muhammad a terrorist on television in 2002, a statement that triggered a diplomatic scandal and even led to riots in India in which 5 people died. End quote. The suggestion that these deaths were caused by Falwell rather than the hypersensitive disciples of the Prophet is ludicrous. Brockschmidt is right, however, that leading evangelicals have repeatedly attracted attention in recent decades with critical and even polemical statements about Islam. This is only logical, as they are probably the most uncompromising supporters of the Israeli cause in America. In a statement of support published on October 11, 2023 and signed by numerous greats of American evangelicalism, it says in unmistakable clarity, "Since the inception of the modern State of Israel in 1948, Israel has faced numerous attacks, incursions, and violations of its national sovereignty. The Jewish people have long endured genocidal attempts to eradicate them and to destroy the Jewish state. These anti-Semitic, deadly ideologies and terrorist actions must be opposed." End of quote. These lines merely express what had been more or less unchallenged American common sense for several decades, and yet deserve to be mentioned separately at a time when, according to a survey, half of all 18 to 24-year-old Americans are in favor of putting an end to Israel and handing it over to Hamas, and support for Israel is also declining among young Republicans. Against this backdrop, when considering the potential role of Christianity in defending an increasingly fragile West, it is essential to take a sober look at the past and present of evangelicals as a political force. Evangelicalism has its roots in Pietism, Presbyterianism, and Puritanism, as well as the interdenominational Protestant revivalist movements in the New Land since the 1730s. However, there is much to suggest that the majority of its still characteristic traits did not emerge until the end of the 19th century. At that time, so-called postmillennialism was widespread among followers of all Protestant denominations in the USA, which, based on the 20th chapter of the Book of Revelation, states that Jesus Christ will only return after 1,000 years of God's reign on earth millennium. According to the followers of this eschatological teaching, which is largely compatible with liberal historical optimism, good will continue to spread in the course of history and successively triumph over evil, with the parousia, the return of Jesus, being the goal and end point of this positive development within the seculum. The counterpart to this optimistic eschatology was the initially less popular premillennialism, according to which the return of Christ and the end times with all their horrors were to be expected before the establishment of his millennial kingdom and could therefore occur at any time. This view has its roots in the early church, but was rejected by Augustine and completely lost its significance in the Middle Ages before experiencing a revival among the Puritans in the 17th century. In the second half of the 19th century, a certain variety of premillennialist eschatology, dispensationalism, popularized by the Irishman John Darby, became increasingly widespread in the USA. Adherents of this current were and are usually constantly anticipating the moment when Jesus will return and, in one fell swoop, rapture believing Christians together with the dead into the clouds to the Lord, rapture. The unbelievers, whose activities will come to a shocking end, will remain on earth, where the 7-year reign of the Antichrist will begin. This time of tribulation reaches its climax in the final battle of Armageddon, as Christ and his armies defeat the Antichrist before he establishes his millennial kingdom. For many premillennialists, Israel plays an important role in this eschatological scheme. According to John Darby, the return of the Jews to the Holy Land will be the sign of the beginning of the end times, and the Battle of Armageddon will be fought on Israeli soil. The evangelical William E. Blackstone, author of the highly influential book Jesus is Coming, published in 1878, made a decisive contribution to popularizing this doctrine in the USA. When he learned of the rapid increase in pogroms against Jews in the Tsarist Empire and the burgeoning Zionist movement in the 1880s, he did not hesitate to put his support into practice. He invited leaders of American Christianity and Judaism of his time to a conference that resulted, among other things, in the adoption of a resolution in solidarity with the Jews of Eastern Europe and, as early as 1891, addressed the Blackstone Memorial Petition to then-President Harris to urge the U.S. to commit to returning Palestine to the Jews in response to pogroms in Russia. In doing so, he turned Christian Zionism, which neo-evangelicals still adhere to today, into a political force in America for the first time. The close connection between the evangelicals' ideas of the end times and their support for Israel is an easy target for ridicule, which anti-Zionists often use as a vehicle to delegitimize Israel. Laughs and sniggers can always be had cheaply by recounting eschatological predictions that never materialized. However, there are two reasons why we should not leave it at that. Firstly, it is important to realize how closely the rise of evangelicalism in its current form was linked to the experiences of the two world wars. From the 1910s at the latest, dispensationalists embedded their apocalyptic visions in a constant and sometimes meticulous examination of geopolitical developments. Their end-time message, based on a decidedly anti-German foreign policy stance, would never have found so many followers in America if it had not gained plausibility through the catastrophes of the 20th century and at the same time, by offering itself as a meaningful pattern of interpretation, supposedly removed some of their horror. The relative success of premillenarian eschatology can therefore also be deciphered as an index of a collective avoidance of confrontation with the unspeakably negative, which is ideologically embellished by its integration into a divine plan of salvation. On the other hand, however, it is also evidence of a defense and repression reflex to abstract from this historical background and pretend that evangelical end-time expectations are just crazy ideas created in a vacuum by deranged Yankees. Secondly, it is short-sighted to reduce evangelical support for Israel to end-time beliefs. Blackstone's example shows that other motives, such as moral indignation at the suffering of Russian Jews, have always played a role in Christian Zionism. And anyone who has read the statement of support quoted above will have to admit that evangelicals are very well able to justify their support for Israel in terms of both political and civil religious provenance. This refers to a specifically U.S. American form of religiosity that cannot be attributed to any particular church, but has an integrative function for society as a whole by structuring the national self-image, such as the belief in America's chosenness and God-given mission. Otherwise, it would not have been possible for them to build up a series of pro-Israeli lobby organizations with close contacts to other Zionist groups in America and Israel after the Second World War. At the time, they were building on an existing network. The politically and theologically more liberal mainline churches had also been committed to the establishment and continued existence of the Jewish state since the 1920s. Similar to the New Left, however, they began to distance themselves from the Zionist project in the 1960s and are now sometimes openly anti-Israeli. The question arises as to whether this change of heart is not what really needs to be explained, while the neo-evangelicals, increasingly solitary in this, are merely continuing an originally cross-denominational, quasi-civil religious American Protestant tradition. On a political level, the evangelicals, despite individual anti-Semitic statements from their ranks, can be seen as an objectively anti-Semitic force. On the other hand, the theological substance of their teachings is fundamentally in question. The self-designation as fundamentalists, which has become established among conservative evangelicals since the First World War, is misleading. In reality, their teachings are not the result of a return to the foundations of the Christian faith, but rather a creatio ex manipulo, a creation not out of nothing, but also not from more than a handful of points of reference in the Christian tradition. Darby's dispensationalism, the associated idiosyncratic reading of the books of Ezekiel, Daniel, and Revelation, and a specific understanding of biblical infallibility were particularly trend-setting. Taking their lead from the ideal of Francis Bacon's philosophical empiricism, the premillenarians transferred his inductive method to the field of biblical exegesis. The first step was to collect and sort hard facts, i.e., literally interpreted biblical passages, and only then formulate a system of general statements. This self-positioning of fundamentalists in essentialist tradition may seem strange to outsiders. However, against the background of the rabid anti-Catholicism that characterized the evangelical movement for many decades, it is quite logical, as it marks the demarcation from Aristotelianism, scholastic theology, as well as church and dogma history. After the Second World War, the protagonists of the movement began to move away from the flag of fundamentalism, under which they had maneuvered themselves into the cultural sidelines by means of an offensive anti-Darwinist agenda, and sought new ways of mobilization, now calling themselves evangelicals again. The catalyst and result of this realignment was the rise of Billy Graham. In September 1949, 2 days after President Truman announced that the Soviets had built an atomic bomb, the young Baptist preacher gathered his followers in Los Angeles for the first of a series of revival meetings and then toured the States for weeks as a celebrated star. By the mid-50s, he was already so well known that he was flown to Paris, where Roland Barthes, among others, was present at his appearance. If God really does speak through the mouth of Dr. Graham, it must be said that God is quite foolish, Barthes noted afterwards. In any case, God is evidently no longer a Thomist, for logic is very repugnant to him. Billy Graham's appearance broke with a demand on the Catholic or Protestant sermon handed down from ancient culture, namely the demand for conviction in the medium of rational speech. Instead of the logocentric method of the classical sermon, Graham used a method of magical transformation through suggestion. The hasty way of speaking, the systematic avoidance of any rational content, the incessant breaking of logical connections, the repetition of words, the theatrical pointing to the Bible, but above all the lack of any warmth, the obvious contempt for the other. All this belongs to the classical hypnosis techniques of vaudeville. End quote. With some benevolence, a publication from the 1990s that was influential in evangelical circles can be read as a late response to Barth's. In 1991, the theologian and pastor Douglas Wilson published Recovering the Lost Tools of Learning, an approach to distinctively Christian education, making a significant contribution to popularizing the idea of a classical Christian education, while also explicitly criticizing Christian anti-intellectualism. The movement, now known as classical education and supported by a considerable network of private schools and parents who teach their children at home, pursues the goal of a holistic education which, in a broader sense, is based on the classics of the Western canon, in a narrower sense, to classical antiquity, the latter both formally, through a step-by-step model that leads from grammar lessons to logic and rhetoric, and in terms of content, through the study of the works of Homer, Sophocles, Thucydides, Plato, and Plotinus. Decisive for the future of classical education, whose appeal extends beyond evangelical circles, will be the question of whether it is actually able to take the problem of, specifically evangelical alienation from this tradition seriously and face up to it in awareness of its own shortcomings, or whether it will instead rely on merely adorning itself with big names and the aura of sublime historicity in the cultural struggle against woke and the public education sector. At first glance, the results of this political positioning of Christianity may seem sobering for those who share Hirsi Ali's conservative impulses. No positive answer can be given to the question of which denomination today embodies the desire to uphold the Judeo-Christian tradition and is suitable as a weapon in the conflict with the internal and external enemies of the West. While the decidedly pro-Israel and pro-Western neo-evangelicals cannot be said to credibly embody a Judeo-Christian tradition going back to antiquity, the Catholic and Protestant clergy of the Old Continent have in recent decades placed themselves with a certain consistency at the service of those forces through which this tradition is endangered. However, the fact that they are betraying their own heritage is only half the truth. In its 2,000 years of history, Christian Europe has been characterized by a historically unprecedented capacity for self-questioning and self-reflection. It has a role model in Herodotus, who in the 5th century BC developed a proto-ethnological method of depicting the cultural practices of non-Greek peoples in his histories, which presupposes an understanding that one's own customs cannot be taken for granted as absolute. In this sense, the Occidental universalism of reason always includes the willingness to consider the possibility that foreign ways of life have something in common with one's own traditional ones. It can therefore not be defended in the same unproblematic way in terms of identity politics as a community that is convinced from the outset of the superiority of its particular constitution. This results in a specific vulnerability of Western societies. The phenomena that today also stand for a tendency towards self-dissolution in the churches of Western Europe, the exaggerated sensitivity to the concerns of other cultures, the insistence on an abstract understanding of human dignity, which is used to legitimize a policy of open borders, the blindness to the civilizational achievements of Europe, are therefore less the result of a straying from the right path than manifestations, sometimes resembling parodies or perversions of a problem that is as old as the West itself. The French philosopher Rémy Brague attributes the fact that Europe differs so fundamentally from Islam or China in this respect to a specifically Roman awareness of its own cultural second-class status. Rome is characterized, insofar as one takes the name not only as a place name, but analogous to Athens and Jerusalem as a symbol, by the fact that it knows that it has its sources outside of itself. Its origins, Greek and Judaism, do not belong to it, but stand opposite it as something foreign, on which one knows oneself to be dependent because one owes one's own to it. Brague defines Christianity, and in particular the Roman Catholic Church, as the paradigmatic embodiment of this attitude, and thus not merely as the content, but as the form of Occidental civilization. If the latter is endangered, then the latter is endangered with it. However, the answer to this danger cannot consist of a mantra-like invocation of the Christian tradition with political intent. For this tradition is, as the above remarks should have made sufficiently clear anyway, nowhere to be found in material form. It is not readily available and never has been. Rather, it has always been the result of a movement of appropriation of foreign and contradictory origins, Greek on the one hand and Jewish on the other, arising from the painful feeling of one's own inferiority. The various renaissances on European and American soil were always characterized by the fact that they were able to wrest a perspective from the old texts that shifted or shook the existing horizon of meaning, and were therefore not suitable as armor for the West against internal and external threats. Conversely, the politically motivated attempt to reduce Greek philosophy, Roman law, medieval theology, and modern enlightenment to the common denominator of a slogan often enough obscures the recognition of the individual subject matter, and thus itself contributes to the congealing of that tradition in clichés, from whose continued vitality one hopes for salvation. Contrary to what Hirsi Ali suggests, the political side of defending the West cannot be completely reconciled with saving its spiritual substance. The two are indeed linked, but not in such a way as to dissolve the contradiction. While pragmatism in forming alliances and the courage to define the enemy are required there, here only work on the concept and, perhaps even more important today, immersion in the forgotten word can show the way. If Freudian mass psychology abstracts from the fact that there is not a single power, but several that are hostile to each other, and that this relationship recurs within every society, namely in the danger of disintegration, it ultimately abstracts from the possibility of civil war. Carl Schmitt wrote his political theology for this possibility, which was on everyone's mind after the First World War. And the form in which identification in a collective occurs as a defense against another is indeed religious in nature. According to Hobbes, every man should consider who is the sovereign prophet, in other words, who is God's representative on earth and directly under God has the authority to govern Christians. For the author of Leviathan, this consideration, or more precisely the possibility of making it, is the prerequisite for defeating the forces of evil, which destroy all laws, both divine and human, and throw all order, government, and society back to the first chaos of violence and civil war. Religion creates supernatural leader figures, and through them individuals can escape the contradictions that arise between the earthly. The constraints of having to choose between different real leaders in different life situations, or the difficulties of identifying with contradictory ones at the same time, have always been greatest when population groups came under foreign rule or fled into exile. The formation of the monotheistic concept of God took place in such constellations. The idea of the one single God arose from the dilemma to which the Jews were exposed in exile as soon as they were prepared to recognize the rule of the exile country and its laws, but did not want to break with their own past. It represents absolute transcendence, irrevocably detached from everything earthly. This God is and remains fictitious as a leader figure insofar as he cannot be put in the place of the superego, but rather actually makes its formation possible in the first place. It is he who gives the laws through Moses' mouth, and not the ruler himself, who demands a life of truth and justice on the basis of the sacred texts and thus represents the condition for the possibility of distancing oneself from the ruler. The monotheistic concept of God makes it possible to question the leader and the laws he supports and guarantees, to weigh up the advantages and disadvantages of submission in a word, to reflect on identification with the ruler. It is precisely this potential that is not taken back by the concept of the Messiah, but rather confirmed once again, for its secret is that it leaves open for the community as well as for the individual how the Messiah could be recognized. It compels us to consider whether every political leader is the Messiah he claims to be, for he himself is nothing other than the personified hope for a better world, which itself remains as indeterminate as the world that does not yet exist. This makes the God-given law for the present world and its contradiction with the rule under which one lives all the more definite. While in the ancient Near East law was usually regarded as immediate state law and was identified with kings, who in turn were imagined as rulers of divine origin, in Judaism it appears literally set by the one single God, from whom the whole world, rather than a single king, descends and only mediated by Moses, a mythicized historical leader antithesis to Messiah. This radical secularization of the leader figure and thus the possibility of separating the state and the individual, the political and the moral, and of judging the political morally, of viewing the state from the perspective of the individual, could not, however, be generalized in this form. It remains limited to the individuals, who in the long run can have nothing in common other than the lost political context, their or their ancestors' affiliation to a defunct state. And yet this commonality is not only the prerequisite for judging the present state and reflecting on its forms of rule, but also for becoming aware of one's individuality as a reflector. In the Jewish community within the non-Jewish state different, even contradictory views emerge as to which relationship to power and the ruling laws would be the right one with regard to their own, resulting from the past and guaranteed by the imaginary world sovereign. The incentive for individualization in Judaism lies in the transcendental, in which the autocrat is both evaporated and preserved. Since the religious community can no longer see itself as immediately identical with the ruler, the individual is no longer identical in his relationship to the community. But he can only perceive himself as an individual by holding the law of the community, which is guaranteed by the transcendent, i.e., imaginary ruler, against that of the actual rule under which he sees himself forced to live. Here lies the difference to the form of individuality developed in Greek antiquity, which did not require a monotheistic concept of God. The polis citizen was forced to confront and integrate the laws of the market with the traditional laws of the clan. He had to live in the world of comedy as well as in the world of tragedy. Although there was a certain tendency towards monotheism here too, if one considers the position of Zeus, the father of the gods, the role played by Athena, who sprang from his head, in the abolition of the clan and family order at the end of the Aeschylean Orestia, as long as slavery and family limited the equality of the citizens, neither did a sovereign develop. Nor did the monotheistic concept of God really prevail. The Roman form of rule is still based on this peculiar economy, but to the extent that it expands, it transforms the issues of tragedy and comedy into those of animal baiting and gladiator fights. In other words, moral reflection withdraws from the political altogether, concentrating on what the polis citizen once regarded as the epitome of idiocy, the private life of the individual. Turning the idiot into a god then required a religion that degraded the God of Judaism to the status of a comic figure and allowed him to slip into the private existence of a father of the household. With a simple woman, however, he did not father a demigod, but the world sovereign who had become real in the interiority of the individual, Jesus Christ, Son of God, Redeemer of mankind. Through this true coup d'idée, the revolutionary potential of Jewish messianism was both generalized and annulled. King of the Jews is the inscription on the cross of Christ. In Judaism, Messiah initially means the hope for a second Moses, a new ruler and founder of the state from the lineage of David, who would free the Jews from foreign rule. As much as it aims beyond this political liberation, and as much as the hope of a transformation of the world, the redemption of people and even animals from suffering and the prospect of eternal life can be attached to the liberator, the absolute separation between God and the world is not touched. As much as Jewish messianism transcends the present state of the world, it must definitely always prove itself on the outside, in the most real categories. It cannot take the place of transcendence because God alone claims it for himself. The restoration of all things to their proper place, which is redemption, precisely restores the whole. From the false Messiah, the one who was thought to be the Messiah but who failed and perished, arose something like the first figure of the world sovereign, the crucified one. He broke through the transcendence of the Jewish God and walked on earth as the Son of God, but here he is not present, or only present as the past, in suffering, death and resurrection, and as the future, in the second coming at the last judgment. Belief in the Son of God differs from the Father God of pagan provenance and from the God of the Jews in that he is compelled to proselytize, which is what predestines him to be the sovereign of the world. Like the Jewish God, the Christian God does not tolerate any God beside himself, but he also does not choose a people for himself. The concentration of the transcendence understood as universai on its own, i.e., the limitation to this one tribal association, enables Judaism to withstand the defeats and not to ignore them. Redemption can only exist for the whole or not at all. In this respect, there is no chosenness. Individuals or peoples cannot be redeemed in an unredeemed world. Breaking with these assumptions is what Christianity is all about. According to it, the world as a whole has already been redeemed through the death of Christ, but for the time being only Christians know this, and their task is therefore to teach redemption to others and convert them. The more people are converted, the more convincing it seems to them that the world has already been redeemed. They must proselytize in order to believe, in order to deceive themselves about the unredeemed state of the world. Only in this way can every defeat be recognized as proof that one is already redeemed. While the Jews who were expelled from their land live in two worlds with two different laws, each of which they recognize in their own way, the Christians divide the whole world, which they want to conquer for their faith, into an outer and an inner world in Augustine's words, into a world state and the state of God, civitas terrena and civitas Dei. This coexistence implies that the Christian constantly lives in two times. The divine state never wanders in this world by itself, but as from the beginning, both the world state and the divine state in their course bring about the change of times, Augustine. Because the divine community does not coincide with the earthly community until Jesus returns, the existing state must also refrain from being considered a theocracy. With Augustine, who still had the Roman Empire in mind, this renunciation of the earthly theocracy is even more pronounced than with the later Christian ideologues of the Middle Ages, some of whom tried to take it back. For in the Holy Roman Empire, the fall of the Roman Empire, and in the politics of the popes, there is always the endeavor to merge civitas Dei and civitas terrena, and to realize the divine state as a world sovereign, an endeavor that only became unreal with capitalization and the implementation of the modern sovereign state, and also failed spectacularly in Protestantism. Hobbes was finally able to write that the papacy was nothing more than the specter of the dead Roman Empire sitting crowned on its tomb. Because he assumed the inauthentic coexistence of religious community and state, it was still or already possible for Augustine to soberly understand the relationship between states as a relationship of force, and some of his writing anticipates Hobbes' Leviathan. On earth, namely, the cooperative society of earthly advantage or desire, which by summary expression we call the state of this world, disintegrates. It therefore exists only in the plurality of mutually opposed earthly kingdoms. The earthly state, therefore, which is not eternal, for when it is damned at the final judgment, it will no longer be a state, has its good here and enjoys pleasure as one can enjoy such things. And since it is not such a good that it does not also cause anxiety to its lovers, this state is often at odds with itself, quarrels, wages war, fights and strives for victories that are deadly and certainly doomed to death. But one must not say that what this state desires is nothing good at all, even if it is something even better in its human nature. For in its lower realm it desires earthly peace. It wants to achieve this through warfare, because once it has won and there is no more resistance, there will be peace. If those who had the greater right on their side are victorious, everyone will welcome such a victory, but such achievements must not lead to the neglect of the nobler goods that belong to the upper state. The theocracy relativizes what may always appear to be eternal peace when one state has asserted itself against another on earth. On the one hand, it denotes the Christian communities, on the other hand, it is an expression of the space within the individual that the new religion has created, and therein the anticipation of civic equality. It is the prerequisite for the market and domination, money and spirit, the profane and the sacred to be perceived and accepted as separate. Wars are only waged with peace in mind. Therefore, one can certainly speak of acting for peace for its own sake. For example, when, despite serious disadvantages, armed force is renounced in order to assert one's own claims. On the other hand, even a professional soldier does not wage war for the sake of war. He is embedded in a social environment that wants to create the political conditions in which people treat people peacefully. Or war is seen as a cleansing thunderstorm that should finally make a longed-for life in peace possible. In the relationship between war and peace, it is not very common for there to be a clear finality within an opposition. This finality is present only in thought and as a feeling, it describes an ideal. So that this ideal does not remain a subjective will, it must be possible to bring it into line with the basic material conditions of social reproduction. This statement loses the character of commonplace wisdom if it is modified slightly and stated. An ideal such as that of peace is realized when the behavior of individuals coincides exactly with the force that constitutes the uniformity of society. Hardly anyone doubts that it is capitalism that makes today's world appear unified. The distanced observer of current peace policies is therefore presented with a spectacle that is at least as old as social democracy, including its Stalinist variant, with the undoubtedly correct argument that the ideals of a just social order can only be realized if one adapts one's actions to objective circumstances. The whole world is now embarking on the path of total acceptance of the capitalist order and logically and practically consequent achieving the exact opposite of what was actually intended. The very principle of competition, which is essential to capitalism and makes its uniformity possible in the first place, ensures that it can never be truly peaceful. Criticism of capitalist socialization presupposes an awareness of this fatal connection between ideal and practice, i.e., the connection between thinking and the material force on which, or against which, this thinking is based. The place from which one can comfortably lament the mismatch between ideal and reality is closed to the critic. All that remains for him is to attempt to clarify this relationship between thought and reality. He has to show that the more realistic a practice is, the more consequent it makes the essence and appearance of capital coincide, and thus participates in eliminating the last remnants of a reference to reality that has so far postponed the total and final occurrence of this catastrophe into the future. As the history of Marx's reception has shown, reading Capital is by no means sufficient for a critically committed elucidation of the mode of appearance of capital. Marx left far too much in the dark. Marx's exegetes have usually further obscured what little is clear. Even the first step of such a clarification has not really been taken, namely clarifying the question of how capitalism was able to develop historically. Johannes Agnoli has, especially in his essay Von der Pax Romana zur Pax Christiana, zum institutionellen Scheiternswehr Weltfriedensversuch, Johannes Agnoli has explained the historically essential political and intellectual processes on which any account of the emergence of capitalism and its current manifestation must be based. In order to avoid concretist misunderstandings, it should first be pointed out that the social conditions, if they are historically differentiated from each other in the following Agnoli, with regard to the ideal of peace that corresponds to them in each case, can certainly gain in vividness, but nevertheless lose nothing of their abstractness. What all epochs of Occidental history have in common is that in them people had no concept of the social conditions determining their activities, which is why Marx quite rightly counts them all among the prehistory of possible humanity. The point is to trace the emotional motivation of individual action, and every ideal is such an emotionally determining drive back to its social conditionality. Especially today, despite Freud, everyone acts as if their own behavior is rationally determined. Modern advertising knows better. Rational is merely the justification superimposed on actual action. The disparity between what people think, why they do something, and the motives behind what they actually do has never been smaller than it is today. In that modern scientific nominalism, which is in reality a realism par excellence, no longer cares about the difference between appearance and essence, it promotes the lack of conceptualization of human existence today, instead of reducing it. Moreover, it can be assumed that the generalization of the claim to validity on which every science is based is the reason that prevents people from becoming conscious today. On closer inspection, the validity based on general validity proves to be certainty. Certainty is, as even the late Wittgenstein knew, a feeling that, like anxiety, can refer to anything. The following is about what people considered to be certain in different epochs, and the attempt to determine which real being, which is something quite different from a rational being, found expression in this certainty. The Ostrogothic Empire can be seen as a hinge in the transition from Roman antiquity to the Middle Ages in the Western Occident. As if in a burning glass, the political conditions, the economic conditions, and the spiritual situation of the Western Occident of this time, with all their differences, fall into one. Under this reign, almost all the movements that had been prepared in the centuries before came together for a short time in the Italian heartland of the former Roman Empire, only to complete the transformation of antiquity into the Middle Ages. Unlike in the former Gaul, where this process took place much more smoothly. What also makes this brief historical interlude significant is that the ideological positions emerge in it which, 3 centuries later, when the aporias of the Pax Christiana proved to be just as historically insurmountable as those of the Pax Romana before, play an essential role in the constitution of a historically new ideal of peace. The emergence of this empire was the result of a diplomatic move by the emperor in Constantinople. Zenon wanted to get rid of the Ostrogoths under Theodoric, who had been settled mainly in Pannonia as foederati, but were still repeatedly raiding the area outside Constantinople, Thrace. After a number of victorious battles, Theodoric made peace with Odoacer, a Germanic who had been crowned king of Italy and had deposed Romulus, formerly the last Western Roman emperor, in Ravenna in 493. He resolved the impracticability of a division of power between 2 kings of equal rank in one and the same territory by personally banishing Odoacer to the afterlife. He was now militarily and politically stronger than the Emperor Anastasius, who succeeded Zenon, would have liked. However, the Ostrogothic Empire remained caught up in a multitude of power centers that threatened it from the outside, above all from the other Germanic empires, and opposed it internally. Economically, the entire Western Empire was largely thrown back on a natural economy. The feudalizing consequences of the Diocletianic Constantinian reforms were particularly evident in Italy, however, where the difference to earlier times was more stark than in the other areas. The old Roman administration and the Roman legal system still existed, and were consequently revived and used by Theodoric's government in his immediate territory with the aim of counteracting feudalization. However, the administrative class, the ancient Roman patriciate, headed by the Roman senators, remained skeptical of the Ostrogoths and at least quietly blocked any effective administrative action. Although the Senate of Rome continued to be politically insignificant, as it had been since the Principate, it was practically indispensable for the Ostrogoths, above all for ideological reasons. This Senate still represented the old imperial ideal, which remained the central source of legitimacy for Theodoric. His integration into this tradition of the Pax Romana was the only support he had beyond his military power. Without the appeal to this tradition, it would have collapsed again immediately. Because his rule was legitimized by the idea of empire, Theodoric could not completely escape the pressure emanating from Constantinople, despite his best efforts. Finally, there was still the Catholic Church. It was still very much preoccupied with itself, above all with combating the heretics who stood in the way of the institutional and ideological consolidation of Catholicism. Augustinianism still had to be finally asserted against Pelagianism. The Monophysites in the East did not seem to be able to be actually integrated into the Catholic Church through any ecumenical effort, and Arianism, to which the Ostrogoths as well as the other Germanic tribes adhered, was also still more than just a thorn in the side of the Catholics. However, the fronts had long been clear to this Catholicism. And so for Theodoric, political isolation from Ostrom and the Roman patriciate was joined by confessional isolation. Catholicism was the faith of the majority of all subjects in Italy. The power arising from this faith also forced the Arian Ostrogoths onto the defensive. In the struggle within the Church, the Catholic Church aimed to elevate the Roman Catholic bishop as pope to the position of God's representative on earth, and to secure him primacy over Christendom. This aim is to be understood less as a consciously understood strategy than as the inner logic of the matter itself, corresponding to the structure of the Pax Christiana. This was achieved under the rule of the Ostrogoths, not least because Theodoric, unlike the emperor in Constantinople, could not muster the strength to intervene in the internal conflicts of the Church, albeit at the cost of the schism with the Eastern Church. In the meantime, however, the Catholic Church was so well established that, despite its internal problems, it was able to act as a far from disinterested mediator for the difficulties in which Theodoric found himself entangled. In these mediation efforts, Catholicism made consequent use of the political instability in Italy to further establish itself as a spiritual and secular power. Gelasius, Pope since 492, played the key role here. The first thing to note about him is that a very significant cultural phenomenon for the subsequent period can be traced back to him. The written testimonies, which are committed to the ideal of the Pax Christiana, are teeming with forgeries, a phenomenon which in this form and to this extent is probably an extraordinary novelty in world history. More important than the question of the authenticity of documents, over which the Guild of Medieval Historians and Historians of Philosophy primarily argue, is the question of which statements and deeds in them are attributed to a historical person and with what intention. This can be demonstrated particularly clearly by the most effective forgery of the Middle Ages, the donation of Constantine. Whether Constantine really bequeathed the Papal States to the Pope is quite irrelevant for a reconstruction of the influences that determined his actions. Such data is merely information. Of course, it remains important to know what information is based on, a historical fact or an intellectual construction. This knowledge alone is not enough, and certainly not the meaning corresponding to information can be deduced from information alone. Not wanting this to be true is one of the fundamental errors of all analytical methods and philosophies. On the other hand, the analysis of the historical processes that constitute a consciousness that is prepared to believe that the Pope's secular rule can be legitimized with such a donation is not at all insignificant. Gelasius not only stands quite precisely between the person of Constantine and the beginning of the nationalization of Christianity associated with it, and the forgery of the donation, he was in fact a staunch supporter of the Pope's claim to rights and ownership of territories in central and southern Italy. He thus prepared the ground for the foundation of the Papal States by Gregory a good 100 years later. When the contrasts between regnum and sacerdotium broke out openly in the 9th century, this real historical process of the development of the Pope's secular claims to power, promoted by Gelasius, was no longer sufficient to legitimize it. The Church in particular needed higher consecrations than profane, historically derived property rights. Constantine, who had meanwhile been elevated to supernatural heights as a result of the creation of legends, was the saint predestined for such a consecration. The donation of Constantine thus lies precisely in the logic of the historical process itself. For the same reason as Constantine, a number of works and deeds are attributed to Gelasius whose authorship is doubtful. For example, the Gelasianum, a widely circulated collection of liturgical texts, which refers to his name. This also shows the importance of this pope for the Catholic Church. Even if not a single text of the Gelasianum really originated from Gelasius, the fact that these texts are given this name is sufficient to infer the importance of this person for the Catholic Church. For the practical life of the Church, the celebrations of Mass are the ritualized cement that practically constitutes the unity of the faithful. The submission to a uniform ritual expressed in the celebration of Mass is in turn the basis of the Church's power. Gelasius thus represents much more for the Church than just one pope among others. What is more significant for the historian is that Gelasius has been credited with the two-sword theory. What this theory is supposed to formulate, namely the intrinsically balanced relationship between ecclesiastical, sacerdotium, and secular power, regnum, became an antagonism in the Middle Ages that runs like a common thread through all its other problem areas. Depending on how Gelasius was interpreted and thus also falsified, each party could have their interpretation confirmed by the theory attributed to him. In these formulations, Augustine's Pax Christiana, which still referred solely to the Civitas Dei, is translated into political reality. This step remains implicit in Augustine. Sources confirm that Gelasius intervened as a mediator in the conflicts between Emperor Anastasius, Odoacer, and Theodoric. In the letters preserved for this purpose, Gelasius explained the relationship between the papacy, Auctoritas Sacrata Pontificium, and the empire, Regalis Potestas. In his view, both ruled the world together and in harmony, in concordia. The intention of these letters was to distance himself from Byzantium and the politics and doctrine of the Church there. The incompatibility of Byzantine politics with the position of the Roman Catholic Church expressed in them was the reason for the first schism between Rome and Byzantium in 483. Gelasius can therefore hardly be described as a theorist of the investiture controversy that only actually broke out at the beginning of the 9th century. His letters formulate a political position of their time and not a general theory in the modern sense. However, the parties to the investiture controversy knew why they had to refer to Gelasius. It was during his time that the spiritual and material basis to which the parties to the conflict all referred was established. In order to resolve these conflicts, they wanted to return to the consensus that seemed to have been established at the time. The fact that this reference to the fathers of this consensus did not resolve the conflicts was due less to a lack of information about the actual intentions of the founding fathers. This deficiency could be remedied not least by the art of forgery, but rather to the fact that the consensus institutionalized as Pax Christiana proved to be an antinomic construction in itself, in a different way and on a different level than the Pax Romana, but just like the latter. Agnoli has said everything essential about the effects of this theory on politics in the Middle Ages. In the dispute within the Church, Gelasius opposed Pelagianism. This was associated on the one hand with the further spiritual distance from Byzantium, whose Church could do little with the subtle dogmatic questions fought out in the Pelagian controversy, and on the other with the final breakthrough of Augustinianism as the generally recognized basis of Catholicism. As the corresponding article in the Historical Dictionary of Philosophy shows, this lack of understanding of the historical significance of the Pelagian controversy continues to the present day for reasons that can only be implied below. The final turning away of Catholicism from the Roman Hellenistic educational tradition by Gregory was thus prepared by Gelasius. This also predestined him to be authoritatively claimed as one of the fathers of the Pax Christiana, despite all the errors based on falsifications. Theodoric reacted to the balance of power in and on the Ostrogothic Empire by attempting to commit all opponents to a consensus represented by him. He thus became the embodiment of the old ideal of the Pax Romana. Gelasius, on the other hand, can be seen as the personification of the new ideal of a Pax Christiana, which is still proving to be a material force in history. However, the attempt to synthesize the divergent movements in the kingdom of the Ostrogoths can be expressed not only through these two opposing figures, but also through Cassiodorus and Boethius. They came from the ancient Roman nobility, were politicians and philosophers at the Ostrogothic court, and had a unique significance for the intellectual development of the Occident that cannot be overestimated in historical terms. Even if it were only a question of the content of their philosophical achievements, they would hardly have found a place in any history of philosophy. There are no more influential authorities for early scholasticism. Of course, it must be borne in mind what scholasticism meant for the 7th to 9th centuries, and this applies to many areas up to the 11th century. There was no other scientific or philosophical education in the Western Occident from the 5th century until the Renaissance at the earliest, a debate that could hardly be perceived by any contemporaries. The few who came into contact with education did not learn much more than that, as Cassiodorus explains in his Institutions, which became binding for medieval educational establishments. There were the arts liberals. These are the trivium, grammar, rhetoric and dialectic as basic sciences, and the quadrivium, geometry, arithmetic, astronomy and music/poetics as application. Even these few direct references to the ancient tradition had to be laboriously enforced in the monastic schools. There were no others until the founding of the court schools under the Carolingians. For a long time, the arts liberals were considered alien to the essence of Christianity, even if they were taught by someone who, like Cassiodorus, had undoubtedly been a Catholic Christian. They were only to be understood as basically dispensable auxiliary sciences to the Catholic theology developed by patristics. This, however, is explained by Cassiodorus in the first book of the Institutions. Because this introduction to Catholic theology does not contain a heretical position, no matter how critically it is read, and was very popular due to its didactic qualities, the second book on the arts liberals could only find its place in almost all monastery libraries. According to Harnack, Cassiodorus is even said to have been significantly involved in the final formulation of the Latin Bible. Cassiodorus not only theoretically prepared the scientific and philosophical debates of scholasticism by, if not making them possible, then at least initiating them in his institutions, as a reflection on the spiritual order contained in theology, yet in principle secular but also practically, during the turmoil of the collapse of the Ostrogothic Empire, Cassiodorus withdrew to his estates in southern Italy, where he founded the monastery of Vivarium. Here he archived the ancient works that were still accessible to him, saving many from oblivion. Above all, the monks were taught here how to make correct copies. If it was not a pure educational center rather than a monastery in the true sense, the Vivarium of Cassiodorus was in any case the first Christian institution to combine monasticism with scholarship. The monastic movement had emerged from the Anachorides and in this early period had a great deal to do with immersion in the faith, even in the West, and all the less to do with school. With the monastic rules, this movement was quasi-legalized, with Benedict playing the outstanding role for the West with the founding of Monte Cassino, not far from the Vivarium and almost at the same time. The monasteries were now given a completely new function for social reproduction. They practically carried the Pax Christiana. The fact that in some monastic schools of the Western Occident in the early Middle Ages the thread to ancient secular thinking was not completely cut off thus goes back essentially to Cassiodorus. Cassiodorus' numerous secular writings show him to be an exuberant propagandist of Theodoric's idea of the state. Here, too, he proves to be an encyclopedic collector, not an original thinker. But, and this is decisive, as an educated Roman he was a Christian and at the same time, even after his retirement from government service, an influential politician in the literal, i.e. Hellenistic Roman sense. He was therefore a Christian theologian, pagan scientist and professional politician all in one. Cassiodorus' predecessor in office at the court of Theodoric was Boethius. The same applies to him as far as the, from today's perspective, highly unusual combination of the most diverse competences in one person is concerned. Boethius was also an active politician and came from an ancient Roman senatorial family. He was, for example, Roman consul, the highest, albeit no longer particularly influential, office that was attainable for a Roman at the time. And he was also an absolutely loyal propagandist of Theodoric. Unlike Cassiodorus, Boethius did not limit himself to passing on and reproducing the thoughts of others. Nevertheless, the history of philosophy knows of none of his ideas that could not be found in one of his predecessors. As questionable as this search for the fathers of thought is, it nevertheless belongs here, because Boethius must have initially appeared quite different due to the philosophical writings accessible to scholasticism, namely as a philosopher in his own right. This probably conceals little more than an addiction to and belief in authority, as if it could ever really be determined from which person a thought originated. At best, we can only identify the first written version that has come down to us. Until around 1150, when scholasticism was able to reconnect directly with the philosophical tradition of antiquity via the Arabs, and thus with the discovery of the ancient works hidden in the monastic poison cupboards, Boethius was the author who kept a window open to the building of ancient philosophy for the Western Occident. For the 11th to the middle of the 12th century, i.e. the time of the Universalism controversy, one could even say that he opened a wide door to this period. Boethius only achieved this influence, another parallel to Cassiodorus, because he wrote a book that fully corresponded to the taste of medieval man. Although he used his extensive knowledge of Greek and Latin literature in this work, the difficult logical philosophical problems discussed in antiquity are only mentioned indirectly and so metaphorically that distinctly pagan heretical thoughts are not immediately visible. The Consolatio is a successful example of successful subversive literature, even if it was not at all intended by the author. The reader learns in this book that Boethius was sentenced to death for high treason. Everyone realizes that the author is trying to pull his head out of a noose with this book. Boethius actually hopes to use this book to obtain a pardon from Theodoric, but he does not succeed. He is executed together with his father-in-law Symmachus, also a very important political figure of the time. We do not know exactly what the charges were for. It is most likely that Boethius was accused of plotting against Theodoric on behalf of the emperor in Constantinople. In addition, he seems to have been accused of pagan heresy, which may have referred to his philosophy. It is striking that he does not explicitly profess Catholicism in the Consolatio, as he does in his theological treatises. It can be assumed that such an open confession was not particularly opportune among the Arian Ostrogoths. It remains unclear who accused him, whether it was the Roman Senate or Gothic officials whom he had made enemies of as a Roman citizen. Regardless of what is historically true, Boethius presents himself in the Consolatio as the man he was historically, as someone who was caught between all the fronts of his time: the Roman Senate, Gothic officialdom, the Eastern Roman Emperor, Catholicism, and Theodoric. This book appeals to the taste of the Middle Ages because it argues in a manner typical of Christian consciousness. On the one hand, Boethius explains that this world means nothing to him and that only in God can true consolation be found. In the other respect, one senses throughout how hard Boethius is trying to come to terms with this world. One senses, even if Boethius keeps to form at all times and from today's perspective, it is hard to believe that someone in such a situation is still capable of writing such a work, that the executioner is breathing down his neck. It is precisely this contrast between the everyday cruelties to be suffered in this world and the kingdom of God that man has lived in since, as a Christian, he has experienced the world from the perspective of the consolations emanating from God. Philosophically, this contrast is expressed in the problem, which Boethius dealt with in detail and which remains central to the philosophy of scholasticism, of how the omnipotence of God is logically compatible with the freedom of human action, freedom understood only in the sense of being able to choose between good and evil, theodicy. How can it be made comprehensible to the mind that God allows the righteous, Boethius leaves no doubt as to who this is, himself to be punished, while the unrighteous, and that is everyone else, is allowed to live happily? Boethius' solution in the Consolatio is Augustinian. God's reason is inaccessible to man as long as he remains attached to naturalness and worldliness. For the general consciousness of the time, the dissolution of duality that appears here was therefore perfectly in order. The Consolatio, because it gives the spiritual world of medieval man a vivid emotional expression, becomes a quarry comparable to Augustine's Confessio, from which the medieval addiction to concise metaphors and aphorisms can draw. This book transposed Gelasius' politically intended Concordia vividly and concretely into the everyday consciousness of the world at that time. It was not until the 9th century, when individuals once again began to engage with Boethius in a reflective and not merely identifying manner, that the duality that seemed to be resolved in the Consolatio was recognized as a philosophically unresolved problem. The Consolatio is by no means the real significance of Boethius for scholasticism. It was only the key to his other works, namely his commentaries on Aristotle's logic and his theological writings, and in particular his view of the dogma of the Trinity, becoming effective in scholasticism and shaping it. The significance of these writings lies in the fact that Boethius does not even tread on the Augustinian fideistic ground of the Consolatio. What Boethius is concerned with in these texts is also made clear in many places in the Consolatio. For example, when asked why he believes in God, his answer is, "This world, which consists of such different and opposing parts, could hardly be understood as a unity if there were not the one who unites such diverse things." In reality, of course, it is not God who connects the various things in Boethius' logical and theological texts, but only Boethius himself. His logic formulates this more or less explicitly. Everything that is general, i.e., comprises a multiple in itself, is a reflection determination and as such is bound to the intellect, intellectus. This, however, is not something general, but something particular, for it is linked to the person, naturae rationalis individua substantia, as Boethius defines bindingly for scholasticism. Of course, he also realizes that this is contradictory. The general would be declared to be the particular and not general. God is the supreme one, and in him the Platonic categories of mediation, similitudo, and participatio now bears the entire burden of having to resolve this contradiction. This inevitably leads him, because as a Christian, a return to the solutions to this contradiction in ancient philosophy is impossible, to turn to the logical reflective content of the Trinity dogma of the Catholic Church. What this consists of will not be problematized here. Hence only a quotation from the Tractatus Primus as evidence for what is said here and in the following on the concept of the Trinity. ita igiter substantia continet unitatem, relatio multiplicat trinitatem, ac ideo sola singilatem preferuntur ex separatum qui relationis sunt. Nam idem pater qui filius non est ne idem uter qui spiritus sanctus. Idem tarnan Deus est pater et filius et spiritus sanctus. The subtlety and systematics with which Boethius turns the relationship between the general and the particular back and forth became the model for the whole of scholasticism, and was not achieved by it for a long time in the quality he set. Only when a party finally emerged among the scholastics, the nominalists who placed one side of the contradiction, the nominality of the general, at the center of their thinking, did completely new perspectives on the relationship between God and the world develop, perspectives whose heretical quality was immediately recognized by the Church, and a debate began that would go beyond Boethius. What scholasticism had at its disposal for this debate until the 12th century came from Boethius. He translated Aristotle into Latin and commented on it in detail. However, of Aristotle's many writings, he only translated the categories and the doctrine of propositions. He precedes these with his translation and commentary of Porphyry's commentary on the categories, the Isagogy. Boethius' own logical treatises and also the theological treatises then unfold the categories defined in his commentaries on Aristotle and Porphyry in their internal relationships to one another. Short-circuited with the material situation of the time in which he lived and mediated by the above quotation from the Consolatio, one can conclude that Boethius alone places what is today called Organon 1 and 2 at the center of his treatises. For Boethius, who, unlike the scholastics, is familiar with the entire spectrum of Aristotelian, Platonic, and Stoic philosophy, these two writings of Aristotle hold the key to the unity of the world. The early scholasticism, which was characterized by the question of the relationship between faith and knowledge and was virtually unaware of other philosophical writings, therefore saw this in exactly the same way. The whole vehemence of the universalism controversy that broke out in the 11th century, a controversy that suddenly spread across the entire Occident as if out of the blue, although prepared by the scholasticism that spread with the Carolingian school reforms and gave rise to fiercely debating parties everywhere, was ignited by these small texts. The pivotal point were the questions formulated in the second paragraph of the Isagogy, which Porphyry does not want to answer, all the more so than the commentators since Boethius. The question here is about the mode of being of abstractions. And it was around this that all the disputes of early scholasticism revolved. The excitement and the fierce battles, in a word, the fascination that emanated from these texts by Boethius at the time can only be explained by the fact that people sensed that something was wrong with them. For some it was immediately clear they did not agree with the sacred texts, to which the others immediately countered with literal quotations. If the texts were taken literally, there was no heresy to be found in them. On the contrary, it became increasingly clear to others where the weak point really lay. Boethius had simply not succeeded in consistently presenting the nexus rerum of the contradiction between the general and the particular that he himself had recognized. With the help of Aristotelian categories, Boethius does succeed in elevating the problems of his time to a level of abstraction in which they can be rethought in their relations to and within one another. The fact that Boethius aims at a system is evident at all times, but in his case the initial problem returns like a boomerang. Precisely in the question of where the abstractions have their being, in thinking or in reality. If you take a closer look, Boethius' system splits up into a loose sequence of individual determinations. A free commentary translation, every substance contains something unified. A relation multiplies the unity of the substance of the concept, for example of a trinity, into a multiple. Whenever one speaks of a relation, as Boethius has previously made clear, something must refer to something that it is not itself. Nulla relatio adisi ipsum referi potest, from which it follows that the concept of relation cannot be conceived without difference. Relations therefore produce both the individual and the separated. Then the application to the Trinity in God follows immediately. It was a matter of time before it was recognized that Boethius was operating with illusory solutions. To be more precise, the metaphysics he applied to the Aristotelian categories in his commentaries, which is quite different from that of Aristotle, was unknown to the early scholastics. In the same way, the doctrine of the Trinity, unlike that of Augustine or Athanasius, does not represent a solution to real problems for Boethius. It lacks the doctrine of grace, or the relationship of the world to God revealed in Jesus, which provides this dogma with a reference to the reality of faith and thus the world. Boethius' logic of the Trinity only forces logical categories into one another. The reference to reality, including the reality of God, seems artificial, and indeed it is. The apologists of Catholicism at the time were quite right. Fideism looks like a foreign body in this system of Boethius. The accusation of semi-Pelagianism, which was later leveled at Abelard after he attempted to grasp the Trinity in a similar way to Boethius, is completely correct from this perspective. One should by no means make it too easy for oneself, for there is more critical reflection of self-consciousness in the Boethian version of the Trinity dogma than all of today's formal logic, analytical philosophy, and philosophy of science will ever achieve. But what Plotinus did not succeed in doing, Boethius did not succeed in doing either. Aristotelian logic and the Platonic doctrine of ideas are logically mutually exclusive. They cannot be consistently coupled together. They are both only consistent in themselves and can only be applied to reality in their own right. The attempt to overcome their respective shortcomings that they can only be consistent by excluding a part of reality from their respective system through combination is at the expense of the reference to reality in general. Of course, this was not how people expressed themselves at the time, but felt compelled to interpret Boethius in such a way that his proposed solutions were to become real solutions. The relationship between unity and difference, between the general and the particular, is then abandoned to complete arbitrariness. Platonism ignores the reality of the isolation of the individual thing that exists in itself. Aristotelianism, at least in the logic of the organon, ignores the reality of the general as a pure determination of thought. Or in other words, either the principium individuatoris lies in thinking, Platonism, or in things, Aristotelianism. Both are obviously not possible at the same time. A real synthesis must detach the place of the principle of individuation from both sides. Abelard's attempt to solve the universality dispute is the first time that this detachment is really consequent. Boethius wanted to find stability in philosophy, a stability that neither reality nor faith could really provide him with. Logic, with its compelling syllogisms, offered itself to him as a refuge. He wanted to find solace in this purely abstract world of seemingly perfect order and necessity. Personally, Boethius may have found his solace. But this consolation remains subjective, it cannot be generalized. Reality, when replaced by logical categories, is transformed into its opposite, into nominality, exactly what Boethius wanted to escape from. However, Boethius' relationship to the real world is not only reflected in the absence of a real system, i.e., in a negative way, in these treatises. In the theological treatises in particular, a large number of immediate and implicit references can be found to the intellectual disputes that Catholicism was conducting at the time, both internally and externally. Such references were then completely eliminated from logic by scholasticism for good, namely political, reasons, and were removed from the concept of God beyond recognition. Augustine's doctrine of grace, on the other hand, which could not be detached from the Trinity, still linked abstract logical self-reflection with the world and turned Catholicism into a theology that was adequate to reality. What is quite fatal for a Christian is that God proves to be a mere name if there is no reference to man's sensory perception of reality, and this is the case in any purely logical consideration. Boethius' theological texts, on the other hand, are characterized by the absence of such a theology, and only for this reason could they become a point of reference for scholasticism in its debates on the relationship between faith and knowledge, authority and reason. They thus became an incentive for scholasticism to discover a new relationship to reality through them. The excitement of the scholastics was basically not due to the reading of Boethius' texts, but rather the other way round. Boethius' texts were read because some scholastics suspected that the reality of the Church Fathers was no longer the reality of the High Middle Ages. For a long time, this mistrust could only be expressed indirectly, as a transposition into logical problems that seemed far removed from the world. The logical texts of Boethius formed the politically innocuous basis on which the Western Occident, when it awoke politically and economically from a deep slumber, to put it metaphorically for the sake of brevity, was able to establish a new relationship to reality. The logic of modern times has perfected the abstraction of reality, instead of tying itself back into the newly emerging reality. It now even claims that logic has nothing to do with content, but is in fact defined by its detachment from any content. Such logic, reduced to its mere formality, is already present in Boethius' purely formal treatment of the dogma of the Trinity, in which the logical categories no longer refer to anything other than themselves. Until Stoicism, such a thing would have been unthinkable. Until then, logic, even if it was to some extent already familiar with mere symbolism, which can already be found in Aristotle, was always related to things, either as substances, genera, species, or individual things, or to thought. Modern formal logic assumes that its laws can be assigned neither to the world of things nor to thought, or vice versa, i.e., both and. Because anything is possible here, this logic relegates these questions to the realm of metaphysics, which is none of their business. In Boethius and in scholasticism in general, the true reason for seeking a level of reasoning that transcends such direct references between thought and reality is still clearly evident. Modern logic, on the other hand, which has naturally eradicated any reference to God, to a subject in general, and thus any reference to social synthesis, presents the unconsciousness in which science as a whole relates to the world today in its pure form. Of the texts handed down and annotated by Boethius, it remains to be noted that they still show that what applies to all thinking applies to logic. It is the reproduction of reality in thinking. It is not an objectively universally valid form of thought or the mode of existence of things, or even merely an instrument, but an expression and occasion of a mental mastery of worldly problems. Today, however, thinking that is detached from any reflection on reality and formally correct in terms of identity logic no longer solves any problems, quite contrary to what modern science believes, but is itself the problem. If Augustine had known the texts of Boethius, he would probably have immediately unleashed his sharp pen on them. Pure schematism, eclectically stitched together from the pagan hypostasis of knowledge, the incomprehensible Christian world of faith, politicistic mannerism, etc. Other fathers of the Church would have reproached it for its callousness and lack of concern for the actual needs of the faithful. The works of Cassiodorus and Boethius could only emerge and have an impact because the Ostrogothic Empire seemed to turn the wheel of history back a little. The inner logic of the Pax Christiana was suspended ideologically and politically for a short time. Catholicism suddenly absorbed a part of ancient knowledge with which it was later confronted. In this confrontation, it lost its synthesizing power and had to make way for another attempt to establish peace. Late scholasticism, when it completely absorbed ancient philosophy after Abelard, at the latest since Thomas Aquinas, became an expression of the decline of the Pax Christiana. Beginning tentatively in the 12th century, then becoming increasingly determined, and as Neo-Thomism proves, right up to the present day, he now turned vehemently to the school of thought handed down with Boethius, which he had previously rejected in principle for what he considered to be good reasons. Gratia Dei qua sibi humanum genus reconciliat ut quod perierat solutur. In this, one could say, the Catholic theory of knowledge is formulated. To stay with the image, Catholicism in the 13th century passes through this gate held open by Boethius, but not reality. It is now building a completely different edifice. From the Christianization of Rome until well into the modern era, no secular power in the entire Occident, and the Papal States became such a power, could do without the synthesizing power of the Christian faith. No rule based on immediate dependencies could be maintained in the long term by military power alone. The material and spiritual foundations that had been internalized by the ruling elites at the time of the Roman Empire below all institutionalization and determined their behavior became obsolete with the Christianization of the empire, and since then have no longer been able to develop any synthesizing power. This force was replaced in the Western Roman Empire by Catholicism, which then institutionalized its own morality with its socio-political consolidation, a morality that still essentially shapes today's behavior. The secular rulers, including the Pope, continued to follow the ideal of the Pax Romana. This remains their guiding star from which they legitimize their actions. However, from the 4th century onwards, they had to come to terms with a power that did not have its source in this world and thus in the everyday struggles for survival. It was therefore beyond their influence. The basis of all action in the Middle Ages was the ideal of Pax Christiana. The Christian faith was the nexus rerum to which all action and thought, whether critical or affirmative, had to refer to reality. The dilemma of the contrast between a real world, which drew its ideals from an epoch that had long since passed, and a spiritual world that held the hearts and souls of people in its grip, which was inherent in Catholicism, determined the history of the Western Occident until the wars of the Reformation. This battle was fought without it being possible to specify where exactly the front lines ran. Basically, every single person was thoroughly determined by this dichotomy of spirit and world. From the end of the Ostrogothic Empire to the open outbreak of the investiture controversy, this tension was at first quasi-silent. Meanwhile, Catholicism completed its anchoring in people's souls in a less spectacular but extremely successful mission, above all by eliminating almost all explicitly pagan antique elements from Christianity. The monastic movement spread from Italy and the former Gaul far into ancient Germania on the other side of the Rhine in Britain. These movements were often intertwined with all other social movements. They could only arise because social reproduction based on ancient Roman principles had collapsed. The Pax Christiana gained its material power through this monastic system and played a decisive role in shaping the economic and organizational foundations of the feudalist mode of production beyond the spiritual life. Although the spiritual life in these monasteries was for a long time exclusively determined by discipline, rituality, or the cult of saints and a belief in authority, the philosophical heritage of antiquity handed down in rudimentary form by Boethius and Cassiodorus, and occasionally consolidated by others such as Isidore, Beda, and some Irish monks, was not completely eradicated and could, by the beginning of the 11th century at the latest, become a central point of reference in a debate in which a completely new form of social synthesis was being prepared. The basis for this was, on the one hand, the ideal of the Pax Romana, which continued to have an effect in the numerous newly emerging state formations, and the implicitly associated equal right for all citizens to respect the autonomy of their personal relationships to one another, which had been handed down in households, communities, and regions, the ideal of a uniformly organized, effective administration encompassing a large empire, which was flexible enough in its work to respond to the particularities of the regions, the ideal of a military subject to the primacy of the political, the ideal of a nobility committed to the state as a whole on the one hand and to its dependents on the other, and, last but not least, the ideal of religious tolerance. On this side, everything that expresses the so-called Rome idea had an effect. This remains virulent to this day, handed down in the concept of the political, under other names, EU, world state, etc. On the other hand, there was the realized, immaterial, spiritual unity of a cultural circle that was determined by the Christian faith. Catholicism also adopted the Pax Romana in its secular affairs and passed it on wherever it institutionalized spirituality, for example in church administration and in the hierarchy of offices. However, the source of the Catholic Church's power remained the religiosity embedded in its dogmatics. The contrast between a spiritual synthesis without a truly integrated power regulating secular power relations on the one hand, and conversely, a power ensuring state unity without an adequate spiritual synthesis on the other, proved to be incompatible as the material situation of medieval society in the Western Occident consolidated. Boethius, and Cassiodorus even more so, did not fall into oblivion with late scholasticism, unlike Roscelin, Abelard, and other scholastics of the High Middle Ages, but they became marginal figures in the philosophical debates that now began. In the confrontation between regnum and sacerdotium, which was now becoming problematic, all sides were always striving to preserve the unity, concordia, of the whole and to ensure that the parts were organically related to each other, complementing each other and creating a unified whole. It was only in England, with the Anglicization of the Catholic Church, that this contrast was abolished on a broad front for the first time. But by then the material development of society had long since been set on a course that would have been unstoppable even without this achievement. However, because this structure made a mockery of reality, for example, as Agnoli points out, it has no arbitrator who could resolve conflicts by consensus, a peculiar tension arose in some intellectuals who were quite familiar with the political situation and for whom this rift between the world and the spirit began to become a problem. Through the Aristotelian logic handed down by Boethius, these intellectuals found a forum in scholasticism where this tension could be expressed as a philosophical conflict in the dispute over universals. The scholastics attempted to find a place in which the ideality of the unity of the opposition between God and the world represented in God could be materialized and thus be known. In the debate about the unity of faith and knowledge, what is now known as the Copernican revolution was finally prepared. Initially still on the ground of theology, but then in a completely different new definition of the place in which abstractions find their mediation in their relationship between the general and the particular, the whole and the part, identity and difference. This turn does not express a renewed Pelagianism, it does not mean a return to the Roman Hellenistic image of man. Rather, the ego is understood as the place in which, whether brought about by divine revelation or as an insight into a necessity is irrelevant, everything that is different points to a unity that every person, it is now believed, by nature has within themselves. Abelard is the first of whom it can be said on the basis of the sources that in his attempt to resolve the universality dispute, which represents the philosophical reformulation of the investiture dispute, he discovered this ego as the place in which the logical mediation of part and whole, or particular and general, is constituted. And in this he goes beyond Boethius, and beyond Augustine, for whom self-knowledge was identical with the knowledge of the omnipresence of God, and who therefore could not discover in the unity in God any synthesizing achievement of an ego that remained separate from all others. Insofar as Ballard identifies the Holy Spirit as the point of reference necessary for mediation between the general, God/state, and the particular, world/human, in which the one is translated into the other, whereby he initially only explicates what had already led to the dogma of the Trinity in patristics, and hypostatizes this spirit in the ego. Although this is completely contrary to all Christian dogmatics, he anticipates the possible foundations of a completely different peace, a peace that is expressed centuries later in Kant's transcendental subject, in Hegel's world spirit, in Nietzsche's concept of power and Marx's concept of value. Marx's concept of value will have its spiritual foundation and its material foundation in capital. At the beginning of the 12th century, the ideal of a general peace generated by the individuals themselves is constituted, and the end of the synthesizing effectiveness of the Pax Christiana is ushered in. The fact that this new attempt at world peace is also an antinomic misconstruction of history should have gotten around by now. However, only very few have taken an interest in the historical conditions expressed in the prevailing ideals of peace. Reflection on the previous changes in these material conditions, however, is the prerequisite for being able to arrive at a reasonable practice, or, in other words, to be able to develop the ideal of a peace that can become material violence and is not an antinomic construction, but heralds the end of human prehistory. The critique of religion is the end of all critique. It remains to be seen whether this end marks its kairos or a fundamental failure of faith, a term that is likely to cause consternation in ideology-critical circles. What is meant, however, is only the loss of the ability to distance oneself, which has long defined mass consciousness on the borderline between preclinical narcissism and latent psychosis. However, this by no means pathological ability to resist narcissistic temptations as well as possible and distance oneself from the appearance of unreal reality remains the prerequisite for all criticism. Long before Nietzsche's madman proclaimed the death of God as the new good and at the same time terrible news in 1882, his son had spent a short life and until the very end, around the year 30 after his birth, striving with his last ounce of strength and dismaying success to abolish it. The synoptist reports that the thirsty itinerant preacher, who was nailed to the cross, is said to have finally commanded his spirit into the hands of the Father. However, when John lets the Son triumph in the penultimate of the 7 words of the cross that it is finished, then in the Einheitsübersetzung this rhymes with killed, and not just by chance. If this at first glance blasphemous thesis is considered plausible for the time being, then the psychoanalytically trained listener of the word, Karl Rahner, would not hesitate to decipher the Eli Eli lama sabachthani as a subterranean reversal, i.e., as a projective denial of the repressed murderous intent, as if the dying bastard of God, Christopher Marlowe, at the hour of his death, no longer wanted to acknowledge that it was not the Father who had abandoned him, but the Son himself who, shortly after emerging from the latency phase, had done everything in his power to put himself in the way of all conceivable fathers. At the age of 12, he escaped from his parents at Passover in Jerusalem and astonished the scribes in the temple with his precocious know-it-all attitude. When his mother asked him why he had done this to them who had sought him in fear, he replied, "Why were you looking for me? Did you not know that I must be in what belongs to my Father?" And for a moment, we think that the demotion of Joseph to a chaste house friend of the Immaculate Mother at least leaves the Father's position in a general and higher sense untouched. The authoritarian rhetoric of the brazen questions and the strangely prepositional and, as the Mother remarked, indeed incomprehensible phrase in being, which is more reminiscent of Heidegger's concept of language as the house of being than of the Second Jerusalem Temple, suggests that even the scribes in the Father's house could never be considered as substitute fathers. And even the more distant Father in heaven would ultimately be secretly abolished by the divine incest that provided the material for the councils of the following centuries. John gives the simple formula of this pre-Trinitarian incest, in which the Father as Father must perish in hallucinated fusion through the unholy narcissism of the Son. I and the Father are one, John 10 verse 30. If we combine this general statement with the request, "Nor should you call anyone on earth your father, for only one is your Father, he who is in heaven," Mt 23:9, then the apodictic statement, which has of course not been handed down by any evangelist, results in an unconstrained syllogism: there is no longer a Father. However, not only the philosopher and anti-Semite avant la lettre John, but also the synoptics gave voice to a Jesus who, with his hatred of all earthly fathers, also systematically depotentiated the heavenly Father and ultimately made him disappear. The more thoughtful Luke allows the Son of all sons, who likes to call himself the Son of Man in the third person in an infantile and authoritarian manner, to openly express his barely restrained hatred. If anyone comes to me and does not regard father and mother, wife and children, brothers and sisters, and even his own life with contempt, he cannot be my disciple. Luke 14 verse 26. According to Matthew's account, the Son of Man gives the corresponding pre-Pauline missionary and marching orders to himself and his elective disciples, brothers and other fellow travelers who shirk their duty to support him. Do not think that I have come to bring peace to the earth. I have not come to bring peace but the sword. For I have come to set a son against his father, and a daughter against her mother, and a daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law, and a man's household will be his enemies. MT 10:34. Even before the dead father, the furor of the restless son does not come to a standstill. As they went on their way, a man spoke to Jesus and said, "I will follow you wherever you go." Jesus answered him, "Foxes have their dens and birds have their nests, but the Son of Man has no place to lay his head." To another he said, "Follow me." He replied, "First let me go home and bury my father." Jesus said to him, "Let the dead bury their dead, but you go and proclaim the kingdom of God." Luke 9 verses 57-60. The one who presumed to be the life himself and who claimed not to want to abolish the law but to fulfill it, incites the son to violate the Jewish burial rules and declares the one who wants nothing more than to bury his father dutifully as lost to the right way and the truth and the life. John 14 verse 6. The fact that the unchaste and, despite Rabbi Jesus' assurances to the contrary, anti-lawful union of the Son with the Father in the death on the cross at the latest, was only an outrageous nuisance for the Jews and only foolishness for the Gentiles, 1 Cor 1:23, appears to be a strange trivialization from the mouth of Paul, who is otherwise not at a loss for drastic expression. However, it only echoes the apocalyptic militancy with which Paul excluded foolishness from the circle of venial sins a few lines earlier and denied salvation to Greeks and Jews who were unwilling to repent. For the word of the cross is foolishness to those who are perishing. Foolishness, but to us who are being saved it is the power of God. 1 Cor 1:18. Paul intensifies the patricidal fusion theology of the itinerant preacher with the proclamation of a third body, in which the historical body of Christ and the body of Christ that has become sacramental in the word of consecration take and eat of it all, this is my body, is abolished. This is the Corpus Christi Mysticum, the community of Jesus followers, who are now to form the body of Christ again in a reflexive movement. So we, the many, are one body in Christ, but as individuals we are members belonging to one another. Rom 12:5. From now on, the brothers are not to find peace in the protection of the Father and in the family circle, nor in loyalty to the law, but in Christ alone by entering into the bodily fellowship of the Church. Let the peace of Christ rule in your hearts. To this you have been called as members of one body. Be thankful. Col 3:15. In tedious detail, Paul seeks to make the self-evident fact that a body cannot be conceived without members fruitful for the conclusiveness of his epistolary foundation documents in order to immunize the brethren against Gentile legalism in the missionary area and to ensure their cohesion from Jerusalem to Rome. 1 Corinthians 12-26. After 14 verses he repeats it again, "But you are the body of Christ, and each one is a member of it." 1 Cor 12:27. The synthetic force that holds the Church together is therefore not the law and the royal and paternal authority that has coagulated in it, because Christ is the end of the law, Rom 10:4, as Paul decrees, without of course being able to know that Matthew would later prefer a somewhat different tactic for turning the Jews around that would be less challenging to the authority of the Sanhedrin. I have not come to abolish the law or the prophets. It is only the orientation of the individual towards the Christ event in the triad of faith, love and hope, carried out in the inwardness of faith and in the Spirit that already expresses itself as holy, as it still resounds today at every second church wedding. Only through faith are those who are sheltered in the body of the Church justified, independent of the works of the law, Rom 3:28, and only through faith do they find access to grace, Rom 5:2, which is able to save them from the siren songs of the flesh. But those Jews who, hardened and unable to recognize the Christ event, do not convert to Jewish Christianity may have zeal for God, but by misjudging his righteousness and wanting to establish their own without submission, they would remain as zeal without knowledge, Rom 10:2. Instead of being zealous, they should be led by the Spirit, and not fulfill the desires of the flesh. This Holy Spirit, not yet developed by Paul as a moment of the Trinity, but already hinted at, brings forth every conceivable good: love, joy, peace, long-suffering, kindness, goodness, faithfulness, gentleness and self-control, Gal 5:16-23. At this point, a sideways glance at the Neopaullinism of postmodernism, as propagated by Badiou, Agamben and Slavoj Zizek, who is constitutively incapable of even occasional silence on anything, could be stimulating. Alex Gruber and Philip Leonard have already thoroughly criticized this corpse-desecrating project, which aims to finish off the already dead father with anti-authoritarian, anti-imperialist and anti-Zionist consistency under the banner of universalism. The focus here should therefore only be on a chance discovery in the reading of St. Paul. It confirms the realization that there must always be something in a master's work that allows the snotty brat disciple and conformist rebel to refer to him affirmatively. In his search for good reasons against the law, Paul encounters the later-born Foucault in a kind of philosophical wormhole and exchanges ideas with him, among brothers, about the power of the prohibition that constitutes the forbidden in the first place, which has its place in the law in the form of 1,000 commandments and prohibitions. Paul first presents the Foucauldian sexuality dispositif in the finding that it is only through the law that one comes to the knowledge of sin, Rom 3:20, and one recalls with a certain astonishment the determination of sin covered by Genesis 3 as a consequence of that first knowledge when eating the forbidden fruit. Then the eyes of both of them were opened and they realized that they were naked. And they wove fig leaves together and made themselves aprons, Gen 3:7. The Greek-educated Jew, studied Pharisee and expert on the Torah counters this possible objection by quantifying it in relative terms. But the law was added so that the transgression might become more powerful, Romans 5:20. Foucault is not satisfied with this kind of proviso theology and asks, does this mean that the law is sin? And Paul continues, not at all. But I only recognized sin through the law. I would not have known about covetousness if the law had not said, do not covet, Romans 7:7. However, this still does not establish the causal relationship between law and sin indicated by Paul, which is why Foucault anticipates the Romans, makes the drive disappear as a veritable early Lacanian of the law's chain of signifiers and adds, for when we were still enslaved to the flesh, the passions of sin which the law engendered were so active in our members that we bore fruit unto death, Rom 7:5. Foucault can now live with this and the intertemporal discourse breaks off, although it is continued today by Ruth Lapide, for example, in order to promote Christian-Jewish dialogue. She credits Paul with wanting to spare Jewish men in particular the fear of circumcision and all Jews the unmanageable abundance of commandments and prohibitions, and can ostensibly base this on Gal 3:10. But all who live by the law are under the curse. For the scripture says, cursed is everyone who does not keep everything prescribed in the book of the law. End quote. In doing so, however, it can at best make visible an external moment of a theology of antinomian inwardness, which, far removed from any legal reformism, only allows the law to be considered as an inner-worldly one that has to do with God alone in the sense of that logic of deduction that begins with Hans Kelson's fictional basic norm and, after this transcendental logical positing, can only allow simple subsumption procedures. Far removed from and in stark contrast to postmodernism, Lacan's psychoanalysis, which is far removed from the body and addicted to symbols, and the conformist narcissistic rebellion of the sons of the Parisian May, one finds in the thicket of literature on the philosophy of religion and church history the singular attempt at a remote diagnosis of the itinerant preacher. Bella Grunberger's monumental monograph on the birth of antisemitism from the narcissistically confused spirit of Christ, which concludes his life's work. In the preface, Grunberger claims that his ambition did not go beyond a psychoanalytical investigation along the lines of narcissism. In fact, however, together with an anamnesis, findings and diagnosis based strictly on the Gospels, he presents en passant the fragment of a historical philosophical projection, the philosophical implications and scope of which for political economy he was probably not even aware of. Grunberger reads the supposedly good news symptomatologically as Fan Erich, a narcissist who refuses Oedipal integration into the reality of Judaism due to severe traumatization and, within the framework of an anamnesis based strictly on scripture, also recognizes the symptom in the restless wandering. Narcissists have souls made of wind. At the end of his restless search for the restoration of a coanesthesia presented by Grunberger as a prenatal elation and by Romain Rolland as an oceanic feeling, Christ ultimately succumbs to an obvious derealization. In response to Pilate's question as to whether he is the king of the Jews, Jesus replies, "My kingship is not of this world. If it were of this world, my people would fight so that I would not be handed over to the Jews. But my kingship is not from here." John 18 verse 36. It is not from here because, according to Grunberger's insight, it can only be the hallucinated substitute space for the prenatal inner space of the world, and is therefore irrevocably lost in reality. The dimensions of the imagined clean space are, in addition to inwardness, faith and its purity. Faith emanates from narcissism, narcissism wants to believe. Grunberger places the regressive search for absolute purity in oceanic feeling on the lasting trace of a prenatal coanesthesia in the vicinity of the death drive, not without pointing out the difference to Freud and making the cautious assumption that Freud may have wanted to avoid the poetry of the sea in order not to be misunderstood as a mystic. In fact, such differences in the concept of narcissism from Freud's on the introduction of narcissism, for example, are irrelevant if the anamnestic and symptomatological material recovered by Grunberger from the Gospels fundamentally supports his diagnosis of severe narcissistic personality disorder. And as far as we can see, this is hardly disputed. Political and moralizing contradiction only arose in the context of a reception that remained quiet in Germany, where presumably offended Christians, Neopauline apostles of a universalism misunderstood as multiculturalism, and psychotherapists concerned about the right measure took offense at one of Grunberger's radical basic theses, that Christianity, in its narcissistic antinomianism, its anti-Oedipal rejection of the paternal principle of reality, and its avoidance of psychoanalytic reflection and experience, already initially harbored essential elements of antisemitism and had not only inspired antisemitism, as the publisher erroneously notes on the washing slip. It remains to be seen to what extent such objections are justified or whether Grunberger's analysis should not rather be a reason for interested therapists to extend the circle of elements of antisemitism defined by Grunberger in their own thinking. As is well known, there is a wealth of literature for such an investigation. In the shadow of this core thesis, however, another fundamental insight of Grunberger's remained largely unnoticed, which opens the view to far-reaching historical and philosophical consequences. Grunberger states that Jesus situates himself as timeless outside the lineage. Christ is twofold: timeless, he is God. Verily, verily, I say unto you, before Abraham was, I am. John has him say 8:58. Christ thus steps out of the grammatical logic of ordinary language. He is of a different substance than the founder of Judaism. He situates himself outside the lineage Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, which admires this unrepresentable God, to whom Judaism reserves the entire narcissistic caste by forbidding itself any identification with the Godhead. End quote. In the light of Paul's theology and missionary practice, which transcended boundaries and was extraordinarily successful and momentous, it should be noted once again, Christ situates himself timelessly outside the lineage. However, this lineage is nothing less than the concept of the social synthesis of the old patriarchal world. This is ordered at least threefold vertically in the step sequence of God, the monarch and his priests and the fathers, and the monarch is understood and generally recognized as a sacredly ambivalent mediator between God and the fathers, the transcendence of the namelessly incomprehensible and the inner worldly power. Because this line of descent comes from the transcendent space and from there touches everything finite, everyone who obeys the law as God's self-communication has a share in the absolute. This is the initial Platonic moment already in pre-Platonic Judaism, methexis. However, by breaking with historical time and the genealogically constituted synthesis of Judaism, Christ bends the line of descent from the inner worldly end inwards, so to speak, and thus establishes a radically new form of feeling and thinking, the fatherless figure of the seemingly absolute because purely inner self-relation. As the powerful executor of the program of pure incestuous self-reference inaugurated by the narcissistic Christ, Paul enforced it in the Mediterranean region. In doing so, he not only created the conditions for the intellectual world market, which had secured the provisional survival of the Roman Empire since Constantine's elevation of Christianity to a state religion. At the same time, he instilled in philosophy the speculative figure of the self-relationship that determined the Trinity speculations of the councils, which, as in Christ's time, were always fought over consequent to the aspect of unified imperial power and unified conceptual truth. At the end of the history of the councils and the great theological projections of the Middle Ages, which will be the subject of a monograph on a Ballard planned for publication by Manfred Dahlmann, God and Father will be distorted beyond recognition in German idealism. Kant and Hegel have shifted him into the invisible in the opposite way, Kant into the regulatively effective outside of a transcendental as, and Hegel deeper than Augustine into the inside of an absolute that is restlessly driven from concept to concept and has become intrauterine, as it were, and that is always supposed to have been with us. Whether God and the Father could be preserved despite this shift will be the subject of the following investigations. Manfred Dahlmann was no longer able to complete his major study on Peter Abelard. However, his engagement with the philosopher of the Holy Spirit, which spanned almost 4 decades, left clear traces and precise imprints in almost all the texts and lectures we know of Manfred Dahlmann. Not least with Abelard, he learned, probably even before Klaus Heinrich came into his field of vision, that logic was to be read in terms of content, as sedimented history, past violence, and as the result of displacements with which powerfully assembled or scattered individuals in their huts, monasteries, and palaces sought to cope with the fear of external threat as well as inner turmoil. He resisted the temptation to anthropologize experienced distress and his own defense against suffering as if unmoved by it, with the tirelessly repeated instruction to distance and separate, which he expected of himself and others and which could perhaps be called his truth of life. As a critic and private scholar, it had become so self-evident to him that only that which is initially perceived, understood, and endured in its separateness could be synthesized, and that rational synthesis as the unity of the many without coercion was categorically required, i.e., that the communist revolution was necessary. That he was able to develop this necessity from a standing position and at every opportunity in a Westphalian, unagitated, and sometimes almost casual manner, as if he were not talking about what theologians call the last things. Criticism of Sartre's existential philosophy therefore means revealing that the subject-object relationship changes precisely in and through the mediation, which in a reified form of course actually contains this shift into a third, and in this change is always to be experienced and determined anew, precisely through the forms in which the individuals reproduce themselves. In other words, Sartre's ontologization of the subject-object relationship excludes the concept of form. Those who knew him were reminded of Kleist's writing on the gradual formation of thought in speech. No one was so often ill-prepared and yet so thorough and present in his statements as Manfred Dahlmann, who was so at home in the objects of his thinking that he preferred to speak after his thoughts rather than hand them down from above in the form of finished products. In his critique of Sartre's existential philosophy, Manfred Dahlmann presents the concept of displacement, familiar from psychoanalysis, which describes a special form of defense in immediate proximity to the condensation known above all from the interpretation of dreams, as an objective thought form of the history and strategy of domination within and without the individual. For the purposes of this work, displacement could be described as a confiscation of the relational difference between being and becoming, subject and object, form and content through the substantialization of the relation in the empty abyss of opposites, which constitutes the social synthesis of the epochs and certain crisis resolution strategies, and which has found its fraudulent essence and its popularizable form in the Holy Spirit since Abelard at the latest. In all his works, Manfred Dahlmann was driven by the desire to make this reversal of substance and relation in the universals and hypostases of prima philosophia recognizable again and again as a moment of real history, and at the same time as the stigma of a school and everyday philosophy that denies the torturable Leib. At the provisional end of a long journey from the imagery of myth via the imageless logos of monotheistic religions and the ascent to the Kantian transcendental subject to Hegel's introverted Christology, Capital absorbs historical time by elevating this reversal of substance and relation from mere thought to abstract reality. As if substance could finally be a subject and be allowed to become real in the afterlife of corporeal individuation for the sake of Hegel, processive value. Manfred Dahlmann declared war on this capital when, at the end of the route description in Sartre's book, he calls a completely different substance by name. The substance that negates capital must be practically and consciously asserted. This positing must be able to be based on reality. After all that has been discussed here, the individuated body lends itself to this as the real natural limit of the transition from ought into being, inside to outside, the ties of the subject to objects, the individual particular into its general non-identity into identity, and all this also vice versa. For the time being, the mode of this struggle is critique as a practice of abolition and denunciation, which perceives and exposes philosophizing shifts even in the inconspicuous pores of everyday communication. Critique has to denounce all circumstances that want to or should eliminate the free shaping of the inner dialectic of content and form on the part of bodily differentiated individuals with reference to transcendental or ontological specifications. How it tackles this must result from the matter itself. It can only follow the guidelines of the prevailing practice, which is oriented towards an average, towards a falsely generalized proposition of identity, which it has to criticize passionately, that is, by taking a committed stand for reason that is asserted out of freedom. The thing itself suggested a psychoanalytical interpretation of the Passion as a theologically reshaped displacement in the form of a story of faith that could probably never have been told in this way without the narcissistic ecstasy of the historical Jesus. It presents Christ not as a victim, but rather as a perpetrator, who simultaneously kills his father in the suicide carried out as an indirect perpetrator by the Roman occupiers. Because he cannot bear to be separated from his father, he must kill him in and through himself. Freud does not miss this implication of the Passion story in his studies critical of religion, although he only marginally notices the murderous substitution of the Father in the death on the cross, and can therefore only recognize the regression, not the emergence of a progressive and murderous dialectic of enlightenment in the replacement of the Father's religion by the Son's religion. With the same act that offers the Father the greatest possible atonement, the Son also achieves the goal of his desires against the Father. He himself becomes a god next to, actually in place of, the Father. The religion of the Son replaces the religion of the Father. The fact that the man Jesus, as Freud only remarks en passant, actually takes the place of the Father means more than just a shift in emphasis. For with this second great patricide after the first of the horde of brothers in the beginning of totemism, the dying Christ, returning home to the Father, prepares from the outset his logical resurrection, so to speak, not the traditional one on the walk to Emmaus or in other parasitic waking dreams, but in the Trinitarian speculation as the mediated becoming one of Father and Son, which will extinguish the spark of transcendence glowing only in the abyss. The parousia as hallucination and déjà vu, as a sigh of longing for the lost kingship and liberation from Roman occupation, is already shifted with Christ into a tendency towards schizoid self-awareness and into the restless figures of appearing knowledge, as Hegel would later develop in the phenomenology of spirit. Abelard, however, shifts God's inner worldly infinity as his secularization in the speculative sentence, camouflaging the atheistic undercurrent, into the promotion of the Holy Spirit to the genderless substitute Father within the divine genealogy tilted into the horizontal. Since then at the latest, progress in philosophy, Karl-Heinz Haag, has proved to be the result of increasingly sophisticated attempts to shift the panic that erupts in the loss of the Father and is actualized in every crisis into the pseudos of metaphysical entities, and to banish chronic panic attacks by means of anxiolytically effective ontologies. The geometric illustration comes from Manfred Dahlmann. Abelard came up with the idea of taking the vertical structure inherent in the Trinity dogma, i.e. the relationship between the Father, who in any case, however you want to understand the Trinity, is at the top, and the Son, who, precisely because of his representation of the world in God, is to be placed at the bottom, and turning this structure by 90 degrees, so to speak, around the middle of this relationship, namely the mediation by the Holy Spirit, and thus grasping the Trinity as a horizontal line that no longer needs a secular definition at all. That which is to be mediated, i.e. the truth, is the one that must delimit itself against its other, its negation. However, as has been shown and will be further developed, the turn to the horizontal was followed by its curvature into the forms of self-relation, in and with which German idealism thought after capital in circles of circles, Hegel. The metaphysics founded by Plato and Aristotle was affirmative metaphysics through an epistemological pseudos, the abstract imitation of individual things applied to their ontological essence. However, the abstract imitation of individual things still proved to be philosophically harmless compared to the double pseudo of a reification of the relation between things and the subsequent elevation of this relation to metaphysical essence. Freud did not present the object of such shifts and what can be their goal in the sense of a topical defense in a strictly systematic but nevertheless impressive way. In The Discomfort in Culture, he first demonstrates displacement as a technique of defense against suffering, among others. In the case of animal phobia, for example, it makes it possible to objectify, localize, and circumscribe the fear in a horse. Such libido shifts have the task of relocating the drive goals in such a way that they cannot be affected by the denial of the outside world. Through this procedure, the psychic apparatus gains all the more suppleness as the possible sublimation of the drives facilitates displacement. The weakness of this refined method of displacement, however, lies in the fact that it is only accessible to a few artistically or intellectually gifted people. But, wrote Freud in 1930, 7 years after his first cancer operation, even these people could not be completely protected from suffering and could not be provided with armor that was impenetrable to the arrows of fate. Rather, it tended to fail when one's own body became the source of suffering. Lacan does not want to know anything about pain, of which, according to Freud, we know little and from which all defenses originate through the pre-reflective mediation of psychic representations, when he transforms displacement and condensation into metonymy and metaphor, or rather, displaces them in order to evaporate the unconscious in bodiless language that is self-sufficient and no longer represents anything. Franz Kafka, however, does not appear to have been a master of displacement. I could die, I could not suffer pain, by trying to escape it I increased it considerably. End quote. One must therefore assume that he had found a way to sublimate pain into his saintly, sober prose without disfiguring detours. Due to this shift, pain as the origin of memory does not enter the field of perception of structuralist psychoanalysis, even though Nietzsche had already placed it at the center of his critique of morality 100 years earlier as something born of pain. It never went off without blood, torture, sacrifice, when man thought it necessary to make a memory for himself, the most gruesome sacrifices and impalements. Where first-fruit sacrifices belong, the most disgusting mutilations, castrations for example, the cruelest ritual forms of all religious cults, and all religions are systems of cruelty at the lowest level. All this has its origin in that instinct which divined in pain the most powerful aid to mnemonics. Displacement thus also proves to be a method of forgetting that starts from the bodily impulse of the individual and ends in the abstract interest of the legal subject, which, according to Marx, no longer has a memory. Interest has no memory, for it thinks only of itself. It does not forget the one thing that matters to it itself. But it does not care about contradictions because it does not get into contradictions with itself. The fact that the distortion of psychological self-defense into an elevated language game pursued by structuralism itself follows a logic of displacement, and that the structuralist attack on the body therefore also serves to ward off fear is obvious. Even without any particular mobilization of psychoanalytical imagination. However, a moment of truth in Lacanian psycholinguistics lies in his attention to a strong analogy between the sliding of the signified under the signifying chain and the sliding of the energy of occupation along the associative paths of imagination in the displacement. One could also speak of a gliding of value under its forms with regard to the form of movement of the value that is preserved in its utilization, which glides into the timeless through constant changes of form in the poorly infinite chain of value creation G to W to G prime, as long as the crisis does not make all utilization impossible, and can thus feign substantiality, value substance. But while value and symbol are homologous, there can only be analogies between the forms of defense formed by pain and the symbolic chains of language. Pain and language also remain separate in poetry, and consciousness still distinguishes the articulated sound from the bodily impulse in the scream, which the latter can never reach. Laplanche/Pontalis follow this analogy and note that displacement favors the mechanism of condensation known from the interpretation of dreams, in Lacan's psychoanalysis. Metaphorization in that displacement can form intersections along two chains of association. There, condensed displacement enables the transition from an abstract idea to an equivalent that can be made visible. At the intersection of the chains of displacement, the psychic meaning is expressed in sensory intensity. This rather dark turn could perhaps be lightened by the thesis that the pain originally bound to the disturbing idea is preserved as a quality in the displacement, but at the point of intersection of the condensation, its energy is transferred as a quantum to the meaningful image. In this way, displacement appears to be a method of warding off suffering, which already absorbs purposes capable of consciousness in the secondary dream work and finally, in the secondary process, displaces the pain into the condensed idea in a way that is as analgesic as it is distorted beyond recognition. Probably no philosopher since Nietzsche has had such a clear awareness of the insincerity in the corporeal interior of philosophy, which precedes and accompanies this unrecognizability. The psychoanalytical interpretation of Christ's projection as an idea charged with passion and its realization on the cross sought to find the answer to the question of the curvature of the vertical line of descent into the circular form of schizoid self-relationships in Jesus' narcissism. The shift of the paternal imago that accompanies this patricidal introversion through the speculations of the Trinity into dynamized entities of metaphysics is foreshadowed long before Christ's passion in one of the strangest books of the Tanakh, in which the transcendence and sovereignty of God was put to the test of understanding for the first time and put on trial in the land of Uz, Job 1 verse 1. The Book of Job is generally recognized as the founding document of a theological subdiscipline which, with its demand for a theodicy, dared to summon God himself for the first time before the barriers of worldly courts, namely before the court that Kant would call the court of reason 2,000 years later. Depending on whether the judges in the 2 millennia since Christ's death were recruited from ecclesiastical or secular circles, the judgments either betrayed the theological empathy with a completely unknowable but nevertheless existent, punishing but also benevolent God, or a God who has been suffering from his creation since day 8 due to divine self-contraction, as it were, or they shared with modern positivism the superior gesture of indifferently rejecting unsolvable problems as nonsensical. Problems, one may not have reasons, but who still asks for them when the world is presented only as a system and a function? The history of theodicy since the Book of Job does not need to be traced here, since Leibniz, in his distinction between the 3 evils, the metaphysical basic evil as well as the malum physicum and the malum morale, has gone beyond what was conceivable up to Hegel. At the heart of Leibniz's theodicy was the irrefutable thesis that God, as the absolute, could not create a second absolute without coming into contradiction with himself, and that creation must therefore, for logical reasons, be afflicted with finitude and suffering, which at the same time damage the Creator in his absoluteness. A theology of the becoming or suffering God, as developed in Jewish and Christian mysticism, does not expand this circle of thought in logical terms. Hans Jonas in particular, however, charges it with a kind of childlike compassion for the Father God when, in his famous acceptance speech for the award of the Leopold Lucas Prize in 1984, he calls on people to help the God of initial self-negation to morally resolve a logical contradiction. After he has given himself completely into the becoming world, God has nothing more to give. Now it is up to man to give to him. And he can do this by seeing to it in the ways of his life that it does not happen, or does not happen too often, that God must regret letting the world become. End quote. In the quiet threat that his misguided creation could repent to God, however, the stormy violence of Yahweh, which had not yet been pacified in Christ and disappeared with him, resounds as a barely overheard discord, with which Job and his friends wrestle in distributed roles. They argue among themselves and with Job in wonderful verses, and initially with the passion of deputies of the National Assembly shortly before the ballroom oath about the right answer to the question of why Job had to suffer so much, even though he had apparently always lived blamelessly and righteously, avoided evil and feared God. Job 1 verse 1. The dispute, which Yahweh ends with 2 great speeches, Job 38-41, is framed by a narrative in the style of a prose fairy tale, which begins with a prologue in heaven and ends with the renewal of earthly happiness on earth in the epilogue for Job. In heaven, on the occasion of a meeting of angels in which Satan is also present, God asks him a rather rhetorical question about Job, whom he praises as righteous, blameless, and God-fearing, presumably to ward off a possibly critical response from Satan, or at least to postpone it a little longer. But he poses the counter-question without further ado and with satanic precision, which will prove to be the leitmotif of Job's poem. Is it without reason that Job fears God? Despite his omniscience, the Lord does not seem to know this or does not yet want to know this, although the answer to the question of the reason for the relationship of people to their one God as the quality of the covenant is decisive for the theology of the Tanakh. With his question about the reason for Job's law-abidingness, Satan updates Yahweh's reminder that this covenant of God with the Israelites follows the logic of sovereignty and not that of contract, and that the Sinai covenant mediated by Moses, translated into the language of modern law, is a sovereign achievement weighed down with the 10 Commandments as conditions, which was never owed but granted out of divine freedom. The duutida of the synallagma does not apply here, nor does the binding of power to the law, to which the lawmaking power of God is not itself subject, but only the free will of a giving and self-giving God, whose transcendent being and action cannot ever be achieved or bound by any legal argument. See Art. Arshapara. 3gg. Legislation is bound by the constitutional order, executive power and the administration of justice are bound by law and justice. Where the Einheitsübersetzung in Job 1 verse 9 has Satan ask God whether Job fears God without reason, Luther formulates it more commercially. Do you think that Job fears God in vain? So, if we forget for a moment the antinomies necessarily associated with the postulate of his omniscience, the Lord has good reason to give Satan a serious task of investigation. He is to test whether Job obeys the Lord's groundless sovereignty in accordance with his groundless obedience for nothing, or whether he misunderstands the covenant as a contract that he fulfills among brothers, as it were, by calculating the equivalence. All his possessions are in your hand, but do not stretch out your hand against him. Job 1 verse 12. As we know, Job passes the test, loses his possessions and his children, and summarizes, "Naked I came forth from my mother's womb, naked I return there. The Lord has given, the Lord has taken away, blessed be the name of the Lord." Job 1 verse 21. However, this unwavering obedience now causes Satan to attack that which fires the horror in all scenarios of hell, from the lake of fire of Revelation 20 verse 14, to Dante's Inferno, to the subtle tortures in Bosch's Garden of Earthly Delights, the torturable Libe. He calmly parries the Lord's rebuke that Satan had incited him to corrupt Job for no reason with the request that Job should now be tested more severely and led into the next circle of hell. Man will give everything for his life, he states. But stretch out your hand and touch his bones and flesh, truly he will curse you to your face. Job 2 verse 5. But Satan is wrong. Even at the end of this second trial, Job, now tormented from head to toe by malignant sores, will sit in the ashes and, scraping himself with a potsherd, reject his wife's call to blaspheme God and die immediately as foolish. If we accept good from God, shall we not also accept evil? Now the friends rush over to comfort Job. Weeping, they tear their clothes and scatter ashes over their heads towards heaven. Job 2 verse 12. After 7 days and 7 nights of silence, Job takes the floor and opens a legal debate, the original debate of theodicy. The prologue and the frame story break off, and the friends' compassion is soon replaced by belligerence. Before they, as prosecutors never appointed by God and at best only half qualified through self-taught study of the Torah, accuse Job in such a way that they try to convince him that every cruelty of Yahweh is always justified in principle and, with proper moral reflection, also understandable. The martyred man curses the day of his birth in despair and initially without any interest in an interpretation of his misery. Let the day on which I was born be blotted out, the night that said, a man is conceived. Yes, let this night be barren, let no rejoicing arise in it. Why did I not die from the womb? Why did I not come out of the womb and die at once? Why did knees come out to meet me? Why did breasts come out for me to drink? Job 3 verses 3 to 12. Job longs for the rest of the burial chambers at the side of kings, counselors, or princes. There he would have been as if he had never been, like the buried miscarriage, like children who have never seen the light. Job 3 verses 14 to 16. In his lament for life, Job wishes on the one hand that he had never been born, but would like to breathe out his silent protest against a cruel God at the end of the lineage and in the vicinity of high-ranking individuals, kings, counselors, and princes, and find a pain-free eternity in unforgettable self-pity where the wicked cease to rage and even prisoners are carefree. Job 3 verses 17 to 18. This self-pity is the soil on which the interventions of friends can become temporarily fruitful. The name Job means, "Where is the Divine Father?" Witt points out that the authors of the Book of Job were probably playing with the fact that to Hebrew ears the name Job also had the meaning of enemy, both as the enemy of God and the enemy of God. To Arabic ears it even resonated with the meaning of penitent. However, these echoes are not the result of philological derivations, but merely offer areas of association that were already intended by the earliest narrators of the Job tradition. The friends move around on these associative surfaces, alternately referring to Job as a wavering seeker of God, a reluctant enemy of God, or an undecided penitent. However, their ingenuity falls short of Leibniz's essays de theodicy. Basically, the friends' initial empathy is refracted from the outset in the conviction that God punishes sinners justly and for a limited time, and that the suffering inflicted on Job is therefore the just wages of sin. Romans 6 verse 23. Only through repentance could the wicked acquire God's gracious attention and no longer need to fear. Does an idiot come to his senses? Is a wild donkey born as a man? If you set your own heart in order and stretch out your hands to him, if injustice sticks to your hand, remove it, and do not let wickedness dwell in your tent. Then you can lift up your eyes without blemish, you will stand firm and need not fear. Job 11 verses 12 to 15. Even if, after the older friends Eliphaz, Bildad, and Zophar, who have become tired and silent, the younger Elihu prepares to teach Job and his older friends theology and law, coming from the antechamber of God, as it were, the result is only a subtle addition to the penal equivalence hypothesis that the elders had already advocated. Now the sufferings of God are no longer merely the always just recompense for past iniquity, but moreover prove to be an educational measure of God, who saves the afflicted through plague and opens the ear of the sinner through affliction. He also snatches you from the jaws of affliction. But if you judge like a wicked man, justice and judgment will befall you. Job 36 verses 16 to 17. And where there is education, there is also the threat of trial. Beware and do not turn to evil. For therefore you will be tested by suffering. Job 36 verse 21. In line with modern theories of punishment, Elihu thus extends the absolute theory of punishment of retribution, atonement and compensation far into the future to include the purpose of positive special prevention through the education of the offender. Modern criminal law theory has not progressed much further than Job's zealous friends, who were not interested in metaphysical questions. All conceivable purposes of punishment are still being discussed and combined into what lawyers call a theory, although this is usually based on a single more or less simple idea. The Federal Constitutional Court shows sympathy for a so-called theory of association obtained in this way, according to which the most diverse criminal purposes are forced into peaceful coexistence. The applicable criminal law and the case law of the German courts largely follow the so-called unification theory, which, albeit with differently placed emphases, attempts to bring all penal purposes into a balanced relationship with one another. This is within the scope of the constitutional freedom of the legislature to recognize individual penal purposes, weigh them up against each other, and coordinate them. Accordingly, the Federal Constitutional Court has not only emphasized the principle of guilt in its case law, but has also recognized the other purposes of punishment. It has stated that the general task of criminal law is to protect the elementary values of community life. Compensation for guilt, prevention, resocialization of the offender, atonement and retribution for wrongs committed are described as aspects of an appropriate penal sanction, B. Verf. G. Judgment of June 21, 1977, RN 210. Job, on the other hand, cannot be concerned with such subtleties, because he is not aware of any guilt and must therefore recognize in the subsumption efforts of his dubious friends an unsolvable equation with two unknowns. They believe that Job's guilt can necessarily be deduced from his suffering. But Job cannot accuse himself of wrongdoing, nor can the friends even try to name the Mosaic norm that Job might have violated. But if the facts and circumstances are missing, the suffering cannot be a punishment. Rather, it provokes the question of a completely different, a higher right, namely the highest and highly questionable right of Almighty God to allow such suffering. For the sake of the answer to this question, Job wants to put an end to the idle chatter of his theologically less gifted friends and not only speak, but also write with the one who alone can answer this question and withhold his right, if it is a right from him. What you know I also know, I am not inferior to you. But I will speak to the Almighty, my desire is to be right with God. Job 13 verses 2-3. However, Christoph Turk points out that the friends are not only talking to help Job and possibly save him from perishing because of his unknown iniquity. They also speak for their own lives. Whoever in the congregation is close to an evildoer will be touched by the transgression himself if he does not resist it. Until the Lord answers him and finally ends Job and his four friends' dispute with the two so-called Yahweh speeches from chapter 38 onwards, Job vacillates between demanding rebellion and maturing humility, which only comes to rest at the end of the verse in exhaustion and the insight into God's incapable sovereignty, allowing the decline from the sphere of the songs of dispute to the fairy tale epilogue of the frame story, in which everything will be almost as if nothing had ever happened. But until Job will have worked his way up to the transcendence of a mysterious God, without usurping it in a protognostic way, as Christ did centuries later, and thus missing it completely, he struggles with Yahweh. Because he does not dare to declare his enmity to God, he makes himself smaller than he is and projects his hostility onto God. Why do you hide your face and regard me as your enemy? Do you still want to shoo away blown leaves and drive away dry chaff? You put my feet in the block, you watch over all my paths and draw a line around the soles of my feet. He himself decays like rottenness, like a garment eaten by a moth. Job 13 verses 24-28. Again and again his lament leads to the idea of equivalence, which is so strongly emphasized by his friends and which Job also follows and which he, as an innocent man, sees violated by God himself, without of course saying so. My face is red from weeping and darkness lies on my eyelashes. But no injustice sticks to my hands and my prayer is louder. O earth, do not cover my blood and let my cry for help be without rest. Job 16 verses 16-18. From the perspective of the modern distinction between private law, which regulates the coordination of privately autonomous legal subjects, and public law, which is determined by subordination and the duty of citizens to obey, Job initially asserts a claim under public law. God is also bound by a higher law and should abide by it. Only then should he concern himself with the intersubjective concerns of people among themselves. But now behold, my witness is in heaven, my guarantor in the heights. As my friends mock me, my eyes water towards God. He will establish justice for man with God and between man and man. Job 16 verses 19-21. However, Job also senses that the divine power of the Almighty reigns before, over, and in all law established by God, and that he never wanted to bind himself legally. In the sense of Benjamin's critique of violence, the old God of Judaism stands for the law-destroying violence that first enabled the transition from myth to the imageless transcendence of the one God, who has always been above the philosophical magic tricks with which modernity attempts to escape the antinomies of the impossible self-binding of the absolute. Job is on the trail of these antinomies. Truly I know that it is so. How would a man be right with God? If he wanted to be right with him, he could not answer him on one of 1,000. Wise in mind and strong in might, who would defy him and remain whole? He removes mountains, they do not realize that he overthrows them in his anger. He shakes the earth in its place, so that its pillars tremble. He speaks to the sun so that it does not shine, he seals up the stars. He alone stretches out the heavens and walks on the heights of the sea. He makes the constellation of the Bear, or Ion, the Pleiades, the chambers of the south. He makes such great things it is impossible to explore, marvelous things, they are beyond counting. If it passes me by, I do not see it. If it passes me by, I do not notice it. If it sweeps away, who will hold it back? Who can say to him, "What are you doing?" Is it about strength? He is the strong one. Is it about justice? Who summons me? If I were right, my own mouth would pronounce me guilty. If I were straight, he would make me crooked. Job 9 verses 2-20. Job, however, does not yet have the strength to not only suffer the abyss between himself and his God, which cannot be closed by any thought or plea, and to accept it with the restrained defiance of the abandoned child, but to endure it in free consent as an absolutely necessary separation that follows from the antinomic constitution of God, and which limits God as the Creator himself. For logical reasons, Job and his friends could therefore not have asked the Almighty into the circle of legal discussants, even if he had agreed to the peace greeting and chair circle liturgy of today's churches. They would not be able to do so even if they had previously attested to an unreflected God's sociopathy and moral inefficiency with C.G. Jung's remote diagnosis. For since God, as the infinite being, can never adequately communicate himself to finite beings for logical reasons, he must become an anthropomorphic projection screen for everything that is available to people for the defense and suspension of antinomies, despite the ban on images in the Jewish Bible. In addition to the Munchausiades of philosophy, this includes the enrichment of the numinous with affective dissonances, as the God of the Jews shows not only in the book of Job, and which make it easier for church convention visitors today to rationalize their anti-Judaic effects warmed up by the Sermon on the Mount. Job tries to end his despair by jumping over the line, "I am blameless, but I do not take care of myself, I throw away my life," Job 9 verse 21. However, because the lament is not only the bodily expression of his anguish, but also a regressive provocation of its supposed cause, Job resigns in the very next verse. "No matter, so I say it then, guiltless as guilty he perishes," Job 9 verse 22. But Job at least recognizes that regardless of the material legal interpretation of divine action, there is no way that can lead to any court, at least in procedural terms. God is not a party and not even the judge, but he is the Lord of all justice and judgment. For you are not a man like me to whom I could reply, "Let us go to court together." If only there were an arbitrator between us. Let him lay his hand on us both, Job 9 verses 32-33. Until Yahweh intervenes in the dispute after Elihu's speeches, Job finds no way to agree with his fate, although, unlike his friends, he dares to look into the abyss of transcendence, moves just below the level of his metaphysical intuition with his defiant provocations, and comes close to the idea that even God does not have every choice. But perhaps the measured provocation and the articulated suffering from the divine antinomy are also worship, and as such the only conceivable way to make God's self-communication possible after all, or at least to prepare it through pre-reflective foreboding. As if he wanted to loosen the divine tongue of the Almighty, Job repeatedly insists on the principle of equivalence, which God has violated by allowing his most faithful servant to suffer, and tries to show himself equal to God's inscrutability by swearing innocence. "As God lives, who deprived me of my right, the Almighty, who tormented my soul, as long as there is breath in me and the breath of God in my nose. Injustice shall not come from my lips, nor my tongue speak falsity. Far be it from me to prove you right, I will not give up my innocence until I die. I will hold fast to my righteousness and will not forsake it. My heart will not reproach any of my days," Job 27 verses 2-6. But such assurances must bounce off the Lord, who is never Job's fraternal contractual partner, but his godfatherly creator, which is why finite reasoning and brazen demands could only have convinced him if he had released himself of his own free will into the finite reality of the suffering Job and thus already lost himself in Christ. The authors of the Book of Job had to avoid this theological short-circuit without having a Ballard's highly developed intelligo ut creedum at their disposal. They therefore had to take recourse to the evidence of a conclusion that was as rich in imagery as it was authoritative, with which the Lord concluded the legal prose seminar. Then the Lord answered Job out of the storm and said, "Who is it that darkens counsel with talk without understanding? Gird up your loins like a man, I will ask you, you teach me. Where were you when I founded the earth? Then tell me if you know." Job 38 verses 1-4. Job does not dare to answer and seems to fall into that state of numbness that trauma therapists call freeze. "Behold, I am too small. What can I say to you? I put my hand over my mouth. Once I have spoken, I will not speak again, a second time, but no more." Job 40 verses 4-5. The Lord does not accept this, however, because he remembers well that Job has left no stone unturned in challenging him. That is why he repeats the challenge, "Gird up your loins like a man. I will ask you, you teach me. Do you really want to break my justice, to make me guilty so that you will be right?" Job 40 verses 7-8. And then he demonstrates to Job his dominion over the forces of evil, over Behemoth and Leviathan, full of words and imagery, as if he wanted to distract Job from his pain and prepare him for his healing and restitution in the epilogue, Job 40:15-41:26. Job comes to rest and can finally entrust himself to Yahweh in the limbo between deserved exhaustion and unfounded faith. Then Job answered the Lord and said, "I have known that you are able to do all things, no purpose is denied you. Who is it that darkens counsel without understanding? So I have spoken in ignorance about things that are too wonderful for me and incomprehensible. Listen, I want to speak now, I want to ask you, you teach me. I had heard of you only by hearsay, but now my eyes have seen you. Therefore I recant and breathe again in dust and ashes." Job 42 verses 1-6. At the bottom of justified faith lies unjustified faith, Ludwig Wittgenstein, on certainty. The final chorale of Bach's St. John Passion reads, "Then from death awaken me that mine eyes may see thee." The Lord accepts the sacrificium intellectus and is only angry with the discussants who, unlike Job, have not worked their way up to the limits of what is recognizable to humans, and whose intellectual physiognomy can perhaps best be visualized at the end of the discourse when listening to law students discussing cases in the foyer of any law seminar, who are united by nothing but the unconditional will to connect and succeed. Job is told to intercede for them, then the Lord turns his fortunes around and doubles Job's possessions. He also gives him 3 daughters and 7 sons, which is why Job will be able to die old and full of life 140 years later, according to Luther's translation, Job 42 verses 10-16. In the Jewish Bible there are no references to his origins or to the fact that, as the father of 7 sons, he became the progenitor of a notable family or people. The names of the daughters and sons are not known. Christoph Turk draws attention to the fact that the frame narrative began so simply that for a time philology mistook it for a naive folk book. The history of Israel remains unmentioned, as do the patriarchs, Moses, the Exodus, the taking of the land, Zion, the kingship and the temple. The action takes place in an enraptured world of its own that cannot be clearly determined in terms of time or geography. And Job's story ends with him. In the Jewish Bible, the Book of Job is located in the writings after the Psalms and Proverbs in such a way that God speaks here for the last time and intervenes in his creation. This has fueled later interpretations that God falls silent after the great speeches in the Book of Job, that he can no longer remain with himself, and that Job is the mediator between the God of the Hebrew Bible and the God of the Gospels. C.G. Jung even goes so far as to assume that Yahweh had to become man in Jesus Christ because he had wronged the man Job. Quote, "He rises above his earlier primitive state of consciousness by indirectly acknowledging that the man Job is morally superior to him, and that he therefore still has to make up for his humanity. If he had not made this decision, he would have come into flagrant contradiction with his omniscience. Yahweh must become human, for he has wronged him. He, as the guardian of justice, knows that every injustice must be atoned for, and wisdom knows that the moral law also rules over him. Because his creature has overtaken him, he must renew himself." End of quote. This will be discussed later. Such abstruse fantasies are to be followed, however, in the single point of intersection that the Book of Job seems to anticipate the break in the line of descent as it is later radically carried out by Christ. According to Dorothy Soul, Job's Yahweh is no longer even a god. This god is a demon of nature who has nothing to do with the God of the Exodus and the God of the prophets. End quote. The book leaves the reader as the witness of a divine spectacle, who was allowed to be present when a distant god once again stepped out of the cloud of his transcendence. He appeared one last time to prevent youthful contract theorists of the covenant and equivalence technicians of guilt from murdering him. He was helped in this by, of all people, a tortured man whose suffering he himself had caused. The fact that Job did not simply submit to God's authority, but looked into the abyss of transcendence and drew from it the strength to bear his suffering as causeless, gives the concept of his greatness and puts to shame anyone who wants to banish the law-destroying violence of the necessary revolution into a calculation and considers synthesis to be a problem and not a miracle. This also applies to the dry tone that defines the talk of synthesis in ideology-critical circles today. Although every critic there knows how Adorno thinks, where a Moorbach lies and how to praise the law, the question of how libidinal bonds and perhaps still unexplored bonding possibilities of each individual relate to the synthesis of a community that would no longer be the litigious monster that it still maintains itself to be is anathema in such circles. Novalis asked, "What is a law if it is not the expression of the will of a beloved, respectful person?" The search for the answer to this question determined the Gospels, because love for the divine child in the cradle and for the martyred Savior on the cross could not calm the unquenched need for paternal protection. The question also guided the theology of the Middle Ages underground and outlined the grandiose shifting achievements of German idealism. It has been forgotten in the philosophical renaissances, reprises and camouflages of modernism and postmodernism. However, since neither all nor even a significant number of people became brothers or sisters, but rather, striving for nothing but self-assertion, lost themselves in orphan hordes, gangs and rackets, the Father murdered for the second time on the cross and the Son remains disturbingly present in his frightening absence. The following investigations will show how this disquiet is allayed by attempts to restore the Father, or how it is exorcised by offering individuals new patricidal escapes. In the land of Uz there lived a man named Job. Job 1 verse 1. It is not known where the land of Uz is located and when Job and his family lived there. The Bible quotations follow the New Jerusalem Bible. The fact that the break in Christ's lineage, anticipated in this sense, was carried out in the flesh in the death on the cross was proven in the first part of the essay in Reflections along a remote diagnosis of Christ, along the lines of narcissism, which Bela Grunberger and Pierre Desuant presented more than 20 years ago under the title Narcissism, Christianism, Antisemitism, Etudes psychanalytiques. In the death on the cross, the union of the Son with the Father was embodied and inscribed in the memory of generations. I and the Father are one, Christ cried out to the Jews gathered at the consecration of the temple and only narrowly escaped being stoned to death for blasphemy. Nevertheless, he reinforced the thesis of mediatorless identity with the Father and challenged the Jews. They should finally recognize and understand that in me is the Father and I am in the Father. John 10 verse 30 and 10:38. However, if in the mutual interpenetration of Father and Son in the simultaneous absence of the Mother, to whom Christ only seems to come close for a moment shortly before his death, the possibility of successful object relations has ultimately perished with the intergenerational difference, then the Torah of the Messiah proves to be the founding document of a new non-genealogical, horizontal social synthesis designed in pure presence. However, Christ seems to be more concerned about the well-being of his favorite disciple, whom the woman should take care of, than that of his mother. By the cross of Jesus stood his mother and his mother's sister, Mary the wife of Clopas and Mary of Magdala. When Jesus saw his mother and with her the disciple whom he loved, he said to his mother, "Woman, behold your son." Then he said to the disciple, "Behold your mother." And from that hour the disciple took her to himself. John 19 verses 25 to 27. Thus Joseph Ratzinger cites the commandments of Christ and the antitheses of the Sermon on the Mount directed against the Mosaic Law as proof that the Sinai covenant remained uncancelled and for the purpose of promoting Christian-Jewish dialogue. Not only does the father disappear through this, but the mother and siblings also disappear in the mass of people. In their place and emerging from the family history are desexualized disciples who replace Christ, who has become one with his father, with his brother, sister, and mother, whom he hardly seems to know anymore. Quote, while Jesus was still talking to the people, his mother and brothers stood outside the house and wanted to speak to him. Then someone said to him, "Your mother and brothers are standing outside and want to talk to you." He replied to the person who had told him, "Who is my mother and who are my brothers?" And he stretched out his hand over his disciples and said, "These are my mother and my brothers." For whoever does the will of my heavenly Father is brother and sister and mother to me. Mt 12, 46-50. Whether the historical Jesus of Nazareth ever actually spoke like this and, for example, rejected the Mosaic fifth commandment to honor mother and father and other commandments of the Decalogue, is irrelevant. For Jesus of Nazareth became effective as the Christ born in Bethlehem in the form given to him by the synoptics, John and Paul, later by the theologians of the early councils and finally by modern dogmatics, above all in the dogma of the Trinity and in the theology of the cross. This figure is presumably similar to that which would result from the remote diagnosis of Jesus, if such a diagnosis were possible. From the perspective of this essay, it would therefore be obvious to speak of Jesus Christ in order to express this similarity of the itinerant preacher with the constructions of Scripture, and at the same time to indicate the interweaving of psychoanalytical and theological categories in the double name. If Jesus of Nazareth nevertheless usually takes a back seat to the Christ of the Gospels, then this is due to the fact that the theological construction has been able to unfold and mature for over 2,000 years, while the life of Jesus has remained largely in the dark. The fact that the Christ of the Gospels, modeled from traces of the memory of the itinerant preacher Jesus and theological sublimations, had to want his death on the cross in order to realize the pre-Trinitarian, non-dialectical and therefore immediate mortal identity with the Father and at the same time rationalize this act of regressive fusion as the execution of a new plan of salvation. This was the epical synthesis of extreme introversion and universal extroversion in the Christ event, with which the spiritual world market of Christianity emerged. In the light of this event, the chronic failure of small faith and fearful, sleepy, or unrestrained disciples, as we know it from the Gospels, and finally also the betrayal of Judas Iscariot had to appear as an indispensable prerequisite of the process, at the end of which death and resurrection merge into one another as if the time had already been ripe for a dialectic that is otherwise localized in German idealism. Halfway between Hegel and Heidegger, Karl Rahner expresses the mystery of death and resurrection in a dark backward projection. The death of Jesus is one that, from its very essence, lifts itself up into the resurrection, dies into it. The accusation of the blasphemer, his condemnation and the execution of the death sentence at the place of the skull of the absolute spirit, Hegel, thus present themselves as causality from the freedom of the Divine Father, whose will was to be done according to the will of the Son, so that the Son would unite with the Father in death. With this free death mediated by the Sanhedrin and Pilate free from the sovereignty of God, who could have let the cup pass at any time, Christ by no means took the burden of guilt and fear from the shoulders of his followers, as the theological figure of self-sacrifice as a sacrifice for the salvation of original sinners suggests. On the contrary, by Christ breaking the lineage, the Jewish Christians, oppressed by the Roman occupation and chronically disappointed in their expectation of salvation, found themselves thrown into a world in which the power of origin woven into the genealogical chain and the certainty of a precise position in the intergenerational family alliance could no longer offer protection or orientation. Since Joseph's paternity was already obscure and Mary's conception difficult to comprehend, the historically dubious fact that the divine child was supposed to have been born in Bethlehem, the birthplace of David, could hardly eliminate the danger of religious dissociation and social derealization. Luke 2 verse 4 and Matthew's Mt 1:117, interspersing of brief genealogical references in the Christmas story evidently followed the transparent theological interest in asserting Christ as a descendant of David and the new covenant as a seamless renewal of the old. So Joseph also went up from the city of Nazareth in Galilee to Judea, to the city of David, which is called Bethlehem, because he was of the house and lineage of David. The subsequent explanation that Jesus was of the house and lineage of David seems strained and only appears elsewhere in Matthew. Today, almost all historians regard this attempt as ineffectual and as literary trail-blazing. Finally, the negatory declaration of his adherence to the law, "He came not to abolish but to fulfill," Mt 5:17, appears to be a rhetorical gesture by the Christ of the Sermon on the Mount, which in its apodictic coherence served above all to reassure his listeners. No one needs to fear sanctions which only threaten the lawbreaker, but not the one who fulfills the law in all its reality. Perhaps, however, the antithetical confrontation of abrogation versus fulfillment also reveals a need. The defense against a feeling of guilt towards the disregarded father and the law-abiding Jews identified with him, which in Jesus' narcissistic delusion of mission is hardly attainable, as negation. In the psychoanalytical sense, it's not the mother. We correct, so it is the mother. A repressed imagination or thought content can thus penetrate to consciousness on the condition that it can be negated. Denial is a way of taking cognizance of the repressed, actually already an abolition of the repression, but certainly not an acceptance of the repressed, Sigmund Freud, the denial. In any case, the claim that we only want to fulfill the law is obviously false. For the Sermon on the Mount stages its new antitheses in an explicitly rebellious, but I say to you, contrast to the Mosaic law, you have heard that it was said to the ancients, which essentially results from the moments of internalization, the sometimes excessive extension of the content of the regulations, and an equally excessive severity of the sanctions. Quote, "You have heard that it was said to the ancients, you shall not kill, but whoever kills anyone shall be liable to judgment. But I say to you that everyone who is even angry with his brother shall be liable to judgment, and whoever says to his brother, you fool, shall be liable to the judgment of the high council, and whoever says to him, you godless fool, shall be liable to hell fire." Mt 5:21-22. Murder and blasphemy are followed no less drastically by the sexual taboo. You have heard that it was said, you shall not commit adultery. But I say to you, anyone who even looks at a woman lustfully has already committed adultery with her in his heart. Mt 5:27-28. So that there is no doubt about the seriousness of the transgression and the scope of the sanctions imposed for adultery, Christ reifies the lustful gaze as an organ on which the punishment should ideally be carried out by the sinner himself. If your right eye causes you to do evil, pluck it out and throw it away. For it is better for you to lose one of your members than for your whole body to be thrown into hell. Mt 5:29. The Sermon on the Mount achieves the ultimate contrast to the Mosaic law in the commandment to love your enemies by adding the justification that you may become sons of your Father in heaven. Mt 5:45. In the uncanny and obviously unfulfillable call to the sons to become like the Divine Father, the Christ of the Sermon on the Mount propagates his narcissistic leitmotif of perfect purity as a brother among brothers. You should therefore be as perfect as your heavenly Father is. Mt 5:48. However, the now commanded will to become children of God in godlike perfection does not betray the will to fulfillment, but rather the decision to destroy the law, to betray YHWH as the transcendent and yet audible covenant partner and to deny his transcendence. The Sermon on the Mount thus already makes it clear that the divine child who has grown up to become the Son of Man strives for differenceless unity, pure anomic and mediatorless perfection, which can only be achieved in self-chosen death as the unconscious perfection of pure narcissism. Christ always speaks of this in the third person, as if from a dissociative disorder. For example, Mark has him say as he walks through the cornfields, "The Sabbath was made for the sake of man, and not man for the sake of the Sabbath. So the Son of Man is Lord even of the Sabbath." Mark 2 verses 27-28. Seen in this way, Christ, understood as a construct of Christianity, is the model of pure narcissism and the true anti-Oedipus. In the fatal fusion with the Father on the cross, which is followed post-mortem by the pale incest in the womb of the Mater Dolorosa, as it has been depicted countless times, a bisexual Christ actualizes in the same logical second both the incest of the primordial horde and the patricide that stood at the beginning of the incest taboo, and at the same time executes the punishment on himself. The hour of his death thus becomes the hour of birth of a new dialectic, which in essence is preserved as negativity, as an escape from death through annihilation, and as the repression of violence in philosophizing narcissism, for which the Christ of the Gospels provided the epical model. This dialectic was pushed by the Church Fathers and the theologians of the Middle Ages in all directions of thought, and was completed by Hegel in the speculative identity of death, God, and spirit. Even in the preface to the Phenomenology of Spirit, death announces itself as a master, but not the life that shies away from death and keeps itself pure from destruction, but that endures it and preserves itself in it, is the life of the Spirit. The Christ of the Gospels and Paul's letters, however, prepared this Spirit as the Holy One, as numerous passages, especially in John, show. This was to become the subject of a separate theological discipline, pneumatology. In the first of the three farewell speeches before Jesus' arrest in the Garden of Gethsemane, John has him announce the arrival of the Holy Spirit, the Paraclete, as the Comforter and Mediator who has been summoned. Quote, "And I will ask the Father, and he will give you another Helper, who will remain with you forever. It is the Spirit of truth, whom the world cannot receive because it does not see him and does not know him. But the Helper, the Holy Spirit, whom the Father will send in my name, he will teach you all things and remind you of everything I have said to you." John 14 verses 16-26. As if Freud wanted to spare the feelings of his Christian students and readers, he refrained from addressing the narcissism of Christ as that of a real or at least possible individual in his last work on the genesis of monotheism from the murder of the forefather, which he published himself in the year of his death, although there is little doubt that he had already considered it 26 years earlier in Totem and Taboo. The subtitle of this work from 1913, Einige Übereinstimmungen im Seelenleben der Wilden und der Neurotiker, already suggests that Jesus' suicide should not only be understood as a special form of repetition of the repressed murder of the forefather before the establishment of the incest taboo, but also as the extreme autoaggression of a presumably narcissistic neurotic man, whom Freud could perhaps have subjected to a text-bound remote diagnosis in a similar way to Schreber's Denkwürdigkeiten. Eins Nervenkranken 2 years earlier. The self-description of Jesus as a king would have offered a possible approach to such an analysis. Freud first approaches the possibility of an analysis of Jesus by referring to his main source on totemism. Quote, according to Fraser's impressive, but by his own admission not entirely compelling discussion, the first kings were foreigners who, after a short reign, were destined for sacrificial death at ceremonial feasts as representatives of the deity. The myths of Christianity would still be affected by the after-effects of this history of the development of kings. End of quote. After Christ, according to the testimony of the evangelists, had described himself as a king, whose kingship, according to the ontotheological specification by John, was of a purely spiritual nature, not of this world, and therefore not from here, John 18 verse 36, 1 year after the publication of his study on the introduction of narcissism, Freud had to ask himself about the psychological constitution of an imaginary king who voluntarily went to his death as a tormentor, even beyond the genre historical significance of the Passion and the historical reconstruction of the Oedipus complex. In Totem and Taboo, Freud shows, without explicit reference to Christ, how primitives and neurotics develop the same symptoms, which impress as an essential part of narcissism. Quote, we would say that thinking is still highly sexualized in the primitives, hence the belief in the omnipotence of thought, the unshakable confidence in the possibility of mastering the world and the inaccessibility to easy experiences that could teach man about his real position in the world. In neurotics, on the one hand, a considerable part of this primitive attitude has remained constitutionally. On the other hand, the sexual repression that has occurred in them brings about a renewed sexualization of thought processes. The psychological consequences must be the same in both cases, in the case of the original as well as the regressively achieved libidinal overoccupation of thought, intellectual narcissism, omnipotence of thought. End of quote. One might like to ask here what intellectual narcissism is, and in the search for an answer would possibly come across a preclinical manifestation of narcissism in general for which there is no ICD number: the passion of the dialectician. Freud develops the idea of a progression from the animistic via the religious to the scientific stage of development of the species from a non-identifying narrowing of the genus historical phylogenetic with the biographical ontogenetic deficiency, which can be found in the developmental stages of every individual during normal development, from the narcissism of the infant to the adaptation to reality as a prerequisite for successful object relations. To this logic, Christianity must appear as a cultural regression, a judgment that Freud will explicitly pronounce in his Last Moses writing. The regression of Jesus himself, his lethal regression into the Father, is not thematized. In Totem and Taboo, Freud approaches a psychoanalysis of the protagonist Jesus of Nazareth in the form of Christ, going beyond the narrowing of genre and individual history in general, but breaks off before the evangelist's image of Jesus could emerge from the background of Scripture as the representation of a real or at least possible individual. Only for a moment does the light-flooded figure of the Persian youth of the gods from the Mithras religion come into view as one of the repeat offenders in the sequence of a phylogenetic series of patricides. The possibility that this youth may have murdered his father alone in order to exonerate his brothers, however, remained dark to our understanding. In the light-dark contrast of comparative religious history, however, Christ becomes all the more recognizable. There was another way to appease this consciousness of guilt, and only Christ took this path. He went and sacrificed his own life and thereby redeemed the brethren from original sin. In the monstrosity of this self-sacrifice, according to the Luther Bible, an offense to the Jews and foolishness to the Gentiles, 1 Cor 1:23, Freud is able to recognize a barely concealed confession of the murder of the forefather. Quote, thus, in the Christian doctrine, humanity confesses most openly to the guilty deed of primeval times, because it has now found the most extensive atonement for it in the sacrificial death of the one Son. The reconciliation with the Father is all the more thorough because this sacrifice is accompanied by the complete renunciation of the woman, for whose sake one had rebelled against the Father. End of quote. It remains astonishing that Freud, without analytical attention to the Jesus of Nazareth hidden behind the Christ of tradition, confines himself to the representation of the generic story, to the proto-father's murder repeated vicariously on the totem in order to maintain exogamy and overcome the continuing ambivalence towards the Father. This is all the more peculiar because Freud does not disregard the fact that genre history does not and cannot exist as such, detached from the actions of individuals. That is why the final chord of totem and taboo is, in the beginning was the deed. Jesus' deed, however, was a sui generis atrocity without historical precedent, because, with the same deed that offers the Father the greatest possible atonement, the Son also achieves the goal of his wishes against the Father. He himself becomes God next to, actually in place of, the Father. End of quote. But if Christ takes the place of the Father, then the Father will have to be dead and the suicide will also have been a murder. The implications of this particular murder, which becomes visible in the border area of a philosophy of narcissism or a psychoanalysis of philosophy, was beyond the scope of Freud's reconstruction of the Oedipus drama. In The Man Moses and the Monotheistic Religion, Freud was able to partially elucidate what had remained obscure to understanding in his analysis of the Passion story in Totem and Taboo through a close study of Egyptological, Old Testament and historical studies. As before, he avoids identifying genre history with individual history. It would not occur to Freud to hypostatize the genre or, like C.G. Jung, to presume a collective unconscious, as if a collective could, through the achievements of the unconscious and thus unconsciously, stand alongside the particular individuals as an immediate generality, so to speak. For Freud, similarities between the historical novel and the family novel of the neurotic only arise through the individuals from the fact that although both novels must be written with the consciousness of individuals, they are driven by defensive performances that are not transparent to the individual in their origin and their results, or by the sudden breakthrough of unconscious impulses that regularly assert themselves as ambivalent affects. Freud defines the organized totality of such ambivalent impulses, desires of love and hostility that the child feels towards its parents, as the Oedipus complex. But how is it possible, Freud goes on to ask, that despite the passage of impulses and effects through the consciousness of the perpetrators, which is necessary for historical reality, something like a synchronously effective archaic inheritance can arise and be acted out in a socially effective way? Freud thus sought the answer to the question of how the gap between individual and mass psychology can be bridged, and found it in analogy to similar processes in neuroses in the awakening of a forgotten trace of memory through a recent real repetition of a forgotten traumatic event. He recognizes such a re-traumatizing repetition in the assassination of Moses by the Jews in the 14th century BC, shortly after the death of Akhenaten, who, according to an archaeological interpretation as the founder of monotheism, had already been the victim of an assassination attempt. Freud's historical reconstruction follows the thesis put forward by Old Testament scholars and Egyptologists that Moses was a high-ranking Egyptian at Pharaoh's court who had won the Hebrews over to the one Father God of monotheism before the Exodus. However, they were not yet ready for the phylogenetic revolution initiated by Moses, the progress in the spirituality of the species, and regressed in a popular uprising in the course of which they murdered Moses. This murder was the traumatizing event, the murder of the father of Judaism, which combined the repressed murder of the forefather with the suicide of the Jew Jesus Christ. This is not the place to pursue the question of whether Freud was able to rely on verifiable historical findings in all aspects of his work. Nor can the question be pursued here as to whether Moses already heralds the break in the line of descent that is anticipated in the book of Job and will be completed in Christ. This is supported by the fact that Moses' parents and his children remained largely unknown. We know that Moses was abandoned on the banks of the Nile, but his parents do not take shape in the simple list in X 6:20. His firstborn son Gershom, X 2:22, is also barely known. We know of the younger son that his mother circumcised him in order to assist Moses in a life-threatening test. On the way at the resting place, the Lord confronted Moses and wanted to kill him. Zipporah took a flint and cut off her son's foreskin. She touched Moses' legs with it and said, "You are a bridegroom of blood to me." Then the Lord let him go. She said blood bridegroom at the time because of the circumcision, which Moses had neglected, Exodus 4 verses 24 to 25. But Moses can only be considered a progenitor in spiritual terms, as the father of Judaism without a notable biological father and without successors in the sense of the theological right of inheritance of the Torah. The only thing that matters here is his fundamental discovery, that the events remembered from tradition or other sources coincide with traces of memory in the psychoanalytically illuminable individual history of each individual in such a way that murder reveals itself as the common third, be it as a repressed act or as a repressed wish. In the experience of the individual, both encounter the threat of castration, in which the continuity of violence is preserved as an attribute of sovereignty in history and in the individual. The fact that Christ was able to act out his desire to murder his Father in an unsurpassably radical manner by murdering himself without any sense of guilt allows him to emerge from the numerous stories of faith as the inheritor of an essentially narcissistic philosophy that reached its climax in Hegel and found its false reality in Capital as the epitome of real abstraction and self-destruction of the species. Christianity escaped this logic of self-destruction for a few centuries by the fact that the Roman sovereign took the place of the Divine Father as katechon, as the upholder and restrainer of the Antichrist, and the vertical Sinai covenant shifted in perspective to the horizontal of contractual relationships, as they could be typified for the first time across the board in Roman law, in the Corpus Juris Civilis. The totem as a representative of the father and the taboo as the earliest law fell into oblivion as a result of this historical mediation, shift and independence. Friedrich Nietzsche, as the psychosomatist of the history of philosophy, was the first to be able to tell the history of genres as a natural history of drive, pain and murder, a few years before Freud opened it up psychoarchaeologically in Totem and Taboo and in Man Moses. In a certain sense, Nietzsche must therefore be regarded alongside Freud as the discoverer of the primal crime. The madman leapt into the midst of them and pierced them with his gaze. "Where is God?" He shouted, "I will tell you. We have killed him, you and I. We are all his murderers." End of quote. The thesis of the murder of God, which has been in circulation since Nietzsche's words about the death of God, took on a particularly drastic form with Erich Voegelin. On the one hand, Voegelin believed that he recognized in Hegel's objective idealism and Marx's critique of political economy the murder of God that was constitutive of gnosis in his sense. On the other hand, however, he presented the Roman Empire as the ideal order without considering that perhaps the Christian sonship religion itself, especially in its anti-Judaic, Johannine and mystical moments, could be Gnostic in Voegelin's sense in its destructive contrast to the father religion of Judaism avant la lettre. What Voegelin perhorses in the concept of the murder of God as the telos of modern political gnosis and as the act of the dialectician reveals itself to a study of the Gospels that is both logically reflective and psychoanalytically instructed as the suicidal act of God himself, who in the murder of himself, however, irrefutably and definitively undermines the dialectical tension between the subjective drive that has become human and the first and second nature that encompasses it in the non-speculative identity of death. The fact that Hegel sought to rescue this living tension in his early years through a secularized concept of transgressive love and later in the dynamics of a concept that preserves itself in negative restlessness does not prevent Voegelin from convicting Hegel and Marx of being the last great murderers of God. Quote, "To put it bluntly, the spirit as a system requires the murder of God, and vice versa. In order to commit the murder of God, the system is created. To love God is to feel oneself boundless in the infinite in the universe of life. It is only through love that the power of the objective is broken, for through it its whole domain is overthrown. The virtues, through their limit outside it, still set an objective, and the multiplicity of virtues and all the greater insurmountable multiplicity of the objective. Only love has no limit. What it has not united is not objective to it, it has overlooked it or has not yet developed it, it does not face it." End of quote. In a footnote on the same page, a remarkable deletion was documented. Jesus could not exactly oppose the unkindness of the Jews with love, because unkindness as something negative must necessarily show itself in a form, and this form, its positive, is law and justice. End of quote. The death of God is not an event, but the act of the dialectician. Voegelin also objects to Marx when he demands in the introduction to the critique of Hegel's philosophy of right to establish the truth of this world after the disappearance of the otherworldly truth. For Voegelin, this is the delusion of self-redemption. Marx's definition of critique as the practical constitution of social truth through the destruction of the false object speaks of nothing but the murderous will of the Gnostic magician. One might be inclined to follow Voegelin in his almost idiosyncratic resistance to the immanentism of philosophy, which he identifies without further ado with Gnosis and Gnosticism, especially since the desire for immanence appears in the very latest new reading of Marx as a particular form not of the return of the repressed, but rather of the return of repression. Angster's totalizing and almost animistic spiritualization of money and his concept of the world as the self-measurement of all that exists drive even the last waiting person out of the poorly heated waiting room of revolutionary hope. Under a sky that has become starless and attuned to the indescribable, which Angster, unlike Goethe, has completely desexualized, they are supposed to wait for the event, be it communism or catastrophe, be it one thing or, in the end, even existence itself, one does not know. Transcendence in all its negative forms has withdrawn from Angster's dialectical etudes, as if it had never existed in its existential absence. Fear of death and panic, pain and impulse, history, protest and resistance, finally, Auschwitz and the perpetual hatred of the Jews and the intuition that the given must not be true and therefore cannot be. However, the rationality of such a paradox, which negatively synthesizes being and ought in the critical concept, can never become the subject of a theory that only knows itself. Dialectics as a narcissistic performance that only becomes virtuoso where it can identify empty spaces, sore points, and blind spots of post-Marxist critique. But Marx is neither a pure systematist, nor does he only think dialectically. Vogelin initially misses the fact that Marx's categorical imperative to overthrow all anti-human relations refuses any philosophical justification of origin, and instead claims an evidence that cannot be systematically constructed, which for a repeatable moment is not obscured by the immanence of merely self-relations revolving within themselves. But because Vogelin obviously misunderstands the categorical imperative as a political-theological marginalia and epistemologically irrelevant, in his furor against Gnostics from Marcion to Marx, he misses the decisive difference between theory as the doubling of a reality that has not arrived at its truth and critique as the unfolded existential judgment for the constitution of social truth. He does not see that Marx presents capital in terms of the philosophy of history as a veil of tears between primitive accumulation and a future revolutionary practice, which practice would lead into the open of a generic history that has not yet even begun, so that the objective forms of thought would also have to disappear, as they are simultaneously reflected and produced in economics, politics, and philosophy. When Klaus Heinrich remarks that Adorno and Horkheimer stand in the tradition of ancient Jewish prophecy as a critique of the given that has become, this also applies to Marx, with the proviso that the messianic moment in his critique is even less prominent than in Adorno and Horkheimer. According to Heinrich, the latter's position, even if Christologically terminated by Hegel's termination, is a formulation of prophetic protest that breaks faith with the original powers but, waiting for the coming Messiah, only knows embodiments of expectation. This position is suspicious of any apology of the negated as premature reconciliation. Vogelin thus fails to recognize that although materialist critique goes beyond the self-determination of Kant's transcendental philosophy, in doing so, it renounces any Gnostic retrieval of transcendence, empathy with the divine and imagery of heaven. What is captivating about Vogelin's critique of Hegel is his polemical imagination in the battle against political theology, and, at the end of his essay on the murder of God, the equally cogent and entertaining proof of a Hegelian blunder. After defining history, in Hegel's own words, as the inert movement and succession of spirits, he sums up the program and the programmatic implementation of the phenomenology of spirit. The preservation of this succession of spirits according to the temporality of their existence is history. Its preservation as a conceived organization is the science of appearing knowledge. In history and in the system, religion appears as the last historical and logical stage in the succession of spirits, in which the idea of another was initially still present. However, Hegel also brought this idea onto the stage of spirits, abolished it in absolute knowledge and thus murdered God in his non-objective transcendence. In the end, Hegel authenticates his murder of God with a misquotation, which Vogelin punishes with the somewhat strange hyperbole desecration of a poem. He shows that Hegel actually concludes his phenomenology with the final verse from Schiller's many-trophied poem Die Freundschaft by replacing Schiller's definite article with the possessive pronoun of the murderer of God in the last line. Schiller says, "Friendless was the great world master, felt want, therefore he created spirits, blessed mirrors of his bliss. If the highest being found no equal, from the chalice of the whole realm of souls foams for him infinity." End of quote. According to Hegel's grammatical and semantic operation, the absolute spirit takes the place of the supreme being, which can at least be understood as transcendental, and is incarnated in its absolute immanence in the philosopher, who knows that infinity is always already his. From the chalice of this realm of spirits foams his infinity. Vogelin's radical criticism somewhat drowns out the moment of anti-Gnostic devotion to the historically found material, which Hegel does not want to take by surprise from the heights of narcissistic hubris and wild intuition, but rather catch up with through the icy deserts of abstraction. In this mode of self-controlled but contrary to his declared program, not entirely pure observation, Hegel always produces truth and untruth at the same time in the gravitational field of capital totality, or more correctly, truth in its untruth, in its historical and logical entanglement as a single unfolded antinomy. Seen in this light, Hegel could be described as the philosopher of infinite procrastination, who restlessly rushes after his beginnings, never staying with himself and never lying sur l'eau like a good animal, just as entrepreneurs rush after their omnipresent competition and with or without success never come to rest. They cannot come to rest because every new immediate possession of money must be immediately cancelled under penalty of destruction. The money must therefore be spent, old markets must be expanded and new ones developed so that the capital advanced increases or at least is maintained in the return on investment. In the 3 studies on Hegel, Adorno once hinted at the homology of concept and value. For all his emphasis on negativity, divisiveness, non-identity, Hegel actually only recognizes their dimension for the sake of identity, only as its instrument. The non-identities are heavily emphasized, but not recognized precisely because of their extreme speculative burden. As in a gigantic credit system, each individual is indebted to the other non-identical, but the whole is debt-free identical. Therein the idealist dialectic commits its fallacy. End of quote. That Vogelin was able to recognize traits of authoritarian gnosis and the destruction of transcendence in the self-relation radicalized to suicide in Hegel, but not in the dialectic of the passion story, is astonishing and inconsistent. However, it is not difficult to understand, and to comprehend in terms of his anti-Gnostic irritability, that Vogelin did not believe to recognize an almost ideal order in Hegel's state, but in late antique Rome as the synthesis of Greek philosophy and Christian religion. For Hegel had indeed abolished Christianity in philosophy, but in such a way that nothing remained of the transcendence of the numinous in Christianity, and, above all, of the doctrine of grace. The fact that Hegel excluded the resistant and unwieldy moments in the theological speculation of the Trinity from the philosophically and purely conceived becoming of the Absolute into nothing but itself, is the subject of both materialist criticism and the struggle against any political theology as understood by Vogelin. However, while Vogelin is concerned with order, materialist criticism recognizes the repression of violence in the fetish of order and the apology not only of death, but also of torture and sacrifice in Hegel's philosophical reworking of the Passion narrative. The actual turning point in this life of God is the abortion of his individual existence as this human being, the Passion narrative. The suffering on the cross, the place of the skull of the spirit, the torment of death. Insofar as it is here in the content itself that the external, bodily appearance, the immediate existence as an individual, shows itself in the pain of its negativity as the negative, so that the spirit, through the sacrifice of the sensual and the subjective individuality, reaches its truth and its heaven, this sphere of representation separates itself most from the classical plastic ideal. Hegel is able to think simultaneously and abruptly of the torment of death and its non-representability in Greek sculpture and to pronounce without hesitation the sacrifice of the sensual as a passport to heaven. Indolence as a prerequisite and goal of philosophy makes frailty appear as a virtue ad majorem Dei gloriam, the tortured body as a vessel of epiphany. The trace of memory of love and the living body is not only found in external constitutional law, but also in aesthetics, where the spirit, as the divine peace that has come to itself, could leave behind the agony of a torturous, slow death without trauma. Holy toleration of pain replaces the pleasure of Greek beauty. Christ scourged, wearing the crown of thorns, carrying the cross to the place of execution, pinned to the cross, dying in the agony of a torturous, slow death, cannot be represented in the forms of Greek beauty, but in these situations the higher thing is holiness in itself, the depth of the inner being, the infinity of pain, as an eternal moment of the spirit, toleration, and divine rest. End quote. Thus speaks Hegel's reason, which wants to be the rose in the cross of the present and yet only perpetuates the horror. In what will probably be the next philosophical family constellation as part of the presentation of a political economy of fatherhood, Thomas Hobbes and Immanuel Kant and, like a Dea ex machina, the evil mother, Friedrich Schiller and perhaps briefly C.G. Jung will also appear on stage in supporting roles. Hobbes and Kant are to be portrayed in their attempts to stop philosophical narcissism in a final elevation from the horizontal of the sibling horde and to save the line of descent from its dialectical curvature. Here, through the presupposition of a supreme unity, the transcendental unity of self-consciousness, the transcendental subject that can only be imagined as a point, which watches over the possibility of the return of the murdered God from the starry heavens, there through the construction of an artificial and mortal God. The evil mother will emerge from Kafka's letter to the father, in which the son remembers her in her role of a driver in the hunt, and reveal forms of unfortunate division of labor in the family. C.G. Jung, who in his late work Answer to Job presumed to answer the questions of a tormented person from the perspective of God, stands for artistic esotericism as the final stage of gnosis. And finally, Friedrich Schiller appears on stage, more son than poet, who, torn between the world and inwardness, resignation and enthusiasm, duty and inclination, was never to find peace in his short life. He will introduce himself as an adolescent with his very succinct critique of Kant. I like to serve my friends, but unfortunately I do it with inclination, and so it often bothers me, that I am not virtuous. In the end, he will resign himself to the course of the world and let the upright Swiss Stauffacher say pragmatically and almost wearily, there must be a head, a supreme judge, where one may draw justice in the dispute. End of quote. The must does not appear as clearly in the poem In Die Freude to Joy, written almost 20 years earlier to his friend and Freemason Gottfried Korner, in close proximity to the breasts of nature as in Wilhelm Tell, but in that poem it was not the emperor who was meant as supreme judge, but above the stars God the Father himself. Side Umschlungen Millionen. This kiss to the whole world. Brothers, a dear father must dwell above the stars. Adorno notes that Beethoven composed the Muss in the Ode to Joy with an accent in the sense of an incantation, close to Kant. However, the fact that Schiller does not quite decide between hypothesis and incantation in this must in the poem and at any rate does not want to presuppose the existence of God as unquestionable is disconcerting. Because both Schiller and Beethoven present doubt as a moment of conjuration, the Adventist intention of joy becomes questionable. Such conjuration, however, joy denies itself, joy that the eye chooses powerlessly, instead of rising as a star above it. According to Martin Heidegger in his Parmenides lecture in the winter semester of 1942-43, Homer was, before he says the first word, already the one called and already standing in the claim of being and as such a savior of being. If being is the unconcealed, then concealment is essential in all appearances of being. When Odysseus sheds tears for the dead of Troy and therefore hides himself, the philosopher of being he may have alluded to the dead of Stalingrad sees this as the prerequisite for being able to think about being as a being. The Greek does not think, in the case of the weeping Odysseus, of the fact that those present as human subjects do not notice the weeping Odysseus in their subjective behavior, but of the fact that there is a concealment around this man who is thus being, which makes it so that those present are, as it were, cut off from Odysseus. The perceptibility and comprehensibility of the existing, in this case of the weeping Odysseus, is thus based on whether concealment or non-concealment occurs. End of quote. Homer does not depict this situation in the same way as modern man, who is dominated by the oblivion of being that surrounds the entire globe and his humanity, and in which not this or that being, but being itself is forgotten. Rather, he represents it as Hades holds the dead. Modern man, on the other hand, does not experience unconcealment and unconcealment as an event that comes over being and people, and therefore misunderstands and mistranslates Homer's epics. In Greece, on the other hand, the essence of concealment and unconcealment is experienced so essentially as a fundamental feature of being itself that concealment itself also shows a more initial essence, which is by no means satisfied by concealment as a mode of activity organized by man. Like Adorno and Horkheimer, Heidegger does not interpret Homer's Ulysses as a critical paradigm of the identical, purposeful male character of man, who masters and outwits his drives, nature and other people in order to preserve himself, but rather as the unapologetic hero of being toward death, who has not yet forgotten being and must therefore conceal himself. Thus Heidegger also projects a paradigm, but as a model for the subject that abolishes itself. He also interprets the Odyssey or Iliad from the polis, except that this polis is projected by him as a kind of German Hades. It is neither the city nor the state and certainly not the fatal mixture of these two already inherently inappropriate designations, i.e. not the much-cited city-state, but rather the place of being in which the unity of all that which as the unconcealed approaches man and thus assigns itself to him as that on which he remains dependent in his being is gathered. It is the collected place of the unconcealedness of being. However, Heidegger also perceives something of the real character of the polis insofar as he presents the inner balance of opposing forces as the necessity of that unconcealedness of being which is, so to speak, forgotten together with being in the modern state, which has established a monopoly on the use of force. In the polis, all extreme counterbeing and therein all non-being must prevail over the unconcealed and the existing, i.e. the non-being in the multiplicity of its counterbeing. It would therefore be completely wrong to define the polis with the concepts of modern state thinking, because the essence of power is alien to the polis, so that the labeling of power as evil has no ground here either. The essence of power meant in modern state thinking is based on the metaphysical presupposition that the essence of truth has transformed itself into certainty, i.e., into the self-certainty of the human being who stands upon himself, and that this is based on the subjectivity of consciousness. No modern concept of the political is sufficient to grasp the essence of the polis. But National Socialism is sufficient. Seen from this perspective, Heidegger's critique of modern state thinking reads like an attack on Hobbes, because modernity, according to a peculiarly concealed uncertainty of everything, security in the sense of the unconditional certainty of everything applies, securing becomes the basic character of behavior. The securing here is not the subsequent fixing, but the attacking anticipatory securing for the sake of security, in other words, the exact opposite of being toward death and running ahead to it, which Heidegger propagates as the freedom of the victim. Heraclitus and the concept of logos and the soul fare similarly to Homer and his gods. Heidegger mythologizes self-preservation in the human psyche as the lunging catching up. For Heraclitus, the human being is the sweeping catching up as the gathering together of the original assembly. Thus he is the locality of the truth of being, and therefore he can at the same time be the confusion of the madness of empty nothingness. Although the soul is described as something highly endangered, precisely because it is intent on self-preservation, Heidegger uses the concept of logos to divert it from this path. If Heraclitus certainly considers it an important determination that the soul enriches itself, fragment 115, Heidegger adds almost regretfully, so the soul seems to stand on its own and to go its own way in order to become rich. But then he positions the logos against the soul, insofar as the activity of the soul gathers itself attentively to the logos, gives itself to it and hears only it. The soul must abandon the common ways and impoverish itself on the one and only little thing of the actual listening. The self-empowered and selfish soul must not go its own way. Heidegger defines Heraclitus logos, the mode of the polis, as he wants it to be understood, or the thinking of being, as he understands it, as an activity with which the soul prevents its unfolding. Quote, but the ratio of metaphysics and reason as subjectivity, not even the verbum of Christian theology, are never the guide to its determination. The most necessary path to the original logos is a long one. The signs that point the way are few. But perhaps the collapse of the world, which has long since become bottomless and empty, must exhaust itself in the modern arrogance of a cultural creation that first opened the floodgates to modern technology, will help us to think and cultivate our attentiveness. End of quote. Already with Kant, only a vague semblance of the original logos remained. Reason was conceived as the will of life. Quote, this will then appears in the subsequent inversions, which the essence of being forces on thinkers, as the will to negate life, Schopenhauer, which once again reverses itself, completes the inversion and appears as the will to power, Nietzsche. End of quote. This conceals the essence of the will, which can only be recognized as the will to will from the thinking that thinks ahead into the truth of being. In this, the outermost and completed counterbeing to the initial logos is revealed. Heidegger places all hope in this counterbeing. Heidegger gave the Heraclitus lectures in the summer semesters of 1943 and 1944, which also deal with the same process that Adorno and Horkheimer understand as the dialectic of enlightenment. Self-preservation turns into annihilation and self-destruction, except that Heidegger takes sides with annihilation and self-destruction. This partisanship can now only present itself as positive by fetishizing the pre-Socratics and Homer as the original, against whose background reason can be presented as the decay of modernity that begins with Socrates. For Heidegger, the inexhaustible opportunity of objectification in the sense of securing the existence of the world and life, i.e. the contemplation of self-preservation, is the epitome of the oblivion of being. With it he literally brings the dialectic of enlightenment to a standstill. However, this is only possible here because he fantasizes the saviors of being in Homer and the pre-Socratics' saviors in an epoch that, according to Heidegger's own view, did not need saving at all, as he claims that the polis did not yet know any concept of power. How it should have been possible that it fell into decay, that, as he says, metaphysics emerged from it with Plato and Aristotle, and that the thinking of being was forgotten again in the Occident, is apparently deliberately left in the dark, from which world Jewry can then emerge as the perfecter of decay and the epitome of power. In Horkheimer and Adorno, on the other hand, what is presented in Parmenides as an ascent from the sins of doxa appears almost as a fall from grace of thought. Even for the pre-Socratics, everything is turned into a means under the primacy of self-preservation, whereby an end outside of this single purpose or something purposeless, determined by the end in itself, can no longer be perceived. According to Horkheimer in his critique of instrumental reason, it is precisely this comprehensive instrumentalization that gives ontology its higher consecration. It is evident from the outset in the fact that the essences, substances, and forms of things are derived from some general ideas, which reason imagines to find in itself. But the structure of the universe cannot be deduced from any first principles that we discover in our minds. There is no reason that the more abstract qualities of a thing should be considered primary or essential. Why should the logically prior or the more general quality be accorded ontological primacy? The concepts graded according to the order of their generality reflect more the suppression of nature by man than the structure of nature itself. End quote. In a very similar way, Adorno's metacritique of epistemology explains that all criticism is first and foremost a criticism of the thinking of origin, of the fetishization of origin, which here clearly standing in the Judeo-Christian tradition, only knows how to counter this with the concept of a fall from grace. In the didactic poem of Parmenides, which Adorno uses here as a kind of primal scene of the dialectic of enlightenment, the Parmenidean primal words are confronted with the thing itself only as disturbing content, as mere deception, which the philosopher rejects. The doxa of Parmenides is the excess of the world of the senses over thinking its true being. At this point, the explicit turn against Heidegger takes place. Not both does the presocratic authentically ask questions of origin silenced by the guilt of later profanation, as that in it and still in Plato the rupture, the alienation was pronounced pure and undisguised. This is its dignity, that of the thought which does not yet conceal the disaster to which it bears witness. The progressive ratio, however, as a progressive mediation, has hidden that rupture ever more artfully without ever being able to master it. In doing so, it has constantly reinforced the falsehood of the origin. Even the Zorismos taught by Plato thought of both spheres together, even if in their stark contrast, in the face of the gaping contradiction of the Eleatics, which was still captured by his concept, a first mediation before all metexis, and his later work, like Aristotle's entire work, wants to fill the gap with full effort. For while this is marked out in the original philosophies as their own condition, it is at the same time the absolutely unbearable for them. It reminds them of their impossibility, of the fact that their objectivity is derived from subjective arbitrariness. Their unity is itself the rupture. Hence the fanatical intolerance of method, of total arbitrariness, against all arbitrariness as deviation. Its subjectivism upholds the law of objectivity. The rule of the spirit believes itself only as boundless. As regained unity, however, it merely seals the division, truly and absolute, a semblance of reconciliation, released from that which could be reconciled, and in such absoluteness all the more an image of the hopeless context of guilt. It is precisely this seamless interconnectedness, which they cannot escape, that imposes its doom on the original philosophies and at the same time creates the condition for freedom from them. The process of demythologization that the mind undergoes as it merges into the second mythology reveals the falsity of the idea of the first itself. This foundation of the dialectic of enlightenment differs from Heidegger's lamented oblivion of being in the form of an original rupture, which the progressive ratio as progressive mediation hides like an original sin, precisely through the concept of this mediation in its inner contradiction. Accordingly, mediation does not simply forget, but represses, but also sublimates, which can mean not least the actual repression and delay of violence. Horkheimer in particular insisted from the outset that the mediating instance of the mind not only mitigates the immediate nature of economic injustice independently of the will of the rulers, but that the moment of rationality in domination itself can also be asserted as something different from it. That thinking as a means of domination cannot be separated Manichaeanly from the criticism of domination. For this insight, however, the earliest developments of polis philosophy within the circles of the so-called pre-Socratics would have to be named, so that the dignity of thought, which did not yet conceal the calamity, does not become an appreciation of the calamity. The moment of mediation of which Horkheimer always speaks in general terms and through which he is able to simply equate the social meaning of tool and law in an unbroken Hegelian sense, however, refers, which Horkheimer himself largely ignores, but Adorno takes up following Sohnrethel, to the commodity form into which the sacrifice was transformed, albeit under the precondition that Homer presents in the Dead of Troy. The lie that Heidegger propagates in his lectures, according to which the polis knew no concept of power because, as a community of sacrifice, he would like to urgently recommend it to the people's comrades for imitation on the occasion of Stalingrad, is unmediated. Klaus Heinrich has traced this lie back to the spelling in which Hermann Diels presents his translation of Parmenides' didactic poem, which goes beyond the wording he has secured and attempts to enchant the copula of the German language into a noun and this into a logical subject by emphasizing not is or is in print. Heinrich avoids such enchantment by working out the threat in Parmenides, which the pre-Socratics called the meon. He is not defending himself against logical nonsense, but, like all propositions of early logic, against the threat of non-being in death and fate. To be born and to die, to be shaken, to be torn into conflicting parts, to have no limit, to be directed towards goals whose fulfillment or non-fulfillment would equally be a cessation. These are the characteristics of the threat. Threats of fate and death such as these are not only familiar to us from the philosophy of Parmenides. Resisting them is also the undertaking of the hero. It is in this context that the ingenious turn of phrase about Odysseus as the hero of survival occurs. Heinrich is concerned with the question of how people can withstand the threat of death with regard to the triumphant and yet defeated hero. The philosophy of Parmenides now appears to be the wrong path, which is reflected in the contempt for people. Parmenides is on the path of being. The other way, the way of non-being, is inaccessible to those who know. The two-headed, stupid crowd, blinded by the delusion of the senses, wavering between being and non-being, also considers it to be passable. They constantly believe they have to choose this or that. Their wavering is the third way, their having to decide is only the expression of their wavering. The knower is freed from the decision once and for all, he has the truth. Knowledge of the true path frees us from the decision between the paths. The myth of the path is as unshakable as the being at the end of this path. Thus Heinrich understands the knowing man, as he has been referred to since Parmenides, as the successor of the hero, successful where the hero was defeated, free from entanglement and suffering. At least this is how Plato will later describe the new hero Socrates. It is the tradition of repeatedly failing attempts to defeat the meon, to eliminate it from the world or, in the language of the philosopher, to transform it into an ukon, a harmless, void nothing. If one describes the struggle against the threat of death and fate as de-demonization, then the philosophy of Parmenides is the archetype for the form of de-demonization that believes it can defeat the tonic reality by denying its reality. It is as if philosophy wanted to forestall this threat and sacrifice what is threatened. But this sacrifice does not free us from our attachment to what is sacrificed. The Parmenidean philosopher, said Nietzsche, hates precisely the blood of his victims. He is not indifferent to the world of the senses, which he rejects as an illusion. He must say no to everything that negates him, and his own no still binds him to the denied non-being. At the same time as the ambiguities of life experienced in sensual visualization, B7, and in gender tension, B12, he rejects the vitality of being. At the same time as the ambiguous judgments, B6, of people forced to constantly make new decisions, who must waver because wavering is also an expression of life, he rejects the claim to communion with these people. At the same time as the ambiguity of desire, of looking towards an end and a goal at the same time, B8, he rejects the claim to the fulfillment of life in goals. End quote. In doing so, Heinrich discovers that this very wavering, which the philosopher renounces and which he reproaches the two-headed stupid crowd with, returns in the dichotomy of the didactic poem itself. As correct as his remark is, however, that Parmenides' sentence that thinking and being are the same thing, B3, applies to dead being, that which remains one, Klaus Heinrich proves to be so empty of determinations what he, on the contrary, would like to attribute to life. The wavering itself is not an expression of the appearance that veils the truth, but of life. If the extremes between which the wavering occurs are not named and defined, life appears abstract in relation to non-life, like being in relation to non-being. Heinrich already made it clear in his dissertation that Horkheimer and Adorno's thesis of Odysseus as the representative of a bourgeois prehistory already goes too far for him, that the dialectic of enlightenment has modernized the mythical hero. He can therefore hardly develop any sense for the questions that Sohnrethel poses in connection with ancient commodity production and the concept of identity. According to Somrithel, however, it is precisely the transcending of reality, which is divided into areas, to the undivided one, in which Heinrich recognizes the hubris of the ancient philosophers, that would be the blind reproduction of the cash coin of the a priori, the commodity form as a form of thought. Just as the fluctuation that he perceives here at the same time corresponds not only to the consumption of use values, which is made accessible to the citizens through the coins, but also to the political order that they have given themselves. The Parmenidean philosopher merely imitates money, which he cannot get away from if he wants to continue philosophizing, because he needs it for self-preservation, about which he remains nobly silent. His philosophizing thus stems from the narcissistic grievance of someone who can no longer keep himself alive without the market and exchange. This is precisely where Heraclitus shows himself ready for self-reflection, in that, despite his quasi-aristocratic contempt for the crowd, he creates the conditions for thinking the contradiction in a unity, as if he were thinking together and relating to each other the two parts of Parmenides' didactic poem that are falling apart. However, Heinrich transfers the criticism of Parmenides immediately to Heraclitus, presumably in order to reserve the recognition of contradiction and the tertium datur, i.e. mediation, apart from the sophists, for modernity, in particular the inductive procedure of Bacon, in which, incidentally, he stands in striking contrast to the assessment of this philosopher in the Dialectic of Enlightenment, a procedure that points forward to Kant's reflective power of judgment, insofar as this is determined in such a way that it first has to find a general for a given particular. Like Heraclitus, Heinrich therefore ultimately asserts that contradiction is not yet tolerated here, for contradiction would be the mediation that would allow the separation between the different to become apparent, that what mediates must be suppressed in each case as the excluded third party, although he concedes that Heraclitus' reconciliation of contradictions in the Harmonia still contains too much memory of that which is to be reconciled for the false reconciliation in Parmenides. And for this very reason Parmenides rejects Heraclitus, and in the place of harmony the one unchangeable on takes its place. Heinrich also interprets Greek tragedy in the same way as Heraclitus' harmony. He reads the works of Aeschylus and Sophocles only in terms of content, i.e. without reading their form in terms of content. The difference to mythology made possible by the dramatic forms is ignored. In contrast to his extremely illuminating reading of the logical forms, the contradictory content remains hidden at crucial points when looking at the aesthetic forms. Thus Heinrich fails to recognize the twist that is embodied in Athena at the end of the Orestia and Cum grano salis in the Odyssey. He says that everything ends negatively and that the heroic fate in the tragedy each time underlines this coercive character and confirms the coercive bonds of origin myth, without seeing that these bonds have also taken on a different form in the acting out of the conflicts, wherein through memory the possibility of a break with the myth of origin can be kept alive. In the same lecture, on the other hand, it is said of the system of reasoning in logic that it connects the reason with the particular through the particulars, and thus the classical theory of judgment is itself a theory derived from a concept of destiny of such connections, but judgment is that which is given. Judgment in this form is a juridical concept. At the same time, therefore, we see in this juridical concept something that, as in all juridical concepts, resists this surrender to fate. By reflecting on the juridical concept within logic, i.e. actually, albeit unspoken, on the form of the polis as a society of exchange, Heinrich arrives at the concept of infinite judgment and speaks of the unconditionality of a counterworld, which is not a world but a countersphere. Which is of course taken from the concept of God and the concept of the immortal soul and the concept of divine necessity and the concept of the beginningless and endless divine being in religion and theology. The immortal soul cannot be proven in the conditioned world of phenomena. We cannot do without it. The beginninglessness and endlessness can be proved as well as beginning and end can be proved, but that it is actually something fundamentally different and of higher right cannot be proved in the world of conditioned phenomena, and so on. End of quote. There is a sphere of the unconditioned, even if I can only ever speak of it in a broken way. That is the postulatory aspect of it, and the logical vehicle of the postulatory aspect is the infinite judgment. In the sense of this infinite judgment, an interpretation of the Greek tragedies would also be possible that perceives this unconditional in the conflict, which can only ever be resolved in appearance, by means of deus ex machina, an appearance, however, that the goddess Athena herself sees through at the end of the Orestia by delegating the solution to the citizens of the polis and only giving a few words of advice. But Heinrich ignores such an interpretation by placing the cultic character of the theater as if that deus ex machina were not an involuntary parody of the cult, above the aesthetic form, as the cult of a god in which Eros constantly falls victim to the death instinct anew, as if the horror of self-destruction were celebrated liturgically. He quotes from the 15th fragment of Heraclitus. But the same is Hades and Dionysus. With regard to the famous first stasimon of the chorus in Sophocles' Antigone, it says, Sophocles' threatening praise of the human race, which plows the sea and the earth, catches and tames the wild animals, respects the law of the gods and the laws of the polis, and can break them, knows only one power from which the inventive can have no escape, Hades. End quote. The realization that people can respect or break the laws, which is decisive for tragedy, becomes increasingly unimportant to the interpretation in the face of this power, or what is the same, a question of the right therapy. If it is true that the material of tragedy finds the actions of self-destruction shown on the stage of Hades' Dionysus, which question the durability of civilization as such, then this stage is a major therapeutic undertaking, and the function of the ancient cult theater is easy to understand. It is indeed the unprecedented linguistic sophistication, the precision of thought and intellectual explosiveness of Sophoclean tragedy that gives its audience at the same time the freedom, just as every myth, as a process that not only duplicates the cult but also varies it, has already opened up a scope of freedom, to engage with this passion play in a thinking way. However, by not recognizing the contradiction between a myth that merely varies the cult and a tragedy that breaks with it in the form of dialogue, Heinrich is only able to name the object of freedom here as an attempt to think fate and death, which still seems better to him than suppressing them like the philosophers. It is ironic that a philosopher of religion takes up the dialectic of the Enlightenment and does not relate this capacity of tragedy or the wavering of the philosophers to the self-contradictory unity of the polis, which ultimately perishes because of its contradiction, but rather reflects on the proximity to a concept of God, which has taken the place of the polis in the form of another religion. Parmenides criticizes Heraclitus because he sees him still entangled in the struggle of those powers over which the knowing man rises. Parmenides believes so little in a balance between these powers that even the invisible harmony remains for him an expression of the threatening meon, because it maintains the memory of tension and conflict. The same man who had purged Xenophon's concept of God of the last traces of human likeness, mind, eye, ear, and renounced the name of God, must all the more reject Heraclitus' concept of harmony because of its resemblance to the gods. The irony becomes explicit when Heinrich begins to criticize Parmenides not on the basis of Heraclitus, but on the basis of the biblical prophet Jonah. The Jewish God is necessary to question a way of thinking that threatens to turn against self-preservation. YHWH is necessary to defend the polis. The grand narrative offered by Ulrich Enderwitz in his multi-volume study on wealth and religion can be read as an attempt to turn Klaus Heinrich's tertium dater on its head. Instead of reading the forms in terms of content, all content is to be read as a single form. This form, however, turns out to be a poor copy of what Marx called the automatic subject. In the volume on the polis, Enderwitz projects the law of value onto the ancient city-state and defines its economy as the formation of abstract labor time as a binding standard. Rudolf Wolfgang Müller had already done the groundwork for this projection in his book, Geld und Geist, Money and Spirit, insofar as it is stipulated here with regard to the polis that with the increasing mass nature of the act of exchange, the equation of the unequal underlying every act of exchange begins to make itself felt as the law of value. Accordingly, the increase in acts of exchange in the slave trade should also lead to the law of value making itself felt. This pseudo-historical explanation is based on the formula of the transformation of quantity into quality. In line with Hegelian logic, it is also stated elsewhere that the greater than exchange society less than only came to its concept in the capital relation, which it obviously already had in the law of value at least a little, depending on the increase in the mass nature of the acts of exchange. This prevents the realization that the law of value can only make itself felt through the sovereign of the nation-state, while at the same time suggesting the nonsense that the law of value would have to retire of its own accord if the acts of exchange were to decrease. Similarly, Müller's criticism of Adorno becomes irrelevant. He is said to have stopped at a highly specific concept of exchange. Yet it is precisely this indeterminacy that here, as in other places where he refused to follow Hegel's logic unbroken, could prevent Adorno from asserting a determinacy through the law of value that is false insofar as it abstracts from the sovereign or fails to see the difference between polis and sovereignty. This is possible because, on the one hand, he almost completely disregards slave labor and, in connection with this, the significance of wars in the emergence of the polis, and, on the other hand, derives the polis solely from the commercial striving for appropriation of a demiurge, from the accumulation of wealth in the function of commercial capital. As if the automatic subject already existed in this commercial capital, with which Marx first apostrophized the exploitation of value in industrial capital. Consequently, in the following volume he also describes the transition from the polis to the Roman Empire and its downfall as the bankruptcy of the Old World. If, on the other hand, Marx had dedicated a book to this transition and downfall, it would perhaps be entitled The Debt Slavery of the Ancient World, because in his view, the class struggle in antiquity mainly took the form of a struggle between creditor and debtor and ended in Rome with the downfall of the plebeian debtor, who was replaced by the slave. It therefore seems rather arbitrary why this rule of the essence, which Enderwitz describes as a subsumption under capital according to the measure of abstract labor time, is not already called the power of capital, as the later volumes are. But for wealth and religion, the development of abstract labor time as a yardstick is not the crucial point. For Enderwitz, the independence that Marx wants to reserve for the law of value of modernity does not only exist in the polis and its commercial capital, but already at the beginning of any production of wealth. This is the actual demiurge. Even if, with the best will in the world, working time cannot yet be assumed as a binding yardstick for tribal societies, the earliest production of wealth, as described in the first volumes of Wealth and Religion, already appears as independent as in the capital relationship, because it is the objectivity arising from human labor, produced by man in collective effort, that refutes man himself as the actual acting subject and truly authoritative referent, and in this way the author sees religion arising from wealth. What is true about this starting point of wealth and religion, however, is that the surplus that a tribal society can produce from its metabolism with nature can jeopardize the unity of this society, and thus its reproduction, and it is precisely to overcome such a threat that religions are created, which, as Enderwitz calls it, bring the other subject onto the scene. Although the polis is conceded a secularization, since here the commercial exchange takes the place of the abundance of territorial rule, Enderwitz can only recognize a new religion in both the pre-Socratics and in Plato's world of ideas. I.e., he denies the potential for knowledge and reflection that had opened up to the citizens of the polis through the commodity form and that Alfred Sommerthel captures in the concept of the form of thought. In contrast to Marx, who was still able to draw his conclusions about the commodity form in antiquity from the amazement that Xenophon and Plato were not at all interested in the shortening of working time in their reflections on economics, in order to devote himself in detail to the Greek philosophers and thus to sound out the historical limits of the critique of political economy and its concepts, Enderwitz's indifference to such questions of form is less evident in his disinterest in ancient philosophy than in the fact that he asserts without qualification that commercial exchange in the polis dissolves or eliminates the wealth of a manorial character, which could only be the case if labor time had actually become the binding standard, only to retract the assertion in the same breath with the remark that exchange merely escapismizes it. In direct opposition to Adorno and Horkheimer's dialectic of enlightenment as well as Klaus Heinrich's religious studies, Enderwitz rejects the reflection on nature in the concept of wealth production. This is ultimately the reason why he can allow all content to merge into one form. Only in this way is the peculiar extrapolation of the automatic subject for the entire history of humanity possible at all. In other words, the principle of wealth and religion is thus based on the Marxist concept of labor, which none other than Marx rejected on the occasion of the Gotha program, insofar as this concept presents labor as the sole source of wealth and crosses out nature. The difference to the social democratic tradition, however, is that for Enderwitz, labor as the source of wealth, i.e., any production that goes beyond mere subsistence, is also the source of all evil. The abstraction from the form of exploitation for which the author has even developed his own mythically tinged form of expression goes back to the model of simple reproduction, production without wealth, which is unspokenly held up here against the entire history of wealth and religion. It is not only the previous forms in which wealth is produced that are named as what should be abolished, but it is already the going beyond simple reproduction that is perhorrist. Quote, "It is the objectivity that springs from human labor, produced by man in a collective effort, that refutes man himself as the actual acting subject and truly authoritative referent, by calling another subject onto the scene, ex improviso of its emergence, bringing to bear an alternative personal being that exercises the logic that is as crucifixive as it is paradoxical." to appear equally as the a priori true master and unimaginably real own of this man-made objectivity, and by virtue of the unconditional indifference and absolute negativity that it proves to it, this objectivity as a mere reflection, mere image of its true being, which is eternally withdrawn from it, and thus to hand over this entire objectivity, together with the production process from which it emerges and the people who organize this process, to the unrealization and disqualification of a single great illusory movement and illusionary effort. End quote. The author thereby engages in the same unrealization that he perceives in religion when he, for his part, allows objectivity to emerge from the hypostasized work that he has put in the place of the monotheistically conceived deity. In any case, monotheism can also be transferred to tribal society in the form of this other subject. Accordingly, the peculiarity of the societies immediately following it historically would be to deviate from the quasi-monotheism of the other subject through polytheism and the cult of sacrifice in order to get hold of the wealth and to arrest it, which the other subject wants to make disappear in this world, from which the various class conflicts are apparently supposed to arise. Enderwitz is still able to suggest that the Platonic separation of the world of appearances and the world of ideas can be seen as an attempt to restore the unity of the polis in the crisis by showing how the other subject appears in the world of ideas, devaluing and disenchanting the wealth that dominates the world of appearances. But the crisis itself arises here, as everywhere in wealth and religion, from a struggle of classes beyond the form that wealth has taken. The grand narrative of wealth and religion therefore becomes, with some necessity, a minor grotesque when it comes to the history of Judaism. Why its concept of God, as Enderwitz claims in analogy to the Platonists' concept of ideas, derealizes and devalues the earthly is explained by the fact that semi-nomadic tribes on the edge of the desert were poor wretches, who could have more easily come to terms and reconciled themselves with their sad position versus the great theocratic empires and the rich trading cities through such a derealization and devaluation of wealth, and who even wanted to use this belief as a kind of imaginary revenge on the neighboring peoples and to hit them into the pan of the baseless illusion of their supposedly so solid reality. The fact that the Jewish concept of God is not derived immediately from the poverty of the semi-nomads, but refers to the difficulties of various heterogeneous population groups or tribes in founding and maintaining a polis, whereby not only poverty, but also the relations of violence between the rich and the cities were decisive, so that the prevented polis itself is reflected in relation to God. None of this even occurs to Enderwitz. He is all the less able to realize what the laws, covenant, and criticism of sacrifice in the Jewish religion contain, and interprets it as a merely ephemeral preform of the Christian religion. One of the most important foundations of Western liberal society is a belief in harmony that has become fragile since the middle of the 18th century and is constantly being patched up. Its optimism about progress is bought at the price of far-reaching restrictions on the concept of reason and experience, the maintenance of which requires the constant suppression or silencing of social contradictions and conflicts. Because liberalism promises an open, non-denominational, neutral and private individual existence, and at the same time still carries with it the collective, revolutionary pathos of the Enlightenment, it is suitable as a magic formula that promises to harmonize the conflicts, ruptures and trials of modern societies. However, with its characteristic features, a perpetuated belief in progress, the preference for simple technical solutions to fundamental problems of the history of the genre, or the assertion of a common sense removed from all contexts, liberalism falls behind the dialectic of enlightenment of Adorno/Horkheim and also behind Kant, who did not dare to simply suppress or abbreviate the insoluble contradictions in his theorizing, and at least made them visible in the doctrine of antinomies, albeit in an incommunicable way. In his lectures on the philosophy of religion, especially Anthropomorphic, 1970, and Thinking of the Covenant, 1972, Klaus Heinrich uncovered the foundations of the Western belief in harmony through the negotiation of mythological, philosophical, and religious material and also emphasized it as a modern doctrine of salvation. Referring to the pre-stabilized harmony of the liberal worldview, which was shaped by Leibniz and removed from all conflicts, Heinrich outlines the following situation. If liberalism seems to assume a pluralistically torn society and to draw consequences from the shaken belief in harmony, then it nevertheless not only propagates a self-regulating system in that the balancing of antagonistic interests ultimately occurs automatically, i.e. still harmonistically, but at the same time against pluralistic discord relies on the concept of an egocentric person who, under the influence of reality, is nevertheless supposed to be capable of developing the not only desired, but everywhere presupposed ego autonomy according to the premise that there is no dualism between the personal and the real, the material sphere, but rather parallelism from the outset. End quote. Heinrich also sees the liberal fiction of a self-harmonization of society expressed in formulas such as balance of supply and demand, free play of forces, concert of powers, on the one hand concealing all the conflicts that the human species has had to deal with since its beginnings, on the other hand allowing what he calls the backside of liberalism to shine through. That the harmony sought in the economic system through market regulation can only be established when conflicting parties have been eliminated and come to their bitter end. In the 1970s, when Heinrich gave these lectures, left liberalism was gradually emerging from the looming failure of the radical left and no longer wanted to know which systematic exclusions and exploitative conditions stabilize the harmony of freedom and justice in the Federal Republic. As a result, despite the real existence of global capital relations and despite internationalist rhetoric, the idea of a society in which the individual subsystems do not have to be mediated with each other, but instead run parallel, ideally without interfering with each other. A central pillar of left liberalism is the concept of pluralism. Pluralism, a utopian formula of the 1968 student movement to describe diversity in unity or mixed relationships against the fantasy of purity, but without giving a theoretical account of its preconditions, soon became a term in the academic debate at universities and from there in social theory, which had the implication of making everything compatible with each other and eliminating any controversy by invoking freedom of values, freedom from norms, freedom from ideology. The extent to which this concept of pluralism, which is still in use today, has the potential to repress the public is demonstrated by the social phobias associated with pluralism. It is no coincidence that the concept of parallel societies, whose quality is not to intersect anywhere, but which also does not provide for contact, with which the peaceful coexistence in a pluralistic whole was invoked, reappears today as a sinister sign of disintegration into a diffuse multiplicity, Adorno. Many differentiations of the sciences in the university reforms since the 1970s can also be read as pluralization in this respect. What is suppressed is that modern European science emerged from a, let's put it mildly, constellation of social interests, that it reflected their increasing tensions and adhered to intentions and objectives that are not reflected in a science pursued for the sake of science, that it would have seemed completely abstruse for it to dissolve into a plurality of disciplines that would be pursued for their own sake and prove their ability to differentiate internally by the pluralism of doctrinal opinions. End quote. The constant and intensive discussions on methodology, for example, thus represent a kind of phantom pain, insofar as they suggest that one is still aiming for something self-determined. However, the fact that even a supposedly ideology-free science, integrated into the power relations of society and the history of the species, always leads to something can be shown by reading its results symptomatically. Darwin's theory, for example, in which the species living peacefully side by side in the idyllic image of nature of his time, suddenly appeared as representatives left over at the end of a slaughter lasting an age, as survivors on an immense mountain of ruins, struck a chord with a society that was all too happy to project its own rage into nature. Against this, in turn, harmonizing concepts of protection and protective discourses were offered up, culminating in veganism, for example, which unites harmonious fantasies of nature with radical hostility to civilization. Here it also becomes clear how strong the driving forces behind such ideas must be, that they even accept carnage as a backdrop in order to hold on to harmony. In his writings, lectures, and above all in the lectures, Heinrich unfolds an enormous wealth of material to show the driving forces behind and the consequences of the belief in harmony, which has produced the most diverse techniques of beating out, cleansing, and repressing wherever it appears. In other words, it has shaped science and technology into something that repeatedly attempts to resolve the conflicts of the human species solely by denying the tensions in structural and communication theories, with splitting or deconstruction processes as well as rationalization, competition, or other eradication processes. Heinrich deals prototypically with the teachings of Xenophanes, who, in order to stabilize the power of God as an unbound sovereignty, eradicates all anthropomorphic and all concrete embodiments from the concept of God and, with the formula of the unmoved mover, models a type stripped of all need for mediation. He ties in with Stoic philosophy, which, in order to escape the tensions of life, establishes philosophy as a doctrine of the salvation of death. This thinking, which since Parmenides and Plato also shows Heinrich as thinking of disappointment or the defense against experiences of disappointment and the fear of losing control, had a great impact in Germany before and after the French Revolution. In Schiller's work, for example, the unreflected revolutionary enthusiasm caused by hearing about the excesses of violence in France turned into disappointment-led rejection. In his famous poem The Bell, which almost every schoolchild knew by heart until well into the 20th century, he turns the egalitarian pathos of freedom into an elitist one by using metaphors directly related to Plato's allegory of the cave: freedom and equality. One hears resounding. The quiet citizen takes up arms. The streets fill up, the halls and gangs of stranglers roam. Woe to those who lend the eternally blind the torch of light. It doesn't shine for him, it can only ignite and burn up cities and countries. End quote. Because he clings to the purity of his idea of freedom, Schiller fails to recognize the achievements of freedom in the impure history of their realization and thus betrays his idea, which is bound to concrete conditions, in the gesture of unconditional adherence. Heinrich identifies Freud's psychoanalysis as the method that best succeeds in interpreting human experiences without dissolving them into insignificant individual experiences or all-important universal experiences. In order to show the extent to which this allows for the formation of a theory that can undermine the attempt at harmony under discussion here, it is worth recalling the distinction between pure contemplation and symptomatic interpretation of art, which Heinrich explains with reference to Plato and Freud. Freud's approach to art is, as he himself once admitted, a purely content-based one. Freud is only interested in substances, not dispositions. In order to understand Freud, one must therefore take into account that he was an extreme substance thinker. Freud himself wrote, "I have often noticed that the content of a work of art attracts me more than its formal and technical qualities." Elsewhere, he wrote, "The psychoanalyst works in other layers of the soul and has little to do with the goal-restrained, subdued emotions that are usually the stuff of aesthetics." End quote. The sphere of pure contemplation, as which Freud defines the aesthetic here, is related to the uninterpreted dream, which leaves behind effect-laden impressions that gradually condense into an overall feeling upon awakening and which therefore shows the following tendency. The no does not seem to exist for the dream. Opposites are drawn together with particular preference to form a unity or are represented in one. Freud's insistence on the concrete material in art takes a stand against an aesthetics that ultimately boils down to the fact that recognizing the beautiful simultaneously means abandoning or leaving behind the material and physical, that in the gradual process of cognition this is gradually sacrificed in favor of a general abstraction. Klaus Heinrich refers to the classical Platonic position: when one has grasped the beautiful in a single body, one can do without it. When one has recognized the beautiful in all bodies, they all become unimportant and can be left behind. And when one has finally raised oneself to the beauty of knowledge, then one can see the primal beauty, which itself is nothing other than the good and the true. End quote. Freud's reflection on his own inability to experience pure aesthetic pleasure can therefore be read as a critique of this Platonic concept of beauty, which can no longer be used to grasp anything that occurs in real processes. A rationalist or perhaps analytical disposition resists in me that I should be seized and yet not know why I am and what seizes me. End quote. Without this resistance, the contemplation of art only enables emotion in the mode of non-touching. The problem of pure contemplation or the dematerialized interpretation of art and the world can be specified using the examples of the Faust quote and the concept of floating. Firstly, the Faust quotation. Even Freud often quoted Goethe's Faust in the same way that the German bourgeoisie usually quoted it, as a murmur that someone had already cast all human conflicts into a final form in which everything has already been said. The Goethe quotation is thus not used symptomatically as speaking material from the depths, but only symbolically as an intellectual acceptance of the depths, the Freudian term for an insight in which the repressed, the unconscious, the non-conscious preformed by transcendental processing patterns is not integrated into consciousness as new, disturbing material, but as a mere addition to what has always already been accepted. Analytical interpretation fails because there are no fist quotations that, once torn out of context, still carry it in a directional way. This also means that because they are, as it were, context-free, they no longer change their meaning as quotations. Hence their unbroken fascination for the educated citizen. They are available everywhere and yet unchangeable, polyvalent, and thus simultaneously fulfill his desire for autonomy and his need for rest. Secondly, they strive for opposites, i.e., they are ambivalent. This flatters the need for differentiation of the educated and at the same time their tendency to lack illusion. Finally, they are harmonies without the stain of simplicity, wholeness without the stain of rupture. For opposites forced into a fixed formula assert wholeness without the need for mediation. This can be seen paradigmatically in the Gretchen question, which has the characteristic of forfeiting its claim to an answer as a Gretchen question in order to live on as an endless question automatism, or in the most popular of all Faust quotations, in the two souls, alas in my breast, or in for everything that arises is worth that it perishes. Secondly, the hovering. Heinrich quotes two passages from Schiller's poem The Gods of Greece in which floating appears once as a worldly and once as a divine quality, but both times as a conflict-free and directionless form of existence with a moment of cynicism and indifference. The gods idly return to the land of poets/home, useless to a world/which, outgrown by its own floating/holds itself by its own floating. And, torn away from the flood of time, they float/rescued on the heights of Pindu. And it is no coincidence that this second passage, of floating upwards rescued from a time that is provided with the catastrophic flood metaphor, is followed by the famous passage, was unsterblich im Gesang soll leben/muss im Leben untergehen, with which Schiller momentously introduces aestheticization as a sacrificial process, in which life is exchanged for immortality. The indifferentism of floating plays an important role throughout the 19th century. For example, in Fichte, quote, in thinkability lies the possibility of abstracting from any particular object or from any object at all. Fichte explains this as the imagination hovering between object and non-object. Its activity is thereby fixed as having no object, namely through a self-annihilation of the imagination in which it watches itself. In the mere abstraction thus created, the mere rules of pure reason are articulated. End of quote. Or Kierkegaard, who uses the term hovering in his master's dissertation. The Protestant theologian and socialist Karl Barth puts his finger on the sore spot when he writes that those who linger too long with Kierkegaard send themselves into that funny sadness of irony, whose message is merely the fullness of the vacuum to be purified again and again. Those eternal disciples of Kierkegaard have their sights set on hovering, so much so that it deeply upsets them when their surroundings do not also try hovering. In postmodernism, hovering then returns in key places, for example with Jacques Derrida or Michel Foucault. In his famous memorial speech in honor of the deceased Hans-Georg Gadamer in Heidelberg, Derrida explains his interpretative program using a poem by Paul Celan. In it, Derrida states, on the basis of an interpretation of Celan by Gadamer, that interpretation must leave a series of questions in limbo, in the form of interruptions in the deciphering of meaning. One will unquestionably agree with this. Who can boast of being able to resolve all questions definitively? But if we read the phrase leave in abeyance in the concrete context of the work of interpretation, we find that the state of abeyance is not simply to be accepted, but rather that it also denotes a harmony, a state of ease and calm, of having come to rest in ease, in a matter that normally provides an interpreter with anything but calm, namely the experience of the gap, of hiddenness, of the limits of cognition. Derrida, however, deliberately chooses the word hovering in a positive sense. Something that is a scandal, a monstrosity, is for Derrida the goal itself. The limit of cognition is declared to be the end point of cognition through the right of the text to remain in the undecided. For if we understand precisely what Derrida calls limbo as the place where the antagonistic structure of reality becomes tangible as the source of unresolved and unsolvable questions, then remaining in limbo means, firstly, the stilling of contradiction in indeterminacy and, secondly, the renunciation of the claim to read the text as an attempt to respond to conflicts. Interpreting then only means suggesting or posing new questions without taking the text, or the university, the party, the cults, the myths, seriously and criticizing it as an attempt to answer. And indeed, it is only from this lingering in the undecided that Derrida draws the emphatic impetus for interpretation, which will now carry out its eternal work in an endless loop, stoically, in the knowledge of the necessity of the undecided, or in the knowledge of the undecided as hermeneutic fate. Interpreting has now become a game, reading a meditation. Derrida writes, the indecision keeps the attention always in breath, that is, alive, alert and vigilant, ready for new engagement in completely different ways, ready to let that other word come with a keen ear and close listening, held in the breath of the other word and the word of the other. The interruption is undecided, it does not decide. The interruption even sets free an infinite movement. But why this movement? Derrida finds the answer in a Celan poem, the first line of which reads, unreadability of this world. Everything double. Derrida reads illegibility here as a gesture of proclamation, i.e., as the goal of hermeneutics. And reading over the possible protest expressed in Seeland's Everything Double against an illegibility that arises as the doubling, instead of abolition/change of conditions, he concludes the section with a confession of indifference towards the subject. For ultimately he says it is undecided, but here that also means indifferent as to who is meant by the you in the last line of Seeland's poem. You, clamped in your deepest/emerge forever. And little later, one hesitates in trying to identify the you that the poem invokes. Anyone, someone, the poem itself, the poet, the reader, the abyssal depth of this or that for always encoded singularity, anyone else, God, you and me. End quote. Derrida leaves aside Seeland's Everything Double, because for him the double and the multiple are one and the same. But where multiplicity never has enough of the plural, the you cannot be limited to one, there is already one too many in the doubling, because the one cannot exist again. Consequently, in such a context, people also like to speak of ambivalence, both apply, or double character, as the eternally fixed doubling of the one in the as well as. However, only where Seeland's Everything Double is read as a protest does the question arise as to what can stand against doubling without ignoring the experience that it denotes. Klaus Heinrich's concept of ambiguity, for example, which does not exclude processes of development and rupture, would stand against this. Ambiguity is the description of the separation of things into actuality and potentiality, into the visible and the repressed, into above and below, as a grasp of reality in its conflictual form, in its current antagonistic forms, against its fixation in eternal structures of being and ambivalences, but with the claim to confront, mediate or merge, to mix the one with the other. In this respect, the boom in the concept of the alternative should also be discussed, which suggests a purifying division not only from the right in the AfD, but probably already in the alternative left, which makes the laborious balancing of ambiguities in social processes unnecessary. And Heinrich points directly to the destructive potential of alternative thinking when he asks why, in the logic of the Delphic oracle's self-interpretation, the real salvation lies in bringing ambiguity into the form of an alternative. For could not the oracle given to Croesus that he would destroy an empire if he crossed the Halys be interpreted precisely as a warning against the sacrificial logic of either/or? But back to hovering, the counterpart to the alternative. Derrida's indecisions pretend to give diversity and ambiguity their due, but in fact they lose themselves in the timeless unity of a harmony, in which the one is always somehow already mediated with the other, in which the one always only refers to the other. Finally, Michel Foucault also uses floating as a harmonizing closing formula for the process of interpretation in a prominent place, namely at the end of his book The Order of Things. Man has assembled his own form in the interstices of a fragmented language. Certainly these are not confirmations, but at most questions to which there are no answers. They must be left in limbo. What is implied here is the bending of a hopeless way of thinking into the Foucauldian questioning technique, stripped of all doubt, which reveals its interest in knowledge in endless chains of suspicion, which has thus given up searching for new, more sufficient embodiments by criticizing existing embodiments and instead, like Greek philosophy, prefers to reject any form of knowledge that goes beyond the statement of errors. And it therefore seems only logical for Foucault to end by retreating to the Stoic position of self-care. If, on the other hand, we understand the figures of thought of harmony with Heinrich as responses to traumatic experiences, as a defense against threats and as attempts to ward off fears of rupture or mutilation through fantasies of purification or wholeness, then we find, for example, the liberal belief in harmony of the 18th century not only as a justification for an unified society, but also as a justification for an unified society. For example, we find the liberal belief in harmony of the 18th century not only as a justification for unrestrained economic striving, but also as a reaction to the 30 Years' War, Schiller's disappointment with the cruelty of the French Revolution, that of the 1968 heirs with the failure of economic liberation, or Derrida's fear of concretion and the embodiment of ideas, fed by the catastrophes of the 20th century. So if we ask what the ideas of harmony themselves are symptomatic of, they can also be read as derivatives and distorted forms of ideas of covenant, just as Freud saw the failure of attempts to mediate with reality in the psychotic delusion. And in this respect we must ask what characterizes a thinking of and in covenants that insists on the reality threatened by rupture without suspending the conflicts in favor of unity by repressing tension, that can thus justify reality as reality despite the ambiguity in it and remain faithful to it. Klaus Heinrich's concept of covenant refers to the concept of covenant in the Old Testament, as it emerges in Judaism's struggle against a God who demands human sacrifice. With the cry justice, not sacrifice, the God of the prophets forbids sacrificial cults and instead enters into a contractual relationship with the human race in the form of a covenant. He thus becomes a driving force of reality, Heinrich, that does not demand allegiance through arbitrariness, blood ties, and indebtedness, but promises through the covenant the transformation of unpredictable fate into a reasonable historical process, despite the ambiguity and instability of reality, which holds on to the possibility of reconciliation and therefore aims for postponement. Protection and not an end. Heinrich also accentuates his concept of covenant against that of complicity. He negotiates Greek philosophy under the aspect of complicity with fate. Voluntary submission to what one has recognized as powerful and sublime over the fragile reality is supposed to make one immune to disappointment and shock. The fear of losing immunity is the accomplice's fear of the vulnerability of the powers to which he has submitted. In contrast, the threat that stands over the people with whom God has made the covenant is the breaking of the covenant, and not the brittle reality. Breaking the covenant means sacrificing the ambiguous life, in which the sacrificer also participates, for the unliving one that destroys life under the pretext of saving life. And the fear of the covenant partners is therefore that after betrayal and rupture, attempts at renewed commitment will no longer bear fruit. Heinrich's concept of covenant introduces a way of thinking that can turn the materials in the religions and myths, as well as those in the liberation movements of modern times, into covenant partners, not in order to show the similar constraints that are negotiated in them, but because they always already contain the explosive force against these constraints. It does not have to purify the disharmony of reality, deny it or fantasize it as a harmony that has fallen away from its origins, as political romanticism did, nor does it necessarily have to stand up to it heroically, as Nietzsche's vision against the mutilation of reality did. But it tries to keep the idea of reconciliation conscious in the critique of the belief in harmony by mediating and sparing it. Those who do not trust the drive of the human being but want to preserve it may think of their history in covenants.